You're going to do great, I'm sure. Nico, we just heard from Stewie. You're going to be in-game leading. Was this the plan all along?
God damn, man, he can't keep any secrets. I mean, you guys are going to have to do some lip reading to figure out who's going to be ideal.
Are you excited?
Yeah, I mean, I remember last time I played with the standing event, so I think it's going to be a bit more relaxing. So we should have way more fun and no pressure. So, if you get to the playoffs, I think that's going to be very fun for us to play because we have Jake on the team. I think the crowd's going to be on our side, so that's our main goal.
How tough it is when you go into a tournament and you know you have to have a stand-in. How tough it is like to choose a player, what type of a player, young, up and coming, more experienced. How do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, it depends like what role kind of you need to replace with. And obviously we had to replace an IGL who has been kind of like entry figure, like he was taking the space. So, and obviously you can't bring another IGL, that makes no sense, right? So we just tried to find someone who could kind of be a bit more versatile, who could fill in like more roles, that he could entry, that could help the IGL a bit and generally just take space for us. So I think Jake is a perfect fit when it comes to that, and that's probably one of the biggest reasons why we took him.
Was it fun practicing with him with 170 ping?
I mean, it was definitely better practicing than not practicing. So yeah, we used the best what we could, and it wasn't good for him, but I think we gained a bit of a form with him, I would say.
Is this new update and the patch and the changes to Vertigo finally gonna make you ban the map?
I don't know, we'll see. I mean, we can't say anything, but like this event, obviously we have to stick what we had before, and we'll see how it goes.
What do you think about the incendiary changes and some of the other changes in the patch, the economy?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the CT molly right now. I think it's gonna change the way you play a lot, especially on certain maps like Mirage and maybe Ancient as well. Nuke as well, I was testing like if you do a deep molly now in Nuke, like they can pretty much always run around it. So I think there's going to be a lot of change. I'm not a big fan of it, but yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I mean, you just have to adapt and find the new ways how to prevent of like using the control. And I'm glad that now you can maybe afford the molly in second round. For example, if you lose pistol, I think that's going to be a good change. But overall, yeah, we will see how. I think it's good that we have new things and people have to come up with new ideas. I think that's fun, but I'm not sure if it's good or not.
Any thoughts just on the first matchup, Falcons?
I mean, I think we got pretty good opponent for our first game. I think we have a chance of winning. It's a best of one as well. I think we're going to play the maps that we are comfortable on. So, yeah, I think we have a good chance of winning.
All right, man. Thank you so much. Good luck. Have fun.
What's happening in here? Pictures. Oh, this makes me so happy. Flames is here and he's going to take over for me. He's going to be my interviewer from now on. I'm going to finish my day. How you boys doing? How's the travel?
I'm good. The travel was okay. Better for him, but it was okay overall.
Yeah. How you feeling, Zawu?
Yeah, I feel good. I have a good travel day as well. I have a good... but yeah, I feel good. Have good nights of sleep. Yeah, feel good.
I'm asking all the offers. Are you excited for Dust 2?
Yeah, always. Even though before I did not like this map, but I'm excited. Yeah.
What do you guys think of the Vertigo changes?
I think it's good overall. I think it's a bit weird we played so fast because you don't have time to actually learn the new map, kinda.
What, Apex didn't find a way to install Counter-Strike on his phone?
No, not really, but I think in the big picture the update is good. Yeah. I think the timing is a bit off. Sure. But that's it.
Yeah. What do you guys expect? We were some of us were talking about like this event. How many times Vertigo going to get played? Who's going to be picking it? Like with the map pool so crazy, with Dust 2 in, now new Vertigo, it's like you don't have all the options to avoid everything.
I think mostly underdogs, I guess. Like I guess if you are a big underdog, I would pick Vertigo because probably
50-50
yes.
Even though, yeah.
That's how I see it.
Even those two, I think it's tough map. I mean, yeah. And I'm thinking about Inferno. Not a lot of teams doesn't play Inferno.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got a cowboy hat on. Okay. I didn't do that. You didn't do the cowboy hat?
No.
You should get in one more and do the cowboy hat.
It's okay. It's okay.
This is amazing. Jesus, I love that guy. He's great. All right, boys. Well, you enjoyed the rest of your pictures? No, I'm just in here chatting, so we're doing whatever. Yeah, and then I saw him wearing a cowboy hat, and I was like, all right, we'll hang out. Here, wait, what if you turn around, face the blue, and then turn back and shoot as fast as possible? Like a quick draw. Yeah, yeah. Give me that. Yeah. Are you pumped for the changes? Are you excited? Are you nervous? What's the general emotion?
No, I'm excited. I think change is always welcome. So, no, I'm excited for sure. Excited.
What do you think? I haven't touched on this yet with anyone. What do you think of like the M4 change, the price reduction?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think at the first I thought it wasn't much of a change because it's only $100, but then also changing the incendiary as well, it's like maybe it can make a bit of a difference. But I still think the science is still like a bit better than the A4, so I'm not sure it'll change too much. I think people might experiment a bit more and start using it because it's a change, so people are like, oh, we'll use it, but I think in the future I don't think it'll make too much of a difference, but we'll see.
What about you mentioned the incendiary, the molly spread difference now on the CT side. Have you played any games with it, any practice games at all?
No practice, because I think it was so late the update, but I played a few pugs and...
Did it mess with you at all?
It was definitely different. I think the duration as well, because usually like maybe you're making a play with like asking for a flash and you're used to the timing of when to ask for the flash, and now it's a bit different, like a couple of seconds difference. And also on Inferno Banana, it's a bit nicer as a T because there's not one Molotov that can spread to both sides now, so it's a bit nicer for me at least.
Okay, so a little bit of fun mixed in there. All right, cool. Well, good luck this week.
Thank you.
We're here in a space, in a thing. Behind the scenes, group stage is played over here. You're all good. You can walk in if you want. The team is playing here, obviously. Nice little setup. IEM, 100th IEM background. It's absolutely magnificent. This looks like an analyst desk. So this is where the host and the analysts will be. And lots of lights, lots of cameras. You guys know the drill. Yeah, this all looks fun. Interview station is over here. Banks will be doing the interviews, I believe, at this event. And if I look that way, that looks like it's going to be some kind of a caster setup, which I'm seeing this for the first time. So that's where me and Dinko, Chad and Alex will be for the main broadcast. So that's all cool. I could be wrong on all that. It's whatever.
Sorry, Alexi. It's you got the short end of the stick today. How you feeling? How's it going?
Feeling good. Dallas always nice.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about initial thoughts of the new update.
Initial thoughts was on the airplane connecting to Wi-Fi when I got the message that we're gonna play the new patch. Obviously for us, not the biggest deal in the world as we didn't play Vertigo yet. So for the teams that do play it and they're permabanning another map, gonna be a bit tough. I don't think they're gonna get the best preparation. Maybe they can today after media practice a bit. It's going to be tough, but for us, obviously the new dynamics with the mollies, with the economy, we just need to make sure we're sharp on it and game by game, just follow what's the meta, like what are people doing, what we should do. But I think we're going to be fine.
All right. You guys didn't get to play it at all yet.
No, we only played Face It, and obviously running around our own server, but we played 1 day of practice with the new patch, so some matches at least, but still maybe not enough to understand what all the possibilities are and what you need to do better.
How have things been going for you guys? You know, since the major, there was really only Pro League in there, right? So you had some time to practice. So what has been the focus really after that?
I mean, we came from the Pro League a bit before than we should have, obviously, because we lost on the first round of playoffs. Took a couple days off, practiced for over a week now, just trying to do everything we can in order for us to be prepared here. And we have one more tournament remaining for the season, and just trying to stay sharp because obviously expectations changed after major, and we just need to find ourselves, need to find the groove, need to find the passion, need to find everything that was there in order for us to play like we did during the major, not let things go into our head, and just understanding it's still a grind and every team is like the competition is wild, and every team is doing everything they can in order to win, and sometimes it's really small margins, and yeah, we just need to be sharp here.
Listen, the major is huge, right? So you get one event. You get one event off after that. That was Pro League for you. Now you're going to bounce back. Tell me any thoughts on the first matchup.
First matchup, BIG. We actually played them in Pro League, managed to win them there, but it's going to be a best of one. You can always prepare a bit differently. You can predict the map pretty accurately, and the team who is, let's say, winning both pistols and just has a good game plan to go out of, you could make a good upset. But for us, we're feeling confident. We had a couple talks after Pro League, and I think everybody has the right mentality when going into here. But just arrived yesterday, our first day here. We're gonna have some practice soon, so we're gonna see if everyone is sharp already.
Some Tex-Mex?
Some Tex-Mex I just ordered actually.
All right, man. Thanks for your time. Good luck. Have fun. I'll be seeing you around.
Welcome back to Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. We're here with Elige, and he's going to talk us through the most exciting update in recent times in CS2. We've got the new Vertigo, Elige. First thoughts on this map after seeing some of the changes? Are you excited? Are you happy about it?
I mean, I'm excited that they're doing something, because I think Vertigo is definitely the second worst map in the pool. Inferno's still the worst for me.
Oh, Inferno's okay,
But
okay.
I think that they might have overdone it. They might have overcooked. I think that they did a lot at the same time, so I would have maybe wished that they did just one or the other type of thing. But I'm happy that they're trying to change something, because I think most people would agree that it's stale.
Yeah, so we look at the map here. This shows some of the viewers some of the big changes, right?
Yeah.
So you've got a whole new hole in the wall.
Yeah.
So here, what are you gonna be calling this? Because I remember you were one of the early adopters of call-outs on Ancient, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna rely on you to give us a name for this, Elite.
Well, we wanted to call it Mini, kind of like on Nuke. We were thinking about calling it Big, and we already like have
Big
we have
or
this
Mini,
called
yeah.
Empty,
Okay.
so we call this Empty. We call
Alright.
this Arch, and then we call this Mini. So this is what we're.
But this is like the
calling
biggest
it.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like it.
And it's just nicer to say. Like we were saying Mini or Big, but Mini just sounds nicer.
Yeah, it
to
rolls off
say.
the tongue a little easier,
Yeah.
doesn't it? How do you think this is gonna change the gameplay?
It's gonna change everything, honestly. Like we're even still trying to figure out right now, like where do we even plant? Because you can't plant necessarily at this position if you just smoke here. So if you just smoke, this is a very easy, spam spot. They could. Okay, well, if it was good, yeah. You could just very easily spam this. So it's very tough. I think that you kind of have to just like push one of the spots. Like either you take complete control of this, where you throw like 2 mollies here, so you molly here and you molly here, and then you just know that you can plant like here, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe something like that, but
Planting is going to be really hard because even when you were planting here before the changes, you could get nade stacked, you get mollied off the plant, but now you can get naded still, but you also get shot through the smoke. So.
Yeah, you have to consider everything that was a threat before, but now there's just more.
Add more threats, yeah.
And it was already like hard to get plants down sometimes. So yeah, I think that there's just a lot of stuff to really deal with, and the timings have even changed because they've changed the spawn points. The spawn points are something like here, 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 and here. So there's like these 5 spawn points. So that means that all of the timings at A have also changed.
Yeah, so the T's can get up ramp faster, the smoke's maybe not going to pop in time, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so I think the biggest criticism people have had of Vertigo over the years is it's kind of boring when you just execute A, span through the smokes, and maybe you lose like 2 players and then retake, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that's going to change the meta at all with the changes that we have here?
100%.
Yeah?
100%. There's going to be crazy stuff. And I think it's going to be really hard for teams because they haven't really had enough time. There's been 0 time actually. Like everyone was like on a plane when they were like coming over here. So everything's going to be really on the fly. It's going to be really messy CS in my opinion. And I think that just see who can cook the fastest. Like we might see like some type of smoke wall here to go to B. What everyone's going to be thinking is A is obviously this big threat. But when everyone knows that A is a big threat and it's really hard to deal with, that means that B is even weaker. Because if you try to compensate by having a lot of people towards A, then obviously B becomes weaker just intrinsically because of that.
Let's take a look at the new sort of catwalk on the side of the map.
Yeah.
This was something that I didn't realize was a thing with the original Valve update, right? Because they showed a picture of the wall, everybody's excited about that, and then suddenly you got this huge catwalk on the side of the map. This feels like one of the longest range fights you're going to get in Counter-Strike. If you've got a player peeking from sandbags up to here, so.
Yeah, it's probably not as long as long on Dust 2, but I think that, this is what I was saying before, I think that they should have done one or the other. Because I think if you do one of these, then like we might have had something that would have been more interesting for plants, because you could definitely figure out stuff where, you know, you're getting close up here and then you're asking for a flash from like your teammate, like whatever it is here.
Okay, yeah.
So, you know, you could have figured stuff out and like made it more interesting.
Do nades from here, this position off the metal top as well.
Yeah, I'm sure you can like hide like some flash here where you're doing like some jump throw and you're peeking for yourself. So I think that we could have had enough, you know, different things that were going to be happening from this patch if you just did one or the other. But now with it combined, now I think it just seems crazy. It just seems crazy to me that
well, at least
so
they
much
added
stuff.
Dust 2, so you know there isn't another map to learn. You know, so this is the only thing you got to work on. But you know, looking at this catwalk, how do you think that's going to change sort of the execution? You see like the hole in the wall, the mini as you're calling it. How do you think this catwalk's going to change things?
Well, I think that most likely people are gonna molly. So they'll molly like back here, and then you'll know that nothing's here. And then as you're coming in to take the site, whether you're doing just like the solo smoke, so, you know, potentially we'll see like solo smoke because now you have to use a lot of smokes for stuff. And we'll see maybe a molly here. And as we're getting like flashes, we're just throwing like flashes up here. We're swinging, we have like most people coming up to the site like normal, and then whoever goes sandbags, it's maybe his job to clear out this whole area. So maybe we'll just see something like that. I think it'll be very important to clear it, but I think we'll see a lot of times in this tournament that people do not clear it.
Yeah, okay. So we have, you know, of a default usually would be one player B, one player mid, and then three up working up the ramp. How do you think this is going to change defaulting? Because the mid player can't really use his nades, right? Because if he needs to come back, or the B player needs to come back, because you need so many smokes to execute. How do you feel like that's going to change up just the defaulting on Vertigo?
On T side, you're saying?
Yeah, on T side, yeah.
Well, like I said, I don't really think too much changes for like the T side in terms of the beginning of the round. Like all of the early round fights are the same, aside from this ramp guy kind of getting nerfed on CT side. So it'll be a little bit easier for the Ts to take ramp. But kind of like what I was saying before, all of these changes at A that makes it more difficult for the CTs at A with all these new openings, that makes mid and B weaker, just because people have to compensate for it. They'll have to have like some type of setup where they're dealing with this new weakness at A. And because of that, you know, we might see more people going mid B. We might see people do this, maybe the smoke wall thing that I was showing. This is just, I don't even know if people can use this, but you know, maybe we'll see something. Yeah, maybe we'll see something. Maybe we'll see people do more mid to B stuff, and because, you know, we're gonna see more 3As. So if we see more people doing 3A, 1 mid, 1 B, you know, that obviously makes mid and B weaker. So I think that we'll just see more stuff like that because A is so weak that, you know, this entire side of the map gets opened up.
Yeah, so which side do you think is going to be more difficult to adapt to than the CT side? Will be struggling a little bit more with the changes?
Yeah, I think so. I think that CT side is going to be a lot harder because I think that you have to problem solve and like figure out solutions for the stuff that's happening on T side, where on T side you can game plan exactly like what you want to do. You can game plan, you know, do like what type of pressure you want to put at A, what the executes are going to look like. Yeah. But CT side, you don't really know what the other team's going to be doing right now. One, because of info, and two, because all of these teams are going to have so many different ideas for how they want to deal with this stuff.
Have you got any nade lineups already, or you want to show those?
No, not right now. We do have nade lineups for the new stuff that we want to do, but you know, don't want to be helping the new teams as much as possible.
Exactly.
There's limited time for everybody.
We'll see it in the tournament. We'll see it in the tournament.
Exactly.
Yeah. That was the Vertigo update with Felice here at the Intel Extreme Masters. We're going to kick it off and get back into the show.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all and they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The world's top Counter-Strike players have returned to Dallas, and they're soon going to be battling out across the group stage. But not only that, we're also celebrating the 100th ever Intel Extreme Masters, a historical moment for us all. Now we're moving into the group stage, and for the group stage, everyone will be doing battle and seeing what they can put up there, what numbers they can do, and how successful they can be to try and be the #1 team at the end and be crowned the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024.
Yes, that is right. Banks, the Centennial Intel Extreme Masters has landed right here in Dallas, Texas, home to the Cowboys, the Mavericks, and for 1 week only, the best goddamn teams in all of Counter-Strike. My name's Ferris Spears. Joining me, YNK and Maniac. Back here in Texas, and it feels good, right, Matthew?
Yeah, it feels really, really good. Always one of my favorite destinations to go. Once you get away with the humidity, I think you're fine. I went out this morning, it just immediately shocked me. It's like a cold sauna.
That was your mistake. You went outside.
Right. What did I think?
To just stay inside, it's nice, it's cool, it's AC'd, and also you don't need to be stepping on grass like Banks did.
Yeah, and there's plenty of Counter-Strike for us to be feasting our eyes upon. We know that there's a trophy. We know that there's a hell of a lot of prize money. There's also some other things up for grabs, isn't there, Yanko? In the Intel Grand Slam, that's getting interesting because we see MOUZ winning EPL, which means they're on 2 right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and they get a chance to win their 3rd one, which would mean they just need to win this. There's this small matter left of having to win either Cologne or Katowice or an ESL RAN major, which might be the biggest obstacle for MOUZ. And I think I just love where we're going with this.
So wait a minute.
The symmetry.
Oh no.
So look who's next. Tell it to him, Matthew.
I know. It's G2 right there. I mean, if symmetry serves, it's got to be G2,
That would mean
right?
Falcons would have to win Cologne, so...
Yeah, how do we work that out? Like, how do we build this story?
I think that's unlikely.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Speaking of which, whoever wins here also gets a spot in Cologne. That's a pretty nice extra prize on top, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not exactly sure if someone wins here that is already qualified for Cologne, like how do we do it? Does that trickle down or not? Nothing happens. We're going to have to be cool, of course, but the winner qualifies to IEM Cologne. And that one, that's an event that's pretty nice too.
Yeah, that will be pretty nice to be attending. I think we should go over what exactly is happening here, though, because we've got 2 groups. We're going to be starting off with best of 1 today, best of 3s later on. Is there a group you think is more stacked here, Yanko?
Well, I think it's even, maybe Group A. Just
Group A a little bit.
A little bit more, right? Because you do have MOUZ Vitality are there, then Complexity, Liquid, what can be expected from these teams, Falcons, G2, right? But some of these teams are coming in with a sort of an asterisk, the stand-in for G2, the dead team, the team Liquid. Damn! Complexity, we'll see what happens with them, yeah. But I think Group B has 3 main favorites, right? With FaZe, Navi, and Spirit, and then can someone mess up their plans?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, we're going to address the G2 standing situation, but I'm just so excited that for once, it feels like all of the teams we want to have in Dallas are here. If you think 2022, Navi and VP were missing, in 23, Vitality, Navi, VP weren't here. Now we actually have like the 5-6 best teams in the world. They're all here in Dallas. I think the field is extremely strong, and as Yanko already foreshadowed, it's kind of crazy when G2 wins.
And Matthew, who do you think has the most pressure on them? Obviously not G2. We don't expect them to be doing too much, right?
That question is very easy. It's MOUZ.
Yeah.
Like MOUZ has the most pressure ever. In fact, like the amount of cope you could put into MOUZ not winning here, and the amount of venom you could spill if they actually were to lose.
Yes.
And all the tweets are already, like the drafts are already in there. People have been writing all night.
Yes, I have.
Oh yes, we got them already in the pockets from MOUZ here.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking forward to seeing Spirit back, you know, at an IEM. We haven't seen them since Katowice, and they lifted a trophy there, right, with an incredible performance. So this is an opportunity to see them back. They only played the Bad Boom Dacha tournament, and you know that's a smaller one, no crowd.
How do you say that? You say Dacha? Is that how you say it? Dacha?
Yeah,
that sounds
Dacha.
I would trust you, you know. If you say it with confidence, I would definitely trust you.
It's probably
I'll trust you blindly, Yanko, for no apparent reason. Can you take us through the brackets? Would you like to do that?
Freya. I love doing the brackets. It's all so nice and neat, and you can see who's going to lose and who's going to win. Ooh. In Group A, we kick off with MOUZ versus 9Z. 9Z had a decent, I mean, they had close games in Chengdu, but tough opposition. Doesn't get any easier here. Liquid versus Complexity. the NA on NA fight, G2 versus Falcons. That's going to be interesting. That's our first game on the A stream. And Monty versus Vitality.
Yeah, Monty with a little bit of a strange lineup as well. Haji is in the mix. Now we have Group B. We started with FaZe Clan versus M80. And honestly, low-key, talk about jet lag, talk about BO1, like slow starts. I don't know why. I feel like something crazy could happen down there. Heroic versus VP. Who knows what the hell is going on with VP? Noise around Jame and the questioning about his position in the team. Then we have Spirit, as Yanko mentioned, versus FlyQuest. And Big versus Navi.
And Heroic taking Ikodos for one last pin. You know, we'll see how that goes. FlyQuest have to go up against Team Spirit. That's going to be tough. And Big versus Navi in a BO1 could be interesting.
Minus Goppy as well. I was shocked about that.
What was shocking was the manner in which it sort of happened, because it seemed like it came as a complete surprise to him. You know, you're also seeing that, oh, the majority of the players sort of, you know, wanted to do that. So that doesn't mean everyone. So how it all unfolded was a little bit strange, because Gobi is definitely synonymous with Big Clan.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. Like, he's been involved in Big in any capacity for years and years and years. And you would think that his relationship with Tapson was one of the strongest bound you can find, and now it's actually undone. And now Kakafu is going to step up, be the coach here, the main coach during Dallas, but we don't really know where they're going to go in the future. Coaches out there, German-speaking coaches, send your applications.
Well, I know where we are going today, because we can take a look at the schedule. We've got an A and B stream going down today. I'm really interested in this first matchup, G2 versus Falcons, not least because we get to see Stewie, right? That's so wild that he is here for G2.
Yeah. How did we end up with Stewie in the G2 jersey? Like, how did that happen? What were the alignment of the stars that had someone in the G2 office think, you know what, actually, yeah, let's bring Stewie. That's what we're gonna do.
I think we actually have a skit coming up in the next couple of days that really nails it down.
Oh, so you found out.
Right, okay. Keep an eye out for that one. We also have some more changes, because there's been a little bit of an update, hasn't there? European teams not so happy with this one, but what's been happening, Matthew?
Oh, where do we start? Like, it's massive update. Obviously, there's been some changes when it comes to... Wait, hold on a minute. We're talking about Overpass being out, Dust 2 being brought back in, of course. That's not the most recent, but that is in itself a change. And Vertigo getting a complete revamp here for IEM Dallas. I think Elish said it pretty well. It's a massive change. Like, I don't think we can talk about the changes enough here. Like, in terms of magnitude, the fact that teams and players found out halfway through the globe, they were above the Atlantic or the Pacific or whichever ocean they had to go through. It's like, wait, hold on a minute. The map has completely changed. Actually completely changed. With Dust 2 being brought back in, the map was all over the place.
The biggest facelift since Michael Jackson, right? But I think what's funny here is that everyone starts from the same position. You know, it's not like some teams had the chance to practice it earlier. Like, it's the same for everyone. And sure, it's a bit easier for the teams that don't play Vertigo, because they just don't have to deal with it. That's their permaban. But, you know, for everyone else, it's about, hey, who can do this on the fly, who can come up the quickest with just a couple of things. And I think it's an opportunity for the underdogs to maybe make something happen.
I just don't know if the map is going to be played that much. Like, I had this hunch that people might just try and ignore it, or, you know, leave it for the last rotation as a third map. You're going to tell me you're going to pick Vertigo here in Dallas? Like, who is going to pick Vertigo? Who had time to work on the map? And sometimes it's even worse, because you think you have plans and they don't work at all. So I don't know. I think it might just be ignored a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of the players had some choice words. None other than Apex, obviously, a very vocal member of the Counter-Strike community. Yeah, I do understand that it is kind of frustrating that this is announced that we're going to be playing this, and then you have to get on a plane and you just have to think about it. You can't be getting the server, but then I agree with you, because basically everybody, apart from NAD, are in that same position, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll see how that goes. I think also we had other changes to the economy, right? Lowering the bomb bonus from 800 to 600, lowering the price of the M4. I think the economy changes are good. They're subtle enough to achieve what they set out to diminish the advantage for the T's early on if they lose and plant the bomb, but to still not change too much the economy of the game so that it changes the meta completely.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, do you think this is going to have like profound changes in the behavior of teams in that round too? Because before that update, we would always say, you lose the pistol round, but you planted the bomb, that's all right. You're going to have a strong buy, maybe even stronger than the CT.
We had teams just plan for planting the bomb, right? Like, they're not even thinking about winning. Let's just make sure we get the bomb down, and then if we win the round, it's a bonus. So yeah, I think that's a good change. We'll see maybe a little bit more ecos, right, in the second round from the T's. Just a pistol here, just try to get a kill or two and then buy in the third round. I think the incendiary one is actually massive. I think it was nerfed too much. And I think the thing that's underrated in the change isn't the spread, which is significant, it's the duration. Because what that's going to affect is the trade of utility on so many different maps. Banana, Inferno, right? If you're a T side, you molly car 2 times, what are the CTs going to do? Like they can't trade utility as effectively anymore. So I think the balance of power is going to shift to the Ts in some of these situations. Nuke, the deep CT molly does nothing anymore. You can just run through it, or it doesn't maybe even cover everything, right? So this is going to impact the meta on some of these maps.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think the duration is a huge change, but I do like the spread being reduced. I really like that. I think it became a little too easy for CTs to really completely close areas of the maps. And you can talk to players who actually play Banana on the T side of Inferno and they've just been traumatized. Like they have been traumatized. There used to be choices who were made by teams. We're gonna molly maybe wood and double nade in the bounce back, or we're gonna double nade to the left, leave a space open. But now it was so impossible in many of these cases. So now CTs will have to make a choice and be aware of that kind of spread. And I wonder if people are really ready for it, or if they're gonna get surprised and caught pants down.
Just going back to the Vertigo conversation for a minute, have you guys actually had a chance to run around it and see how it feels with this massive gaping hole, which apparently Elige is calling mini? I think it deserves a bigger word than that, because it's huge, right? It's a massive change.
Maxi.
Maxi, there we go. That's what we need.
Yeah, I think didn't have a chance to play it yet, but I think did talk to Sin a little bit. They played like 2 scrims on it or something, and he said it does change the dynamic or how you can fight for ramp, because now the amount of smokes that you need to use and all that sort of thing. So it's definitely going to be a massive shift, and I think it, if anything, makes it a little bit more difficult for the Ts.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to take 2 different roads. One is people are still going to skirmish straight into ramp at the entrance, and then the changes won't be infecting that much, maybe the spawn. Or we're going to see CTs play a bit far back on the side, and now we're going to just venture into the upside down. Like, I don't think anybody knows how to really retake. Anybody knows the strong clutch positions. Elige had a pretty nice content he put on YouTube as well. I watched that video. He was talking about some of the moves CTs can do on flash repeak, that little ledge, the catwalk, that's popping it. This amount of changes, and I don't really know how late rounds are going to look like on the A side. It's going to be messy as hell.
Is there any teams that maybe aren't getting so shafted by this change with Dust 2 coming in, with the changes to Vertigo? Do you think this is kind of, breezing over any teams at all?
I mean, listen, I think Vitality having Dust 2 back in the rotation is something they absolutely love. Not that Overpass was extremely strong for them. And the Vertigo had been a map that they struggled on just a little bit, so they use it as an excuse, maybe living on a wayside, just like contextually for Dallas. I think it should be all right. But the teams will have to see.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping that this will maybe get G2 to just start banning Vertigo, because now you can play Mirage, Dust 2, Nuke, Inferno, Ancient, Anubis. That could be your map pool. Those are all great maps.
Yeah.
So please, can we get that done?
I'm intrigued though when you're saying, I wonder whether people are just gonna, insta be vetoing Vertigo. How much practice have they had on Dust 2? Like, were they anticipating having to play Dust 2 that early on? I don't know.
This is where I think it's different, because the Vertigo situation, you are venturing into new territory. Like, there is literally no blueprint. There's no knowledge. My take is that people are going to play Dust 2 the exact same way they did before the map went out. I don't think there's going to be many changes. Some of the innovations that were created on the latest version of Dust 2 are still going to happen. The smoke mid into pressure into dark, people trying to peek above the box, that's still going to happen. I think people are going to go right back to what they knew on Dust 2, which is why you can just pick it up immediately. But for Vertigo, it's a different story.
We're missing the most important part of this update though, Janko.
Oh, yes, indeed. That is the chicken update.
Yeah!
Freya. You want to run us through it? Because you're so excited about it.
What's your take?
Sit and they can look really cute now.
That's more than we can do.
Do you think you can train them to sit?
Well, you can train them to follow you, right? So maybe I haven't actually tried.
When you crouch, they sit.
That's great. That's exactly what I want. Should we get back on the schedule of Counter-Strike and check in with our 1xBet power rankings?
This is the 1xBet power rankings for the group stages here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas 2024. Will you hold my balls real quick?
Absolutely.
Thank you. We're going to go through 1 through 16 through the group stage and see where some of these teams end up or where we're going to place them. So let's start at the top.
Top's relatively easy, I think, for the top 2. I think at this point, you got to throw MOUZ in that #1 spot. They've got 2 trophies, one out in Belgrade, obviously one at ESL Pro League. FaZe I'd probably put #2 just because they're a consistent feature in that top 2-3 zone.
We'll do MOUZ, FaZe. Okay, that one can be up for its own little interpretation debate. But then we go 3-4. Who do you slot in there?
Ooh, Spirit definitely in that conversation. That last final, that didn't look so good from Spirit. Spirit.
I think, well, like, I mean, you could say the same thing about Vitality, right? Both of them against MOUZ, by the way. MOUZ made them both look silly with 3-0s. So I think this one kind of goes like wherever you're going to lean towards Vitality or Spirit. For me, I would put Spirit as 3. I would put Vitality as 4 because I think for ESL Pro League for Vitality was a lot of the Zyru show. Personally, I'd have Spirit as 3, Vitality as 4. I'd probably put Complexity at 5, to be honest with you. Yeah, you like that?
Well, that's some North American bias,
Who
right?
are you pandering to, man?
Come on,
I'll write it down.
Come on, you're part of this crew. Navi, I think you're going to throw up there next, just as you know, the major winners and the things that they can do. After Navi for spot number 7, that's where I think you'd put G2. There's a stand-in situation, but you still got Monacy, you still got Nico.
And you got the Stewie buff if they make it far. You know, if they get into the crowd, you get the Stewie buff.
If you told me that there's one team to watch out of this entire list, I'm pretty excited to watch G2. We start looking towards the other side of the pack. We've already got our Vitalities, Cole, Navi, G2. Maybe something like
this is where it starts to get like really weird and really, really hard.
You probably put VP second to Heroic, right? You would put Heroic above VP, right?
I would put VP above Heroic.
Okay.
Not an ultra confident one, but I mean, throw VP in there because with Electronic, it hasn't been as seamless as we might have thought. I think Monty is secretly pretty strong as a team.
Stronger than Liquid?
Say with your chest.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. The Liquid situation is such an X factor. I don't even know. They're probably the hardest team to rank at the moment. I would put
Monty.
Yeah, Monty is a 10.
And then I would go Liquid as 11.
Who knows what the hell that future looks like, but it's kind of their home event, so let's put them...
The future's up in the air and like what level they come in with. Like Liquid is always like, sometimes some events they look good, some events you're like, this ain't working, and obviously at the moment with all the reports and news, it feels like it's not working more often than not.
Jason, you say the future, and I like to think that's what I see in M80.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, they showed some, they had close losses over at Pro League, but they have a cool constitution. That team seems like they're putting it together. Big up next coming over, they just lost Gobby as the coach. He felt like the heart and soul of that whole organization, so it's very shocking for me.
Speaking of heart and soul, and maybe a little bit of stamina out of the Falcons, who continue to try. They did break their losing streak.
Probably top the bottom 3, and I would round it out with like 9Z at the bottom, FlyQuest just above them.
I feel like FlyQuest is hard done by here because I actually think they played better at ESL Pro League, but I mean, they're like, look, I think that's still going to be a team who can cause some upsets for sure.
And that's our 1xBet power rankings of the group stage here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas 2024. Can you believe it, gentlemen? Don't worry, it's rhetorical.
Here's your balls back.
Thanks.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's MOUZ. Get right down. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
G2 versus Falcons, this time with a little bit of a twist. Did I say twist? Sorry. I mean Stewie. Different North American, but also a major winner. Also Intel Grand Slam champion, and thank you for your approval, Matthew. This is a weird one though, right? Who on earth saw Stewie, of all people, standing in for G2? That's wild.
Yeah, I have no idea, again, how they came up with that idea. But I do think what is incredibly interesting about this conversation is that usually for any team at any point in any universe, losing your IGL ahead of an event should be like a terrible thing. Like we should all be talking about, oh no, how are they gonna do? They don't have their leader. It's gonna fall apart. And there's something in the air of people talking about Nico and his ability to be an IGL at times, them having fun, Stewie fitting the bill for an aggressive, space-taking people. And then we're thinking, wait, hold on a minute. Is that actually gonna work? Like, is that what's gonna happen? Is it actually going to work contextually here?
I like how you frame that. It's like usually it's a terrible thing to lose your in-game leader.
No, but in that conversation,
considering it's Hooksy for G2,
that's not what I said.
Maybe it's not as bad.
That is not
Why
what
are
I
you
said.
hating on the guy, you know? But yeah, I think it is strange, but in this situation, it's like, who do you get you know, as a player, you don't really want a young and up-and-coming player. You want someone who can fit role-wise. That is Stewie. He does that sort of a thing. Like, he is the tip of the spear. He could play for them in that sacrificial role. Then you had Nico, who can take over the mantle, really, when it comes to in-game reading, and he can keep it a little bit more loose, right? Let the players have freedom, and that might be a good thing for G2.
Yeah, listen, no hate to Stewie. It's great to see him back in Jersey. It's great to see him in action, but don't tell me NA Counter-Strike is so poor that they didn't have anybody else in the pipeline who were maybe active to fit an aggressive entry fragging role. Is it really that bad?
He's active. Look, this is him being active.
Nice.
Or what was it, 3 series with Legacy? That's kind of all we've got to see from Stewie for over a year,
it's one of those things that if it works, it's going to look like a brilliant call, and if it goes bad, you're going to be like, well, that's what we all expected to happen, right? Because there's also the aspect of if they do make the playoffs somehow, don't ask me how, but if they do make it there, then obviously they'll have the crowd on their side too.
That is
against
correct.
anyone probably except for Liquid, you know.
Yeah.
No, complexity.
Janko, you have a bit of experience with Stewie though, right? You were coaching him back on MIBR. I know that was like, what, 4 or 5 years ago now, but what was he like as a player back then?
I think he was great. I really liked him as a player and having on the team because he's a guy that's not afraid to take initiative. He's a guy who has great game sense, isn't playing scared. He did the dirty work for us as well. You know, the banana player, the this, the that, and when he's in the zone, when he hits that flow state, I think it's great to watch. He can be a little bit stubborn. I think it's fair to say at the time he was also a little bit immature, and talking to him during media day, he's like, yeah, I had to do some growing up. I've had to step up a little bit. You know, I'm not young Stu anymore to the same extent. So I think if he can find that maturity, I think there's definitely pros to having him on your team.
Yeah, and role-wise, I think that's exactly what G2 needs. Like, if you think about when G2 is having a good game or good moments, it's also Hooksy creating space and allowing other players to beat out the second wave behind him, and Stu can do that definitely. So they found something. There is something to be done here. Allow ourselves to dream and be crazy a little.
So you guys are expecting Nico to now be taking up the calling in-game?
I am
Does that make
expecting
most
that.
logical sense?
Yeah, we know that for a fact.
Is that like a fact? It's been out there in the public information?
Well, it is now.
Okay.
Okay, you've just made it. You've tried to sold out what Shark Tank.
Stewie said it to me during media day.
Well, we've also got some words from Nico himself, so let's check in with him ahead of their first series here in Dallas.
G2 are coming in for their first game, and I've got Mr. Nico with me here, and it's a stand-in situation, but you get to be seeing Stewie on your team with this. This must be something you're quite happy about. You got a smile on your face.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played with a stand-in for a while, and I think that lifts some pressure off your shoulders. So, yeah, we are looking to enjoy this event, and obviously we're going to try to do our best, but it is what it is, you know, like losing an IGL, it's not easy. It's very hard to actually roll through the place. So we'll do our best in order to get to playoffs. I think that's our main goal, to get Jake to play in front of the crowd. I think it will be a cool experience. So, yeah, but overall good vibe so far, and hopefully throughout the day it's going to stay the same way.
And I want to touch on that. You said about the IGL thing lacking, right? That's a huge loss in terms of Hooksy not being here. So how is this working? Does Stewie just take over and try to call his way, or who's doing it?
No, I'll be taking over the IGL. I mean, that makes more sense. It would be stupid for Jake to come over, or like for any IGL to just come over and like kind of try to call. So we'll basically just use the stuff that we already had. We're gonna try to just implement him in Hooksy's role, and we'll just try to do what we can. We didn't have too much time, too much practice, but I think when it comes to Jake, he's a very versatile player, and that's what we have looked into the most. We need someone who is able to adapt to certain situations, that can do many things at the same time. I think Jake is very good for that. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
And in terms of seeing how it goes, you said you had a little bit of practice, right? What realistically have you done? Have you even been able to get any like actual practice matches in?
Yeah, we tried to get some practice matches with Jake playing from America and us from Europe. He had like 160 ping, but we tried to run some strats, you know, just to kind of have some things to fall back on. But obviously we couldn't do much. But yeah, when you get the sentence where you don't want to like go too much into the strat book or like the setups, you just kind of try to go on the flow. You know, you don't want to feel like you need to do always something. So I was just gonna try to let the players do their thing, try to take some space and just play off it.
Well, you definitely got the skill to do it. I'm looking forward to seeing it go down. Let's see how G2 do in their opening game.
Just got to work with the pieces they have in front of them. And you know what? If there's any team that I would trust to do it just based on raw individual skill, it would be G2, right? Like, they've got Nico, they've got m0NESY. If they're in form, surely they're going to give some pain to some other teams.
Exactly, and also the lack of pressure, playing with a stand-in, gets people to play a little bit more loose, to have fun, keep the spirits high. They can do some damage because, as you can see, it's been a very poor season, a disastrous season, really, for G2.
Wow, that's a pretty strong word, but fair enough. It's been disappointing. I'm right there with you. And if we talk about pressure and the lack thereof for G2, I feel like it's a contrasted situation with Falcons.
Yes.
It's the polar opposite of a project that came together with a whole lot of hype around it. Obviously, rework, the lineup not exactly being maybe what it wanted to do originally, but still, you end up with this core of ends. You have some great pieces you've been brought in, and you've had nothing but failures, if you allow me. I think the last event at Boom, they finally maybe found a little bit of footage. There was a series versus VP that can give us some hopes, but they're on the polar opposite of G2. I'm not going to say they're playing to survive, but I think we as a community are very impatient, and for impatient people, Falcons haven't delivered what they wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also what's the most surprising is you expect this team to have a high floor because of how many veteran players they have, right? Zonic being behind them, all that stuff. You're like, okay, this team will be solid, and then it's just about who's going to be the star, who's going to be in the position to deliver the frags, right? Who's going to lead the pack. But actually, their results have been disappointing. I mean, you know, losses to Bad Boom at Pro League, to Mongols, and also in the end to G2, but we saw a little bit from them at least getting some wins. Even the players on social media are like, oh,
they did.
We won. What? We won 2 games in a row? What's happening?
I feel like I was a little bit gaslit by what happened back at Caddo, like seeing them make it to the playoffs and then make it to semis. And then, yeah, literally, I mean, look at those numbers, particularly Pro League. Like, that was shocking for me that they didn't even make it through the playoffs, didn't even make it out of groups.
Yeah, it was very rough. And again, it is the absolute opposite of what Nico was saying to Banks. The fact that G2 can just play, you know, relax and light and not overthink it. Falcons are, on the other hand, trying to build a game plan. Like, they've actively tried and rebrand, create an own identity. Snappy said he just doesn't want to play ENCE Counter-Strike. He wants to play Falcons Counter-Strike, bring something new, which means a whole lot of thinking, a whole lot of protocols. And then I feel like that's never really worked out.
ENCE Counter-Strike looks pretty good right now compared to this.
Which one? The ENCE that we currently have, or the ones that used to be with them?
No,
the one that used to be.
The one that won last year.
Yeah, that's actually correct. So yeah, a little bit rough. I think the atmosphere around Falcons has been pretty heavy in general. So you would think this is a great opportunity for them. I don't even think from the odds standpoint, I think they're not even looked at favorites right now in this one, like the best of one, against a team that doesn't have a leader and a stand-in.
Yeah, when you put it like that, that's pretty wild.
It's rough.
But I would be inclined to agree. You mentioned the Magisk. I think we should bring them up because these were gassing me up. Like, for Magisk, right? Let's put this into context. He has won multiple majors. He was on the winningest team of all time. For him to be happy that they've won 2 games, my lord, something's wrong.
Yeah, it tells you how deep down they have fallen in a sense. But that is how it is. Listen, it's also... It really is we won crazy times, but sometimes it is a mental thing. When the losses start piling up, you're like, what the hell is going on? You know, like, you obviously have people who know CS on that team, who know how to make adjustments. People are working hard to get better. You know, they're not just sitting on their ass as the losses are piling up. But sometimes all it takes is just a couple of wins, you know, to feel, okay, this is how it feels. Okay, we didn't actually forget how to do this and how to play the game. And yeah, it gives you some of that confidence moving forward.
And when you were talking about the floor of Falcons being lower than we expected, I think that Magisk is in that category, is in that conversation. Because just from a structural standpoint in Counter-Strike, he would be one of the players, I would tell you, you can plug and play him anywhere as an anchor and he's going to be excellent. That's the view I had of him, at least when he left Vitality. He was such an instrumental part of their wins at the time. And I don't think we've nearly seen the good Magisk, the one that we know and love. And Dido for Madden. Like, it's supposed to be an incredible role player is very selfless in the way he approaches the game, hasn't nearly delivered what we wanted. So in terms of floor, I think you're looking at a couple of individuals who should be doing more in order for that to elevate.
Do you think that is the key issue then for Falcons, is just the individuals, you know, finding themselves once again? Because I think that's quite a lot of things going wrong.
It seems like it, because also Sam Pius, I mean, he was one of the most impactful oppers towards the end of CSGO in that tense lineup, and it feels like he's struggled to sort of find that form ever since CS2 came out, right? And that's what you're hoping for if you're Falcons, for him to step back in, find that form, and sort of be the star of this team.
Is there any indications of, you know, the new map pool, the Vertigo changes, having any effect on what we're going to see in this? I know it's a best of 1, so maybe we have to save those expectations for the best of 3.
Vertigo, no, but Dust 2, yes.
Yeah.
You know, who's going to veto it here? I think maybe G2 has the advantage because they have a stand-in, so maybe they want to put that pressure on Falcons. But yeah, could be Dust 2, Nuke, Ancient is probably what's left, where I think between Dust 2 and
yeah,
Nuke,
I think if Falcons can get away with Nuke, it would probably be Daylight Robbery. Like very objectively, I think only Vertigo and Nuke are maps where Falcons have shown relatively good Counter-Strike, and now we're gonna go ahead and take away Vertigo from them, bring a new version. So it feels like it's getting a little rough. If they can find Nuke, we'll have to see. But yeah, my favorite time is a BO1 Veto. Dun, dun, dun.
The only thing is also for G2, you know, they played them.
See a Nuke.
G2 bans Nuke. Okay, they played it against Falcons at Pro League and they beat them 13-6 or something like that.
That's too bad you were talking about.
Yeah, so I think this leaves us with Ancient.
With Ancient?
Yeah, surely.
No, Anubis. Sorry, I thought Falcons were gonna veto Anubis themselves. So this is interesting to see Falcons veto Mirage against G2.
Yeah.
Who doesn't play Mirage? What?
Do we have like, is that an actual?
What
am I just jet lag? Like I woke up at 3 a.m. today, so
because
somebody help
this
me.
is Ant basically saying we would play Anubis over Ancient.
Well, it's definitely Falcons, not Ants, but yeah.
Yeah, Falcons. Wow. Woo! Exactly.
Anubis. Well, if I remember correctly, in Pro League, that was very one-sided for G2.
It was 11-1 CT side for G2.
It was wild. 13-3.
I don't know. This is very surprising to me. I don't know if this is Falcons potentially wanting to throw a curveball.
Hold on a minute. Anubis being the latest map. How much experience do you think Stewie's got on the goddamn map?
Yeah, and also throwing a curveball in a veto in a best of one to a team that has a stand-in, right? Maybe they weren't going to focus on this in prep because they never expected it to come through. So now on the fly, you have to, okay, Jake, we need you to do this. You're holding this.
You remember you've seen all these not out there videos, you know, all the grenades? No, I don't know the smoke.
But I don't know. I'm still very surprised by Falcons vetoing Mirage.
Maybe that's something we can have like a little sideline interview out there.
Maybe G2 started playing Mirage. Maybe it happened, Matthew.
Oh my god.
Maybe it happened.
The drama, imagine. Stewie hasn't played this map on an official since November of last year. So it's been a minute. Maybe that was their logic, yeah.
Yeah,
maybe.
I guess. And I'm just trying to think on the CT side where I usually see Hooksy.
Big, yeah.
Yeah,
Big.
I guess it's not a whole lot of movement involved, and I think G2 can probably handle rotations and moves anyway, with or without.
I think it's also, you just look at G2, forget Stewie, you know, the Anubis is one of their best maps, right? And it's where they have such a good understanding on the map, so even if the other 4 players are feeling super good on Anubis, right? And you know what to do as a team, you have some reactions, which, you know, Nico can just call him and say, hey, Jake, come be main, we're gonna flash you out, you guys are gonna do this, right? Like you can move him around a little bit until he gets used to the environment.
Maybe for some of those viewers who weren't, you know, familiar with what was going down at EPL, what was so strong about G2's Anubis back then? Like, what makes them such a dangerous team to be facing on this?
Well, if I remember correctly, sorry, I think they were super proactive on the CT side. Like they absolutely never really sat back, never really let Falcons execute. They were either doing early round aggression, the likes of straight into River from Cave or B main, or they were retaking information middle, and they were all over the place, and Falcons never really got the chance to execute, which is what you would like to do. You would like to force the CTs to play the late round passively. That never really happened. G2 were all over the place.
That's also where Nico had, I think, a great map on the CT side. I think he started with, you know, 3 or 4 kills in the pistol.
That'll do it.
And then there were 1 or 2 clutches in there, some multi-kills, right? That's it, where really he got into his own. So, yeah, I think just individual prowess of G2's players on this map.
What happens if Falcons bomb out in groups here as well? Because we're coming into a break. They're not going to be in London. So what happens?
I mean, it starts getting complicated because they probably have some sort of long-term vision on what they want to do with the roster. Bringing in Dupree was definitely not an attempt at having a superstar fill in. So what is it that you do? You're snappy and you've built like a very long-lasting relationship with some of your players around you. Is it the moment where you just say, well, actually, Senpai, you know what, psych, I don't trust in you anymore. You're out, you bring in new support. I think it's pretty complicated for them to just make a one change. And I think they might have to just toughen up and go through that period until they feel like they play the Counter-Strike they want, which they haven't up until this day.
Well, we've got the map, we have got our teams, and I believe we do have our casters ready to take this one away. It's Jason and Dinko with the first game of IEM Dallas 2024.
Yes, thank you, Freya. First game of IEM Dallas 2024. Happy Memorial Day to everyone out there. I hope you're all celebrating, firing up the barbecue, throwing some hot dogs on, some hamburgers, and joining us to start the 100th edition of the Intel Extreme Masters out in Dallas. G2 Falcons to kick us off, Dinko.
Yeah, speaking of memories in North America, we've got Stewie returning for the first time since 2022 to an S-tier event. It's going to be interesting to see how he's going to fare at this level, Jason.
It's G-Stu, baby. Yeah, look, I always, for some reason, I always have some modicum of faith in Stewie to be able to perform. And the nice thing is, look, you listen to Nico as well, though, and he was just like, you know, he's talked about a lot of the positives. Stewie's a very improvisational player. He's very flexible. He can do a lot of things, versatile on the map, and obviously someone like him that likes to make plays. Even if Stewie can just go 1 for 1 in the plays that he makes and create space for m0NESY and Nico, that can still be impactful. Obviously, practice not ideal. Yeah. Stewie playing at 3 in the morning, starting practice with 160 ping.
It's a little better than 10 a.m., that's for sure. Well, but let's get into this. Jeez.
Also, you consider the jet lag. This match is starting at about 10:30 in the morning, Stewie's time, so here we are.
It's true. Now here we go. Falcons starting on that T side. Plenty of utility here from Madden, Dupree, and Sampais. They set up with 3 players outside of B main and 2 ready to try and make their way through the canal, setting up a potential B split to kick off this pistol round. And it looks like Stewie is going to have the first fight of the 100th IEM. He goes around that corner, but Sampais, that is an unbelievable triple. That basically has won the pistol.
Yeah, I think Sampais got the first fight.
That wasn't a fight. That was something else.
You know, the desk talked about it as well. I want to see Sampais have a, you know, start feeling the game a little bit more in CS2. He's kind of been struggling compared to his form at the end of CSGO. It's a nice way to get a map started. A little bit of confidence under your belt, not only for him, but the entire Falcons team, where this project has been way more of a struggle bus than I think any of them really thought it would be. Obviously had a couple positive steps forward back in Belgrade with a few nice wins over teams like VP, over BetBoom, but obviously Falcons got to do more than what we've seen. So does G2, to be fair.
Yeah, they also lost to VP at that same event, yes. So it's not like it was a very convincing performance from Falcons despite those 2 wins.
Well, look, you know, when you start at the bottom, you know, any
Take
step
the first step, right. And that's it. So Dupree with a double to close. Falcons win the pistol here on the T side. Interested to see how the CT setup is going to shake out for G2, and we'll see Stewie playing over towards that B-bomb site. Nico was saying in the earlier interview with Banks that they have just slotted him into the hooksy roles, and that is what you expect when bringing Stewie in.
Yeah, and I mean, I think he plays some similar roles as well, you know, going across the map pool. So I mean, it's not all going to be unfamiliar, and we've seen Stewie playing for some teams over in North America. I know he's been, you know, talking to him on Media Day. He's playing FPL till like 4 in the morning as well. So he's been on the grind knowing this was coming. It's a big opportunity for Stewie when you consider if you want to kind of reinvigorate your career. A good performance here standing in for G2 is going to open up some options. Good anti-flash position from Sampais, and that shuts down the mid push.
Force buy here for G2 as well to note, so they have invested everything they've got into the second round, and we haven't really seen too many of these second round CT purchases work out in CS2. But it was very interesting in the desk, you know, some theory crafting going on already about some of the expected changes that will happen to Counter-Strike based on, you know, the incendiary now being reduced in time, reduced in price, the T's not getting as much money on that initial bomb plan. There's a lot of exciting factors about Counter-Strike at the moment.
It's going to be a lot of fun because theory crafting is about all we can do. And I mean, it'll be fun to kind of keep track of how things change and evolve in the short period of time. Did Magus spot that? Did he spot a little shoulder walking?
He's taking a few steps back. Yeah, he's thinking about it.
A couple guys have turned around.
Mac 10, that's easy money on Hunter.
Yep. But, I mean, it'll be fun to just track kind of where it's going to be because I think some of these changes probably won't feel and seem comfortable to the teams until after the player break, right? When they get a little bit more time. Because right after Dallas is going to be London. You know, it's going to be the finals for Blast. So the teams that are playing in that don't have a whole lot of time to adapt. So really, like, charting the changes that we see in these next 2 events versus the events that come right after the player break, that's where we're going to see how the evolution is actually panned out and what the next stage of thinking is for the professionals.
Yeah, and we thought the exciting part about this event was going to be the fact that Dust 2 is back, Jason. Well, there's a lot more to think about coming into this event. I spoke to Elige and Magis yesterday on Media Day about Vertigo, and there are 2 teams that maybe have an over-reliance on Vertigo in their map pool, you know, complexity certainly so, and Falcons picked it pretty much every single time they could at Belgrade. So these are 2 teams that believe it's going to be the fact that teams that don't play Vertigo don't want to play it. They're going to avoid it like the plague is Elige's thought process behind it.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams are going to just avoid it at the moment without a whole lot of time on it. But I think we'll see some underdogs. Like if you're an underdog in a matchup, why not take the risk if it's available? Like it seems like it's, you know, like, yeah, you could run into some obstacles, but man, if you're already a heavy underdog, go for it. Swing for the fences.
Well, Dupree charging in through B. Nice clean kill onto the back of Monacy. And Snappy loves a MAC-10 in this kind of round, so he was trying to clean up. And a point from Yanko on the desk is the fact that this is a squad of many returning champions here in Dallas. We have Snappy, who won his first Tier 1 trophy just 1 year ago in Dallas with the Ent squad. Some Pius there with him. And, of course, Madden. So that was one hell of a showing last year, and also who could have guessed where it would have been a year later?
Yeah, it's changed a lot, hasn't it? They also played probably the best map of all of last year, that 59
100%.
rounds against FaZe on Ancients.
Well, I'll be very excited to see if we can get anything near that level here in CS2 this year in Dallas. But a bye finally here for G2. AWP spotted from Monacy, 4M4s around the rest, and a decent amount of utility. Falcons will be keeping 2 MAC-10s though. There's a slow spread default here from Falcons.
Doesn't look like there's going to be any pressure in A main. It's Magis just looking for pushes at the moment. He's got nobody in support to flash him through or break that smoke in any way. So might turn into a late distraction as Madden starts to pinch in towards middle. Find some spacing.
Yeah, it's a good calculated risk for Madden. Great positioning to have already in the round.
They're starting to pressure 3 places on the map at the same time. With Madden's position, although G2 doesn't have eyes on mid at the moment, it's actually a pretty glaring hole in this defense. Trade of smokes in A main. The aggression is going to come outside of B. Stewie pushes forward. Hunter makes footsteps running away. Dupree's still going to clear, but not well enough. Stewie drops him. And it looks like now, having to recover the bomb in T-spawn, Falcons is going to come back and try and get into this B bomb site through dark.
Yeah, they might have a fight, though, on their hands. Stewie's pushed all the way through B, and he's got a grid angle here on Sapias, but what a shot from the Spaniard. Stewie had no time to react to that. And now Falcons, with the final 30 seconds, are attacking into this B bomb site. Incendiary will last a few seconds less, but it certainly will help isolate that fight. Hunter turns it into a 1v1 duel in dark, and Monacy is rotated over to Temple. Nice shot straight through Sapias. And Magis, well, with 18 seconds left, no shot at winning it, and Monacy puts him out of his misery. So G2 finally get a purchase and finally get a round.
Yeah, and Monacy gets immediate impact, immediate return on that AWP investment with a couple of nice kills to make sure the round goes clean, and G2 gets to keep as much money as possible. So rifles are out, and G2 put a defensive round on the board. Good push from Stewie, good off angle, and even the nice shot from Sapias can't recover the situation for Falcons.
Was a bit of a bonus, though, for Team Falcons. They kept 2 MAC-10s into that last round, so they've got plenty of cash to purchase yet again, including that AWP on Sapias, who's off to a heater here, 6-1. As soon as I say it, though, Monacy fights him in middle and comes out on top of that fight.
It's going to be tough to match the output of Monacy these days in CS2. I mean, whoever you think is the best player at the moment, he's going to be in your top 3. Molotov forcing Nico forward.
It's a very scary duo to have to go up against in mid of Nico and Monacy. And that grenade is certainly going to help matters. Nico getting taken down to 37 health.
Yeah, probably a little frustrated that they both kind of got stuck at that corner because of the Molotov. They'll tank the nade damage, but not happy about it. 5-on-4 for G2. And Falcons looking and talking about how they want to readjust on the map. Magisk is going to leave his post outside of A. A B split, 2 through dark, 2 through main, to challenge into Hunter and Stewie.
Some utility left here for Stewie, particularly that incendiary. And Nico pushing through middle. This could be a good time to do it, but Magisk is considering that push. And it's a big headshot to bring Nico down. Hunter now drops back from dark into the B bomb site. 44 seconds remaining. It is going to be a B play here for Falcons. And that incendiary comes in for Stewie now, burning a few seconds, but there's still enough time for Falcons to make this comfortable. But the rotation of the sniper of Monacy back over on this B bomb site could break apart this attack. Nice quick shot down onto Snappy. And the smoke at B main is making this one very uncomfortable. Magisk has to come in, storming through on his own. Takes out Monacy inside of the site. 20 seconds remaining. Not a lot of time here for Falcons to try and get into this bomb site, but Dupree is certainly helping that out. Nexa left a little too far away. Coming back to the cave now with a 1v2 retake ahead of him. He's got the kit. He's got no smoke, but all the health in the world. And he could separate these into 1v1 fights. Madden has just crossed back into the temple, and I don't think Nexa's going to consider that positioning, but Madden kind of whiffs his chance. And so Nexa now moves in, realizes he's got a 1v1 fight. If he can find Dupree with that bomb being planted for Temple, he can get on this defuse right now. And Nexa's even got the molly. That should confirm it. Madden's burning. He gets on that defuse, and Madden can't push through. Nexa just holds it all the way, and the clutch is secured from Nexa.
Yeah, and Madden just shakes his head at the end of that because he made the round-winning play, just missed the shot. That reposition is so strong. Nexa gets away with one. Oh, Madden's got to be so frustrated. Especially when that Molotov comes in, no HP, just your heart sinks. Second round for G2, a little bit of a gift handed over.
I'd love to see it from Madden's POV when he gets that chance and Nexa's looking the wrong way, how that went down for him.
Well put together round. This is Falcons recovering a 4v5 when the kill happened from Modesty real early in the round. And even a battering ram into the A bomb site. 2 Molotovs in towards A main, a smoke up in A main, and they still couldn't make it happen.
That's frustrating for Snappy and the rest of the Falcons there to concede that kind of round.
Zonic takes an immediate timeout, lets the boys just chill out, lets them get over that with the plants. Even though the bonus money's a little bit less, they still had plenty of cash build up. Snappy's back to that trusty MAC-10, but AK-47's on the rest of his boys. Moving forward into round 6.
Don't want to let G2 get too many CT rounds here to Anubis this early on. Monacy, he's going for a more aggressive peek this time through dark. And that smoke is going to come up and sever off his vision. Slow round this time from Falcons.
Yeah, I think G2's loving that as well. I mean, if you just think back to last round, when that hit's coming in and they realize it's going to be a B hit, they did have 2 Molotovs in a smoke for B main. G2 did a really good job of holding on to utility and not burning it too early, not kind of getting too pressured to have those nades towards the end of the round.
Oh, Snappy, not the kind of range you want to be at with that MAC-10. It looked like he was about to be spotted out. Still standing, and Nexa, he gets beyond the smoke. Manages peeks at the right time, controls the spray for one, and gets information that a second player is playing aggressively towards A. And Monacy holds up the scope. They tried to chase down Nico's rifle, and they find Monacy instead.
Yeah, but if you're Stewie and you're Hunter, you got to think that they're going to be coming in through B main. Oh, Stewie, he almost got caught sliding over. Oh. Good kill as he comes back. A dink on Dupree. Hunter's still here, ready to fight. Cleans up that kill, and it's all Sun Pius.
Yeah, great work from Stewie because you don't consider Hunter to be in dark as well. So once you trade him out, you kind of forget about that position. Hunter gets an easy kill. Sun Pius is left now to try and clutch, and it ain't going to happen. No scope from Monacy to close it, and we're all tied up 3-3.
But you can see the thought process from Falcons in that round. That's why I was saying Hunter and Stewie got to be ready for anything, because once that AWP is spotted all the way at the A bomb site, anyone outside of B is like, we got to take this opportunity. The AWP is on the other side of the map. Let's swing for these fights. I think Stewie, much like Nexa in the clutch, just kind of gets away with the timing where he was out in the open but able to get into cover just in time.
And that's going to give Stewie a lot of confidence early, because I'm sure there's doubts in his mind of whether or not he's able to play at this level in an official environment. If he gets a good start and he's not making any mistakes here, that'll certainly help him moving forward.
Well, this one's going to be faster paced, so that idea of holding on to utility might come back to bite him. This time it's Tech 9s and Deagles and pistols, a MAC-10 again on Snappy, a Hero AK-47.
Yeah, using the utility a little earlier this time. Stewie's got info. There is presence outside of that B-bomb site. And Nico could even activate a quick flank with his aggressive position in middle. There's Monacy's first kill. Stewie couldn't lay down the law, but the rest of his teammates absolutely will. So not breaking through this time. Falcons, it will be G2 who head into the lead. This is a very frustrating start, I'm sure, for Falcons, because there is a couple of rounds here and there where they would have considered themselves favorites in the round and definitely should have had a stronger start here.
The 1v2 that Nexa wins is like the early kind of gut punch for Falcons. This trajectory of this map could have been totally different.
Now the money's going to be in a really tough spot because you didn't get a bomb plan this round. You finally see that money break down. Loss bonus will hit its maximum in the next. So likely going to see another sort of Tech 9 purchase round up in the next one.
Well, they're going to get 2,900 here. So, I mean, if this AK-47 is saved from Magisk, he won't get any bonus money, but he'll have the AK. You can get the rifles on Matt and Sun Pius Dupree if you want. Snappy can go down to a MAC-10 again because he loves that.
I suppose you can consider the money as well of G2. It's not massively built up just yet.
No, but if you think about like some of the rounds they've won, I mean, outside of the one clutch, it's been pretty clean rounds overall. So, I mean, they're doing okay in terms of growing accruing the money, even if it's not there yet. It's going to look much better after this win. So a save for Magisk. And Falcons going to have to get right back on that horse.
So looking at the event, you've brought Stewie in for G2. What do you think are some realistic expectations for G2? Do you think playoffs are something you can think about, or is it going to be a group stage exit, do you think, Jason?
I think playoffs are possible. It's going to be difficult. They have a tough group to contend with. You know, MOUZ is in there, Complexity is in there, Vitality is in there, Monty's no pushover. Liquid, who the hell knows what we're going to get out of them? But like, you know, you've got some tough battles. There's some places you can slip. Even this Falcons one seemed to be like, with the stand-in situation, a little up in the air. People were hesitant to be too confident about G2 coming into this. So here's the buy. They do get 4 rifles out. You know, Galil mixed in there, a MAC-10 mixed in. Snappy, I think, has played 4 rounds in a row with the MAC-10.
Poor guy. There's a B-Stream update for you. Monty leading the way over Vitality.
That's what I'm saying, man. Monty's no pushover. They can put some rounds up on the board. Oh, rare missed shot from Monacy as Dupree just slides into it. Even spots Stewie, but the double peek as Hunter transitions over.
Yeah, Dupree didn't quite know where to put his crosshair there, a bit overwhelmed and taken out of play.
G2's expecting this A hit, though. Nico's already he's watching mid from inside the A bomb site, but he hasn't been here too much outside of a push, so they realize it's been a while since Falcons knocked on the door of the A bomb site.
Well, Nexus scares off Magisk. They won't be going through that secondary smoke just yet, so instead they put Snappy towards the canal. He's not alone. He's got Madden and Sampaius with him, but G2 consider the fact that it was a likely fall back towards Dark, so they re-smoked that as well. And the time is starting to tick. We're under 50 seconds already here.
I think now this is Falcon saying we have to take A main control to really show we're going to attack this bomb site, but we're going to hustle back. At least Snappy is just going to run after this flash, see what Magisk can get him.
But Nexus going aggressive at the wrong time. Flash comes in, but he still gets the kill, even while fully blinded. Magisk is going to be frustrated about that one, and that's Falcons down 2 players now in this one. 25 seconds left. Falcons going into the B site, and it's Stewie this time to be tested. He moves out of position at the wrong time. Doesn't get a single kill. But Hunter absolutely will from that CT spawn. And bomb goes down here for Falcons. It's on to Sampaius and Snappy to try and draw this into a 2v4 victory. And it just doesn't look like that's going to be happening for them. Sampaius has to consider so many different positions, and he's crunched as he peeks into Monacy.
Yeah, really well done. And even though Stewie goes down for free, they've kind of backed off and had a passive defense, so Falcons could never get comfortable after the bomb plant, especially in that 2v3. Can hear Nico being vocal as well. Yeah, oh, that's a pretty good transfer, all things considered, even though he's blind. Yeah, Magisk's probably a little frustrated. Monacy was blinded by that too. I mean, that kill comes out, and that can force a rotation, so very thin margin on the round, despite the fact that G2 survived with 3.
It sounded like Nico was talking about perhaps a little miscommunication or a lack of information being passed on to his team, because he says it's very unlikely unless he timed me, so could have been something missed there for G2, but it still results in a victory.
Zonic asking for a couple of rounds. Taz getting to just smile and chill.
It's never nice to be in a position on the T side of Anubis where you're asking for just a couple more rounds, you know?
Yeah.
You want to be trying to lead the way on the T side.
Well, these two teams faced off most recently at Pro League. It was a 2-1 victory for G2. They did win Anubis in that series as well, 13-3.
Finally, Snappy gets an AK, Jason. Isn't that nice?
Let's find out. We're on this journey together.
True. Madden goes through middle. And he's got himself around that corner already. Magisk with him. This time, no Nico aggression. They've considered that, and they've dealt with that early on. Ruled out that possibility. But Stewie's being asked to come back with Nico. He's left that B bomb site. He's gone with Nico into middle. And they're clearing out, making sure that mid has not been taken by Falcons. But look at this risk being taken by Snappy. He's walking through the smoke, and the timing, it just works against Hunter, but he gets his gun back out in time. And Hunter has Stewie 2K on that quick rotation to help him on this B defense. 3 players left here for Falcons, and they are doing work. Good kill from Magisk through that smoke. That keeps them in this one.
Yeah, that threw everything off. Finally, Falcons have kind of changed up the pacing, and coming through that smoke from Snappy seems crazy, but it caused some chaos in the defense. And when Stewie gets forced back in towards Temple, and that's where Nico rotated to, it's just a bottleneck. So break in the smoke, see what they can find, flashbang into the air. Madden's going to be behind the pillar.
A really strong position for Madden, but it's immediately removed by Monacy. He moves onto the back of the platform. He's in behind cover. And MOUZ decides he doesn't want to fight with m0NESY. Both of these G2 players are so incredibly low on health. And Sampaius and MOUZ clean them up. And there's one extra round on the T side for Falcons.
That's exactly what Zonic asked for during the timeout, and he got what he wanted, 5-4.
Let's do mid defense into
I have my guys in the corner, yeah.
Yes, or you can repush as well. I push.
Leave, Rocha, leave. More. Planting.
I'm going CT, I have smoke.
Planting, and I don't know where the second one.
Good to listen to the G2 side, but even better to go on board with NiKo as he gets aggressive through water for the first time here. And it's a double opener for G2, just like that off the back of NiKo's aggression. So from 0 to 0 real fast for Falcons. Now we've got 3v5 they have to play.
G2's mixed in a couple of those aggressive elements, right? Second round they double pushed middle to no effect. We had kind of the double push in A main one round with a little bit of support as well.
But never quite all the way through the canal.
Yeah, but like just enough to cause some damage, and obviously this one's been brutal. Double kill for NiKo pushing canals. Rough start for Falcons, who probably came into this with a plan to build off the last round victory.
And look at Sampaius' individual performance right now. He's 12-5 to kick off the first 2 rounds of this game. So really impressive stuff from Sampaius. The rest of his squad not quite there with him. They're going to try and put pressure on Hunter. That's one way to get through that A bomb site defense. Madden just charging forward. Still going up towards the fountain. Good flashes. That's keeping NiKo in an uncomfortable position. The Falcons have not yet made that leap towards the site itself and now getting involved in fights. I don't know how NiKo's still alive. I have no idea how NiKo is still standing.
And Stewie might have just saved the day, keeping m0NESY alive a little bit longer. Sampaius, though, has some deep angles and plenty, well, not plenty of time. 20 seconds with the op, going to drop a smoke and needs to pick up the bomb still.
And certainly not plenty of health, so Sampaius is in a difficult clutch here. They're separated into 1v1 fights. Stewie's got info. He'll pass that on up to NiKo at Heaven. And Sampaius now has to consider the plan, so he goes for it inside of the smoke and instantly descending upon him. The USP from Hell to Heaven, and that's going to be the shot right through the head.
Yeah, nicely done from G2. That got a little sketchy despite the fact it was a 5-on-3. That hit almost works from Falcons. They found a weak spot where only Hunter really inside that A bomb site. You could see the scramble from G2 as they tried to recover this position. And Sampaius with these angles and an op can always be deadly.
Yeah, that was sick from NiKo. I don't know how he doesn't die in that round, Jason. That's bewildered me.
I don't either, but you know what? He's probably sitting there like, I don't know how I didn't get some of those kills earlier.
That's true, you know? It's always another side of the story. And a quick cross here from Falcons to take water control. m0NESY, he's looking for that opening fight. He decides he doesn't want to sit behind the smoke. G2 wants another opening off of an aggressive maneuver.
Would you expect it twice? Would you expect it twice? Snappy doesn't.
No.
And G2 disappears into the smoke.
But it could be a quick commitment into the safe bomb site instead for Falcons, but the timing on that smoke might have just saved Nexa's life, but they come right through it regardless. Nexa couldn't do much on the back of the bomb site. NiKo's the first rotator and the first responder, and certainly he will respond. He's got to worry about camera though, and Madden comes through that position, and once you're left in A alone, you've got to worry about 2 different angles. Uncomfortable for NiKo, but good maneuver for Stewie to take that kill back. 2v2 to go for this. But Stewie runs in alone, and it doesn't work out for him, so Hunter tucks up heel and runs away. He's going to actually drop and reposition straight away to the beach. He could come in through Heaven. They might not predict this reposition to be so fast.
No, maybe not if he can beat the timing. Sampaius backs up into it. Now the clutch is on. 1v1, and he's got Magisk full HP behind the pillar, and he's got to do it quick, but there's a peek just before Hunter can commit into the bomb site drop. And Falcons have 5.
I don't know what you would have done if you lost that round if you're Falcons. That might have been GG.
That would have been pretty backbreaking.
Mentality just shattered, but they're able to pick it up. Magisk stays composed behind the pillar.
I'll tell you what, though, like Falcons, their most effective part on this T side is like these faster pace-changed rounds. When they played slow, yeah, when they were playing it slow, G2 was loving it. They were living the dream. They had great utility usage. Good job stalling out Falcons when the attacks were coming in, taking away options as they maneuvered around the map, but this more explosive style has made G2 scramble in a bunch of different situations.
Yeah, especially disrespecting the smokes. It feels like that's been very effective for Falcons. But G2's final purchase of this half is not a pretty one. Same can be said here for Falcons. They're both kind of limping to the last round here. And Snappy
Gets into dark. Will clear out close corner with that Mac-10, and he's going to look for Stewie. Oh, timing to switch away from his weapon. Stewie goes down. Hunter cleaning up, though. Cleaning up the mess alone. MP9 to the double. He's doing a great job of just staying alive here as well.
That's all you can do. All you can do. Oh, m0NESY steps forward to provide some support, and he will. G2 have somehow, they have come in with diminished weapons. They lost the opening engagement from Stewie to Dark, and they're still coming out with the man advantage, and Sun Pius has 17 HP, and m0NESY hears all the footsteps.
He's got good movement. He gets himself up on top to watch that window, but he doesn't take his opportunity. dupreeh goes back to try and fight it. m0NESY was already descending down to safety. 39 seconds left in this round. dupreeh seems to be the playmaker. He's got his teammate behind him with some pies, but he's only got 17 health.
Yo, credit to where it's due as well. We talked about, the Dust talked about Sun Pius and some of his struggles to get back to his level at the end of CSGO. One other guy on the server who's been there is Hunter as well, and he's had a great half. 14 and 9, including 2 MP9 kills here.
Well, they're creeping up towards storage. Next, if he gets this kill on the 5-7, this should end the round. He's got a chance here against dupreeh, but the 5-7 will not connect. dupreeh takes him down, and now Falcons in a position to tie up this half 6-6.
There's no kit.
It's m0NESY and Nico, though, to come back in on this retake, and sometimes all you need is headshots quick enough. You can get back into this, but dupreeh's position looks very strong to try and deal with Nico's threat. He'll go forward. He lands that dink on dupreeh. Sunpius has him covered on the other side, and m0NESY now just running into this. Time is certainly ticking for the youngster here. And he's not getting that chance. Great discipline from dupreeh. The veteran hides around the corner, and m0NESY had to hit the headshot, and he lands it right between the eyes. Back to the defuse here from m0NESY, and he's going to hold it. He's going to hold it all the way, and that is a ridiculous shot, and just enough time for m0NESY.
You have like a second after the music, you got it. Nice! What the fuck? Nice, bro.
That's what Stewie brings to the table. He knows all of it. That little extra confidence to stick it down and have a good time, enjoy the diffuse. Look, 2 really heartbreaking clutches in that first half.
Yeah, those clutches might just break the back of Falcon here. This was incredible from G2, the fact that they were able to rely on the individual heroics of Nexa first, then m0NESY with 1 bullet left at the turn of the first half gets the job done.
Your back can't be broken now if you're Falcons, because we still got one more test for G2 to see what they're going to look like. They switch over to the T side. You got Nico playing as the IGL for G2, leading this team in Hooksy's absence with Stewie standing in. And let's see what he can put together. He mentioned it in the interview with Banks earlier, like you're not going to go too deep into this in the strat book. You're not going to go too deep on like kind of the details. A lot of this is going to be done on the fly. A lot of this is going to be done just improving in the mid rounds. And let's see what G2 is going to have.
But we all know Nico's done it before. He's had the reins of many a team. Just hopefully know all.
You talking him up or talking him down?
Up, you know, Jason.
Okay. Just seeing where you lied on the debate.
Unless he buys the AWP. But it's going to be the G2 squad heading towards this B bomb site. Heavy numbers about to infiltrate Dark. P250 picked up here for Nico, but it's Stewie leading the charge into the site. Big headshot on Snappy. Now Dupree's in an awkward position. He has to fight on 2 fronts, and he just can't handle it. m0NESY comes in, sweeps 2 under the rug, and that will be G2 into the B bomb site. Bomb planted, and Falcons nowhere to be seen.
Had a tough bomb site to hold on to on the pistol rounds. Falcons, you can see Magis desperately flying through that smoke to try and get involved in the action. He was committed before his teammate went down, and by the time he gets through, he's all alone. m0NESY with them dualies spamming away. He gets a triple kill in the round, 17 and 8 for m0NESY. Hunter still at 14 kills, but G2's got a 3-round lead.
Just gonna sit quiet and try and listen to the Nico IGL.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's nice. Trying to figure out what we're working with here.
Absorb the vibes?
Yeah.
Damn.
All about the vibes, and that is vibe killer for Falcons.
Yeah, that's a vibe killer for Magis. Poor guy.
Well, the second round force here for the CT side for Falcons is in 2 MP9s, 2 5.7s, and a big old D in the hands of some pies.
It looks like G2 just want to hit a timing and march into that B bomb site. Good call. Just blind out of spawn because Falcons is stacked up towards A. Stewie's going to start using dark utility.
It gets worse. It gets worse because Dupree can't even look towards this B bomb site anymore. Stewie, an awkward fight with him. What is happening? Finally, Dupree gets rid of Stewie in that fight, but all he needed to do was cause distraction because the rest of G2
Look, he's rusty.
are into the bomb site.
He's rusty. Give him a break.
Yeah, well, he couldn't see his opponent. It's fine. G2 into the site, bomb down, and Falcons are committed to this still. Nico goes on the hunt around the corner with that MAC-10. It can be so effective.
And then Falcons got pulled close to actually go for this in a 5-on-4, which means they lose a couple extra guns. If that had just kind of been a clean take, if Dupree goes down, they bail out with 4 weapons. So they lost a little bit on these exits, and now you can see Nico bloodthirsty.
Yeah, he wants all that money. He wants to take everything away from them because Falcons will play with nothing in the next round if he can get these final 2 kills. It ain't much to play with regardless, but it could be even worse for them, and I think that's what they're looking for here, G2. No mercy to kick off day 1 of Dallas. And they find 1 extra gun. Snappy the only one saving. It's just a 5-7 that heads into that next round. So yeah, Falcons will have nothing to play with in this one. Maybe an A play coming in. Table flashes being set up. The next round, maybe some aggression for the CT side. Falcons, let's see what they can get out of this, but it looks pretty smooth sailing for G2 right now to head to 10.
And this should be around G2's maybe a little bit more spread out on the default, looking for any kind of push that comes in. They know Snappy still has the upgraded pistol and armor. And indeed, they're going to play it pretty far back, pretty passively. Looking for any piece of aggression, any piece of cheese coming out of the Falcons' defense. Similar setup to last round, though, for Falcons.
Yeah, towards 8. 4 players inside of that bomb site. I love what Nex has done here today, Jason. I love the fact that he's had probably one of the biggest clutches of the game. Where he gets 2 kills in that one, and now he's sitting on 3 and 8.
Honestly, it's like there is kind of like the magic of MR12 is like you have like 1 really impactful clutch, and that started G2 on what, like They won 3 rounds right after that clutch straight. Yeah. So it's like he's like, I only have 3 kills, but I did my job. What do you want? Yeah, I got a kill, I got a defuse, and then we went on a win streak. That's all me, baby.
And then he just threw smokes at A.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Stopped them. He did a really good job of that.
Falcons really didn't give a whole lot of love to that A bomb site, did they?
And couldn't get through the utility. And here's Dupree, 5-7 goes in. Stewie, nice shot with that Mac 10. Gotta love those. Dupree down and out. And that B bomb site will follow suit. Nico covering off the canal. Yep, fumbling through the grenades. He's found the right one.
I think he saw like a USP and he was like, I can take that fight.
Yeah, maybe not.
I can tap that. And he's like, you know what? Why though? Why don't we just win?
The IGL brain kick.
Yeah, right. He's gonna switch back and forth.
The V-Star rifle, Nico. He'll fight that. And Snappy, save 5-7. Gets one on Stewie. We'll sit around for exit kills here, Falcons. It's not bad just losing a Mac 10. In fact, you kind of want to lose the Mac 10. You can upgrade that AK. Nice and easy for Stewie in the next.
You think Snappy uses the Mac 10 on CT side?
Yeah.
We know he loves it.
Yeah, he's eco-friendly.
There's no way.
He's a big fan of the SMGs.
Not when you're down 5-10. No CT Mac 10 shenanigans. Okay, they do some damage.
No,
you get
he's
one
not
of the
going to use
it. Yeah, he's not. It's gone now.
We'll never know.
10-5. Falcons going to get their first rifle buy on the board. Op in the hands of Sun Pius. And they need that to have impact immediately.
I think Taz is probably enjoying his day here in Dallas to kick things off.
So far.
Just sitting back, letting the boys get the job done. And so far, so smooth. And this kind of feels like one of the only chances Falcons have here in this best of 1. If they lose this gun round, we're getting into the territory where G2 might just close this one out quite quickly. So Pius at least has the AWP.
Ideal scenario for G2 if they close this out quickly, too. You get this first official under your belt with Stewie as a stand-in, with Nico as an IGL. Talk about things, and then you get a long day of being able to work on a couple... Well, not a long day. You got to come back later, but... You know, you got some time.
Incendiary going down. Snappy cutting them off at camera.
5.5 seconds on that molly, and G2, they don't want to wait. Throw a molly of their own to prevent any re-clears. They've pulled Madden and Sun Pius out of the B bomb site. And it's Dupree again. Oh, this time he doubles it up, though, alone. It almost gets quad.
That's incredible from Dupree. Here's all those steps dropping down in front of him. Realize he's got a fight ahead of him. With limited ammo in that A1S, he holds down for 3. And that's incredible work. It cracks open the G2 attack, and they really have nowhere to go because not only did he get 3 kills, but look at all the damage done to Stewie. He's down to 6 health, so he's kind of out of the play already. Unless Nexa, has he got another magic moment in him?
It's possible. Stewie's going to go for the clear so it can be traded. Doesn't look right. That's the bomb down. Now you have to know Nexa's coming somewhere at this B site. Good control. Plant would be lovely. That extra bonus one. That bomb fell very far away. Yeah, he gets the plant. But what comes after that?
Oh, he's actually going to fake that plant and go for the peek onto Snappy. Now committing to it, getting that extra money. But the push is coming in, and Snappy gets ever closer. Oh, the flash! He gets taken down. Snappy's out of there, and Nexa sets himself up for a clutch again! Nexa clutches once more, and he can't believe it. 2 rounds in this game, and that is Falcons falling by the wayside.
Is that oh, my Lord, Nexa. He's just like, yeah, I'll take it.
Another clutch.
Like, sure, give it to me, baby.
We wondered if there's magic, and Nexa is just a wizard. This is unbelievable from Nexa.
Is this a team flash?
It had to be.
He only had a nade.
That is unbelievable.
And then just the lineup at the end. Some Pius a little frustrated. I think his teammate swings right back into his crosshair.
Yeah, what are they doing? I have no idea. That is utter collapse. You know, when I said, is there another magic moment for Nexa, I didn't quite believe that was going to be
That's why you say it, Dingo. You set it up. No one remembers if it doesn't come to pass.
Yeah, I didn't quite believe it was going to happen. And then Nexa, he went and did the thing. Wow, Falcons. Yeah, we're looking at 12 in the face if they can't pick this up. Good shot from Madden. Hunter's taken down, entering that B bomb site. No trade yet, but the step from Madden. Nico peeks, and Madden perfectly plays it. A 2-man advantage for Falcons. Can't let this one go.
G2 trying to bust out a little individual style, looking for those one-on-ones, and Madden rises to the occasion in both. Now the B defense gets bolstered. Snappy's slid over. Dupree and Madden still here. Nex has been great at closing rounds. Now he needs to provide an opening. m0NESY and Stewie are going to come back through B main as Stewie's picked up the bomb. And Nexa might have to create the opportunity, the distraction that they need.
There's just 25 seconds left. m0NESY, nice shot to the back of the platform. Stewie gets taken out by Snappy. So the work that m0NESY did to get that one kill doesn't really take them any closer. Nexa clearing out the platform, but look at Maddie. He's doing a great job buying time, but there's 10 seconds left here. Just enough time to try and get that bomb down, and Nexa had another chance. Missed shot from m0NESY. And Falcons needed that round win. They've got it. And there's still a long road to walk down. Well, at this point for Falcons, up.
Shout out to Snappy that round. Sniping with that MP9. He took Stewie down in B main first. Able to transfer that over, but it's Madden who held down the fort initially. That's the Cousins going down as they try and challenge into the B-bomb site. And Falcons just barely hang on. Within 5. And money is an issue for G2.
m0NESY on the AK though. Always a chance. Nico waiting for the timing to go into this B-bomb side via B main. Stewie did not get detected on the peak, but certainly will with that sound cue on the molly. Stewie burns a little bit. Now the B play coming in through B main. It's going to be shut down by Madden and some bias. dupreeh in there as well. Until a couple of kills come right back. m0NESY and Stewie dragging G2 into a round that is winnable once again. And with that smoke going down towards CT spawn, there absolutely is a chance now for G2 to win this. The bomb has got across safely. It is planted on default. And this is a Stewie m0NESY combo to try and break apart Falcons again in a clutch scenario. Magisk and Snappy both coming in from the same side. They've got a kit on Snappy and a smoke. So there is extra seconds to play with. But they're yet to move forward. Now the flash comes in. m0NESY peaks, separates the fight, and now it's down to Snappy to try and close this one out. m0NESY so low on health, and Snappy needed to clean that one up, and the in-game leader does so. He gets back to that defuse, and Falcons finally win a clutch.
Yeah, that's testy. Good job in the 2v2. They had the opportunity. They could have chosen to break open the smoke, see if they get lucky. They use it for damage, and boy, did that actually determine a lot here, as m0NESY didn't have the HP to take that fight at the end of the day. But a plant and 4 kills.
Didn't feel like they should have got to this position to begin with. Like, Falcons had a very good standing in the round.
I mean, m0NESY had the sole AK-47, had a really nice pick off into the bomb site to cut the defenders down to 2, and the Tech-9s can trade that out effectively. Not bad.
It's another pretty weak buy from G2, but given how close they got it in the last, they're going to go for it again.
That's what they're thinking. They're thinking this is the knockout blow. If we win this round, I'll tell you though, playing with your economy like this can be dangerous. If you don't win this round, all of a sudden Falcons is creeping closer. They've got a little more confidence, a little more money to play with.
And you don't have a deep strat book, as Nico was saying before this, right? It's going to be very simple calls for G2, so you want to get the job done quickly. Another B setup outside here for G2. Madden's been devastating from this pillar. And this time Stewie is taken down through the dark smoke. Madden drops back into dark. It's a double setup between him and dupreeh. And it's working out to be very effective. G2 not breaking through this bomb site this time.
No, this is the dangerous part of this that I was talking about, that I was worried about is now, man. Yeah, this is Falcons just saying, you know what, we're not just going to let you do this. They had 2 pushing mid. That was always going to be a fast flank, but the money is now a big problem. Falcons is going to have plenty of bank. You miss the opportunity to break them. And it's given Falcons a lot of strength. You can't really invest a whole lot at all if you're G2 in this round. 3 in a row for Falcons defense now. Bouncing back this time, recovering from Nexa's clutch.
Maybe he's got one more in him. This should be quite comfortable for some bias. Oh, Snappy's there to assist. Good shot against m0NESY. That's a good start to the round here for Falcons. dupreeh's even pushed out B, so he's got a lot of info and a lot of space here. How far does he want to push it? Well, going any further could give a chance to these pistols because they're waiting for that B aggression. And dupreeh has considered that intelligent enough not to take a step too far. The angle he currently occupies is strong, and Hunter and Nexa begin to walk towards him. dupreeh will collect that kill in a second with swift succession. It is now Stewie left in a 1v5, and he's just biding his time. It is going to be a 9th round for Falcons. 11-9.
Yo, you can't lose this game if you're G2.
Because that'll break everything.
Considering the gifts that have been given to you with the 2 Nexa clutches, like you absolutely cannot. The performance of m0NESY, 22 and 13 for him. Hunter had that wonderful first half. I think he ended 14 and 9. He's only got 15 kills now. He's 15 and 15. So second half, he's really cooled off. And obviously some of that is going to be down to the in-game leader change, the stand-in situation. There's a lot of differences going on.
And also the fact that they haven't had a lot of gun rounds, right? They haven't had a lot of rounds where they have the AWP and everybody on an AK. They've always had a few compromises here and there.
They went for that. They went for that really kind of bullying style of playing with the economy, and it's bit them in the ass hard. 2 rounds back, Falcons, as a timeout ends, and we head into round 21. Sunpius has his AWP full kit for Team Falcons. 3 kits on the board for them.
Still a chance for G2 to swiftly take this first best of 1, but if they concede this round, then there's 1 round separating Falcons and G2 from a tie.
The other conversation is, as the in-game leader, a lot of NiKo's powers are going to be kind of diminished, right? He's got his focus not necessarily always on his crosshair, on the fight that he's kind of predicting and looking for. He's got a lot of his mind working his team around the map and making decisions for the team.
And we've seen that in the past as well. We know it to be true. The fact that NiKo's performance does drop off when he does take those in-game leader reigns. So a lot of success early towards the B bomb site of actually getting into the site, but not so much recently for G2. So perhaps looking for a different avenue of approach here on the T side. Hunter's gone through middle. Flash to get him around that corner safely.
Flashing himself for a peek at double doors, sees nothing. That rotation from the B bomb site is smoked off at the moment.
1 minute left.
Falcons operating under the assumption that mid control is lost, that G2 is knocking on the doors quite literally, that a potential A split is coming in. So they've slid Madden over. It's Sunpius and Dupree to defend.
Gotta get out of this water quietly. So Stewie and Nexa climb up the stairway. Utility going in towards Dupree, who stays committed to the fight. But Stewie, just before that flash pops right in his face, he gets that kill on Dupree. Now Sunpius at the back of the bomb site, looking to find success. Shot misses on the dark exit. Sunpius has to take a step back, and he's not landing any shots here. The Spaniard, he runs out of chances as NiKo overwhelms him. G2 into the B bomb site, and Falcons probably considering the safe call now. You've got Magisk on the other side of the map, and you've got real no shot at getting back in on this one. Madden staying committed, and there is still Magisk pushing a little further through that canal. So they'll have a look. They'll see if Madden can get a kill, and with that going the wrong way, they absolutely have to save this. But Snappy stays committed, so he's lost his life.
Yeah.
There's money left over at least in the bank, so Falcons will regardless be able to purchase, but it's now 12 rounds for G2.
I don't necessarily mind the Madden play to see if he can find a kill. He had the comms that one was going to be legged. I think he kind of had an idea of the position playing in that corner, but a brilliant shot from Nexa. Snappy one, yeah, maybe a little lackadaisical as he wanders in. That's going to be, I mean, they don't lose much. They built up enough cash to sustain those losses, and obviously trying to keep G2 off 12 to no avail. Great flash usage from G2. Stewie, Dupree doesn't actually turn from it, but maybe a bit of a distraction. There was just an instantaneous flash on Sunpius, throwing off his aim as Stewie exited dark as well. And then a high-pressure situation where he can't land the shots. So 3 chances for G2 to close out this best of 1.
Up against a Falcons full purchase in this round. m0NESY posts up for the dark peek. Dupree will not give him that opportunity, will not overextend. m0NESY has to come to him. And he's got Stewie with him, but m0NESY is aggressive. He's confident in this fight. He lands the shot on Dupree. But not enough damage done to take down Dupree.
Now with that angle, you know you have Dupree kind of trapped at the pillar. He has to smoke off dark. He has to burn a little bit of utility to get that.
Oh, Snappy moves through, but m0NESY catches him up at that window. So that's Snappy down and out. I thought Snappy's maneuver might actually work out really well there for Falcons, but it's intelligent for m0NESY to consider that mid-push and catch out the in-game leader of Falcons. 5v4 now for G2. They're in pole position to try and close out this first series.
This is nice from G2, showing just standard map control after getting the first kill in the round. There's kind of a double peek. Stewie close up, Nexa was far back. He's given away that position, but Madden not swinging for anything. They have no idea where m0NESY's AWP has repositioned.
Oh, Madden has to get out of that. Good utility again from Stewie. No peaks, no mistakes coming in. Just doing his job effectively as we head into the 42nd mark of the round. It is going to be an A play for the finish for G2. We haven't seen them run any plays towards this A bomb site. Some Pius and Magisk, the combo to defend it. Good smoke timing for Magisk. And now he's got an even better position. They come through, he's dishing out damage and he's dishing out death. It's m0NESY in a situation where he cannot win this round. He runs back, he retreats, and it's 10 rounds for Falcons, still fighting on Anubis.
I mean, that's a beautiful job from Magisk. All credit. I mean, the smoke timing to block off that hit when they sense it coming was perfect, but how efficient he is with 20 bullets. Gets like a fortunate dink through the smoke, but just cleaning players up and really counting the bullets that he's using.
He's definitely one of the most reliable CT players in the game, right? The fact that you can just leave him on that bomb site, he doesn't see anything all half long, and the one time they come to his site, he plays it to perfection.
Yeah, steps up when needed. Look at this reposition as well. Tough to handle. Dink in that little burst through the smoke, but even grabs one more as they come through. Perfect defense, and 3 chances is cut down to 2 as Taz takes a timeout.
It's their first use for G2, or second? Second used.
Talk about the history of the Intel Extreme Masters, the 100th event. Zonic and Taz as the coaches have played some of the most IEMs of all time.
One in mid. I have to smoke camera. Split, boys. They molly camera. They molly camera.
One out.
Mid.
Nice.
One
A lobby.
Aim.
He's dinked. He's 1 HP.
Yeah.
He's 1 HP.
I am behind him. I locked.
Composure from Magisk on defense there of the A bomb site. Great to hear some of the comms there as well for Falcons. They still believe, and 2 rounds, that's all they need to drag this one into overtime.
Very calm despite the pressure of potentially dropping their opening map.
In this group, losing your opening game,
it's going to be rough.
It feels like it could be a death sentence very early on. Nice chance here for Supplies with a flash. It completely rules him out, and he doesn't take the shot. He thought he could get away, but Stewie is fast. He pushes forward, and Stewie doesn't stop. He gets them through. G2 have the first 2 kills of this round. It's a 4v3 to play out the rest of it with 1 minute 20 seconds still in play.
Yeah, that's exactly why they brought Stewie in as a stand-in as well.
Throw him in.
Exactly. The stop doesn't mean anything to him when he senses a kill, when he senses he can be aggressive to find something. And that's a perfect trade to build off the kill on Sunpius. Madden is blocked off, and now he's got to be really worried about rotating late and alone. So once again, you put some faith in Magisk to be able to handle the A bomb site. He's got to worry about main and mid and camera. A tough task. And G2's just looking for any reactionary information plays from Falcons defense. 40 seconds ticking by on the clock.
Just worried about multiple positions now. It's so tough when you're worried about camera and A-man at the same time, but Magisk finds the chance to fight out Hunter. Needs a little bit more, but a fire is burning him at the back of the cake, and he still stands up. He still finds a way to get a double kill out of it and keep his team in this fight, but it's down and done. m0NESY will close. G2 have the opener on their first day in Dallas. Stewie 2K returns to competitive play, and they do not skip a beat.
Yeah, that's a nice performance from G2. Good CT side. You got to say, bolstered by the clutches, the magnificent clutches out of Nexa. m0NESY has another beast mode game. But look, you come in with the stand-in, you come in with Nico Stack being into the leadership role, and that's just a feel-good win to get you started. It feels like a lot of the pressure just gets released. And for Falcons, yeah, it's the other side of the coin. It's distraught, it's frustration, still building on this team that's trying to find the right path forward.
And it is going to be very frustrating, some of those clutches that they suffered against m0NESY and twice to Nexa. There were so many moments there where the Falcons probably feel like they could have got the job done here on Anubis. And losing your opening game in this group is so scary. You got teams like MOUZ, Vitality inside of this group, and even Liquid and Complexity. Those are 2 teams you never quite know where they're coming into the event.
Don't forget about Monty and 9Z. They're down there too.
Yeah, true. Monty is they're actually giving a real game here to Vitality.
Yeah, there's a quick B-Stream update. Monty is up 11-10 on Vitality in their opening map. So you want to talk about the tough times of the loser bracket. If Vitality get knocked down there early, that's quite a gauntlet to have to run against one of the best teams and one of the best players in the world. But for now, we get to celebrate G2. I mean, not a bad showing whatsoever. I think we're going to get more from Stewie as the tournament goes on. Hunter had a great first half, went a little bit quiet, but he looked good. Regardless, we got Banks. He's going to have a chat as this game ends.
Thank you very much, Moses and Dinko. Manasi, a smooth game and a bit of clutches coming in there, but it got a bit close towards the end, but felt quite nice.
Felt really good to play with JK.
Why really good?
Well, really good. He's talking a lot, bringing ideas, and I don't know, just feels nice.
A new bit of energy to the team, would you say?
Yeah, he also brought a lot of energy. Like, he's pretty hyped up, you know, like pretty good.
And you play pretty good as well. You're still playing very dominant from start. I love the little one tap, one bullet left in there in the chamber. So do you feel like you're not really a weakened G2 here?
I'm not really what, sorry?
A weakened G2 without having Hooksy.
Oh, I don't know. Like, we just play the simple Counter-Strike, you know. We rely on each other. We take more duels, you know. We don't have like the best structure now because like we have standing, you know. Like we just play our game, our Counter-Strike. We play our rules, not opponent rules, and just play our game. And I think he's enjoying as well.
He's enjoying it, Stu. You enjoying it?
Always, man. Playing with Nico, playing with one of the best operators in the world, how can you not enjoy it?
That's what it's all about. They're enjoying it. They're getting it done. Freya, back to you.
Thank you very much, Banks. Yes, wasn't always the cleanest from G2, but it was the clutchiest. Yes, that's definitely a word. G2 managed to prevail 13-10 over Falcons. As James said, things got a little bit tight at the end, but boy, oh boy, if those clutches didn't come through, could be a different game.
Yeah, absolutely. A huge game for G2, and I think this is the sort of a game you can come to expect with Stewie as the stand-in, right? It's not going to be the cleanest,
yes.
And it's going to require some individual heroics from the players, but they can get it over the hump.
Yeah, I mean, listen, infuriating if you're a Falcons. We talk about clutches. There were some situations, I'm sure we'll touch on them later, but the team flash on Navi in the 3v1, the overpeak against Dupree, or from Dupree on m0NESY as well. These are situations that will happen disregarding whether Hooksy is here or not. Like, there's always quality in G2, and when such individuals are given keys in clutches like that, they're going to strike. So, good for G2 as well. I think Stewie pretty much gave us what we expected from him. Like, hugely involved in opening kills, 10, in fact, over the whole game. Individually, maybe not sky high, but still enough to find a couple of entries. He had a moment in cave towards the very end, very instrumental opening kill. So that's pretty much what we expected from Stewie. Job done, I would say.
Let's dive into some of those clutches because we begin on round number 5 with Nexa pulling off some heroics.
This changed the complexity of the game completely, right? Because it's the reset round. 3-0 for Falcons, 3-1. You're in a 2v1. Nexa manages to isolate the duels. They don't play together. He knows Madden is temple because Madden peeked him earlier. Not really sure, you know, he shot but didn't connect on the kill. And here he just can't even peek. The bomb isn't planted for him. So, you know, Falcons not really playing together in this situation. You can argue whether that was the good call. Maybe Madden had him and just couldn't convert the kill. But if Falcons convert this, G2 back to pistols, right? You're 4-1 up, maybe 5-1 up, and we're talking a completely different game.
Bro, I had even forgotten about this one clutch. Like, oh my god, what is even the debrief if you're Falcons? And the problem is, like, some of the individuals involved in the clutches, it's not like they're a brand new team. Some of them have history together. Yeah. You're supposed to know how your teammate wants to play these clutches. You're supposed to have code word you can use in these moments to make sure you make the right decision. So, holy hell, this was bad.
And if you think that was a bitter pill for Falcons to swallow, should we take a look at round 16?
Do we have to?
Because this was even worse. But great if you're a G2 fan. Yanko, take it away.
Yeah, we're watching this and we're like, okay, you just need to plant the bombs, so you have the money, right? 3v1, and here, look, team flash. Navi is completely blind from a team flash. Nexa throws the HE, uses it to peek, gets 2 players lined up as well. It's a disaster. He's even looking at his teammates like, what the hell are they doing? Like,
I swear to God, like, it pains me physically. Like, it pains me physically to watch this clutch. Like, I'm actually feeling uncomfortable. You know, like some of these like YouTube compilation of like dissatisfying thing. That's exactly how I feel. I feel like attacked on a personal level. Why is he team? First of all, why is he team flash? Why is he alone forcing the duel when you have 2 other players in the back? And then, of course, they align as they peek into it. And the scoreline is 5-10. Oh. Like, this is a moment where Falcons can buy a life back into the game. You know, suddenly you have a little bit of money. You force G2 to get a little bit more tactical, which arguably they won't be able to. But no, guys, let's have a good time. Let's lose this 3v1, shall we?
Nexa's reaction to that was just a picture as well. It was like, how the fuck did I pull that off? Like,
but you peek and you see him blind.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Let's give the flowers to m0NESY. I feel like we're doing this basically every series, but once again, our Air Force aim high, ending out with 27 kills in this map. He was super impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the most so early on in the first half, right?
Yeah.
Like when they were down, he found kill after kill on the AWP. He found impact. It wasn't m0NESY flashy, right, levels of, but it was just solid. It was the kills he is supposed to get on the AWP, these sort of ones. And yeah, just accrued 27 over the course of the game. Another incredible performance from m0NESY.
Absolutely. Brilliant from m0NESY. A bunch of these kills obviously happening on the B side. Also because, and we have to mention it, it seemed to be a plan of attack for Falcons to pounce on the B side, time and time again. I don't really know if it's because Stewie was here and they thought maybe we can possibly abuse him individually, or do we feel better? Nexa didn't really see a whole lot of action on the A side. It was mostly B, and m0NESY was involved in that mid-round situations retake where he was shining.
And I think Hunter picked a great game to sort of step up at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Feels good.
On the CT side, on the rifle, he was finding kills. He was there getting the trades when Stewie would go down. And yeah, they managed to get a great CT side despite losing the pistol.
Just wrapping up the m0NESY conversation, y'all remember the last round of the first half as well? That was wild for m0NESY being able to clutch that one out. Yeah.
Also one where you don't need to peek at all. Look, I know it's very easy for us to be in our green room, feet on the sofa, and say, why is he peeking? I do understand, I get that. But still, at the end of the day, when you have a game that is that close, you put the 3v1 that we mentioned from Nexa, the 1v2 in the first half, that peak from Dupree on m0NESY, who had no time at all, manages a light second defuse, that builds up in a half on its own, and some of these mistakes were infuriating for Falcons.
Where does that leave Falcons then for you? I know this is just a best of one, this is just the beginning of Dallas, but you know, I was hoping it would be a little bit cleaner from them, considering they are the full team that are arriving.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's disappointing, right? Because these are the clutches are where their strengths should lie in, right? The experienced players, you know, the veterans of the game, like that's where they were able to close out some of these situations. They had a plan to just punish the reactions from G2, and in one round or two it worked out pretty well, but they had opportunities to make this game much easier for themselves, and they just couldn't win the clutches.
Yeah, I agree with you. I also think clutches are probably one of the easiest way to see how comfortable a team is or not. Like moments where you overthink, you second guess, you over communicate. A team that's in the flow state don't do that. They just know how to go about these protocols. Definitely the opposite of Falcons.
You had a couple of questions, Janko, about just how exactly we did end up on Anubis, and I believe we have Banks with some answers courtesy of Sonic.
It's an opening game and it's a best of one, but Falcons weren't able to make a little comeback there towards the end. Sonic, I got a first ask you there around the veto, and the ban of Mirage was kind of unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons is a totally different team in practice, I have to admit, compared to when we were playing official, and we need to crack that code. The reason for banning Mirage is that we know that G2 is their permaban, but it's most likely because of Hooksy, and we didn't want to, you know, it's a pocky map, so if you're playing with a stand-in, we kind of got feared that they wouldn't play it, and our last results on Mirage has been a little bit shaky, so we feel confident on Anubis. We have worked a lot on it, but unfortunately it wasn't enough, but yeah, that's how it is.
And you touched on something that I want to look at as well with Falcons. You say you're not playing the same as been in practice. I also heard you here trying to kind of encourage the guys, kind of keep them going, especially when the clutches were not going your way. Are you worried about this so early on when it's just the best of one and you're seeing them get down this much?
I mean, we have definitely been talking about that, you know, in MR12, you cannot afford, you have to play perfect CS outside of the game. You know, you need to keep your mood up, you need to keep your comms up, and if you slack on that, it's already too late, you know. You cannot afford to have these mistakes in the game, and sometimes it happens a bit too much that if we lose a round that we're not supposed to, that we don't mentally reset and we just focus on the next round, then after the game we can talk about whatever mistakes we did, but that has been an issue for us throughout the team.
Staying focused is key. Well, we'll go back to Freya now to continue on with the show.
Thank you very much, Banks. Janko, does that satisfy your curiosity with the Mirage ban?
Yeah, it does. And if you look at in the end, you know, on Anubis, it wasn't necessarily that they were out game tactically. It's just individually in some of these clutches that cost them the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering how that loss happened, I don't think the map is the question. But I do think it tells a lot about Falcons, the fact that you could have had Mirage, you had a team with a stand-in, and you still decided to ban it. I think that in itself is more telling.
Well, it is only a best of one. No teams eliminated just yet. And we must move on to another best of one. And this time, it's time to get a little bit more North American up here in Dallas. It's Complexity versus Liquid after this.
Smokes. See double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Well, it doesn't get any more patriotic than this. North America versus North America. Okay, I'll give you the caveat. There is an asterisk. There are a few Europeans on both sides of the equation, but we have Complexity versus Liquid in our second match of the day.
Not for much longer there aren't, Freya,
Yeah,
if rumors are to be true.
The thing, there are a lot of rumors circulating actually about a couple of Europeans on both sides. Let's start off with Liquid as we see they're the first team arriving here. What on earth do you think is happening right now, Matthew?
Yeah.
Where's the drama?
Listen, I don't really understand this whole conversation around Cadian fighting potentially for his contract right here. That is such an incredibly strong statement to say that after bringing this whole team together and arguably behind the vision of a leader, you just decide, well, actually, you know what? We changed our mind. We're just going to go ahead and replace our AWP and our in-game leader. It's one of these decisions where I feel like for the information that I have in front of my eyes, it's completely bullshit. But that's my personal take. I don't know what's happening within the team. I don't have that kind of information, so I'll be careful. But to revamp and rethink completely a roster like that, removing Cadian, what is going on?
Yeah, exactly, because that makes you think, how wrong can things be within the team?
Dude,
that this is like something that is a possibility of happening.
Do you think the results constitute shift up like this, right? Obviously, we don't know all the ins and outs, but do you think Liquid have been that bad to go, hey, we're going to get rid of not only our in-game leader, but our AWPer?
No, especially because you consider they've been selling us on this. This is a long-term project.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, of course, we are aware that at some point we need to show results, but we need to build this team. You know, we need to put the pieces together. We need to figure it all out. We need to work it out. So why are you going away from that? Now, when we've seen flashes here and there, sure, you're not happy with the results. I think that's fine, but why give up on it?
Exactly, and I do think that when you go into this enterprise, you do realize that the short term is going to be complicated. Like, you bring in so many different cultures of Counter-Strike together, of course it's going to take a while. So for them to even consider the idea, you must have a very strong presence within the camp that disagrees with the Counter-Strike that Cadian wants to play. And this is the only way you could imagine that.
It tells you that they have, even in this short time span, already lost belief into the project,
into the system,
or into him as the person to lead the project forward.
Which in itself is kind of crazy. Like, I don't, again, the heroic camp, full Danish, there were some ups, there were some definite downs as well. We talked about the glass ceiling, the issues they've had. Not to say this was perfect, but what they were able to create together, the philosophy of Counter-Strike they played, the brand of it, some of the ideas, they were very progressive the way they play Counter-Strike. You're just now going to tell me that, no, actually, Cadian, he doesn't really know how to play Counter-Strike. You know what? We don't really want it. Why?
And that's the thing that leaves me scratching my head, because it's not like you didn't know how Cadian was as a person and how he liked to almost mentor teams, right? Obviously, Heroic, they were a much younger squad. You know now that we've got NAF, we've got Twist, they're very established, you know, experienced players. But it kind of surprises me that you didn't look at that and go, okay, maybe if it's, you know, a cooling issue or a way that he's, you know, presenting himself, surely they would have known that from the outset, right?
I imagine you know the guy not only from an outside perspective, but you've talked to him.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
arguably, there was a couple of dates before you actually just moved in together, right? You knew each other just a little bit. And also, I will just add, if all of the individuals were shining bright and they were still not delivering, you could probably start asking the question, okay, is it a problem of Counter-Strike? Is the map pool an issue? What the hell is going wrong? But there were many other problems on that list that you could attack. Talk about Skulls, and it's time to warm up into the tier 1 of Counter-Strike. Talk about Yakindar, who's a shadow of a shadow of a shadow of the player he used to be for quite a while now. And now you're going to tell me out of all of these issues, it's actually just the IGL that's the problem? I don't have enough information to understand that statement. Hopefully we will one day when we know a little bit more.
Okay, so Liquid, a lot of question marks surrounding them. Where are Complexity? If we're kind of comparing, you know, two NA organizations, do you feel like Complexity are currently stronger than Liquid or about the same level?
I think they're close. I think it's fair to say that Liquid has better individuals, right? But Complexity is playing better as a unit, and for them it's just, what is it going to take for them to take the next step?
Yeah, I agree.
Right? Because every now and then we see Complexity play some good CS, have some good results like we just did at Pro League, right? But when is that going to happen on a more consistent basis?
I mean, I think Pro League in that regard was a pretty good step, at least in the right direction.
Yeah.
What really bothered me throughout the beginning of 2024 for Complexity is that it looked like content. Like they were happy with where they were, not enough hunger, not enough willing to do more. We know Elige has that, there's no doubt, but the rest of the roster, sometimes I feel like they didn't have this attitude. And hopefully this is happening now. Can we just address the whole like Holzer situation? Am I jumping the gun? Should I wait?
I think we've got a little video and then we can talk about it. So let's check in with how Complexity have been kind of baiting us with the MOUZ situation.
What is up with Holzer's contract? Is that something you can comment on? Will it get extended or does it depend on his performance in Dallas? It does not depend on his performance in Dallas. I can tell you a decision...
If he doesn't drop a 1.6 cut, it's done.
A decision has been made. on the whole Holzek and contract situation. Hopefully, we'll have some news very soon about the future of the AWP position on the team. But we're very happy with what we're looking to build and what we're looking to do. So hopefully, we'll have some news on that soon. But I don't want to get into too much of the specifics on it. But yeah, the decision's been made. Contracts are being done. So hopefully, we'll have an answer.
There'll be news soon.
News soon. Yeah.
I don't feel like I learned anything from that.
No.
Welcome, simple through complexity.
Hey, listen, I'll just take it away if you don't mind, guys. If he ends up being cut, this has to be one of the most cruel piece of content I have seen in the last 5 years of Counter-Strike. If he actually gets the boot, like they are just taking pleasure and say, yeah, listen, little guy, you know you're out. They don't know. We're just gonna sell it. Like, please just tell me they've just worked out an extension. There is no way this actually leads to being out.
I gave a little thumbs up. Yeah, that means it's all good.
I think
right?
he's in.
Thanks.
Yeah, he's
it's
in.
all good.
He just needed to get rid of the mullet and the contract extension.
Please.
Here you go, Halzerg.
That was actually, I think it's part of it. It's
3 more years.
One of the chapters.
It's so wild though, because there was a tweet as well, like a decision has been made, and that was it. Like,
you're like, cool.
No
so which is it?
Yeah.
What is this decision? May I know, please? Should I have to buy the goddamn Netflix Plus abo if I want to know? What am I missing?
Absolutely wild. Outside of the Halzek situation, how you been liking Complexity recently? Do you think the improvements are, satisfying what we should expect from them bringing a Liege onto the team, albeit some time ago?
I'd like to see a little bit more from them, right? I also want an answer, do they need to upgrade some positions on the team, or can these guys step up, right? Like, where is Grim? Where is Floppy exactly in this whole equation? We know what we get from Elish Halzerg. He has actually become a little bit more consistent. He still needs to deal with the emotional side to some extent, right? Be a little bit more chill in some of those high-pressure games. But yeah, like, you want a little bit more output there, because at times it's all looking really good.
I agree with you. I generally like the Counter-Strike that they play. Like, if you really just look at the protocols and the principles of their CS, it's pretty up there. Like, obviously they have some great minds of the game. I think JT might be underrated as a leader. Now, individually, you can always comb through the stats and there's a pop-off here and there, but overall it's in the red. But so is the case of a whole lot of IGLs. We know Elysian and his aficionado, his affinity with the game, but I think Grim is a good place to start a conversation, because I think arguably some of the positions that he has are supposed to deliver more than what he does currently.
I will tell you, Maniac.
Tell me, Yanko.
If Cadian doesn't give a speech here, that means he's out.
So should we just observe and see if he talks
We know him for all the hyping up, before the game, last words, right? Get everyone to have good energy for the pistol round, get pumped up. If it's just Zeus dishing out information and he's just there nodding the head, that means he's no longer the leader of this team.
What did we just see? Yep, nodding his head.
I think
there's still time. Don't give up. There's still time.
He hasn't talked yet. He hasn't talked yet, Yanko.
There's time. No Vertigo, of course. No surprises there.
Yep.
We'll see what they end up on. I would expect Complexity with their last veto to veto Ancient.
He still hasn't talked.
Because it's such a great map for Liquid.
A little
bit. He's talking.
Oh, no,
he's talking.
Maybe Dust 2, or maybe they have to veto Dust 2.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the map at all. I was just looking at Cadian.
Oh, Dust 2, that's fun.
Nice.
I like that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
We get to see Dust 2.
I was wondering if we get it, because Liquid played it a couple of times online in the CCT tournament. They beat Astralis, lost to Internal Fire in the grand final on it. So there is some info on them out there, and Complexity hasn't played it yet, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah, how do you see them actually tackling this map? I'm really intrigued to see how they play out.
Well, the problem that I have is that I can't really remember this core of Complexity and how they were playing on Dust 2, and I just expect teams to do plus minus the same of what they were doing before the map was removed. I don't think a lot of people are going to be forward thinking quite yet. I don't think we've had time and the runway for it. So my bibliothèque for Complexity on Dust 2 is kind of empty.
I am very excited. First time Dust 2 is going to be played here at IEM Dallas 2024. So Dinko, Moses, let's get into it.
Well, on this Memorial Day Monday, we've got a North American derby. It's Complexity versus Team Liquid, and Jason, it's on Dust 2.
I love it, baby. I love it. There's nothing more American than this right now. Dust 2's back. I had a cheeseburger for lunch.
Yeah, that's true.
This is a fine Memorial Day.
I'm going to find some chocolate chip cookies somewhere, and we're going to have a great time.
It's 94 degrees of freedom units outside in Dallas, Texas right now. We got plenty of air conditioning inside the competition hall, and Twist is putting on his headphones. Let's get into this game. Former teammates going at each other as well.
Ooh, yeah.
You got Elige and Grim on one side, got Naf and Twist on the other. Some of those guys are brothers in the Intel Grand Slam.
We did see Cadian, in the end, give his speech to the team. It didn't seem like it had the same ferocity that it had when he was inside of the heroic squad, but different group of players, and there's no secrets. So it's perhaps not going as well inside of the Team Liquid camp as they expected.
I'm doing that body language reading about the roster situation. The desk was kind of getting into that if he was going to give this speech or not give this speech. Let's just see what we got right now.
Yeah,
I mean, this is good.
Right.
Look, who knows? I mean, we can tell this Liquid project hasn't got off and running the way they would have liked. It's been pretty much up and down, mostly down, since this team came together as a unit, and they're obviously going through some things. Maybe it's a dead team buff. Maybe they come in today and everything feels great. I know talking to the guys, they enjoyed playing Dust 2 back in the previous tournament. As Yanko mentioned, the win over Astralis, the loss to Eternal Fire in the grand finals, close loss in overtime. They like Dust 2. We're here on this map, and let's see what Complexity has to offer us, because at the moment, you know, from the outside, it's like there is that roster upheaval with Hulzerk. But it sounds like internally, that is not upheaval. It sounds like internally, everyone knows what's going on within the team. So I don't think that should be any big impact on Complexity. This is all about, can Complexity, as the desk said, find a way to elevate their game and get to a new level and start showing that they can be contenders event in and event out. This should be a win for Complexity, but it's always up in the air.
Well, this is the hometown city in Dallas. They've been here a few times already, Jason, and we haven't seen Complexity make the kind of run they would have hoped for. Can you imagine if they make it into the playoffs? Can you imagine if they get that chance to play in front of the home crowd? And a win versus Team Liquid in your opening game of the group, it can go a long way to getting your chances increased to make it to the playoffs.
Absolutely. Just get started on the right foot. I think that's the message for Complexity is, you know, we're better than these guys. You know, we've shown better results and a better level. We're a better team. Let's come in and handle business. Doesn't have to be anything fancy. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. They got to bring it to Dust 2, where they've probably done a little bit of scouting of what Liquid looks at, because after those wins, you have to imagine Liquid's found a map they really enjoy playing. You had to expect this was a possibility in the best of one coming down here. And really, when you think about it in a bigger context as well, this is a revenge game for Liquid. I mean, you're never going to take away the sting of losing to Complexity in the RMR to get denied a spot at the Copenhagen Major. But Complexity there gave them kind of a beatdown in that series. 2-1 victory, 13-5 on Anubis, 13-7 on Overpass, obviously no longer in the pool. But Liquid's coming back for blood.
Well, the American Derby begins here in Group A. The second game of Dallas. And we've got the hometown favorites of Liquid and Complexity ready to take each other on. Dust 2 to kick it off. First time we'll see this in Dallas so far. I'm looking forward to getting into this one alongside MOUZ. We've got Smoke instantly being chalked out here by Team Liquid. Yukindar is sent over towards B solo with the rest of his teammates at top middle. Naf is not slowing down. It's a quick short take here. Going to be running quite swiftly into this position, Jason. And look at the setup ready to deal with this. It's 3 players on the A ramp for Complexity.
Oh, yeah. And they actually have no long control. This is super awkward, but if they hit those shots, it's all good. Nicely done from Hulzerk. Already Twist has lurked out long, but I mean, they've kind of gotten out of position. They got out of that danger spot.
Naf coming through short. Good shot into Hulzerk. Brings him down to 10 health, but he's still standing. And he can still fight. Twists ever closer towards CT spawn. It's not clean from Twists. He's eventually brought down by JT, but in the blink of an eye, it's Naf and Yukindar back with a couple of kills that draws this one to even numbers. Yukindar wants to go to the USP for that range fight down at the bottom of the ramp. JT is jiggling, is fighting, and eventually now realizes Yukindar's got that USP. The range fight could now go even.
This is really hard. Yukindar's trying to keep JT pinned down at long so Naf can get the bomb, but it's so deep on Catwalk. What a risk you have to take, and Yukindar's having a tough time. These jiggles from JT, whenever he wants on this long range, so difficult. 35 seconds to figure this one out.
Yeah, still time, but not getting too close just yet. Yukindar getting those chances on JT, but just a shot landed every now and then to the body, but it's Naf on that headshot. JT brought down, and Yukindar able to recover it. It's Team Liquid somehow pulling that round back after a fantastic start to the pistol from Complexity.
Yeah, that's gotta be, that's tough, because if you're Complexity, you were in a really bad spot, 3 players over at A ramp, and then you get yourself out of the situation, but a long extended clutch, and Naf is a very strong clutch player. Yukindar plays that as well. They use all the time, all that experience to find a way to win the 2v2.
One bullet as well, the last bullet for Yukindar coming back for that. It's a force buy straight away for the CT side here. Complexity getting the scouts out on Hulzerk and Elige, but instantly losing Grim at long. So that's Yukindar aggressive, taking the fight and walking away with it.
There's that fast mid-molly smoke combination to take really quick control of mid as a T side, negate some of those scouts. Once again, JT and Elige, a little bottleneck. They don't have cat control. They don't have cat control. They don't have long control, which means they are just kind of pinched inside that bomb site, similar to the pistol round on ramp. This time it's just inside the site.
Now Cadian.
If that's an issue throughout this half, Complexity's A defense is in trouble.
I'm just going to wait and see if that is going to be a common theme throughout this. But so far, so good for Team Liquid. It's a 2-0 start here on Dust 2. Floppy will take Cadian out. Close to dying himself. Could have been extra money for that Mac 10, but Yakindar's on the other side. Looking to cut off Floppy in this AK. Well, it's going to go surely into the next round. Oh, Yakindar looked like it was going to be nice and easy for him eventually. We'll control it for the headshot. And it is now 2 in a row for Liquid.
Yeah, and shouldn't be a whole lot to fight with for Complexity, so this will settle right back down. Halzerk at 3,000, wants that AWP out as fast as possible on Dust 2. Universally, pretty much every op I talked to yesterday is happy about Dust 2.
Yeah, it's the paradise is back. The Promised Land returns. But the thing was, this is obviously one of the only map that has like the random spawn points, right? So a recent event that I got to commentate,
There's a lot. There's 12, I think, on the T side.
Yeah, so you don't always get the good long spawn if you're the oppers. So I seen Heroic were like throwing the off to shoot.
Sure.
She was going for long picks, and so everyone's getting a bit of a go with the sniper on the map at the moment.
The nice thing is now, like if you could just drop it and spawn and anyone can pick it up.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about like passing it down the line.
True. Well, Cadian. He's got that Mac 10 close. This is the kind of round where you want to make money with a Mac 10. You want to make some bank. And Cadian has that chance. He doesn't want to walk through that smoke because there could be many problems on the other side of things. So he'll wait that out. And this should favor him now with the Mac 10.
Yeah, but Liquid feels so comfortable with this lurk smoke up at the moment in middle. Katie and Yakinder. The only problem, I mean, the bomb is out there. That's a little bit risky.
Ooh.
Nade Molly combo. They know the boost was there. Good damage. Shalish burns. Taken out of the fight. A smoke comes down now and dinked immediately, but Cadian still grabs it.
Now the flank from Grim activates, but Twists was ready to consider that, and Grim goes down on that flank. So Floppy and Halzerk now left, and this is going to be an easy 3 in a row from Team Liquid. They just don't want to lose anybody, and that'll be absolutely perfect. The thing about Team Liquid, it's hard to say you expect much from them in events, especially with all the news coming out and all these rumors and potentials for the future. But the fact is, with this Team Liquid side, they've got so many great players that the ceiling is so incredibly high if it clicks for an event.
I mean, Yanko said it perfect on the desk, is like if you go pound for pound deep down the roster, like Liquid's going to win out in that kind of head-to-head player to player, but Complexity certainly playing as the better team, the more organized team, the more confident team, and that's where those kind of strengths lie for the different sides of things. But I mean,
this too kind of evens that out, though.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, Liquid's got 2 officials on it, and we've already seen a little bit of disorganization from Complexity in those 2 rounds of the 8 bomb site. I'm going to try and keep track of that one as this game goes on.
So Floppy picks up the AUG. They bring that into play straight away.
Back platform.
Pretty effective position for the AUG here on Dust 2.
It is a classic.
He's got that Mike Wazowski scope.
They're coming right at him. They're not even spreading around the map. This is a call for the B bomb site right out of spawn. 2 players defending here, and the big one is Floppy with this scope.
Lurk smoke down for Team Liquid. Intermittently just peeking up, and that smoke gets blown open by his teammate. Floppy, well, unfortunately, for the side of Complexity, is dead instantly, so it puts it all on JT. He's done a fantastic job of actually staying alive, and he turns back for a third. He might have even got everybody if he had extra bullets inside of that magazine, but eventually overrun. Now 3 versus 2, it's not a comfortable position here for Team Liquid because they didn't get into the bomb site with that bomb, and Twist is on the other side of the map, so at least they've got some time to play with. But right now, Complexity look like they're in the better spot.
That's one of those rounds where Team Liquid is just like that. That's the one where they're like, if that kill needs to be traded before he gets 3.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know how
crazy.
JT, even the one where he turns back up, like how is he getting away with that?
A couple missed shots on that Mac 10. Nice thing is NAF does have a smoke for this cross, and Complexity are still really worried about this B bomb site. 30 seconds left. Twist has gained a foothold outside of the top of pit. Smoke's going to be tossed over. Twist might try and stay long as much as possible and allow NAF to cross and plant the bomb. There's nobody home. This is going to turn into a retake, and 1 smoke can cover the cross now. So things get a little awkward. Nade is late, doesn't completely clear the smoke.
Yes, that's no information picked up for Complexity. Bomb will go down inside of the site. Twists getting close to the smoke, looking to cause a real threat inside of it. Grim runs right through, but Twist, he's got the up on them, but a big no-scope from Halzerk, and it's Nap alone from the back of the site, and Halzerk comes in to clean up.
Heads up play from Halzerk. Tough call for Twist to make. You go through and you grab that kill, you can fight on catwalk, you fall back, you can take the fight with Grim, but lost him inside the smoke. And Complexity survive a scary retake.
That looked like Twist was making the correct move. It looked like he was absolutely going to take Holzerk out of the round that. This is where JT steps up to an unbelievable level for Complexity. And that's a big no-scope from Holzerk and a quick finish onto Nav.
Tough situation, though. Nice plant and a couple, one more extra kill on the way. Not too bad for Team Liquid in that first engagement, that first round played.
Aggression from Elige through short.
That's a quick mid to B smoke thrown by Liquid from spawn.
Oh, JT goes for the push down low. He's got Elige up on top. And they'll go 2 for 2 in those early fights. I think Team Liquid will likely take that with so much time left in the round. Breaking apart that mid defense, that adjustment will have to be made by Complexity. So they're playing a 1-1-1 setup.
There's another angle to this T side. I remember towards like right when Grim left Liquid and went to Complexity, Naf was telling me they always used to practice him on Dust 2, and Grim would get a little bit jumpy sometimes on his long pushes because he's that long anchor. So Naf would always message him and be like, "Bro, like you don't need, you got plenty of time.
You can relax.
You're pushing too early." He was like giving him some tips.
No, it might work against him. Skull's holding inside of the tunnels. Here's a double push for Complexity. Now, if this goes badly for Complexity, this is right back into the hands of Team Liquid. And, oh, Skulls chases after Holzerk, who had to get that kill.
He wanted to bait out the shot just a little bit too far in that jump. Meanwhile, the 8 bomb site is lost. That's the last piece of utility, that Molotov, so nothing to block off Catwalk. Another retake at hand.
Yeah, Grim has a smoke. He's got an HE grenade as well, so he's going to use that HE to the side. That'll take some of the health off of Cadian, but not enough to really write home about.
Also gives away his position. So Liquid now know at least one is going to be on Catwalk, and probably assuming maybe they heard the footsteps of Holzerk stepping up.
And it's an uncomfortable position for Holzerk with his AWP. He has to try and clear out multiple positions, staying scoped in. And this push comes in from Grim. Holzerk goes down, and Naf to clutch it. Big headshots from Naf. That's nasty for Liquid.
Good clutch from Naf. Calm and collected. Cadian goes down, and that's his timing. Holzerk, it's so tough to predict that pop-up from Carr. And that one hurts Complexity. Money is back down to really detrimental. This is a nice hold from Skulls. Good patience. And if that's a little bit of a cleaner little jiggle jump peek, it maybe works out.
Oh, yeah. That's a solid connection with the desk, though, Grim.
Sounded like the mouse.
Nice slam.
Sounded like he slammed the fist and the mouse.
Yeah, maybe not good then. Well, 5-7's taking a peek at long.
Twist about to get some love.
Oh, yeah. He's got a good position here to try and hold off this pistol aggression. They realize that now, and so they smoke him off. They trade utility. And Team Liquid can start to fixate upon this A-bomb site. Cadian using his scoped sniper. He's trying to clear out the site, give his teammates some cover. They can move up long if they desire.
They're looking for a reaction off this smoke, right? They're just going to end up re-throwing this when they get a little bit closer, but they want to see if there's going to be any kind of flash play, any kind of peek for information, or check the scaling of Team Liquid so that they can take advantage of it.
So Kindar is encroaching just as that smoke fades away, and so they do re-smoke. Boost another player coming up through that elevator. Gideon connects the shot from long range. Skulls there with him, and these pistols for Complexity being dealt with quite swiftly from Team Liquid. Naf cuts off the mid play as well, and Floppy is left behind those double doors. So that is a 5th round for Team Liquid. It feels like it's more of a back and forth game than the scoreline is pointing out, but I think Team Liquid won't care about that.
No, not at all. They're just like, we love 5-1.
10-1 as well for Naf. Like, this is crazy. He's had a real hot start in Dallas. Feels like every year we come here, Team Liquid are in a kind of period of, we don't really know what the future of the roster looks like. I mean, the first time we came to Dallas, with the recent events, was 2022, right? And they had Shocks on the team back then.
True.
Like, that's 3 years.
I'm not going to lie.
How many players have played for Liquid in 3 years?
I forgot about that lineup.
Yeah, I'm sorry for reminding you.
Thank you, yeah. You've pulled it right back out of the memory hole.
Yeah. And last year, crazy team as well. Just like OC was there. He's no longer there.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a lot of players have had Liquid jerseys added to their wardrobe.
Yeah, they've been struggling to find a lineup and a recipe that works moving forward for sure.
Well, so far the recipe for Dust 2 seems to be cooking up a lovely meal. As Complexity are finally back to a strong purchase. The only round they were able to pick up is for Halzerk, and JT went huge.
Halzerk gets a little bit aggressive, but second guesses the full push to Xbox to look into lower. Might have been able to join up with Elige playing on Catwalk. So Grim out towards long, Elige on Cat. It's a 2-1-2 setup for Cole's defense.
Halzerk. A shot will connect through the edge of that door. It's Yakindot thanking the door for his life. He still stands on 16 health. Halzerk has no utility of his own, but will rely upon his teammates to clear out close quarter combat at the door. But it looks like that long setup is coming in now for Team Liquid. Flash about to pop over the top thanks to Cadian, and Naf and Twist will be unleashed.
Grim's playing in the open as well. Flashbang's perfect. He doesn't drop.
He
actually
goes to
slides
the left.
over.
Oh, I don't know if I like that, Jason. He gets caught in a bit of an awkward transition, and he gets cleared out.
I thought he would drop into pit, and even that is not exactly comfortable. Oh, and Halzerk shows a little bit too much. Skull's able to find some isolated, impactful kills. Yakinder's low HP lurking towards B does nothing. That AUG rings true. And Elige playing behind the smoke. He can be so deadly.
It's blown open.
It's blown right open in his face, and the bomb can cross.
Yeah, I don't know if you enjoy that one, Elige. The fact that the smoke's just blown open reveals his position, and that is the site taken from Team Liquid. It is now going to be a 3v2. There's a little bit of utility left on Floppy, but no kit on either of these two players remaining, so time is certainly of the essence, and so they call it off. They'll drop back to save. Money's not in a good spot, and that is the new Dust 2. I was talking to Elige actually yesterday about Dust 2 and how he feels about it, but he says, you know, a lot of people are saying it's boring, but he's had a lot of fun, and so the practice games that they've played on Dust 2 with the new smoke features. I don't think he enjoyed it that time, Jason.
No, not that one. He got the short end of the stick on that one for sure.
Look at this. Oh, it's so horrible.
I mean, look, I remember Elige making that play in CSGO as well with like a smoke top ramp, and he's very, very good at it, but obviously that smoke disappears, and you feel a little bit left out in the open.
Yep.
Well, Complexity struggling to get a grip on the CT side, going to take their first time out. 7 rounds in, down by 5, and talking over any adjustments that they can possibly make. They'll play this one a little bit short-handed. You have the AWP on Halzerk. Floppy's got an AUG, so they can actually drop some rifles over if Complexity want to go for a buy here. Other than that, you've been fleshing out this with some SMGs and pistols.
Smooth sailing in terms of scoreline for Team Liquid, but it still feels like Complexity are capable of getting into this first half. They've had a number of rounds go against them where they had a strong foothold at the beginning. Perhaps that timeout will help adjust some of those issues. Cadian goes for the mid-cross. Not too far off landing that shot, but some aggression towards short here for Complexity. Getting Halzerk boosted up to peer into the lower tunnel, but he's not going to see anything because Team Liquid occupy the upper tunnels, and they're about to try and get through this B bomb site. It's Floppy who is here to stop it. He's got the scope ready. No one yet to creep out, but that butt cheek will now show, and he goes for that fight. It is only one from Floppy. Such effective trading here from Team Liquid.
I mean, it's such a sloppy communication and setup from Complexity, though. JT's exposed in mid with no idea before Floppy has the angle, so just a miscomm and a misposition. Good kill from Elige before the smoke fully comes back. Puts it at 3-on-3, but this bomb site, you'll remember, so hard to retake.
Yeah, but if you're Complexity right now, you're down 6-1. You feel like you've got to go for it, and so Grim goes through lower tunnel, takes out Cadian. Will he check for Naf? It's going to be a tough position to consider, and he won't. So he's taken out, so Naf hits that headshot, still has tunnels under his possession, and he's got it under lock and key. Okay. No scope from Elige, but goes back into Naf and gets a taste of the Canadian's bullet.
Bro, Naf is just a late round player. He's an absolute freak in all these scenarios. The reposition when Cadian goes down to slide into that angle, Grim is never going to check. Yeah. You'll never expect a second player that dedicated. Maybe in the entrance to the B bomb site, not that deep into the tunnels. It's beautiful, and he comes back and cleans things up to help out in the bomb site.
And it's how quick he makes this decision to go back, and then he's so ready for the window fight. The timing is perfect for Naf, and then closes on what might have been ridiculous clutch from Elige. That no-scope was nice. Here goes Naf out long. Flash is good, and Naf still alive. It looked like he was going to go down to Floppy. This long pounce for Team Liquid looks to prove very effective.
How did he dodge all those bullets?
And he gets around the corner and somehow stays alive.
That's well done. Scout in play.
Yeah, that's really the shiny light here for Complexity, and it's gone now too. Team Liquid are mauling them on an individual level. Naf has died 1 time. He's got 13 kills. Through all of the Team Liquid problems, there has been one consistency over these years, and that is Naf. And being able to change roles, be able to change positions, change teammates, and still find consistent output.
I've said it a number of times, and I don't mind saying it again. He's just such a valuable player for a team. He's just so rock solid.
Which makes it really sad that it has been such a turbulent period of time for Naf over the last 3 years. Because imagine if he had a stable team, what he'd be able to accomplish of his level. But perhaps those extra trophies will come.
I mean, look, I think there's some really cool ingredients in this Team Liquid team.
Oh, it's awesome on paper.
Like whatever kind of comes next, I have no idea. But I mean, Naf and Twist is obviously a great pairing to start with. The Canadians, I think Yakinder's starting to work himself back into shape. You still see some sluggish games, but you see some more impact as well. In everything I've heard out of the Liquid camp is that they love what Yakinder's been doing ever since he gave up the in-game leadership role as well. Like in practice and preparation, he's been a really solid asset to the team. Skulls, if his development continues and he continues to improve and takes a step forward, he can be a very cool piece as well. I mean, the big question obviously is going to be around Cadian and where they go from here. And obviously we're just going to have to wait and find out till after Dallas for that one.
Flash? I just flash one.
Put. Nice trade. I killed B rotate. I smoke. Be clear.
What CT?
I'm only down the window.
I'll resmoke door.
Great information being picked up by Twist out. Great to hear from the cause, but it's Floppy straight into that B defense. Good Mo down to 2. And that is ripped apart this initial Team Liquid attack. Yakinder on Skulls down, and Team Liquid now have a problem they have to face. They're in a 3v5 a couple seconds into round 10.
Yeah, Liquid's abused that B bomb site a couple of times on kind of slower paced rounds as they challenge into it, so they want to do a pace change here, and Complexity completely shuts it down. That's a very important piece of defense from Floppy with his double kill. Twist is going to try and get something back, right? He wants to challenge a little bit, see if he can get a pick off. That smoke will pull him away, and now it's how can they work the map?
Here comes Cadian. He's going to smoke to that lurk smoke we've seen him throw earlier. Elise is confident to try and fight it. And because he's taken that position, he's got information that Cadian has not pushed at least wide into that angle.
That's a nasty position from Elise. Very hard to clear.
Oh. Molly for Cadian perhaps did not go where intended.
Maybe it was exactly like designed.
Yeah, we'll give him that. They've got short for now, but there is limited time here for Team Liquid.
They have no utility. One single Molotov to get into this bomb site, and Halzerk has an op over at Car, so he should have a field day.
Yeah, this really shouldn't go well for Team Liquid. It would have to be a disaster on an individual front here for Complexity. They failed the run boost here, Liquid. They do not get past the scope. And Halzerk has a field day on 2 until finally taken out by Twist AK. But there's so many players to find here for Twist. Does well to take down Elish.
If that prevents the op from getting recovered, no, it won't. It won't. Grim got it over at Car. I was going to say, that was the closest player. That could still be a...
some sort of positive coming out of it.
It could still be a sad story for Complexity. Second run on the board, though.
Yeah, and it starts... It pretty much ends here. Floppy just spamming down through the smoke before they see anybody. Team Liquid do not find success in the B bomb site like they were earlier, so that rush cancelled out. But they've got so much money, so Team Liquid buy again.
Oh, yeah, they're feeling fine. A couple players are getting whittled down, but overall Liquid's economy is still rolling. Cadian's up in B tunnel is going to be followed up by Skulls and Yakinder. Twist and Naf outside long. And a 2-on-2 setup. This time the op is going to be parked at the A bomb site, so Elish once again going to be the mobile rotator, can read the round from CT spawn. Notice how JT as well is playing more parked inside that B bomb site. They've had a really tough time when he's been in mid and Floppy's been alone. 2 rounds they've lost in that kind of a setup. So they want to be a little bit more protected at the site itself.
cross smoke at short thrown out for Kindar to move in behind. Halsek just watching the exit of that smoke, but no Team Liquid player yet to commit around it. They blow it open. Complexity see that no one from Team Liquid is actually playing with that short smoke. 45 seconds remaining in the round. Do Team Liquid stay focused towards short, or do they want to drop back off Cat and go into this B bomb side?
This looks like a mid to B split. They're waiting out this smoke in middle. They didn't really want to attack Catwalk while it's up because they want to have the option available to go into a mid to B split. And there's the smoke. JT's going to be alone outside the site. Floppy inside. Good first kill, but his position is now known, but he doubles up.
Yeah, that's great work from JT. This is throwing this round into disarray for Team Liquid. They've got to hit some shots, and they got to get in quick. Limited time, right through the smoke. Elige comes in to clean it all up. And Elige with a double sinks Team Liquid. It's 3 rounds now for Complexity. 1 left in this half, and 8-4. That's a massive recovery considering the start that Team Liquid had.
And how dominant it looked as well. And there's some of the strength of Elige kind of being your rotating player. Such a good sense of when his opposition is at a weak point and coming through that smoke after AK shots have been fired off. But you got to say, I mean, JT's been such an important feature. Like, you think some of the rounds that he had at the B-bomb site, one of the rounds he had at the B-bomb site, got the triple kill, this time a double kill, getting multi-kills in positions where it feels really unlikely. He's been solid for Complexity today.
Oh, Elige goes for the risky peek through that bottom door smoke. It's blown open. It gives him a slight window for a shot. This long fight's all about this duel against Grim. It's 1-for-1 until Halsek steps up for Complexity. He's got a 4v3 here. Elige not able to bring down KDM, but certainly clips his wings. He's down to 59 health. All duels all over the server. It's Dust 2 all right.
Well, you know there's an op at long, and now you know there's an op in mid. So you're saying, man, if we take this B bomb site, a retake is going to be real difficult with a double op, but Floppy's changed into a new position.
Yeah, he sees that lurk smoke, but he's played close to the tunnels before, so Team Liquid should consider this a possibility. But as long as he chooses the right spot, Floppy may be able to get the job done here. Smoke will start to fade away. Floppy gets 1 kill before being traded out by Cadian. Information passed on towards Elige, towards the car, but it's not enough because Twist takes him out of play.
They got to risk the cross.
Crossed yet.
They got to risk it.
So they run boost over it, and it's sick. They dodge the vision of Halsek. They get across into the site. But Cadian, he's got the bomb. You got to stay committed to that plant.
He was calling for a flashbang, and when Twist said he didn't have one, he just said, okay,
all right,
I'll
drop down for the plant.
Yeah, fine. He wanted to whittle off 1 number rotating over.
There's utility here for Complexity. They have util to go for it, but Halsek was the player that had that belt full of utility, but it's JT once again that needs to step up on this B-bomb site, this time in a retake, this time against the opposing in-game leader, and JT gets it done versus Cadian, searches for that bomb, and the defuse will be pulled through, as will the 4th round at the turn of the first half for Complexity.
you flash sight? Can you flash deep in sight?
Yeah, flashing deep side. Flashing deep side.
Close. In smoke. Window. I'm holding.
Window dead.
Window dead.
No days. I'm just, yeah.
This North American derby has Team Liquid leading the way over Complexity by 4 rounds. Dust 2 is certainly delivering an exciting game, but Complexity just about pulled back enough there, Jason, to make that a half worth talking about.
They made some of those late round situations work for them that where they were really struggling to convert at the beginning of the half, right? MAF had that blistering start, getting tons of kills in post-plant situations, and Complexity able to kind of steal one back right as the half closes. Might not be enough. Pistol round's going to dictate a lot, as always, in MR12. 8-4 for Liquid. Dooley's on NAF as he crosses solo to the B bomb site.
It's going to be a quick fight along here. It certainly is going to be quick. Cadian's flash is at the ready, and already we've got Elige around the corner.
Yeah, but it's going silent. They don't have a sound cue. There's the flashbang. Oh, perfect. Elige still gets 1, but Skulls gets 2.
Yeah, right back. The Brazilian loves that. Oh no, it gets better for Skulls. Just not stopping. Cadian with him, and Team Liquid shut down the long play. And we're sitting right above them, and they are getting loud there, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be hyped for that one. You set a game plan for the pistol, and it works exactly as designed. Even with the quiet creep, the timing on that flashbang is perfect. Elige is straight up lucky to get 1 kill. He was completely blinded. But Skull's man turning the corner, blasting away.
Yeah, he does very well. 9-4 now. Decision for Complexity is an easy one. Eco. There was no bomb plan, not even close to it, so opportunities to get a strong purchase here, not available. So, they're taking their time. They want to get onto the guns as quickly as possible, but this will result in Team Liquid heading to 10 rounds.
A lot of mid-B emphasis at the moment for Team Liquid. Aggressive on Catwalk, that's nice. Made,
oh, that is
boom,
fantastic.
Shakalaka, yeah.
That might be just the most amount of damage you could get right there.
That's a pretty beefy nade. But yeah, you had the lower push to a nade into upper dark. You had Yakinder aggressive off Catwalk. You had 3 players behind the mid smoke ready to hustle over to the B bomb site.
Yeah.
And this is Liquid even kind of saying, you know what, we'll let you kind of try and get into this bomb site for a plant. We have the utility and the weapons to retake. Sound cues come in a little bit late, but they're able to obliterate pretty much everything. And the bomb, unfortunately, did not make it across, so Halzer can do nothing.
Seemed like JT was very vocal in that round too, likely talking about what they want to do in this next round with that little pause inside of the tunnel. So let's see what Complexity are able to muster here. AK-47s will be purchased. JT has to take a hit to a Galil for utility, and Halzerk, he wants a scope, so he's gone for the scout instead, not able to afford that AWP. Well, he gets all the utility out here for Complexity, but it must be a very good T-side from Complexity. You lost the pistol, and now you're down 10-4. I'm sure a lot of North American fans are feeling conflicted today, Jason, as to who they want to back.
Yeah, potentially a little bit of a split there, right? Liquid historically being kind of the standard bearer for North America, and obviously Complexity in recent times, especially as Liquid's kind of transition into a more global approach to putting the roster together.
But if you're coming out to Dallas, you definitely want to see both of these teams in the playoff.
Both these teams in Stewie.
Especially Stewie, right?
Unfortunately, in this group, that ain't possible.
Yeah, no, it's not. But, you know, it would be nice. Elige crossing over towards CT. Doesn't spot anything. So he'll drop that smoke down for the cross. So important that Complexity pick this one up, but look at this. Team Liquid getting aggressive to the upper tunnels. Yakinder, that is so sharp. Floppy had absolutely no chance in stopping that. Yakinder just runs right through him, and now with 45 seconds left, Complexity, well, they have no other options, right? They've got to go for this A play and hope that they can get Grim out long.
The nice thing is, because of the SMGs, Liquid don't actually want to play inside the bomb site. Cadian is just playing down on the ramp, blinded as well. That's desperate, but let's see what you can get out of it.
Well, he's going for everything, but the nail gun unable to get much, but here's the quick flank, and this could be very effective. Elige looks to try and cover it off, but he's taken out by Twist, who keeps going. The Canadian gets a double. Yakinder will assist, and Team Liquid celebrate the fact they're now at 11. Complexity not really getting into that gun round. A single kill against Twists, but everybody else from Team Liquid still standing.
Yeah, that's a nasty flank coming in. And I think as well, Complexity, like, it's one of those situations where you get the bomb site, but you're like, a little bit confused with the lack of resistance, right? Because Team Liquid didn't put a whole lot of defense there. They put all their resources in that fast flank to be able to push through during the plant. And you could just see he catches them completely off guard. Liquid's well drilled on this map, as we kind of got the indication from CCT, and I think Complexity is going to be scratching their head and being like, maybe we shouldn't have let this one in.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for Complexity to deal with this today, but this is their last legs to stand on, really. If they lose this round, Team Liquid have every opportunity to close out Dust 2. Take the first win in Dallas with devastating effect over Complexity. Yakindot blinded, still connects that headshot, but Grim gets into the pits. Good work from Grim. He actually could have walked away with a 3K there at best, but it is just one. And damage sprinkled across 2 remaining players to Team Liquid. So Elige has to fight back here for Complexity, and he does so on the B-bomb side. That's a lot of space opened up.
That's a big boy kill. Not only space opened up at the B-bomb site, but it's panic territory now for Liquid because you don't have information. You think Grim as the pit player was the only one. They've all shifted away. Elige has dropped the smoke and disappeared. This is actually a disgusting round-winning play from Elige because Liquid is completely out of position.
Well, he's running all the way back through T-spawn. Yakindo is gathering info. They're not in the tunnel. Smoke comes up, and Cadian will not be able to stop them on the cross. So Halzerk will put the bomb down inside of the site. And suddenly, off the back of that kill from Elige, on the opposite end of the map, Complexity put the bomb down on the A site. And Team Liquid are into the save.
They're not even going to go for it. Like, Elige just won this round single-handedly. 1 kill on Naf, the smoke in the double doors, the back away, and now Liquid's just like, well, we know there's one player like T-spawn mid, somewhere. We don't know where. And they just say, let's not risk it.
He's just elusive. He's disappeared completely. And I think Complexity will be very happy they've got Elige on the squad because it looked like Team Liquid had dealt with the threat at long. I think Naf will be pretty disappointed he gets caught out in a weird position that wasn't quite behind the cover in the back of the platform.
He's had an otherwise pretty spotless game.
Yeah, but he'll still be frustrated, I'm sure.
17-6 for Naf, leading the server. Not too far behind his fellow Canadian Twists at 15, Skulls at 13. Liquid still 6 rounds in the lead.
I'm seeing a couple of ops on the CT side right now, Jason. It's going to be a double op setup. Cadian and Twists wielding them.
Dust 2 is one of the maps, obviously, where it can be effective. The only question in MR12 is if it's worth it with the economy, and if you're Liquid and you had this kind of a lead and you had this kind of cash flow, now's the time to bust it out, see what it can give you.
Push into the lower tunnels here for Yakindot. Could prove pretty effective, but JT is coming down to clear it, and JT walks right into Yakindot, who is completely aware of that possibility, and JT will fall. So Complexity down a player. Yakindot can't really get away, and all that utility is starting to bombard towards him, but he still stands in the corner because he's got enough backup from his teammates to keep him alive. And now Naf, he gets aggressive from the other side of the tunnels, and it's perfect timing for Naf. He catches the bomb carrier in Floppy, and he gets out of there.
That's a little bit of a flow state. Like, look at every time they turn. Every time they turn to deal with the first push, there's another push coming in. Absolutely disgusting from Team Liquid, and Complexity's got to feel a little bit foolish after that round.
That's the Counter-Strike equivalent of tapping someone on the opposite shoulder and then moving around the other way and making them turn. It just worked out every time for Team Liquid. They just pushed through the lower tunnel, pushed at the upper tunnel. Complexity caught completely unaware. And that has left them in a very tough spot because now Team Liquid are up to map point in this best of 1. Second timeout used here for Complexity.
Might be too little too late.
I think so.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. That was kind of... yeah, that was a little obvious.
Might be, Jason, but who knows?
This one might be over.
You gotta believe in the greatness of the American comeback here today. It's not impossible. Just improbable. And they've got a scout, 2 Galils, 2 AK-47s.
It's not pretty. And I mean, you've been worked so many times by the Team Liquid on this map that it just, yeah, you kind of in the back of your mind know that you've been beat.
It's just not enough fragging output across the server right now for Complexity. Only one player's broken double digits, and that's JT.
But I think a lot of that, I mean, look at the round that was just played. Like, how are you supposed to get frags? Elige goes to push Yakinder with that lower push, and all of a sudden he's got a player at catwalk fighting him. Floppy goes to deal with some of the lower pressure, and he's got Naf pushing around to smoke and upper. Like this, I think a lot of the low kill count on the Complexity side is just due to being outplayed as a team tactically on this map.
No one from Team Liquid there to meet this complexity party that have exited long. So you've got some space to play with now. So you'll clear out the car, you'll realize no one from Team Liquid is actually playing long. So you have to consider maybe a passive setup, and that could indicate an AWP's presence on the bomb site. And Halzerk has got to challenge the Cadian sniper with a scout. So this is not the most favorable fight for Halzerk. He goes into it. Halzerk gets tagged down to 17.
Oh.
Still alive at least, and Cadian dropping back. Now Complexity making their way to the bomb site. Will this be their final maneuver on Dust 2, or will they be able to stand strong, at least for an extra round here? JT through that smoke. Elige will follow up, and Team Liquid forced into the save call.
Yep. Back away, no point in risking anything. Yakinder's still over on catwalk, so he might be able to get some exits at the end of the day, but wants to preserve his life and that AK-47 if he can. Looks like his spot's been noted.
Just hanging around, hoping he can get an extra kill at the end here. He might get that opportunity onto Grim, but he decides better against pushing into short. He's going to join his teammates at long to save those weapons. Yakindar looking to try and make it expensive for them on the way out, but they get around that corner, and Complexity will send all of their players towards the pit. And Yakindar's trapped at short. Floppy's got that locked in. So another round here for Complexity. Nice little steal away there at the end there for Yakindar. Gets the AWP back, and so they can continue to run this double op setup.
Nice Molotov to force Skulls out in the open. His only chance really was swinging for a fight instead of swinging for an escape out of that situation, but none of those are fun options. If that nade from Cadian either breaks the smoke so he can take a shot or does damage to the players crossing behind it, I think a few more of those engagements might go the Team Liquid way. Good tag through the doors. Naf is brought down to 46, but more lower aggression.
Yeah, it's been so effective from Yakindar. He's going forward again. Floppy has nades in his hand. He's got no one to trade him. Floppy, somehow, still alive. He's got around that corner for safety now. Yakindar still quiet about this, but eventually will pounce him. Floppy, I would have definitely put my money on Yakindar to win that fight at the start of the round, but Floppy's come out on top of it. And that's a big kill for Complexity.
Yep. Twist and Skulls line up into the bomb site, and they had mid-control. They had information on it from Cadian's AWP, but you're back into a situation where the main defense is Skulls with an M4, and then you have two ops, and they've already crossed over. Retake going to be tough.
Oh, the boost up does not work out here for Naf. And where there is a boostee, there's a booster. And so Skulls is looked for by Elige. Good shot on the Cadian, but a 2v2 now off the back of Twist's multi-kill. Skulls goes through the smoke, Halzer considers it, and it's all on Twist to close this one out. It's a doable round here for Twists. He comes in, Halzer instantly taken down to 13. Health is incredibly low on both of these remaining Complexity players, and they don't have the bomb down yet, so Twist has time to reposition through CT.
And remember, Yakinder knows he brought Floppy low in the opening engagement, so Twist knows both players red HP.
Are they going to double peek? Oh no, they're going to sit down on the site, so Twist is allowed to come to them, but it's still going to be difficult for the Canadian, but he separates it into the 1v1 fights, and Floppy, oh, so close. Twist could have done it on the jump, but he wants to just track him further and further back. Twist will close the 1v2 and the map for Team Liquid. That will be a 13-6 victory in the American Derby, and Team Liquid will be happy about their first win here in Dallas.
Yeah, nice quad kill from Twist in that last round, but this early on looked like Liquid was just the better team on the map right out of the gate. Rattled off a really, really strong first half, barely a recovery for Complexity, and it continued into the CT side. One of the few maps, I think, if you're Liquid, you'll play this all day long, so other teams better take note. Dust 2 is a strong map for Liquid.
Yeah, fantastic performance from Liquid, and in particular from the Canadians. It's Twist that somehow finishes ahead of Naf at the end there. 19 kills to close it out from North America's greatest ever player, most accomplished player in Twist, and now he's looking to do it again in a Liquid jersey.
Yeah, I mean, he's been another, him and as you kind of mentioned, if you want to talk about consistent strong performers like Twist and Naf for Liquid through all the kind of upheaval, have still just been cranking out strong performances. Over on the Complexity side, that's got to be a really deflating way to start IEM Dallas. Your Dallas campaign in these groups. Never felt like they got into the server and showed up. So high fives, good games. And Liquid are going to move on, staying in the winner's bracket.
We talked about how disappointing it can be to lose your opening game, in particular in this group, and how strong it is looking. You've got some really solid teams there you might have to face down the line.
Well, I mean, we can talk about it now because, I mean, at least for Liquid, you've got the winner of MOUZ versus 9Z. And I'm going to tell you right now over on the B stream, 9Z is currently up 9-3 over MOUZ at the halftime break. So that's going to be an interesting eventuality. Regardless, out of this matchup, we've got James Banks ready to chat with the players.
Hello, yes, I am there. I'm being thrown balls. I've got Twist with me. Hopefully going to join me there. I don't know, I got thrown this at me. I don't know who threw it at me. You're not holding this? Okay. Why are you not holding this?
Too American for me.
Too American, that makes sense. But in this American brawl, you guys came out on top and it looked pretty comfortable, mate.
Yeah. I mean, I had a feeling it would be Ancient or Dust 2 when thinking of the veto process. And truthfully, we thought it was going to be Ancient, but we're pretty confident on Dust 2 at the moment, so was happy with how it played out.
Yeah, do you think they thought they could look at some of the past games you played on Dust 2 and they could use that to their advantage? Do you think that's where they were going with this?
I'm not really sure. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think they chose Dust 2 in the end on their side, so I'm not really sure what the process was.
But a strong start and confident stuff for you guys here. Is this more of what you're going to expect, though? Can Dallas looking at like one where you need to show yourselves up here?
Of course, for us, like every event is important for the ranking. So yeah, I mean, wins like this is great. But nothing really matters until we make playoffs, so got to work on doing that first.
Focus on the playoffs, that's what it's about. Let's go back to the desk.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, 13-6 is how this one wraps up. Turns out Liquid, they're quite a strong team on Dust 2. Complexity probably played themselves by letting that map get through.
I mean, it's a tough veto for Complexity in a best of one, which sounds crazy to say because their permaban is Mirage, and then you want to get rid of Ancient and Inferno, two of the most played maps for Liquid. That leaves you with Dust 2. So yeah, Complexity with no officials, thinking Liquid doesn't have any information on them. Maybe they can surprise them a little bit, but in a game where you just can't get a good start, you lose both pistols, all of that stuff, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think the preparation, hey, we're here. How's it going? Nice to see you again.
They turned off our lights.
They turned off our lights? But it's okay. We still have a nice hand. Yeah. We're talking about, the preparation. Hey. What couldn't come up from here. I just don't think the way Liquid won is not really based on preparation. I think these messy bomb plan situation where NAF shine, these are moments where it's great if you've made prep work, but it's not going to help you win these late round situations. And I think Liquid really had an advantage there.
I think we should talk about nasty ass NAF a little bit because he started so hot. We're talking 8 rounds on the T side for Liquid. Obviously, Twist was showing up right at the end, but yeah, he's our US Air Force aim high, and I think he well deserves that, Maniac.
Extremely deserving, outstanding performance at the very beginning as well. We were talking with the management from Complexity prior to this game ending, and they were talking about some of these tight situations early on where things could have been different, and I think NAF was definitely the instigator. The end result, the end stats are out of this world, but I love the fact that whenever we are down to a 2 versus 2 or 3 versus 3, if the POV is on NAF, I know that no matter how messy the situation is, he's going to know how to navigate it. He's got an instinct for the game. He's a little bit of a nonchalant player of the way he goes about clutches, but still doesn't make a mistake. Yeah, exactly. That was huge. On from the car position as well, double kill. Very, very valuable from NAF.
Yeah, also in this 2v3 on B, right, he finds all 3 kills in the end, and that's what you expect him to do, to be the closer, to be really good in those rounds, and I think that's what propelled Liquid into that 8-1 lead in the first half.
We were having a bit of a conversation with Chad, who's a bit of an early bird in the green room, talking about, is Dust 2 going to be T or CT sided? Where do you stand on that, Matthew? Because Liquid made it look pretty T-sided today.
Yeah, I don't think Complexity used what could make Dust 2 a CT-sided map. And I think Liquid did more of that with the aggression, with the retake of information in lobby on the B side twice, with the aggression coming in down lower tunnel. Remember, that was one of the big changes as well, when you started seeing people being aggressive towards lower with the smoke into mid. You have peak coming in from catwalk as well. When you play Dust 2 like that, it can be easier to get territory and entry kills on the CT side. But as it was played out, I think Liquid had all the freedom in the world to execute the strategies, which we know they already were ready on. Third map, third win in a row for them on Dust 2 in official. So I think Liquid played the map they were supposed to. Complexity a little bit backwards in their philosophy of it.
I think also the problem is Dust 2 is one of the maps where the economy is the most important for the CTs, right? Like, people don't talk about it as much because there aren't as many choke points, but you need to have an op, you need to have your utility to be able to fight long. And, obviously when you lose the pistol, then you lose the reset round as well. That's where those scenarios are going to become tougher for the Complexity guys.
In the context of this then, how disappointing is this result for Complexity? First time we've seen an official, obviously, on Dust 2. It is just a best of one, there's no elimination. Where do you stand on them now?
I don't know where to stand, because obviously you wish that they put up a better to put up a better fight, but it's losing both pistols, getting reset early on in the first half. You couldn't really get a foot in the door, right? You won the last 3 rounds on the CT side, but then again, just didn't give themselves enough of a buffer to try and really get into the game.
Yeah, I cannot really get over this whole like map conversation. Like the fact that we actually end up on Dust 2 in a best of one like that. It is obviously there's an unfortunate matchup of skills and weaknesses when it comes to the map pool. Very, very unfortunate for them. It was forecasted, foreshadowed by the caches as well. What's happening with 9Z MOUZ? Like we have to realize the loser of 9Z MOUZ will play Complexity.
Yes.
Survival game best of 3, and MOUZ did not have the best of start. So suddenly you might looking down the barrel of a MOUZ best of 3 to stay alive in Dallas.
Yeah, that wouldn't be very nice. Let's end on a nice note though, because Twist, he was kind of powering up into the end stages of that Dust 2, and you love to see that when both Nath and Twist are firing off. It's a nice clean game from Liquid.
Yeah, definitely. He was sharp, and I think that's the story for this Team Liquid roster ever since it got put together. Twist and Nath have absolutely been delivering in their roles. They've been exceptional. I think it's also safe to say. So yeah, they're going to keep trucking, and it's about the rest of the squad just following in their footsteps.
Yeah, it would be nice if they got some backup. Otherwise, I'm going to start lobbying to send them on different teams. I think you and I are going to have a bidding war. We're going to have a bidding war on who gets them. Yeah. We're going to organize something.
Nobody wants that, but I tell you what we do want. Another game of Counter-Strike, and we've got the major champions waiting on the other side of this break. It's going to be Navi versus Big after this.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's MOUZ. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job.
Party won't stop. Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Welcome back to Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. We're here with Elige, and he's going to talk us through the most exciting update in recent times in CS2. We've got the new Vertigo, Elige. First thoughts on this map after seeing some of the changes? Are you excited? Are you happy about it?
I mean, I'm excited that they're doing something, because I think Vertigo is definitely the second worst map in the pool. Inferno's still the worst for me.
Oh, Inferno's okay,
But I think that they might have overdone it. They might have overcooked. I think that they did a lot at the same time, so I would have maybe wished that they did just one or the other type of thing. But I'm happy that they're trying to change something, because I think most people would agree that it's stale.
How do you think this is going to change the gameplay?
It's going to change everything, honestly. Like, we're even still trying to figure out right now, like, where do we even plant? Because you can't plant necessarily at this position if you just smoke here. So if you just smoke, this is a very easy, spam spot. They could, okay, well, if it was good, you could just very easily spam this. So it's very tough. I think that you kind of have to just like push one of the spots, like either you take complete control of this, where you throw like 2 mollies here, so you molly here and you molly here. And then you just know that you can plant like here, maybe? Maybe something like that, but you have to consider everything that was a threat before, but now there's just more.
Add more threats.
I think it's going to be really hard for teams because they haven't really had enough time to, there's been 0 time actually. Like everyone was like on a plane when they were like coming over here. So everything's going to be really on the fly. It's going to be really messy CS in my opinion. And I think that, just see who can cook the fastest. A is obviously this big threat, but when everyone knows that A is a big threat and it's really hard to deal with, that means that B is even weaker. Because if you try to compensate by having a lot of people towards A, then obviously B becomes weaker just intrinsically because of that.
How do you think this catwalk's going to change things?
Well, I think that most likely people are going to molly. So they'll molly like back here, and then you'll know that nothing's here. And then as you're coming in, take the site, whether you're doing just like the solo smoke. So, potentially we'll see like solo smoke because now you have to use a lot of smokes for stuff. And we'll see maybe a molly here. And as we're getting like flashes, we're just throwing like flashes up here. We're swinging. We have like most people coming up to the site like normal, and then whoever goes sandbags, it's maybe his job to clear out this whole area. So maybe we'll just see something like that. I think it'll be very important to clear it, but I think we'll see a lot of times in this tournament that people do not clear it.
Yeah.
So I think that CT side is going to be a lot harder because I think that you have to problem solve and like figure out solutions for the stuff that's happening on T side, where on T side, you can game plan exactly like what you want to do. You can game plan, you know, like what type of pressure you want to put today, what the executes are going to look like.
Yeah.
But CT side, you don't really know what the other team's going to be doing right now. One, because of info, and two, because all these teams are going to have so many different ideas for how they want to deal with this stuff.
That was the Vertigo update with Felice here at the Intel Extreme Masters. We're going to kick it off and get back into the show.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
The defending major champions have arrived. They'll be taking on Berlin International Gaming in their first best of 3 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. Now, let's contextualize Navi for a second. Obviously, they impressed us all, Maniac, by lifting the trophy in Copenhagen. Then we get to EPL and it wasn't as convincing as we may have liked. How are you viewing Navi at the moment?
I will say, and I'll be quite honest with you, it's a bit of a mystery for me to evaluate them correctly, because I think people who call their victory in Copenhagen a fluke, I don't think is apt or accurate. I think the way to the trophy was insane. The list of teams they've beaten was insane. It was as deserving as it gets. But I will say, there is an argument to be made about some of the individuals and what they've done in Copenhagen not being replicable over time. And JL, the MVP, is a place to start a conversation, of course. EPL was very quiet and moderate from him. What happens with Navi when he doesn't have that kind of MVP performance, which we didn't expect?
I think it probably depends on your definition of the word fluke.
What is your definition?
I don't want to get into it, but
The
you know,
dictionary.
like, whether it's just a one-off performance, the things are never going to fall into place like that again for them, and you know, but you can't take anything away for that win. And also, I think it's okay to give the major champions one event off, right?
That's fair.
You have one event where you can sort of not do as well, right? That because you just won the major and then nothing's there, and then it's slapped back to reality, like, oh, this is still hard and we need to, you know, nothing has really changed because we won that one tournament. So yeah, and they also played FaZe, who was obviously very passionate
But the loss to
about
complexity,
beating them.
The loss to complexity is a little bit more alarming, if you will, in Pro League. But losing to FaZe, yeah, no shame in
So
that.
you think it's all right that they obviously took Chengdu off as well? Like, we didn't even get to see them play there immediately after the major and then not do so well at EPL.
Well,
You think that's still okay?
Yes.
Okay.
I think, you know, you would have liked to have seen a little bit more from them, at least a deeper run, right? Something along those lines. But it's the first LAN event, first official event post-major. So, but that puts even more pressure on this tournament, right? Like, this is where you need to have a deep run, right?
Yeah.
You need to probably be in the final of this tournament, right? You need to contend for a trophy if we're going to believe that you're legit and that that major win wasn't a fluke.
I agree with you, and I also believe that out of all the teams that have to deal with the Vertigo changes, of course, they're not concerned. Like, Vertigo, that's not really their bread. They're cool with that. I do think that they would be able to grab on Dust 2 immediately as it comes out. It's also a team that we are always praising for, like, a super strong tactical backbone, knowing how to go about these new maps. So from a map pool perspective, they should be fine.
Well, before we continue the conversation about Navi any further, let's go ahead and check in with Alexi B, courtesy of Banks.
It's time for Navi's opening matchup here, and Alexi B is joining me. And okay, we last saw you in action at EPL, but before that, it was winning a major to the 9th to 12th at EPL. I want to just ask how hard that's been for you guys. Like, what do you put it down to? Where do you feel you're at?
It's a good question, because we thought that the time off after the major took like a week off, and then we still had over 2 weeks of practice, and it felt like we weren't the same us when we were playing in EPL. So we had a couple talks after the tournament, and we came here trying our best to try to be as prepared as we can. And now the last 2 days, just trying to, you know, get accustomed to the weather and everything. And I think we're all sharp. That's good.
That's good to hear that you're sharp, but in terms of that being sharp and in terms of the energy and what you're telling me about here, What do you feel like with the team right now before we get into a game? Do you feel like they're back to the way you'd want them to be?
I think that's only decided when we start the game and feel the flow. Yeah. But I feel like everybody since the morning, everybody's super talkative, like having a laugh. Preparation went well. It's a best of one game, so we need to stay sharp. But at the end of the day, I feel like the vibes are here, and we're just gonna bring our best.
Bring your best. That's what we want to see from Navi. We want to see from major champions as well. But you're going up against Big, who at least are looking better than some of the previous iterations of the team. What are your thoughts on them right now?
It's kind of weird watching their games because you can see, like, for example, they were leading 12-4 against G2 and managed to kind of throw that game, I felt like, or at least that's what they feel like most likely. So they are fully capable in terms of pulling out an upset. But at the same time, I feel like we won them last time 2-0. The other map was a bit more competitive. But at the same time, just cannot underestimate them. And they might have some new stuff without Gobbi now. Okay. Like, who knows what they're thinking. But at the same time, I just feel like we're prepared against them.
That's what it's all about. Preparation is key. Let's see if it gets Navi the win.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take a chance to look at Big taking a win off of Navi, you got to go all the way back to 2021. It's not been nice for them going up against the black and yellow squad. But just wrapping up what Alexi was saying there, vibe checks sounding good. I mean, they're looking good. They seemed happy on media day. That's what you want from Navi.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you just have to get it done on the server, really. That's the one thing that's left, and that's the thing that's most important as well.
But the vibes are here. The vibes.
The vibes are good.
They
we
passed
got it.
Freya's vibe check.
Vibe check, positive. Let's talk a bit about Big, because obviously recently we've heard that Gobbi has been cut from the roster. He didn't know it was going to happen. Apparently, majority of the players said, get out of here. And that's all it took.
Yeah, I mean, you know, his name is synonymous with a big organization, right? Him and Tabson have been a duo in that position for a very long time. So a new era, sort of, for Big Clan in that department. They have Kakafu behind him, and we'll see what the result of that is. I think that's probably meaning they want less structure and more freedom and playing a little bit more loose.
That's where I was going to go, because on a personal standpoint, I would see no world in which they just decide that his presence isn't wished upon anymore. Like, if we don't like this guy, we want to move away from him. Absolutely not. So there must have been some sort of imprint he had on the game, some influence he had on the game that some people in the team just didn't agree with anymore. Whether it is not being able to embrace the way Counter-Strike has been played now, the new meta, a bit less organized, more free-flowing, the way Yanko is talking about, that has to come down to this. Otherwise, on the personal level, there's no way they wanted to separate from Gobbi.
Yeah, let's take a look at what map we're going to be playing in this best of one series. You got any inclinations of what you'd like to see, Matthew? I don't want you to theorycraft it. It's a best of one. What do you want?
I'm just thinking, if Navi wants to get freaky, you know, Big will play Dust 2 if they're allowed.
Yeah.
It's been famously a map they'd love to
You're
play.
not going to play Dust 2 against Big in a best of one.
Well, it's still in the map pool, Yanko.
Surely.
It is still in the map pool. Is it gonna beat us? I'm so sad now.
Yeah,
it's a nice song.
Ancient, I think that was...
humble, as always.
Maybe the decider last time around, or it was that or Nuke, but it was one of the two maps that Navi did win in the best of three. So, you know, this time around, I'm sure Big will be looking to make some adjustments, but yeah, no shockers here, no curveballs, as maybe we saw in the last two best of ones, funnily enough.
Yeah, third and deciding map it was in the last time they faced off. It's 13-7 was how it ended up for Navi. But let's see if Big can change the tides. It's time to throw on over to Jason and Dickon.
Navi versus Big in the best of one here in Dallas. It's going to be exciting to see if Big can beat Navi for the first time. That would be nice to see, Jason. But also, you know, no Gobbi. That's crazy to me, because I just got used to seeing him walking around all the time and behind that big roster.
Yeah, it is weird. It is strange to me as well, but I don't want to go too deep into it just because it's so much speculation at this point. It's very fresh, obviously, and yeah, pretty much anything at this point would kind of just be guesswork on how it all went down. Ancient is going to be the map that Navi played in the Major Grand Final to get that championship trophy as well. And Navi still looking to prove themselves after that major win.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people calling that, you know, a sort of overperformance at the major, and yet to really back it up and show they can do it multiple times. But we'll see if Navi come into Dallas with some form. Yes, they did win that Ancient game back 13-7 25 days ago against Big at Pro League, and the Big are a team that like to play Ancient, or have at least enjoyed playing it with some of the older versions in the roster. Now I've got JDC and Searson back into the team. This team on paper looks like one of the best German squads you could have made.
Yeah, it seems cool. I think like the JDC acquisition is like a good kind of role player to find, someone who's going to be supportive, somebody who's going to help out. Searson's always an interesting topic of conversation. Crimbo, obviously plenty of things to say about him. I think too, if you go over to the Navi side, I'm excited to watch Wonderful. I love watching Wonderful. Yeah. I think he's a fun offer in the game right now. JL next to him having his impact. There's still some danger. Remember the talk from Navi after winning the major as well was like, yeah, we're on this path and we didn't expect this win to happen so soon. You know, JL, I had an interview with him and he kind of said, we're operating at like 50%. Like there's still room for
they could have gone 100? That's well, we're waiting for that. That's what we're waiting for. Well, Tabson, he's waiting for this push through red. Multiple Navi players coming towards him. Tabson manages one against Alexi B, but is effectively traded by Wonderful. And they're actually going to go in towards the B-bomb side via this red push, or at least signaling they might want to do that.
About to get pinched from Bit. He's coming up the ramp as well, so they got to get these kills in process with a double.
Yeah, lovely double with those dual Berettas. Now, you mentioned Bit. Well, he's in the middle of the bomb site already. Oh, if it goes silent long enough, perhaps Bit could be the playmaker to unlock this round once again for Navi, but he's getting flanked now too. They're coming through Cave and will soon join this attack, and Bit going forward. Process, his dual Beretta's waiting around the corner, and Bit goes into that fight. Process able to react and able to take him down, and now they actually have a chance to perhaps go back into that A play because they jump the gun. They give the information about the big flank, so they can actually leave one in red and put that bomb down inside of the A side if they desire, or they can hit the brakes completely because there's a lot of time left, Jason.
Yeah, this gets in. What a weird pistol run this has turned into with the reposition from Crimbo and Searson going for that flank, and then Navi not pressing the issue to the A bomb site. So the defenders are split, but Navi don't really have a good grasp of where exactly they are. You're going to assume one's donut, right? Had to have heard those footsteps over in mid.
30 seconds, there's the bomb starting to get planted. That'll be information now passed on, confirmed. We should see Crimbo leave his spot in Cave and come back through middle. So it is going to be some extra time here for Navi to position the last two players and perfectly play post plants. JL and Bit, one out towards A main, one towards CT. Sears and Crimbo do not have a kit in their possession, nor any utility. They've got to do it on headshots, and they have to draw the big players of Navi into the fights, and that defuse is tapped. It's not the stick just yet, and that time is starting to tick on. Bit goes for the peak, using his teammate as a distraction, and now Crimbo running in towards CT spawn. There's not enough time to win this for the Germans, and Navi have somehow pulled this one back, despite having a little bit of a mess outside of the B-bomb site.
They did just enough to keep that wet round, like, doable, right? I mean, like, their kind of plans, for the most part, got stopped. And they find a solution at the end of the day. Good time for Bit to make his push to clear out behind Cube and then bail out with the bomb. Impressive stuff from Navi. Good trades all the way through. And 1-0 here on Ancient. Second round buy coming in for Big. We got a FAMAS picked up, sold back, picked up an MP9 for the extra utility, 5.7s and Deagles to flesh things out.
I haven't seen many teams today have success, at least here on the A stream, with these second round forces on the CT side. Alexi B charging over the B lane, gets caught by a flashbang. In fact, everybody's blinded. JL makes the most of that. And he gets a double onto Process and Tabson. He'll not stop though as he goes forward. A third kill in this round for JL, and here comes Searson. Did he just see enough? He did, but he's run out of ammo, so Searson hunts him down into the corner, but effective trading from Wonderful this time. It's Crimbo left in 1v3. And Navi have enough time to consider many an option, and should not really be just charging right into Crimbo. Should be securing a second round in a row here for Navi.
Now they have good control though. Crimbo might be able to get this kill onto Ima, half HP, little bit of an off angle in towards Cave.
Yeah, that's a big problem with that MP9. You could rapidly melt Ima.
Oh yeah, but can you do anything after it? They're already in the bomb site. Now they know you're locked in as well. They do have just one flashbang, so no Molotov to hold them back.
He has an incendiary. He can delay or damage the opponent. The bomb plant will come through, and now there is a timer on the play for Crimbo.
He doesn't delay or damage with that Molotov.
Somehow nothing. In fact, Crimbo coming forward into the fight and finally dropped by Bit. So it is 2 in a row here for Navi.
Yep, nicely done. They'll be fine taking 3 losses with the round win, and Big is going to have to sit back on some lower pistols. Searson saving for the AWP per usual.
Navi coming in with their fresh jerseys. Interesting seeing Navi in something different than the black and yellow.
Yeah.
Looks like funky. Looks like a disco party. And this is about to be a party for Navi in this round, because Big have only got USPs. And they go for the obliteration tactic and elbow. Doesn't quite work out. Now there's a chance to mow everybody down in mid.
Alexi showing up late to the disco with a MAC-10. He's like, I want to get involved, and all the kills are gone.
Yeah, probably would have been nice for him to actually get those kills with the MAC-10. A lot of money left on the table.
3-0. Up in the hands of Searson for this round.
Oh, Searson back. I got to cast him in an online tournament.
How was
somewhat recently.
Yeah?
Yeah, he looked pretty okay. I think it was too early for Big to really show us what they've got. JDC was very hot and cold. He has some really good maps and some very, very quiet maps. So overall, it was exciting to see this version of Big. JDC burning inside of mid. Oh, he'll hold down the spray. If he continued to do so, he would have got a second kill out of that, but it's just the one. And that second damage is unconfirmed, so Wonderful will back away from Elbow with 26 health. JL extending out of main. This could be a powerful position. Searson just seeing enough of Bit, connects that shot. Damn. JL and Alexi B make their way through, and in fact, JL is into Donut, so JDC, if he loses this fight, well, Big are over, but it's a big headshot, and that keeps him in it. The boost over the top here. Navi, not a comfortable position because both of these remaining players are very low in health, Jason.
Yeah, they got no HP. There's nothing you can really do here. So Bit's going to back off with the bomb, hoping Wonderful can be a distraction and keep players pulled and attention focused on this site. Boost it up. Maybe he gets one more cheeky kill. Here's a footstep over in Temple. And Searson is ready for that exact position. So Bit now with 3 health in a 1v3.
And 3 kills. So, and 3 letters. You know, there's so many 3s here, Jason. It's all
3.
It's all adding up. AK-47 collected for Bit instead with 30 seconds left. So he's just going to stay put, you would imagine. And that will be Big collecting their first round win.
Yeah, he's got plenty of money. Team's going to buy in the next one. He can replenish utility and keep plenty in the bank as well. No motivation for Big to hunt as they still want to establish their economy. That mid-engagement is a little bit interesting. That was JDC pushing down out of the Molotov blinded, and Ema somehow didn't get all the way out of the smoke, it looked like. He might have gotten a little bit blinded as well by some of those flashes, but that looked like it was going to be a JDC death all day long.
Let's go!
Right here.
See that again.
Yeah, like maybe that last flashbang caught him, but it seemed like he was fine, just not all the way out of the smoke, and something just went screwy.
Yeah. CB will have to shake that one off. So a timeout already here to have Blade on the mic.
This wouldn't be anything tactical, I don't think. This might be comms, although actually, I don't know. The hand gestures make it look a little tactical. You go here,
it is also
you go
Blade,
there.
so
yep.
Always a little tactics sprinkled in there. Maybe seeing something that could progress into a bigger problem if it's not addressed now. He's talking straight to Alexi. I'm sure it would have fueled this team with trust in one another, winning a major championship, you know, especially because it was unexpected. The fact that you're able to accomplish that shows you that there is that capability of winning the biggest prize in Counter-Strike, so you trust your teammates perhaps that much more across the board. But that can quickly start to fall apart again if you have some negative results in events following the major. Well, JDC back to his mid-aggression. Looking to try and climb up heaven, but good utility from Navi. That's preventing it from happening fast into the round, but he still goes for it. This time with a flash assist from Tabson. Alexi B will fall. Searson with an advanced angle with the AWP. Doesn't see anybody peeking into his crosshair just yet.
Saw a shadow, though, a glimmer of a shadow.
Oh.
So he knows one was in there. Molotov tick gives away a position over towards mid as well behind the smoke.
Him also did damage to Crimbo on that retreat, so he's lost half of his health here, Crimbo.
All right, Navi's lost the early engagement, back-to-back rounds now.
Yeah, they lost a lot of map control here too because that B lane is about to be cleared out by Big. So clearing these close corners, once they clear the cutout, they'll realize there's no one around B lane from Navi.
Well, not yet, but they're coming. That smoke, when it fades, Wonderful, Bit, and JL going to try and put some things together, some flashes, some utility to clear this out.
You're going to have to use a lot of util just to get out of those B doors. Imma's having a look. Maybe he can catch out JDC up towards heaven, but the timing actually just works completely against Imma. JDC able to take him out of play. Process unable to sink that first kill on the first time of asking, but he gets a second chance, and John DeCastro, well, he cleans up with no issue.
That's solid. Some spicy shooting from JDC. Took care of Ema in mid real quick as well.
He looked like he caught the perfect timing to get in behind cover because it looked like Ema was about to get the kill on the JDC. You get to watch it all happen again, and those 2 headshots at the end. Nice to watch that.
All right, Kakafu's getting a little bit more hype.
JDC's off to a heater here. Ema once again charging out of elbow, straight to his death for the hand of JDC. And now if you're pinned behind the doors with all 4 players, so yeah, another tough scenario where Big have all the map control right away. Navi don't have the utility to fight this.
No, they really don't. Not even the weaponry. You have 1 AK-47 on JL, but that's not going to clear everything, surely. Process is close up, tucked into the corner. Good crossfire set. Capson can swing on contact.
Process, here we go. Well, he sprayed a full magazine. No one walked into his...
He did his job. He was the bait. He was the bait in that setup, and it worked perfectly.
And it worked out nice.
Although it does kind of suck being the bait.
Yeah, it does. But it's effective. But now Navi have to start thinking about getting some more control of middle press. If they're going to keep running Ema out elbow over and over again, they better come up with something different because it's not gone so well for him. Perhaps we'll get to see the fruits of the timeout from Blade.
I would imagine... like Navi would be a team and Blade would be a coach. Like if Big is going to be pushing down mid and pushing down B lane, this will be like one of those rounds where you kind of stall them out. He's going to test it again, and once again JDC comes out on top. So does Crimbo.
That's insanely good from Big. The fact that they just have mid control with the first few seconds of every single round, and they've got players able to climb. They're just stopping Navi getting any relevant control of the map at the get-go.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't finish my sentence there. I was thinking Navi's going to play behind the utility, let Big use all of it, wait like 30, 40 seconds, and then kind of start moving forward.
Probably would have worked out better for them.
Well, you know, you've now tried this a couple of times. It might be time to switch into the different philosophy.
Not working out right now for Navi. What a hot start for Navi, but it quickly cools off as Big bring out the guns. I don't think it's a fair representation of how good Big can be on Ancient when you look at the last time these guys played on this map. And the more time that this roster's had together, you would imagine the more comfortable JDC is going to get within the squad and within his role inside of mid. And he's clearly showing that right now, 11-3.
He's been a beast. Nothing's gotten past him in mid. Navi really only have the pistol round to be happy about. A little bit of frustration on the Navi side. So Blade,
second timeout.
Yeah. I mean, if we can tell that something's not working really well, that this is looking a little flat, lackluster, whatever word you want to use, you can imagine Blade can definitely see it.
Yeah, he's got the front row seat. And update from that B stream earlier on, you may have been following the 9Z MOUZ action. MOUZ, one of the favorites, or the favorite coming into the event, has lost their opening game against 9Z.
Sets up that 9Z Liquid match for a spot in the playoffs.
Liquid will be loving that idea. And Process looks to defend this B rush. Navi throwing everything they've got in to try and overwhelm this B site. Tabson does well to get one and then drop back into the cover of Cave. There could be a plant here for Alexi B, and there certainly will be, but can he get away? The answer is no, because Tabson and Crimbo crunch onto the post plant. He's now just wonderful with 1v4 ahead of him.
Yeah, but plant's done.
And the Tech-9 might get a kill on JDC, but yeah, the round's already done.
I was going to say, maybe if JDC pushes, you get that kill, you bail out with the AK, just get a free rifle out of the situation, but Big's looking good. 5 straight for this defense. And we haven't even had to really talk about the Searson Op a whole lot. He's on 2 kills. It's been all done with rifles by JDC. Business is being handled in mid. It's being handled in B lane as well. Navi have no answers at the moment. And they've already used 2 of 3 timeouts.
So better start working right now. All right, so that last round, you get a bomb plant. That's good for Navi. It gives them an injection of extra cash into this round. They'll have all the utility. They want everybody on their weapon of choice. And this time, Ima is not going to try and fight or challenge JDC. He's just trying to prevent and delay that jump up. But yeah, you try and dodge them, you try and hide from them, and the nades will find you. Alexi B is down first, taps and swings into the fight, wins it this time against JL, and walks away as Big grabbed 2 kills off the get-go again. This is going to be so frustrating for the Navi camp. There's nothing you can do. And finally, a kill goes back the other way. It's even better from IMA. This time he will best his opponent, JDC in mid. Searson stays around that B ramp, and to great effect because Bit is caught at the double door.
Well, Tapson's going to try and handle this. Here's
Searson
the Molotov tick. He's looking for the push. Oh, that didn't need to happen. You know, Big opens up this round really strong, and ever since then, they've done everything they can to give Navi a path back into the round. These peaks, they've been so desperate and aggressive to clear out this B lane that it's bit them in the ass.
Crimbo gets into position just at that Jaguar spot.
Wonderful's thinking, I just need to stay alive.
Because Immo's on the flank.
Yeah, and I mean, his position has been so compromised, but he gets away with the bomb, and now Immo cuts off rotations. Wonderful, if he just backs off and basically sprints to the A bomb site, they've got a W.
Time is the problem, though. 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's too late now. Now they have to...
Oh, what? A little nervous energy here, and they actually are going for the A play. They think, well, he's got the bomb out, so surely he's just gone towards the A site. So Big have just given him the entire B bomb site for free.
I don't say this often, but this round has been thrown by Big.
Yeah.
Just given away.
I think they probably will. When that ball goes down,
it's a 5-on-3, and there's a push down.
Look how much money they've got as well.
It's a 5-on-3. There's a push down B ramp from Prosus. And then they just commit so hard to try and clear Wonderful out. Ema finds a lurk in mid, and then you shoot your teammate in the back of the helmet.
Here you go, Searson. Have a head full of lead. Ima's position inside of cave is very potent. Should work out quite effectively, at least for one kill here. Dare I say that, but a little...
How dare you?
Prematurely, Emma goes down. Now, Wonderful's inside of the side. Kill on Searson. Can Crimbo make up for it with a clutch? No. Wonderful will sink it, and Navi absolutely needed to collect that one. Whether or not it was provided by Big... yeah, it's up. Yeah, it was provided by Big.
That round started so good, it just got so sloppy for no good reason on the side of Big.
Now that's content.
That's so funny.
I don't think Kakafu would find that as funny as JDC did.
Yeah.
Like, he turns around and look at no, don't.
He was ready. He's ready to celebrate. All right. Well, let's forget about that one, boys. Back to it.
Searson. This time with 100 health and none of his teammates shooting him in the back of the head. He's looking for that kill down ramp. And LexiB has to sit back once again. He's dead within the first few seconds of the round. Bit to trade onto Tabson. Numbers even thanks to that engagement. A good peek from JL. Not exactly the greatest positioning from the AWPer of Searson. Stays in the open and gives that fight to JL. And Imma, he wants the revenge against JDC, but he's not getting it.
He's making a lot of noise. Bit should have this every day of the week. A little too much from Crimbo. They thought Ema would just be lurking solo again, but Bit was coming back to join up with him.
He's still going aggressive. Bit has the bomb, and so JDC wants it, but he walks right into Bit. And he'll just chomp him right up. It's Prosus left at cave alone, and Bigger offering up Navi ways back into this game. That's 2 rounds in a row now from Navi. And the scoreline is evened out at 5 apiece.
Damn, that 5-round streak from Big had to have them feeling so confident because they thirsty right now.
They are really thirsty.
They are going for everything. And I mean, I know we talked about in the podcast, the desk kind of mentioned it as well, that removal of Gavi, like the implications of what would be the thought process of wanting to do a coaching change and providing a little bit more freedom to especially some of the younger players who probably want to play a little bit looser. You're going to lose out on some discipline, you know, in that kind of a style as well. And I think that's kind of what we've seen these last 2 rounds. A lack of discipline from Big, even in advantage situations.
Especially because here we go, Bit right out middle. Gets 1 for 1. Especially because the last time I seen God B, he was walking around their boot camp with a big stick. I'm sure that helped with discipline.
Well, Teddy Roosevelt up in this.
Keeps him in line. All right, this is much better from Big. 4v2 established. LexiB finally left alone at the end of a round, but is taken out quite swiftly, and Big will respond. 6 rounds collected into the lead by 1. So we head into this last round of the first half. Navi looking to tie things up. Got the money to do so. It will be a buy round for the final round of half 1 here in Ancient. It's been pretty high octane at the start of these rounds. Like every round has been a mid-fight.
Yeah, we kind of talked about like maybe Navi slowing it down and playing behind the utility for a little bit, and that's never really come to fruition. But I mean, look, they still got 5 rounds on the board. T-side Ancient, that ain't bad. Benefit of winning the pistol. JDC again. Up towards the ledge, smokes it off, wants to go for a peek. Controls.
This smoke towards cave. It's landed up on top. A little boost for Wonderful. Give him a better sight line down long. Process intermittently peeking for information on ramp, but here comes Alexi B around that corner, taps and good for one. Process had to step up in his stead and must do so now against two players who are charging down his bomb site. Bit already by JDC tracking that, and Bit still turns back quick enough for that headshot. Process making these trades happen. Searson inside of elbow, drops Imma, and Wonderful is thrust into the clutch. It will be a 1v3 in total, but only two opponents lie in wait.
I feel like Imma's mid-lurks are so readable in this game. I feel like he's taken that exact fight like
you can see
6 or 7
fully
times.
committed to watching for it.
In fair play, it's usually been against JDC. This time it was Searson with the ult, but I mean, that's obviously something big has made note of.
Well, perhaps we will see a clutch delivered to Mr. Wonderful. Smoke onto the bomb, giving away Searson's position. Wonderful will scope up, dodges that flashbang. Here comes Searson's peak. Wonderful strikes, aim for that shot, looking to close to half of the tie. Defuse being stuck, he goes to the rifle, and Wonderful will pull off the clutch. It's 6-6, Navi and Big. It's a tight game.
Navi and Big neck and neck, tied up at 6 heading into the second half. Navi switches over to the defense. They found just enough solutions to kind of dig themselves out of a hole. Big was really piling on them. We move into the second half and see if Navi as favorites can close this out and take a win to start IEM Dallas 2024.
Excited to see how the Navi CT side is going to look. It was very much aggression in middle for a big CT side, one that Navi couldn't quite find the answer to. But this pistol will start off with Imma and Wonderful on dual Berettas. Everybody else on Navi with a USP. And Tabson carrying a whole bucket of utility here.
A bucket.
A big old bucket.
5-gallon bucket.
What's a gallon, Jason?
I don't know.
It's a lot.
It is. A lot of, what do you guys use, liters?
Yep.
So
and milliliters.
You get a liter of milk?
Yeah. You get 2 liters usually.
Liter of cola. Wonderful with the dualies.
Liter of blood spilled on the floor thanks to Joel Beretta's second liter in. It's Crimbo gone, and now 3 players still standing here for Big. The last pistol round was pretty exciting. It was all over the place. Let's see if this one can follow suit. Navi won the pistol in the first half. To win both pistols would be a huge step in the right direction for Navi. But Big are going to get out of there. They found a bit of a gap. They think they can drop back into middle and potentially hit in towards this A bomb site. But if they do go through Donut into this A site, they will have to deal with Bit in particular. He's playing from Brokey, and Alexi B has a pretty quick rotation over as well. But he's got to worry about this flank from JDC, who has actually timed that to absolute perfection. He hears those players running down towards the site from red, and JDC cuts them all open. It's Bit left with nothing to do. JDC just massacres them.
Bro.
I thought he was about to get flattened.
He's having himself a game, and he was in that lurk position for quite some time, being patient, biding his time and picking the perfect moment. Even JL with low HP is just swinging so he can give up the position so his teammates can trade it. This is so filthy. One goes down. Imma can't handle it. Wonderful gets a shock as well to the dome. And that's 7-6.
That was 3.7851 liters worth of kills right there, Jason.
Yeah, 1 gallon is 3.7 liters. That's what I got for you. It didn't really seem all that important after the round from JDC, to be honest with you.
But, you know, then I looked at the USPs. I'm like, all right, maybe the people at home want to know. And this round, yeah, it's quick. It's nice and easy. And that's another round for Big. So Navi suffering the pistol loss means they have to take on Eco, but they're right back to the buy. So they're going to have the M4s out all across the board. And a decent amount of utility around it, too. Could be considered a bit of a bonus here for Big, considering they got the MAC-10 and Galil's still out.
Yeah, well, there's 3 players without head armor, so, I mean, those weapons can still pack a punch. They find the right targets. Heads can disappear quick. Mid-smoke. Deep utility from the CT side. It'll be Imma to defend as he spent the entire first half attacking into it. He's got his old mate JDC on the other side of things, but, man, you might want to give him some time to cool off before you take any engagements. Far more passive in the mid defense for Navi than it was for Big.
A lot less utility as well, right? So probably can't force their way towards elbow. And JDC, he's kind of unplayable at the moment. He's coming out of elbow now, sending bullets through that red smoke. Strong positioning here for Big already. JDC decides he doesn't want to keep pushing the issue towards Donut, so they're going to climb up heaven. Under a minute left is Big certainly setting up for what is going to be a B play. And Imma looking to gather that information, pushing through mid. Needs to take a bit of a risk here and walk dry. He might actually be able to activate a quick flank if his teammates are strong enough on this hold. And Alexi B, good for 1. MP9 lines up to rest. But JDC cuts right through 2, and Imma's flank has to come to fruition. He gets only 1 so far, but just him being there is worrying for Big. They decide they have to think about the plant instead and prioritize that fact. And Searson getting in towards the bomb site. Here's the peek at long. He doesn't get a single kill, so JDC goes instead. And I thought there was a world in which he was going to get to that. I wouldn't put it past him with the way he's playing, but couldn't quite do it this time.
No, look, I mean, he did the damage. That connects to the headshot. He's got a very interesting situation. JDC and Wonderful going blow for blow. JDC with 21 kills. Wonderful with 17. kills to lead the way for their respective teams. Close but no cigar. As Navi creep a little bit closer, winning the first gun round up to 7.
So boost quickly to get Searson ready to fight this long player. Oh, the peek is in, but Searson unable to connect the shot, but Process just charging in. And JL able to knock him out of the park. Ima follows, and Navi got 2 kills, but look at this from JL. The aggression, it works out perfectly to catch the pistols. And JL swiftly makes it clean for Navi. They're tied up again.
Yeah, nicely done from Navi as well. Big's trying to kind of press the envelope before they completely have control of the B bomb site. That challenge, but an immediate hold from JL with the FAMAS. Now we're all tied up again. And Big, that buy goes nowhere, so they are stuffed back down to sitting around 2K across the board.
So Navi should be taking the lead here. Very competitive game between Navi and Big. Right now, evenly matched. And remember, Navi had to win some clutch scenarios, and I think we're gifted maybe a couple of rounds there in that first half from Big because they overconfidence off the back of 5 in a row.
Yeah, Big gave him a few rounds back, spotted him a few to help out.
Yeah,
and
give us a show.
They haven't had to call a timeout yet, though. They've felt like this is still within their grasp and still within their control, and nothing's. They're not losing too much ground. So playing a slow one with the unarmored Glocks. Probably having a little conversation about the next buy round. They'll turn in towards Bit, who's playing at the bomb site. He's all alone. And the Glocks shouldn't present too much danger to someone of his caliber.
Oh, Bit. Oh, first few bullets are unclean, but then somehow makes it look supreme. 3 kills in from default. Immo there with him. And I thought it was about to be disastrous there for a bit, but he stayed composed.
Yeah, after I said that, I'm glad he got that third kill. And brought it all back.
Yeah, he saved you. He had you in the first half.
Thank you, Bit. 9-8.
I thought Alexi was speaking German. V Gates. There we go. Buys back for Big. 4 AK-47s, just the one Khalil for Tapson. And no one from Big is thinking about middle. They're actually searching for a lot of their openings towards B ramp. Process in particular is being sent there multiple times now.
I think he's going to be happy to take it when that smoke is kind of that shallow, right? Like you can get this position with some safety, wait for it to fade, and again, you can pick and choose your timing. That helps too. Molotov with a little spam on top, a little spam in return.
What is this, Vertigo? Like, no one sees anybody. It's just spam damage completely across the board. Searson left on 1 health, but Big moving into this upper bomb site. Going into the attack, but JL, you thought he might have been able to get a second out of that, but it's just the single kill from JL. And so we're in a 3v3 post plant.
Yeah, except Alexi's cut off from the action. Deep smoke as well towards CT box. This is a little awkward for Navi on the retake. Emo and Wonderful have completely backed away, and I'm curious if this will be a save call. Are they going to actually try and wrap around? So they've shown presence behind the smoke at box.
It has to be so quick.
Yeah, it really does. And Process, he's not looking deep enough to catch this early, but
oh god,
they're calling it off. They're calling it off.
Yeah, that's an awkward round. That's all over the place. A lot of spam battles. Alexi B hangs around to try and make it expensive with that Galil on the way out the door. Wonderful. Nice shot to drop Process on the way out, but Big, regardless, keep this a tight game. Once again, it is 9-9. Very good.
Spam never goes bad, Dinko.
Spam never goes bad because it starts bad, Jason.
You know, I used to think that. I used to be a spam hater.
What made you a non-spam hater? What? Give me one recipe that might change my life.
All right, it's called Pude Jjigae.
A what?
It's called Army Stew. It's
Army Stew?
It's a Korean dish.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I'll save that.
Some noodles, some kimchi in there, spam, hot dog chunks. It's lovely.
All right, I'll save that for the end of the world.
Little cheese on top.
Yeah, I'll stock up the bunker with that. That is probably one of the best meals to have if there is like an apocalypse.
Oh yeah.
Just having like a
comes in those great
container
cans.
full of spam.
There is something weird about cutting into it, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but Swedish people love spam. I was there one time in the catering.
Give it a shot next time.
Mashed
Nico.
potatoes and spam.
Next time you see spam, you give that bad boy a shot.
All right, for you, Jason. I had gravy biscuit for breakfast this morning.
Oh,
true Southern experience.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Loved it. Here we
Feel
go.
it clogging your arteries as you cast.
Yeah, definitely. It's solidifying as we speak. And Bit stops JDC from getting out middle. Doesn't look like he's going to have the same kind of success he had on the CT side here in mid. And Crimbo sends himself out. Bit wasn't ready for that. Imma had to trade it. Oh, gets away with a second. You thought Imma was dead to rights. When he gets back to Donut, and it's a 4v2.
Yeah, and Searson walks right into the op. A little bait and switch. He thinks he's chasing down a rifle.
Oh, they got past Alexi here, Tapson. Oh, here we go. Nope.
Nope, he
did not see him.
That's a weird timing, and JL will not expect that. Because mid was called clear. Alexi said nobody double doors, so there's no reason for JL to be concerned about cave. But again, it's like, JL's pushing, so it's kind of out of danger. But even if you were to get that kill, it's like, what's Tapson supposed to do from here?
Yeah, it's not like he's going to be given position to get the 4 kills you need. But as soon as he taps that bomb, now they know he's in the site. JL comes back up, and it's perfect positioning. Whether or not he knew it was going to be the right decision.
I think I just heard Alexi say, I knew it. I knew he came through the smoke. Somebody said it, or maybe it was JL who said it. So like someone had a feeling.
An inkling, a spidey sense.
Yeah.
Alexi, Paul Atreides, and Spider-Man.
All in one.
By the way, Jason, I haven't spoke to you since you that kind of performance, and I have to say,
Baron Harkonnen,
that was incredible.
It's one of my proudest moments.
I wonder what was in the water. That had to be disgusting.
8 bath bombs of different colors.
Okay.
Like half a thing of decaffeinated instant coffee.
God.
And then like some German mud bath powder.
How did your skin feel after? You feel like it was...
I felt great the next day.
All right. Try that one at home, guys.
Skin felt lovely. I was in that bathtub for about 2 hours for 3 total seconds of footage in the trailer.
8 bath bombs, decaffeinated coffee, and what was the other thing?
Some German mud bath.
A German mud bath. That's what you need for clear, beautiful skin.
Could maybe do with less, but 8 worked. Just throwing that out there.
Try even more, but here's wonderful. Stepping out into the open, in behind the big box. Now this is a great position for the AWP. Should at least get one. Could be a little boost you would have to deal with. That might make things slightly uncomfortable. But Big are biding their time. Eventually they will try and run in and get a plant on this A site.
I mean, you're probably not going to win the first engagement, so there's no utility to keep this AWP from constantly re-peeking. There's a nice shot, and you also got Imma holding the line. That AWP will be recovered. Actually, not bad whatsoever. 2 kills from the Deagle of Crimbo. Not able to get enough success to find their way close to the site, and Navi have a 2-round lead. Timeout from Big. Second one used as Kakafu opens up his mic. Blade gets the chance as well. And despite using 2 timeouts early for Navi, they've got 1 remaining still. They haven't had to burn that 3rd one as they've taken control of the map. Did you just say God B?
No, that's just you. That's just you missing him, Jason.
Is that
like,
just me?
Yeah, that's just you.
I was like, maybe they named a strat after God B and he's calling.
That would be pretty funny.
That'd be so
If you were God B watching from home, you're the biggest Navi fan ever.
Or if you were, a Kakafu inside your headphones and they're calling a God B strat, you're like, God damn it.
I wonder if God B's wearing a Navi jersey right now, the sofa, He's just looking on.
If my boy Gob's watching, turn it off, baby. Give yourself some time.
Yeah. He'll be back.
There's no winning in that situation. Either the team wins without you and you feel like absolute crap, or the team loses and you feel like crap because you like the guys, you worked with them.
Yeah, you could have been there to get the win. Time ticking on. Big established B lane control. Searson headbutts the smoke. Just gonna feel that one in the morning. Alexi B is committed very deeply in towards Jag. He's going to take it for a spin. Didn't like the test drives. It ducks out, and so JDC with a headshot on Wonderful. That is the first blood of round 21. Just under a minute left. Bit has found somehow the only spot where the fire hasn't spread to. That is crazy.
Yeah, but it's not gonna. At the end of the day, even if they were to go, like that Molotov was a little bit early for any kind of a pounce, so it's not like that was gonna be unexpected. They'd still clear that position.
Imma's got an op. That's the weapon for the job. He's not getting a multi-kill here. So this is one and dead. They nearly collateral. That would have been absolutely perfect, but he does get a multi-kill. Imma shuts 3 down and shuts me up because this guy's got a multi in the locker. He might just stop everybody from entering this A bomb site because now Crimbo looks to cross and Imma shows what he's got on the sniper. From a disastrous first half to a clinical second, Imma pushes Navi to map point.
Maybe he was an opper all along.
This is he's the Romanian sniper.
Bro, when did he get 20 kills?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's tied up with Wonderful now.
Yeah, and this is a disgusting little form that he's found after that tough T side against JDC, who had a hot hand. This CT side has been wonderful. Quad kill on the op.
JDL's like, what?
Alexi is like, all right.
All right, Imma. Hell yeah, maybe we'll give you the op a few more times.
Get a little confidence under his belt after the quad kill.
All right, Process. He's been trying this over and over again. He goes for the B smoke. No, he doesn't actually. He stays behind it. Weird flash caught him. He's hanging around behind it. And oh my goodness, B! He has got some laser scanner onto 2. It is now just Crimbo left. And Navi will take down Big today. Crimbo's left on 9 health. And this is a hell of a recovery in the second half. Much better on the CT side from Navi. Bit touch and go in that first. But Navi come to play in the second.
Yeah, they encountered some struggles, right? We know the T side can be very difficult on this map, but Big not able to put more than 1 gun round on the board. They only win round 18, and that's about it. Win the pistol in the next round, but gun rounds have been all Navi. Helped, obviously, in part by Imma's massive leap in performance between first half to second half. The halftime break did him wonders. And Navi, 13-9, take their first win in Dallas as high fives come all around.
Yeah, day 1 in Dallas looks good here for Navi. Ancient once again against Big is in the pockets of Nadis Vincere. And for Big, it is going to be a journey. It's going to be a path forward, one without God B, and one with a new look squad. And so far, not so good for Big, but it's still relatively early days.
Yeah, and you're going to have to work through some things, especially with a coaching change. And you want to think about that in terms of a different philosophy, a different style brought in, but also Gabi and Tabson have been working together since what feels like the beginning of time. And not having, that connection between the in-game leader, Tabson and Kakafu, obviously going to have to develop that, personally as well between the two of them to get on the same page. So plenty of steps for Big to take. First half looked good, though. JDC was absolutely lovely. Performed very, very well. Searson had some nice shots with the op, just not a complete package quite yet.
Yeah, not quite the complete package, but interested to hear from Navi, and perhaps we'll hear from some of their first half woes, what was maybe going a little bit wrong for them, but that second half, in particular, Imma just opened up the scoreboard and started fragging out. Navi take 1 win here in their opening day of groups.
It's nice to see that too, because for a team that's trying to prove that the major wasn't a complete fluke, it can be replicated, or they can find a way to reach the same success perhaps in a different way. Imma's always kind of been pointed at as a player where that's a pretty critical thing to have him step up in this fashion. That extra player, that extra fragging power that we saw on display in Paris, that is absolutely important. And actually, speaking of which, we got Imma. He's standing by with James Banks.
Yes, we do have Imma here, and you're a bit of an AWPer as well all of a sudden. You want to have some fun there?
I mean, I think this is my first 4 kills with top in 2024, so yeah.
We'll take it. It does help net the win in there. And it seems like this is a very good mood. Yes, it's a win and it's a best of 1, but do you feel like this was just an important game to go this way, especially after how things went at EPL?
I mean, I think it's in every tournament, it's very good to win the first game. Especially that we didn't start that good. Especially me, I got fucked by Castro in middle. He fully fucked me. But then we recovered. We just play our game on city side, and everything worked out perfectly.
It did work out very well. How was the energy in the team? It's something that Alexi was talking to me about, and just kind of touching on the fact that it wasn't the same at EPL. After you get the major win, it wasn't the same way. How did it feel today?
I mean, it felt, I mean, I'm not sure what he said because I didn't listen, but it felt way better for sure. Like I said, we played our game. We had fun, even though we were losing on T side, and then I think that's all that matters, to have fun.
So Navi's back?
Navi's back.
Navi's back. Ema said it. Freya, we'll go back to you.
And Ime is certainly back from 4 kills in the first half to 16 in the second. That halftime break did him wonders, and you need a guy like Ime to be stepping up for Navi to look like, you know, a formidable force, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He was the name that was even in that major run a little bit missing, right? So for him to start off the tournament in a strong manner, I think that's definitely a positive sign for Navi.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I like the composure that Navi showed, because the first half wasn't exactly perfect, right? Big was definitely into this. I think JDC started phenomenally. Phenomenal start for him. Like the words that Ema used in the interview, not going to repeat it, of course, but he indeed made love to them towards middle a couple times. That did happen.
Made love or...
You said it.
I don't know. Anyway,
Pass.
yeah. Were you worried at all for Navi in that first half? Because Big, I think you're totally right. They were kind of coming out really hot.
I was a little bit, because they were just hitting their head into a wall. It was constantly trying to take mid in a similar fashion, right? And it was just 2 guys there really preventing them, right? JDC was doing a great job. And we didn't see from Navi any sort of, you know, some of those fast A execute or an A rush to try to change the pace, or at least, you know, make the CTs really worry about that. It was just trying at different pace to take mid, and they just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, somehow it was a little bit stubborn, but I do think we can have the same criticism for Big. It's like the T side was very, very flat. Not a whole lot of diversity in what they brought to the table. I think they tried to mess a little bit with B-Lane early on, but you have to give credit to the nade usage from Navi, the wall bangs as well coming in from LXB. I know on the stats line he's down there as well in the dumps, but the amount of damage he was doing, always putting pressure onto Big, he forced them to slow down. And so as a result, you play some weird late round situations where Ime finds himself with a 4K with an AWP. And I think that's because Big never really put themselves in a commanding good position, and whenever they could, this is where the mastery of the retakes from Navi came to fruition. You saw how they were calm and very composed in late rounds. I don't think it was that competitive on the second half at all.
Should we talk about the actual AWPer on the side of Navi? Of course, Wonderful has to be our Air Force aim high, even though Ime was trying to steal it from him. And yeah, it's great to see Wonderful, you know, showing up. There were some rounds, particularly in that second half, where he looked like he was warmed up.
Yes, but I think the most important stat that you see here are the clutches won, because he had 2 1v2s in the first half. That's, you know, outside of the pistol, most of the gun rounds that Navi has won. So he stepped up in that department, had another good performance, and seems to have really adjusted great to this Navi roster.
Yeah, I agree with you. He doesn't have an incredible wow factor when you watch him play, and I think that's part of the reason why he isn't really talked to too much, but he is a very strong clutcher. And I think it remains time and time again. He's a player, whenever you end on his POV in a 1v2, 1v3, you know he's got a word to say in that. That was the case in the first half. Ends up with 20. Just a silently good job from Wonderful.
Lots of rifle work there for him, actually, in the highlights.
It's a very good hybrid. It's a very good hybrid.
He's a good, diverse player. How do you then view Navi going into the rest of this tournament? Obviously, best of ones now at the raid. They'll be progressing on to that best of 3. Is your expectations for them to obviously make it to playoffs? How deep?
I want to see how they do against Spirit in the next game, right?
Okay.
Assuming that Spirit is going to take down FlyQuest, yes. But I want to see how they do against, you know, a team like that, right? Because that's going to be the real test for Navi.
Historically, I think they were one of the few teams that could resist-ish the Spirit absolute demolition crew that was put on. Took a map off of them pretty early on in Katowice as well, so we're going to have to see. But yeah, we're jumping the gun. I mean, the match is yet to be decided.
Yeah, and let's round off this matchup as well, because the CT side was obviously where Navi started to look a bit more consistent. So let's check in with the Kadir play-by-play for round number 15.
I'm running.
Can you block?
I'm flashing inside. I'm Oli. I'm blind.
Survive.
One more cave.
I'm behind cave.
One cave.
One M.
I can flash long. Cave. No. There's no inside me. Don't cheat.
Yes, I know.
Rate those comms, guys, out of 10. How clean, how nice. If you were a teammate in there, you like that?
Yeah, I think strong 8.5 out of 10. They were aware of what was going on. People were asking, offering utility, right? And you could tell the round was pretty clean for Navi.
Yeah, I agree. And the intensity was here, but it wasn't chaotic. And it's a very fine line to walk for teams, not to be screaming around in these situations, but it felt like whatever key information was needed to be repeated and emphasized on, they did. Emus flank, asking for flash into the cave as well. Strong communication.
Big, obviously, with that loss. Not eliminated, but likely going to be facing FlyQuest if we go going with your logic. How do you see them doing in the rest of the tournament? There is that big caveat of Gobby now no longer with the team.
I'm not super optimistic, to be honest. I would have FlyQuest as the favorites in that matchup, to be perfectly honest with you. And yeah, I don't know what's going on with Searson. Like, sure, he did his best work in 2020, but he was better than this. I mean,
vastly better.
Yeah, this is like being pretty much a liability for the team, you know, no impact, no frags even to speak of, right? In a game where JDC is putting 20 plus kills, just a little bit help from some of the other guys would have been enough to take down Navi potentially.
And it's been the case ever since he rejoined Big. It's not just a one event situation. I think by the numbers he's the worst performing player that they have, and you don't need me to tell you why it's a problem to have your AWPer being in that position.
Yeah.
So really, really complicated. I, for one, liked to return to a full national German team. I liked it. I don't know what the hell they were trying to cook around with, like this whole European whatever. But if this is the way he's going to play, listen, there must be someone else that's ready to take in the spot.
Go just back bring international.
No, bring Mento back. No, it's like hyped. Whoever, like surely there's someone else that can do a better job. It is very problematic what he's putting forth with the lineup.
Well, there is a reason why we're predicting FlyQuest to be the next opponent that Big will be facing. That's because they've got to take on Spirit. That's coming up next after this break.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's now. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job.
Party won't stop. Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Don't believe what you read, not all words are the same. Not everything you see, you can't trust anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves as prey. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, don't remember but you wish, babe. Took out the trash like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I snap to see on the pictures, they flash on the page. Now they're pleading on the fifth and last mistake. But I know that dirty secrets the gamekeepers hold the keys to the gate. Only open for the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake, we are not the same, so go take your license, plastic and products.
Going to be hard to go up against Donk after Tux?
After Tux, probably not. They're pretty similar players, so should be right.
All right. What do you think about the new update?
Of the new update? I don't know, man. Vertigo, I don't reckon it'll get played too much. I like the util changes and the price, obviously, because I actually like the A4. But I just want to see what Vertigo is like in the meta after this event.
All right. Thank you. That was very kind of you. Now I'll bother some of your teammates. Back said you're an A4 or an A1 guy?
A4, but it was always too expensive.
And now?
I'm an A4 player now. It's going to be used.
What do you think about some of the other changes? You know, the incendiary. Did you get a chance to play it at all?
Not too much, but I think the economy changes are really good. Maybe a few more changes to CT, like made the kit cheaper. But other than that, I reckon it's all good. It's pretty good.
How do you feel about the game against Spirit that you guys have coming up?
Obviously a tough matchup, but I think with our recent wins and going up in the ranking, and they haven't been playing events, so it's probably a fair matchup. I think we just have to try shut down Donk, I guess, if anyone can do that. So we'll do our best.
All right, appreciate it. You guys have fun with the SSD and all that good stuff. See you later.
Yeah, FlyQuest might be about to receive a baptism by fire here at IEM Dallas 2024. That is because they've got to take on Spirit in their first series here. Obviously, the champions of IEM Katowice 2024. But since then, Matthew, not a whole lot of event attendance coming out of Spirit.
No, you're absolutely correct. And it was one of my greatest disappointment to see them not seize an invite for the EPL in that situation. We would have loved to see them in Pro League because they fell out of the conversation just a little bit, and I don't think that's right at all. I think we need to maintain the conversation around Spirit, their position as one of the biggest titans of Counter-Strike currently, but yeah, you also have to play, right? So Bedboom was a great event for them until they made MOUZ, and I feel like the caveat of the grand final, when you see Vitality right before that getting spanked the same 3-0, you have a hard time knowing exactly what happened. You meet a MOUZ that is full on confidence, they win the first map of the grand final, they go on to smack the hell out of you. Where does that leave us with Spirit? I personally still hold them in the super high esteem, knowing the only loss they've had is FaZe at the major or MOUZ in general.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also we're talking about these teams and burnout and exhaustion, and then you have Spirit just chilling for a month and a half.
That's pretty
not
crazy,
doing
though.
anything, just having time to practice. And we mustn't forget that Shiro only joined this roster at the beginning of the year, and it was very early on in his tenure with the team that they've had that great run in Katowice, right? And then obviously the major happened and whatnot. So in theory, they should be even better now with all this time to get him integrated and practice a bunch of these maps.
And I'll just imagine this lineup, the assets they have, and Dust 2. Yeah. Shiro on Dust 2 as like a turret, absolute cold-blooded killer, and Dong running around with the rifle, aggressive entry, get in your face type situation. I think they're gonna absolutely blaze on Dust 2.
Yeah, we got to see them playing it once, obviously the previous tournament, and that was some nice tape to be getting off of them. But you said earlier, Matthew, that you feel like Spirit, they are under the most pressure coming into this event, right?
Because no, I said MOUZ.
You said MOUZ?
Yeah,
you did say MOUZ. Yeah, you did say MOUZ.
Put words in my mouth like that.
Maybe you said you were excited for Spirit. I don't know. Second place behind MOUZ?
Yeah, for sure. I said it.
Yeah, don't know why you said
that. I said it. Yes, Spirit under a lot of pressure to just win games.
Yeah, that's correct. A whole lot of pressure.
I mean, if you're not playing that many games, then surely you've got to show up when you do play the games.
Yeah, I guess that's the only thing, is like you haven't been around for a while, so now you only have this and then Blast after. Or they make it?
No, they're not up.
They're not there?
I don't think so.
I don't believe
they're
they'll
in
be in
London. No. So this is the end of the
they were
season.
playing with the stand-in and all.
They were. Donk wasn't there. Magix wasn't there.
They must have won the showdown anyway. It's great that we're such professionals and we know exactly what we're talking about.
You guys are doing Blast, so it's I put that on you. I don't need to know that shit.
That was your chance. You could have made an application right here.
Yeah, that would have.
You missed the chance.
That would have changed everything for me, I'm sure.
Anyway, I'm so glad this is a rehearsal and this isn't going out live. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about FlyQuest, because obviously I think from their perspective, what we saw in Chengdu, it was heartbreaking that they didn't manage to make it to playoffs. They were so close. They managed to do that in EPL. It's a step further, obviously different caliber of tournament, but for them, surely they're wanting playoffs here so badly, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They want to build on the performances that they've had recently, and you know, this is a team that up until recently couldn't win one game coming into these sort of tournaments, right? So it's a great improvement for them to be competitive, to be winning games, to get into the playoffs, and then beat another European team in the playoffs as well, right? And put up a good fight after that as well. So yeah, I think they're just trying to build a little bit more on what they've done recently. They had to go back to Australia to play some of the local leagues, so it's going to be a bit of a shock to, you know, go to this level of opposition.
Well, before we do find out what map we are going to be playing, let's go ahead and check on in with Dexter.
FlyQuest looking to find some success in their opening game, but it certainly won't be an easy game. But I will talk on some positives and fun stuff that I'm seeing in FlyQuest right now. Your voice comms, they are quality. Like, them getting released from Pro League, it was enjoyable to listen to. But is it just like that the whole time?
Yeah, especially on LAN. For EPL, we were really happy and enjoying ourselves. So it was definitely like that for every single game.
And talking about EPL, right? You certainly were enjoying yourselves, but you performed very well at the same time. Did the expectations change for you guys at the moment?
I think not so much because we kind of have like periods where we go really hard into comps and sometimes more relaxed. And we came off like 3 weeks or nearly 4 weeks in Europe then, as we needed a little bit of break at home before coming to Dallas.
Yeah.
And then obviously like Australian practice isn't exactly the same as European practice. So where expectations are still the same, I would say.
Okay, so it's more down to the practice you're getting and how you feel coming into it. So it'll be a telling sign right on the first game, but is there something you can do, obviously, other than just always being in North America, always being in Europe? Is there something else you can do to make sure you put yourselves in the best foot forward?
Yeah, the biggest thing is like we kind of just remind each other. Like I'm always trying to remind each other, like if we fall back into like these bad habits I noticed or something like that, even versus Australian teams, like we would be punished 100% in these scenarios. So I was like, make sure we're doing like that. And even after losing EPL, we were just like, yeah, make sure like we keep the same mentality we have for EPL for this tournament. We might be a bit more jet lagged, we might be whatever, but it's important because those were the winning factors, not my tactics, not everyone's like popping off or anything like that. It was our mentality.
Nice, so the mentality has to be strong, and it certainly needs to be strong against Spirit for this one. How are you feeling about this matchup? Because I don't know, the new update comes in. I think of like Donk running around and having a lot of space to take. Do you think there's much change that's going to happen here? Do you think they'll be so ready for it? What's your overall thoughts?
Honestly, I'm not too sure because we were on the flight and we haven't got a chance to really play it apart from like yesterday. So we're still getting into it as well with a lot of teams here, I assume. We're kind of prepared for them, but like they have the X factor of Mr. Donk, and so anything could really happen. So we'll just have to see, wait and see, I guess. Yeah.
Who's got the bigger balls though, Donk or one of your players?
Hopefully my players. Yeah, I've checked.
He's checked. Wow.
I don't even know what to say, so I'm just going to move on. No Vertigo, no Dust 2. We get Ancient. Let's talk about that.
I'll tell you, Donk is still growing up, so
give him time.
There's still time, right? And God knows how. Never mind. But I think the saving grace here for FlyQuest is, Freya, who's better in your eyes, FlyQuest or 9Z?
FlyQuest, but 9Z.
You would have said FlyQuest, so then I was gonna say, well, if 9Z could take down MOUZ, then FlyQuest can take down Spirit.
No, I like that.
Right,
yeah, let's go
because
with
that's
that.
how Counter-Strike works.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
If X beats Y must beat Z.
Transactivity, of course.
It's exactly what should happen. I'm so glad they gave us this time for some top-tier analysis. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Let's throw it on over to two guys who actually know how to do their job. It's Dinko and Jason.
Don't say that.
What?
I mean, we don't really. I'm just happy that we have an in-game leader who does the physical checking himself for the boys.
Yes, that's true.
When you gotta get a visa,
you gotta get under the hood. That's for sure. And I think it's fantastic work here from FlyQuest with some of the results they've had. But as Dexter was saying, you know, they don't get the best practice out there in Australia, and now this will be their first taste of what Team Spirit can do, and in particular, obviously, Donk. So I think it's going to be a rough time for the side of FlyQuest. We'll have to wait and see. But Donk recently has had some cultural impact. He's added himself to the list of many a great player who have stood there with an HLTV MVP coin with a sad face as they lose the event most recently out in Belgrade. So he's looking to try and get the W here in Dallas. And Team Spirit kicking things off on the CT side. FlyQuest on the T side. Just giving a quick play towards this B-bomb side called by the Aussies. And they're going to go right into Chopper, who will do exactly that with his USP. Chops the head right off Int. Vexite will follow in suit. And they're calling this one off. They're going elsewhere.
Yep, peace. Get shut down. Transition over towards middle, towards the A-bomb site. Those footsteps are being tracked by Zontix. Double dualies over in Cave. So if you think that's going to fake them out, you're in for a really rough time turning this corner. Zontix up close. Shiro's going to swing on contact. Oh, and they get obliterated coming through the murder hole. Triple kill for Zontix, pistol for Spirit.
Yeah, nice and clean for them. First two kills are easy. FlyQuest have to go to plan B almost instantly, and it doesn't really work all the time, plan B.
Winner really picked up from that desk energy, haven't you? Winner of this game plays Navi, who won their matchup just previously, if you happen to miss that one and just wanted to tune in for the Donk Show.
Yeah. Dexter was a finalist here last year, Jason.
Oh, that's right. He was. That's crazy to think of. That was like the dead team buff, right?
Yeah.
That MOUZ that just was like...
It was his last event.
We knew roster changes were coming, and...
He's made it all the way to the final.
Yeah.
Didn't have a great final with Dexter, but looking to see how far he can go with his new squad. Team Spirit kind of got slapped around in the last grand final they played by MOUZ. One of the maps in that best of 5 was Ancient. They lost it 13-9.
Yeah, I was trying to find this interview. I don't know if I like made it up in my brain or if I actually read it somewhere. So if anyone has like the information or the link to it, like let me know. I could have sworn I saw like Spirit give like some interview where someone, I think it was Zontix, had been like, you know, we're kind of like, we have taken a long break. We weren't at Pro League. We weren't at ESL Pro League. This is kind of an event to get us back into playing shape to kind of close out the season. And I'm honest to God, I don't even know if it exists.
Well, it sounds like something Zontix would say, you know.
It does.
So there we go. We'll give him that in the interview he may or may not have done.
So, yeah, if you guys find it out there in the world, help a brother out.
Zontix with the triple. You picked up on that desk energy too, Jason. I like it. And it's Vexite left alone, and this Glock, it's gonna die real quick. That's 2 in a row here for Team Spirit. Chopper's really had a buff in CS2 as an in-game leader, like individually speaking. Probably easier when the rest of his squad are just insanely good.
I was going to say, he's got like a really probably, I mean, this is hands down the best lineup he's played on, right? And like it makes everything easier when you've got guys like Donk and Shiro who can just like create frags out of nowhere. Magix and Zontix are both super solid in the roles and the styles that they play. He's got a good team around him and he's calling good Counter-Strike at the moment. I really hope this like Team Spirit rise continues. Like I don't want this to be like a team that's like Donk's incredible, Shiro's incredible, but they're not winning much. I want to keep seeing them fight and contend for big trophies.
Yeah, and some of the bottlenecks from the squad could be the likes of Magix and Chopper, who sometimes have pretty quiet games, but Magic's on Ancient. He's played this position for many a year, and so he's quite comfortable on the CT side of this map, and he's off to a flyer here. 2 kills to kick off this round against the Rifles of FlyQuest on an MP9 of all things. It's not exactly the start FlyQuest would have been hoping for, so Inz is trying to start a little bit of success in towards this A bomb site. Chopper gets close quarter combat going with this MP9, rounds that corner, and uses the sound cue to perfection. Now the last-ditch effort for FlyQuest is trying to head into this B bomb site. Donk is ready. Donk just charges through with that FAMAS. And Magix is there to close.
Oh, he doesn't care about your smokes.
He really doesn't.
He doesn't care about
it's
that
just
whatsoever.
a slight obstacle in his way. Well, Inz was probably the standout, right, for
Pro League,
FlyQuest.
absolutely. He was a monster. He was a beast for this team. It'd be cool to see if he can replicate that. Magix with his double. Jump gives away the position for a swing. And there's Magix and Donk finishing off the final 2.
Even though the MOUZ beat them in that best of 5 final in Belgrade so convincingly, Donk still finished top of the squad with a 1.18 rating. Closest was Shiro at 0.95. So even in a very one-sided losing effort, Donk is still able to top the charts. We're expecting to see some of the same here at the 100th Intel Extreme Masters.
Except for maybe doing it in wins.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
In wins.
That part they would like to change.
Yeah, and he's cleaned up inside and middle. That's Donk with 3. Starts the FlyQuest attack straight through to Donut, and that is a 4-0 start in the blink of an eye here for Team Spirit. Headsets off for Zontix.
You know, those in-ears sometimes get a little painful. Just going to give his ears a little bit of a break.
Been in long enough.
Put him back in.
That's why you got to get the games done as quickly as possible, your Spirit.
All right, round 5. Guns are out for FlyQuest again. All up in the hands of Alistair. AKs and plenty of utility for the rest of the T side.
You know what's really interesting about the Team Spirit squad? You know, at the RMRs, we started to see their first weakness, and it was maybe Vertigo. They've actually changed the position of Donk. Yep. He doesn't play as that B anchor
anymore. Yep.
And that is very exciting.
Especially with now the further changes to Vertigo.
Oh.
Shiro gets an easy shot as Vexite comes through the smoke, was trying to catch Magix jumping away, but the AWP has great cover, and now Donk moves into position with Chopper behind the smoke in front of Jaguar to take control of B lane, and Dexter is looking the wrong direction, baby. Over towards the A bomb site, everyone starts to shift. There's a deep donut smoke.
Alistair can flick on down, but Zontix just swings. Here's the headshot. Maybe goes a little step too far, but he does a lot of damage onto Liaz, who is now trapped in the corner because Donk knows he's got him pinned.
It seems a little crazy, like a little bull just taking like a really aggressive peek like that if you're Zontix, but you had Donk rotating over from Donut. Yeah, deathmatch, baby.
He's playing 2 angles at once. And I actually think I favor him. Yeah, 3 angles, you're right. All right, let's see him make it work, or mid to look a little silly. It gets off of tall box just in time, and he's able to drop back into safety. Goes out for the peak at a good time. Inz is caught with utility in his hands, and Donk knows that Lias is pinned and swings the sniper into the kill. Donk plays it to perfection in the end. That's 8-1 for Donk.
Yeah, it hasn't quite gotten disrespectful yet, but you can just see the confidence in the Spirit players. Well, you know, like just everyone, like you can see the confidence they have. Like they're not going to be scared of any kind of a fight. So they're not trying to like ram it down their throats. They're not trying to push into them and disrupt everything. They're just like, I think I have an advantage in this fight. I think I can beat this guy in this duel, and they're not shying away from taking it. It's going to force an early timeout out of FlyQuest to talk things over in the first 5 rounds of this map.
Hallie standing up. Don't see that too often. Urcast, great to see him back in our Aussie squad. In his Greyhound days, obviously went back to Mongolia, played a little bit there. Didn't exactly have the longest playing career after his time in Greyhound. It's great to see him as the coach, standing behind FlyQuest. Happy with the start here, Chopper. You absolutely would be. 5-0. FlyQuest once again do battle with weaker weapons, and it's a quick A play. There's no one inside of the A bomb site. Fastest to get there is Zontix. He's going to toss his grenade out, get his rifle ready. It's 1 kill from Zontix. Donk on the follow-up, and good transfer back from Donk. That is mechanically brilliant. 3 kills, he can't even believe it. He's loving that. Yeah, I don't know, it just happens.
That's a really nice transfer.
It was 3 kills. That's so sick from Donk.
Well, they wanted to slow him down. It's not working so far. 6-0.
11-1.
151 ADR on Donk.
Donk is exactly... It gives you exactly what you want every time. Like, you watch it and he just gives you that performance you're expecting to see. Apart from that few games on Vertigo, perhaps.
Except for those couple times. Well, let's see if he gets caught here. There is a player pushed up, but he's not aggressive. It's Zontix instead who takes the bullet that I thought might have been meant for Donk. And without his teammate, they've been kind of a 1-2 punch in the aggressive fight that they've taken. Donk backs away for the moment. He's the only player on this side of the map. He's got to control mid, and he's got to be concerned about the 8 bomb save. But just the spam.
That's enough.
Forces FlyQuest back and allows Donk to regain control.
And he'll re-smoke elbow. But there is a massive hole on the A bomb site to try and fill, so they're going to go back and figure out how they're going to adjust this defense to deal with the possibility that they could walk into A from main. So it looks like that is the call from FlyQuest. Everybody's inside of main, bar of Xi, who's on the other side of the map. But Donk is now repositioned through Temple and is now at the big box. Self-boost himself up. Makes it look so damn easy, so damn clean. And Donk then drops off the top of it, in behind the box, and will look for further kills. It is Inz who has dropped down to 8 health. Chopper coming to help. That's Vexside on the other side of the map, who is now down. So FlyQuest only have one option, and that is to run into the path of Donk, who has plenty of teammates now to help him.
Do you see this psychopath just jiggle the right side, bait out the shot from the op, and then swing left for more damage?
Oh, he wins
that one.
Oh,
yeah, he does,
God.
and not one more. Inz was crouched just beneath the crosshair placement, but Shiro's, he's like, boost, please. Make my day.
Do it.
I dare you. I double dog dare you.
Now they're jumping. They're really testing him. But 7 rounds in a row. Donk, even though he loses Zontix early, he's able with magics to take mid back. Then he repositions back to A. He self-boosts himself up on the top of the big box and then wins the round kind of on his own. So he's just very satisfying to watch.
Yeah, it's a really, really cool sequence. All the different little micro moves and decisions he made to get himself in a good fight. Even winning the toughest one. 7-0. And
FlyQuest again with a weakened buy.
They gave homeboy the AK-47. What a bunch of legends.
You got to. He's going for the spam down through that smoke at B lane.
He does just have free reign. Like, Zontix is his little battle buddy. He's like, what do you want to do this round? I'll swing first. I'll watch your back. I'm whatever you want, dog.
It's great to have that combo. Good shot from Chopper. Nice shots back, though, from FlyQuest. That's even trading with the pistols.
This is the first real pressure Spirit have experienced in this map so far, where Shiro can't really commit himself aggressively to slow down the hit on this bomb site. Good kills from FlyQuest. Shiro's going to cross over. Got to be careful about the long corner of Cube.
Yeah, they got by his scope. He's got his teammates to try and get there with him, and Dexter couldn't quite capitalize on his small chance. But that bomb is down. FlyQuest, it's not the easiest post plant, but it's one they have to fight for. Throw everything you've got at winning this one. Aims to take Donk out of play. Zontix falls, and so it's all on Shiro. The Immortal into the clutch. He thinks about ins. Coming through the short side, and it works out perfectly for Shiro. He wants to go to the rifle to close this one out. He's got no smoke to create that pressure, nor a molly to stop the push. And that bomb is planted in the open, and Vexite ain't biting on that first defuse. Shiro has to go and fight him. He goes into the swing, and Vexite will win it for FlyQuest. Finally, they break through to a round victory.
Yeah, with pistols, good trades coming into the bomb site. That first eagle shot through the box as well has put Spirit on the back foot in the round, but it's just one. You got to build upon it. There's how it opened for the FlyQuest side of things. The immediate Tech 9 trade on the jiggle. And FlyQuest is able to outlast Spirit's retake and Shiro's attempt at the 1v2.
Alistair telling them where to get that AWP back for the side. He's now got it in his hands. 0 and 8. He's hoping to get off that goose egg with the sniper. Donk and Zon takes right back at it. Look how quick they're climbing up here. Flashes coming through, trying to stop Donk from feeling comfortable. Dexter's inside of that cave smoke, and Donk predicts the position correctly based on the sound and is able to remove Dexter from play. Ins falls at the hand of Zontix. And just like that, Team Spirit, dude. Oh my god!
Dude.
What? I've reported. Even though it's like a pro game, I just report every round, see what happens. That is so mental. Oh my god, Donk. What are you meant to do about that, Jason?
Nothing. You just
die.
You just take it and you like it.
Oh, that's a round. Did FlyQuest even see anybody?
Okay, there's Alistair. He's got his first. He's taken down Donk. So they can kind of start to move around this map because the crazy demon that just frags wherever he wants to go is out of the fight. Everyone else on Team Spirit playing a little bit more textbook, a little bit more passive to preserve the round win.
.35 seconds left in this round for FlyQuest. From winning the first round on their T-side with pistols.
This has got to be fast. That Molotov is going to pull rotations over.
Yeah.
Zontix is already here, and Alistair, the last one left, won't get away. Immediate kill from Magix. 8-1.
Hard to find the answers to that one if you're FlyQuest, because you do have to go into B lane.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're just like, what are we supposed to do? He got 2 kills through smoke. He spammed Dexter down when he was just kind of trying to apply a little bit of pressure to Jaguar, and then he sees these tracers, and he's like, yeah, I'll go for that.
He even flicked away on the last bullet. Just so cool. Well, the first taste of Donk for FlyQuest is pretty sour. You don't want to have to go up against him in the server, because this tends to happen. Go back to Donut. Zontix playing from red. A passive setup this time from Team Spirit. Probably realize can't get away with it every time, so let's throw a little change up in here. And through the smoke again. This time it's red. It's a common spam for Zontix, so he's dropped Alistair as he walks out middle.
Okay, they've got information about the AWP. Zontix blows open the smoke in middle. Donk is going to start getting frisky. He's forced ins away and done damage. And FlyQuest can't even get like the first step of map control. This is so crushing. There's not even really a whole lot to talk about tactically, because every time they're making a move just to get the basic first step, you're losing players.
And you got to come back and get the bomb.
And you got to come back and get the bomb, but actually that might not even be a concern.
Yeah. Yeah, these mid fights are just kind of winning the rounds without the round really beginning. Team Spirit on top. They're coming for their second Intel Extreme Masters trophy this year. Picked up the first in Katowice. Would love another here in Dallas. I was very happy to see that Team Spirit made it out here, because there was little scares at the start of the year. Obviously, we missed out on Donk going to the first blast groups of the year. Then we wondered, is he going to make it for Kato? He made it there. It's just great to see him actually make it to these events. And now we're looking at Team Spirit up 9-1 over FlyQuest. How's the other stream going, Jason? How was that phase game go?
Phase 1 over M80, 13-6 on the B stream.
And now we got Heroic
Yeah. I'm lost in the brackets at the moment. Heroic versus Pro, Jinko.
Oh, yeah. VP have had their own troubles recently. Doesn't look like it's been the cleanest transition for Electronic into the squad. And
it hasn't been, and which is, I don't know, it surprised me, but maybe it shouldn't have been so surprising the more I think about it. But, you know, yeah, they're going through, I think, a little bit of an identity crisis with a CS2 that's like faster play, a little bit more aggressive than Counter-Strike was obviously at the end of CSGO, especially the way that VP liked to play. So I think they're just having a little identity crisis on the composition of how they want to run their game and run their tactics at the moment.
FlyQuest. 5 Galils.
Well, at this point, you need to put rounds on the board, right? At this point, there's not a whole lot of good options available to you. Donk's at 15 kills, and once again, he's been able to be aggressive and control middle solo, basically with impunity. He didn't even really have a whole lot of support. Zontix is way back with utility to help him out, but ain't nobody challenging Donk at the moment. He'll find you anyways.
Probably will. Doesn't matter if you're standing behind smokes, in front of them. He will find you. Shiro holds the close angle with the AWP. Towards A.
And that was a missed flashbang that will not take Shiro off the angle. So he's got deep information, allows Zontix to play over in Red Room, Donk to play comfortably in Donut.
And Chopper's pushed all the way down B.
Yeah, okay. He has an indication Vexite could be there. So another smoke is coming in, well timed, and Chopper's going to move forward.
Oh, he's locked him in.
Yeah, he's hunting him.
He's got this one, surely. Vexite in the corner, looking the wrong way. So Chopper, even though he didn't fully consider it, he got the information in time, he was able to react, and Vexite goes down. So now Chopper takes up that position in the cubby.
He's still got that shark in him from his Vegas squadron.
He does have that shark in him.
Kill.
Smells blood in the water. Here's old Chop Chop. He's got himself Dexter. There's another one for Chopper. Doesn't often get to have fun in the rounds. Usually everybody's dead by the time he gets involved. But he gets himself into battle early.
12 and 3, he's had a good amount of fun, Dinko.
Yeah, he's definitely had fun on this map, yeah.
He's had some rounds. Good peek. Donk takes the attention. Magix just slides out. That A4. So many bullets. And a good turn. Can't find Alistair, who's going to move up the ramp, but it is nearly impossible, and indeed he'll go down at the end. It's 10-1. 1 round remaining in this first half.
Could be a very quick day at the office here for the opening game for Team Spirit in Dallas. We were all aware that this could be a possibility today. It has transpired as expected. FlyQuest will throw everything they've got into this last round. Haven't been able to get B lane without losing members. Haven't been able to get out middle without losing too many teammates. Once you don't have those two areas of the map, they've even tried some just straight up A hits, which Donk and Zontix have been able to rotate back through Donut fast enough to stop that from being effective. So it has just been overall impossible.
Yep. Final round of the first half.
3 Galils, 1 Mac-10, and a Tech-9 for FlyQuest.
Yeah, it's not...
And Donk has an AK.
Just to keep everyone updated. Here we go, round 12. Donk in middle, Zontix behind him, as we've seen throughout this half. They've been rock solid. Magix and Chopper have been pretty ace over at the A-bomb site. Shiro gets to chill this round over at A with an AWP. Someone missed something.
That's a CT smoke. So that lineup went really badly for Team Spirit. But for some reason, I don't feel like it's really going to cost them too much.
No. Vexite going to take control of Jaguar with this Mac-10, but that weapon, it's hard to kind of take any more control than that. They've switched things up a little bit, allowed Donk to sit over at the A-bomb site. That smoke blown open again on a good timing. Zontix almost able to catch Ins. Good amount of chip damage. Dexter and Ins brought to about half HP. And Spirit's expecting an A play. They shifted Zontix over. They shifted Chopper over as well. just now sliding back to their normal positions-ish.
Oh, Shiro scoped up, takes Dexter out of there. Surely Magix is going to get a free kill here. That Mac-10 goes flying through, but Magic's still able to handle it. Effective trading from Liaz, but he steps into the sniper of Shiro, leaving Inns and Alistair to try and stay alive in this half. But it is now just Alistair left alone. And it has been a dominant showing in this first half from Team Spirit. Alistair will throw everything he can into trying to win this last round of the half for FlyQuest. But it is just looking impossible. Chopper will close out an 11th round for Team Spirit. They show up to Dallas in the kind of form we were all expecting. And this donk show continues in the second half.
Dead. Nice. One more. Long and short. That's a lot long. Left. I'm in a smoke right now. Up. Yep. Very short smoke.
Plant on.
Going short. Julie's out. M4.
Nice, man.
Yep. Nice! Orb short, orb short.
Interesting to hear the FlyQuest comms during their one round win, actually.
I was going to say few. Where are you going with that
their
one?
one round win, Jason. It was nice to hear that. They looked pretty composed, shall we say, but it's not been the half they would have hoped for. It is Team Spirit on top at the moment, and the pistol round kicks off the way Spirit would hope. It's Shiro straight away to that headshot on Vexite, and Dexter looking to take them down up the ramp. Nice shot at range, but they've infiltrated the B-bomb site.
I was going to say, and you're giving them a lot of space with a very passive setup. Shiro's going to add another one onto it. Dexter, Gush.
Oh.
And then they get involved in the fight, and that's the pistol round done and dusted. That is the map. The map's pretty much done.
Yeah, it's pretty much over. Whether or not it's going to be 13-1 or a little bit extra here for FlyQuest yet to be seen, but it should be, in fact, a 13-1 victory for Team Spirit. And this is exciting, honestly. Like, this game in particular ain't exciting, but for the context of the whole tournament, Jason, it's exciting to see Spirit in this form. You know, you have MOUZ who've just lost their opening game, and they're considered the favorite for the event. I would still have FaZe over them just because they've never beaten FaZe.
That's a cool conversation to have at some point, and maybe we can get into it as the tournament goes on. I don't even know if I would consider MOUZ a favorite for the event, but I think you would probably say in terms of like power rankings at this moment in time, like there's no one else you can put as the best team in the world.
But can you consider them the #1 team in the world if FaZe made all these finals and they haven't beaten FaZe yet?
Yeah, I mean the last 2 tournaments have been won by MOUZ in dominant fashion in the grand finals, and like they passed the eye test as well. Like put them at the #1 spot in the world. Obviously, still plenty more to prove for this MOUZ team, especially once you start talking about the bigger events, arenas.
Yeah, and now Team Spirit enter that conversation obviously because they've been away for a while, but they're back.
Yeah. But FaZe is certainly in that conversation too. Vitality is probably going to be in that conversation to an extent.
Very exciting near the top of Counter-Strike. And that's a good start for Shiro. Yet again, back-to-back opening kills for him. Pistol into the second round here. The 4 players remain for FlyQuest.
There's just nothing to fight with. Spirit have played this round. You talked about Chopper and his individual level, but also his in-game leading has been really strong with this Spirit roster, and this is like, we're going to take this one slow, boys. Like, they have to force by here. They're not going to have a lot of nades, so just let it clear out. Let the first 40 seconds or so just be chill, and then we take complete advantage of the weaponry that they don't have.
And now it is over. Just Vexite left in a 1 versus 4. We missed Team Spirit. They were gone for a while, but now they return to the Intel Extreme Masters, and they return in style. The contenders for the 100th Intel Extreme Masters trophy, Team Spirit, are definitely here, and they're looking like they're in full strength.
Remember, with that win in Katowice earlier this year as well, they're starting to go on the hunt for the Intel Grand Slam.
That's going to be a fun time for Team Spirit. They could put another one in there, Jason, and it feels like they absolutely have to be in that conversation.
Minutes. That's all it took for Spirit to take down FlyQuest, and that's actually including the halftime break. So should we minus the 3 minutes?
Yeah,
23 minutes. That's all it took for Spirit to take down FlyQuest.
Hey, listen, from where I come from, that's a long time. That's plenty of time. But yeah, I think Spirit definitely reminded us why we consider them the best team in the world early on this year. And despite a small hiatus from the competitive scene, I think they're definitely still in that conversation.
Oh, absolutely. And honestly, we were watching FlyQuest taking off the headsets, and I don't even think they were really upset. There's a sense of like helplessness. Like, listen, we just got wrecked.
I think Spirit were more worried about US immigration than FlyQuest. I think that posed a bigger danger to their, run here at IEM Dallas.
I wish I had somewhere to throw to, but I don't, Yanko. Oh, I do, actually. Oh, thank you so much, Banks, for saving us. It's Banks with Magics.
Me and Magic just having a nice chill conversation. I was enjoying your mouse pad for sure here, and you had a very chill and easy game to start off with here, mate. Just get to relax.
Well, yeah, that's what you said.
How was that go in terms of these games? Spirit have quite a few of these games where they go up against their opponents and they completely dominate. Do you ever think about, like, I don't know, setting a challenge for yourself in the game between the players?
Well, not really, and we are not really approaching it like some first game we need to make the best game we can play. Okay. Like it's just happening as it's happening. Like we're just playing, we're just starting the game, and sometimes it goes so smoothly, so easy for us, and it's great to have this thing to be not nervous that early in the tournament.
Yeah, it definitely puts the pressure off you guys. But are you feeling any pressure when it comes to a group stage side of things? Even when we saw you come back recently, right, for the event in Serbia, you still managed to get to the grand final. I know maybe the result you won't be happy with on that, but you still took a break, you come back, and it still seems like Spirit can do the damage. So is there ever any worries at these stages for you?
No, we will see. I hope we can just continue playing great because, having a great start is a good thing to have, but much more important is how you continue to playing. So we'll see. We'll find out.
We will find out. For me, I always see you players playing great, so let's see if it continues going forward. We'll have to wait and see, but Spirit, nice and easy for him so far. But take a look at this.
Well, if the start for Spirit is anything to go by, then they're going to be absolutely dominating here. Of course, FlyQuest are a different caliber of opponent, but playoffs looking pretty likely for Spirit.
Yeah, I take it back though, Freya, that they're still in contention conversation, because if I remember correctly, in Katowice, they started 13-0 against Apex.
That's a big problem.
And here they gave up one round to FlyQuest, so it's already the Spirit era is over.
I hope it's going to be taken very seriously by the staff, and they're going to have an actual conversation about this round loss, because at some point you have to set real expectations. In fact, I think it's inadmissible when you have Donk in your team.
It's simply unacceptable.
Where are we going now? Simply not good enough.
Simply not good enough. Memes aside, poor FlyQuest. I mean, surely it doesn't get any harder from here for you. This is going to be the hardest challenge.
You know what? I don't even think poor FlyQuest. If anything, it's an ode to the Counter-Strike that Spirit play right now. Not only with Donk's incredible individual performance, but just overall, it's good, proper CS. It's clever CS. It's proactive CS. It's all over the place. It's very interesting and very intricate the way they play the game. And that's why it's great to see them destroy people, because this is how Counter-Strike can look like when all of the pieces fall together. I just appreciate it. Sorry, FlyQuest, you were on the receiving end. We apologize.
I'm too much of an empath, clearly. Speaking of Donk, do you want to hazard a guess as who is our US Air Force aim high?
Donk.
It's Donk, of course. It has to be Donk. Another Donkening delivered here in Dallas. Yeah, the Donkening. I think that's how it goes,
it's
right?
like so ominous.
It's pretty scary, and those numbers are also pretty scary, Anko.
Yeah, I think it's just, crazy the amount of confidence that he plays with and how easy it looks, right? Like, he's just owning every single fight. The spray control is, immaculate. Also able to be patient every now and then when the situation requires it. But look at this, the spray transfers, the spray control is just beautiful. I'm waiting for round 9. Okay, we don't have it here. But he got, but it's because it's not highlighty, but he got 2 kills through the smoke on 2 guys just based off of sound. That was in the first 5 bullets. It's not just, wildly spraying and then you get a kill. It's like almost as if there's no smoke, just laser point. And Dinko reported him after that in game.
We had League Ops behind him.
Exactly, we
checking live.
But it's just crazy. And here's the thing: like when you're losing like that for FlyQuest, like if we're gonna talk about stuff, what can you do? The only thing you can do is try to group up a little bit more and brute force it and make sure you get the trade. But then that becomes a little bit telegraphed, and it's easy for Spirit to get a read and just always be one step ahead.
Spirit going to be taking on Navi in the next stage of Group B. How do you think that will fare? Do you expect that Navi, could at least take a map off Spirit?
Well, I want to see Navi put their money where their mouth is, because after that series in Katowice, where they did take one map off of them and still lost, we heard, I think it was from Blade, it wasn't difficult to sort of game plan against them and to prepare for them. We just didn't execute that well. We were missing some of our shots early on, and then they got momentum, and that was that. So let's see this time around, right? Like if the players can execute a little bit better and they can put up a good fight. But for me, Spirit is still a little bit ahead of Navi.
Yeah, I agree. I have Spirit too winning that one. And again, they've only really lost to a strong phase at the major and a MOUZ that will 3-0 you in a studio environment.
Matthew, Yanko, I think it's only right that we...
Yes, come to the dark side. Yes.
Can we tag team this throw to the next match? Because this is an exciting one, right? Who is the first team that's going to be there?
Vitality.
Versus?
G2.
And we can't keep both of them on the desk for this. Steel and Trace are going to be up here, bringing you best of 3 here in Dallas. It's G2 versus Vitality. Spot of the playoffs on the line after this.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's MOUZ. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job.
Party won't stop.
You pumped for the changes? Are you excited? Are you nervous? What's the general emotion?
No, I'm excited. I think change is always welcome. So no, I'm excited for sure. Excited.
What do you think? I haven't touched on this yet with anyone. What do you think of like the M4 change, the price reduction?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think at the first I thought it wasn't much of a change because it's only $100, but then also changing the incendiary as well, it's like maybe it can make a bit of a difference. But I still think the science is still like a bit better than the A4, so I'm not sure it'll change too much. I think people might experiment a bit more and start using it because it's a change, so people are like, oh, we'll use it, but I think in the future I don't think it'll make too much of a difference, but we'll see.
What about you mentioned the incendiary, the molly spread difference now on the CT side. Have you played any games with it, any practice games at all?
No practice, because I think it was so late, the update, but I played a few pugs and...
Did it mess with you at all?
It was definitely different. I think the duration as well, because usually like maybe you're making a play with like asking for a flash and you're used to the timing of when to ask for the flash, and now it's a bit different, like a couple seconds difference. And also on Inferno Banana, it's a bit nicer as a T because there's not one Molotov that can spread to both sides now, so it's a bit nicer for me at least.
Okay, so a little bit of fun mixed in there. All right, cool. Well, good luck this week.
Thank you.
How you boys doing? How's the travel?
I'm good. The travel was okay. Better for him, but it was okay overall.
Yeah. How you feeling, Zawu?
Yeah, I feel good. I have a good travel day as well. I have a good... but yeah, I feel good. I have good nights of sleep. Yeah, I feel good.
I'm asking all the uppers. Are you excited for Dust 2?
Yeah, always. Even though before I did not like this map, but I'm excited. Yeah.
What do you guys think of the Vertigo changes?
I think it's good overall. I think it's a bit weird we played so fast because you don't have time to actually learn the new map, kinda.
What, Apex didn't find a way to install Counter-Strike on his phone?
No, not really, but I think in the big picture the update is good. Yeah. I think the timing is a bit off.
Sure.
But that's it.
Yeah. What do you guys expect? We were some of us were talking about like this event. How many times Vertigo going to get played? Who's going to be picking it? Like with the map pool so crazy, with Dust 2 in, now new Vertigo, it's like you don't have all the options to avoid everything.
I think mostly underdogs, I guess. Like I guess if you are a big underdog, I would pick Vertigo because probably 50-50 yes. Even though, yeah. That's how I see it. Even those two, I think it's tough map. I mean, yeah. And I'm thinking about Inferno. Not a lot of teams that doesn't play Inferno. Yeah, it's true.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Vitality now are going into their best of 3 game, and well, this one should be much harder, but even your first game was pretty hard there, Will. This was not the most pretty game, but a good comeback in the end. How do you guys view it? Where are the positives and the negatives right now?
Yeah, I mean, of course, I think it was a tough game, but I think the positives, obviously, are mentality. I think it's always been our strength. We never give up, and especially in the best of one, that's what you got to do. You can't... it was a bad start, but we were always there, knew that T-side was going to be strong, so yeah, I think... Get us warmed up, more rounds the better, but yeah, we're feeling good going to the best of 3.
And in terms of being ready for this best of 3, I want to touch on just your tournaments recently, right? Outside of Katowice, which was just kind of a off the trajectory, you've been put back on, you've been going deep in playoffs and stuff. But how do you feel it is for you, where you've started on tournament wins and now it's kind of slowed down a bit?
Yeah, I think the main thing for us is just making sure we're making progress in each tournament. Of course, like you say, Kato was a bit of a downside, but I think each tournament's been like a lot of progress for us, improvements each time. So of course we want to get back to winning, and that's the main thing. But like we said, we're making progress, we're showing the improvements, and we're putting the work in as a team. So that is also one of the big things that for us is, if you want to get back to winning, you have to show improvements, and that's what we're doing at the moment.
Okay, so the improvements are coming. I want to see, though, when it comes against this G2. Yes, it's G2, but it is Stewie standing in. Did you watch their game they played on Anubis?
Yeah, we've watched it a little bit, and of course, you can never, you got to expect for everything, especially with a player like Stewie. He hasn't been in the game for so long, but I think it's like we're focusing on ourselves. It's going to be a tough game either way, but we're confident in ourselves, in our individuals, the way we prepare, and the way we go into the game.
I like it. Confidence is certainly key. Let's see how they get it done within this game. It certainly isn't going to be easy. But Stunner, nice to see you.
Good to see you all as well. And that means that the Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by this matchup. And I'm talking about Group A. We get to determine who's going through into those playoffs. We've got Vitality on one side, G2 on the other, and a whole bunch more to give to you. I want to welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters here in Dallas. We've got Steel in the end, Maniac in the middle. I go by Trace, or I don't know, take your pick. I've been called a lot worse. Gentlemen, quite
nice
the game of Counter-Strike. Yeah,
how's
nice.
the artifact doing?
I don't know, man. I left them all there. Honestly, it broke my heart to kind of give up the universe like that, but I had to do it.
I understand.
Ultimately, though, speaking of the universe that we live in, we've got two teams, obviously, between Vitality and G2. A little bit different storylines going to this one from both sides.
Yeah, where do you want to start? There's no Vitality, maybe? Should we maybe talk about how we got here in this winning matchup?
Let's do that.
Yeah, we have this beautiful piece of technology here. We just wanted to use it to talk a little bit about the Monty matchup, just to catch you up at home as well. You know, it's been a lot of Counter-Strike being played. And just to quickly tell a story, we're talking about a Vitality that had a very poor start to this game. There's no way around it. Very stale CT side, looked a little bit lost, had a couple of good reads, but didn't really know how to close rounds. Now, I will say this, the positivity that we saw from Mezzi in that interview, I don't exactly know where it comes from. I'm going to be real, like I'm not exactly sure. If we go back to that piece of equipment as well, round number 14, round number 17, that's a 1v3 from ZywOo, that's a 1v2 from ZywOo. This is about Vitality staying alive in this goddamn game. Like, they were looking down the barrel of a loss if it wasn't for these two clutches. Finally, when they came through, better Counter-Strike coming in as well. The T side definitely get the blood going on that one, and then the overtime was obviously a better story. But still, holy hell, it has been a recurring theme for Vitality, slow starts in tournaments.
To be fair, he was saying improvements. He wasn't saying what improvements. And I think the big thing that they need to improve on is their mental game, right? Because when I go and I look through all these rounds that they're losing to Monty, Monty's just sitting there waiting on their T side, and it's individual players just peeking, pushing, not with any support, utility, flashes, anything. Dry, die, and then Monty's able to kind of like slowly close up the rounds. It wasn't until the second half when Vitality wins those clutches, which is when they're like, okay, now they're playing like they are locked in on the game.
But you were talking about, you know, those clutches. In particular, we're talking about the player with those clutches, and that would be ZywOo, because he's sitting opposite of a guy that's equally as talented. You know, we're talking about a m0NESY versus ZywOo sort of comparison here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you have two of the three best players in the world currently, obviously Dong being in that conversation, and I will always be branded an incredible ZywOo stan, but I gotta say, I wish he took a couple of pages out of the m0NESY book. Because if you're talking about a player who's capable individually to take charge of a round, to have his impact being felt, to create movement, to force situations, to put himself, to call his own number, to sometimes break the rules of Counter-Strike, that would be m0NESY. His consistency is absolutely out of this world. I know Pro League was a little bit below what we're used to see from m0NESY, and I'm not going to try to argue that, but if only ZywOo could be a little bit like m0NESY, just a tad, god damn, the game would be broken.
m0NESY kept them in this game, or not this one in particular, but the one earlier that they found themselves playing. Not against the Mongols. Mongols aren't here.
He did, but I feel like m0NESY didn't even have to really work that hard for a lot of the kills that he was getting in that G2 game, because basically all that he was getting was people swinging him, no smokes, no flashes.
Yeah, you didn't like that, huh?
I did not like that. He would rotate to B in the late round, he would sit from temple, stare at B main, and then one by one Falcons would just peek without any smokes to lock him out. So it was like m0NESY was taking a page out of ZywOo's game there and just sitting there and getting the simple shots, right? The easy shots that you just need to be able to get.
When it came down to the G2 that we saw earlier today, and obviously, you know, they had a game versus the Falcons, a game that was a little bit plagued on the side of the Falcons. We see sometimes trials, tribulations through that team and through that camp. It's shocking sometimes just how rough it can be, abrasive around the edges. For G2, what do we see?
I think we got pretty much what we expected, which is an easily slotting of Stewie in Hooks' roles, like, you know, the aggression, the space taking, the duels taking. He took a bunch of entry duels, which is what we expected from him. Won a few of those. I gotta be honest, on an individual level, I didn't know what to expect from Stewie, and he didn't deliver prestigious Counter-Strike, but I think it was enough not to be a liability. Nico was a little bit calm. I don't know how he's going to fare with like being an IGL when, you know, shit hits the fan, because that is going to happen. We know they're going to play a relaxed Counter-Strike. When you go deep in the playbook, maybe it's going to take a toll on him.
Well, I think one of the things that are going to help is that it looks like Hunter's been finding his form a little bit better. At the beginning of CS2, it looked like, wait, where is he? But now he's kind of showing up again. So it's not all on the shoulders of MOUZ and then whether or not Nico's going to show up. There's going to be a third person. So yeah, as long as Stewie isn't a complete liability, I think they're going to be okay. Just because he will do the dirty job that Hooksy was doing, right? Go in first on T side, unless you have like a spawn-based play. But the fact that they're going to keep it loose, I think is going to be helpful for Nico to be able to in-game lead with a loose structure and just let people fill the gaps.
But does he frag in that scenario? Can he do
I don't think
what he can?
So the reason why IGLs can't frag when they have to, you know, especially if they're known as like a fragger, is because they have to do all these things like micro and like wait for people to make communications. But if everyone's talking and everyone's like contributing to like filling in the blanks, then it should be a lot easier. You just say, hey, we're going to go towards here, let people do their thing.
And you talk about filling in blanks, which is what we have right now when it comes down to this best of three. We've been on best of ones all day. We now transition into best of threes and finding out the maps, finding out the side-by-side here. Right. Where does it stack up? I mean, obviously, when you look at one side of these this matchup, it's just not the same.
Are we doing veto bingo? Is that what we're trying to do?
We can give it a shot.
Veto bingo. No, what we know, I think the known entity is that there's not going to be any Vertigo shenanigan. We see G2 finally using that as a ban, and no Ancient, of course, coming in from Vitality. Now, the picks... What am I doing? Why am I pretending like I don't know? I actually know all the maps. I have my spies out there, you know, Littlefinger talking to my boys. I know what's going to happen in this veto, and I kind of like the G2 approach because they went for the screw this. We're gonna fight you dirty.
Well, so that I'm assuming that means Dust 2 or something. Because, like,
there might be a little bit of a Dust 2 fight happening right there. I'm not exactly sure.
Just don't tell me there's Mirage, because that will shock me. Well, are they just gonna roll the dice on it?
Look, the first pick is gonna be Dust 2.
Okay.
Listen, there's a few things I know. There's like things
what do you know? Tell me what you know.
But I know everything.
Okay.
That's my situation. Yeah, Dust 2 being picked by G2, and the Vitality pick, that one caught me off guard just a little bit. They went for Anubis. I thought there were other options on the table. I thought, you know what?
For example?
I mean,
like
I personally think you have Nuke, and I believe that in that situation without Hooksy, you should challenge Inferno. That's my belief. If you're Vitality, you challenge Inferno. It can be a very technical maps, and they have very strict protocols with Nico as well on Banana, and they didn't do it, and they remove it, and we go for Mirage. There you have it.
Okay.
Yep, there you have it, and there we have it as well. Looks like we are ready to get into this game. That's right, one of these teams is going to be pushing themselves to the bracket portion that they wanted to be when they got here. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That is Maniac and Steel, and for us, that is Dust 2, Anubis, Mirage, and it is Vitality taking on G2, or G-Stew, as I've heard it been called around here.
Stop.
My bad. Anyway, commentators, y'all ready to go?
Yep. You get it? Stewie, he's in the ranks. It's exciting, yeah.
Not bad. I thought you were going to go for, y'all ready for this? I
actually am hyped. Wait for it, I'm down with the kids now. I'm gassed for this one. I'm absolutely hyped. Vitality taking on G2. Best of three, winner to the playoffs, and you have a North American legend in the opening day of play for IEM Dallas.
And then you add the spice of this brawly T-side based map pool. Dust 2, picked from G2, neither team with any officials on Dust 2, so we'll have to see what we get going into Anubis, a map that we saw G2 play earlier today and get the victory with Stewie. And then Mirage, G2's current ban when they play with Hooksy.
It's fine, Stewie's arrived and he's taught them how to play.
Well, this is the thing, a team like G2 with Nico, with MOUZ, this map pool for them could absolutely sing. Now Hunter silently through the lower tunnels, we'll be connecting with 3 players top middle. Stewie has the flash at the ready. Now, we will expect a lot of harassment through lower dark and mid. Apex take first contact. Peppers a shot towards Xbox, and he now has the flash ready to set up his teammates.
They go looking. It's a well-placed flash. Hunter's vision's restored as they clear him, and it's a nice conversion from Zywoo. They take the P250. MOUZ's got that long range. P250 for the fights. The rotation's through, though. 3 bodies here for the CT side already. Nico brought low. A bullet to his face. Spinks finished off nicely. It's going to be a bit of a chaotic exchange, and MOUZ's P250 arrives He massacres all three towards CT, and the round, it falls in favor of G2.
Great response with the Xbox player for that ZywOo opener, but then G2 surge up long. The P250s didn't look like they were going to get the job done for a moment. Now it's just Mezzy, the Brit, the last man standing, a 1-on-4, and m0NESY shuts the door.
Dear.
That is exactly what you want to see. m0NESY unleashing the fury. Right? Him, when we first saw him coming through, obviously he was in the academy rosters, but he was all known for the pugs and on Mirage running every. He plays tier 1 CS. People know how to use utility right now. He's definitely acclimatized with that, but the aim's gone nowhere. We have two of the absolute best CS2 players in the world in the server right now, and the third was playing the game just before this one. You got yourself m0NESY going toe-to-toe with ZywOo. And, well, speaking of ZywOo, he's brought the scout out. CT4 spy, here we go.
Yeah, they got the long spawn, and that's a hell of a lot of damage. Next has been put to 1. Hunter 60. A well-placed HE from Spinks.
Both scouts have rotated. Apex and ZywOo both over towards Car. Now, this is quite scary. What we might see from G2 is what we saw in the old meta of Dust 2 before it got removed from the pool. We were calling it Navi, right? Take long control, be stubborn, wait, bait out utility, throw different variations of smoke walls. But this is very troublesome. Hunter and Nexa, just one of these scout bullets away from hitting the dirt. Scout noted, flash over, 3-body swing.
Oh, and now they know there's another. Trapped in now, he's in a lot of trouble. Apex in hot water and just hot flame. This is a nice one from the molly to force him out. 3 left on the site, and yeah, it does look like they've managed to avoid the potential disaster in this second round force. Dust 2, those scouts, they can pick you apart, but so can the Deagles. Mezzy's got 1. Hunter's coming in close. He's found an opportunity for another. Spinks will find it, but it's not enough. Look at their health. Look at what G2 were left with at the end of that one. Barely 30 points of health between the 3 remaining players.
There was 16 for Hunter, 7 for m0NESY, and 1 for Nexa, and that was off the shrapnel damage to start the round. So the force by Team Vitality negated, and it was strange to see both individuals head over towards the car position, but great utility usage. They swarmed as a pack, made sure neither ZywOo or Apex were able to hit anything lethal, and now they will have to take an eco Vitality. Have a couple of upgrades, a few Deagles again, a few HEs, and with the best spawns, you're going to be able to get away with that. So 2 down the pocket, Nexa chip to 31.
Yeah, he hasn't had much fun in these opening rounds. Every time he goes long doors, he's getting a HE to the face. And this one going to be just a MAC-10 hunt, appropriately for Hunter. Molly well placed, that's the boost box. No longer a threat.
I think this is a great map for G2 to be playing with a stand-in like Stewie, because you can be quite puggy. And look, top-level Counter-Strike these days, everybody knows that nade's necessary, but it's about the quickness of the reactions, capitalizing on territory, and D2 coming back into the pool is the perfect map to do so as Hunter just absolutely farming him up.
He'd have loved another. Nice work from Spinks just to keep him humble, but it's m0NESY. He is hunting them down over the top of the smoke. Just tap in and spray in, keeping that smoke clear. Gets a spot onto Mezzy and closes it down. Very, very comfortable for m0NESY. And what I loved about that as well is he's saving his pennies for the AWP. Just a P250 invested into that one, and now he's rocking it.
Does ZywOo bring it out on the other side? I can confirm that is not the case. Now, he had 5k in the back pocket, so could have gone for a glass cannon, but opts to operate with the silenced M4 Flames. The only one with the A4. We do have that price change. We'll have to keep tabs on that throughout the tournament. m0NESY rings off a shot. Now, that will be in the mind of Vitality. So how are they going to operate in a round like this? A default spread from G2, 3 through the tunnels. 1 of Hunter tending with up and out grouping. It looks like they want to go for a quick mid to B, or at least pressure.
Yeah, well, Apex has already kind of rotated through. A crossfire established with ZywOo as well.
Look at the space they get for free because there's no AWP. They've just been able to walk through middle and jump up cat without a mid-door smoke. What a luxury.
Yeah, that's really nice. Their utility is plentiful. Another well-placed HE. Going to be seeing a lot of that with the CT spawn so close to short. You can leave an extra cache of those explosives.
Oh, the crisscross smokes in mid. This is something G2 used to do back in the day. So one either side, and that allows individuals to lurk out. Nico's aim. Going to set them up and maybe even creep in towards CT spawn.
As they start kicking up a fuss towards the ramp side. Pressure onto Mezzy. He's calling for aid. Apex's attention's drawn.
There's
and Nico comes through the CT smoke. He's coming for more as well. He spotted Mezzy. Anticipates the long presence. He knows what's up. Flames is going to be his next victim if he's not careful. Nice damage inflicted from the CTs, but it's still G2. They get both of them down. The round falls apart for the defense.
Yeah, get on out of there, ZywOo. You and Spinks need to be saving these A1Ss. Sure, loss bonus building, but you need to hold on to your goods right now. There is no way back in towards this site, even with the low HP of Nico and Nexa. But I love that, and I also love this pick from G2. We discussed it just before. The fact that neither of these teams have any officials on it. Sure, there's the Stewie situation, but this map change didn't come in until after Pro League. We only had CCT and Bet Boom Dasha, where teams were throwing hands on Dust 2. And Monacy's even on the hunt. So, look, can he take these away? I'll lead at bay for now. I think he's still going to give this a crack. I don't know if he'll be immortal for much longer. ZywOo's been spotted and removed. Monacy on an absolute heater. So it is just going to be the Spinx save.
It's like he just wants to prove, you know, he's like, oh, ZywOo's in the server? It's all right, boys, watch this.
And he's the type of kid who, like, you hear from ZywOo, I don't really care about Simple. Monacy, he's living an anime story arc, right?
Yeah. So he is the protagonist.
It's beautiful. You can't get mad about that. You saw the crisscross smokes. You didn't have an orb. You didn't have any aggressive stuff. I think on Dust 2, if you're not harassing tunnels, or at least the idea that you could go lower dark, I don't think you're approaching the map in the correct way.
Well, that's what this jump spot's all about. Monacy wants to keep tabs on the potential for lower tunnels. His teammates clearing it through now and confirming that they have all of that territory to start. Flames is flirting with a little bit more of a forward position on long side. Thinks twice about pushing that smoke. Next are responsible to contain.
I think there's also some worries, and I'm sure Matthew and Josh will discuss this with Trace on the desk, but the fact that Vitality did pick into Anubis, a map that G2 were comfortable playing in their opening game, and I understand it was against Falcons. Sure, they're ever embattled Falcons with some embarrassing moments. But,
oops, nice. Back from Flames. It was a messy one from ZywOo. Didn't even pull the trigger. Quick one from Stewie 2K. And now, oh yeah, he's going to go down through the doors. That's another body drop. Spinx no longer with us. Oh, there's the Deagles. The individuals, they can hit them, but they've been yet to convert. And now Monacy's been caught out and pants. Big Deagle headshot. Now Hunter, he's fumbled the bag there. Had Mezzi on his screen. Puts him on just 4 HP. Next is going to bide his time. The cross held by Flames. There's no reason for Mezzi to give him anything. I think he's going to take it by force here. Next,
the Molly will do it. Look at the HP.
Flush him forward. Mezzi swings through. Oh, it cost him a whole lot of health. Dinked in the process. And down. Vitality on the board with just the sidearms. That's a high impact round from Mezzi and Flame.
And the AWP picked up from Apex. That will land in the hands of ZywOo indeed. It's great that they're able to bring that out off the back of that light buy victory. And it was a great little trade here from Flames onto that of Stewie, who was doing a good job as far as the entries were concerned on Anubis earlier in the day, but a good finish from the combination of Mezzi and Flames to put their first on the board.
Yeah, like that shot from Mezzi as well. Hard to track the back of the head there. Monacy jumping away, but good shooting.
Looks like a late long. They're going to late explode. Here they come.
Yeah, they're just bursting through. Flames actually chooses to fight forward. He's done very well, Flames, with a double. He knows there's more as well. Throws a nade out, going to surely go down from the Flames. In the air, plucked by Nico. Oh, he got another with the spray. Straight through the smoke. Long, will they overlook Apex? That's the question now. You've taken 2 down on long. Nico seems hesitant, anticipating it. Hunter creeps out. Here's ZywOo on the rotation, and the headshots are found by the Kovac cousins in unison. Puts it all onto Mezzi to rotate through, but the round has fallen through their fingers. Late long, very successful. Double smoke. Going to obscure the cross. They know where he is.
Yeah, Hunter's got him blocked as well. You can see him already on the move to make sure he can't drop back towards B. Well, gets across, gets the kill, but gets chipped down to 14 points of health. So we'll just have to be another save. There was a desk slam. We have Vitality. We're up in a little perch. We have a lovely little viewing area here. So there was a desk slam from in front of us. And as that happened, there was a bit of a jeer from the other side. So Nico may have hit a banger onto that Apex shot. Sounded like that one came from Stewie.
Well, the fact that Nico gets 3 there is astounding.
Well, the round was meant to be over. Flamesy did absolutely everything. Thrust forward towards blue bin. The late pop, right? This is something that with Dust 2, you can see over towards the B-bomb site and towards long. Because you throw your protocol nades, it's like, all right, well, they're not out. We have a moment's respite, but it's on that cool timing. It's like, okay, extinguish, go. Just as they're getting into those positions. And Flamesy dealt with it. I felt like he had done more than enough, but then Nico happened. So the fact that you're getting banging moments from Nico and Monacy so far, the impact is felt as we're 5-1 up.
So do you kind of consider that the counter to, you know how a common complaint of Dust 2 is that it's so spawn dependent? This is a shot into Apex. Wow, a scorching shot. But one of the complaints is that if you don't get long spawns, you feel like some of your options are limited. But what's to stop you going for that little, catching that late timing?
Well, I think to have a player to be able to pull that off like Nico helps as well, right? Because you saw how many bodies they had. They still should have likely had that locked down. But regardless, yeah, there are options, but I think that this is the thing with the spawns. If you never get long spawns on gun rounds, you're limited just based off of the RNG. Yeah. But like the roll of the dice, and that can be, there's always options. This is Counter-Strike. There are other ways back in, slower defaults that you can approach with, applying pressure towards the mid to B and short, which we've already seen G2 do in this map. It's so nice to have something, I know Dust 2 is not fresh, but have the map back so we can discuss the concepts. And Counter-Strike is always being played on a higher level. There's more minds talking about the game, the approaches, these little tweaks, these nuances. Well, and then you have the Devils going off with the individual ability.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's Counter-Strike. We just saw m0NESY throw a decoy, hoping that might bait them out on the mid-door peak. Hearing that AWP firing off shots. The penny will drop, though, as you continue to hear the spam.
When we talk about AWP, it's about time ZywOo gets, I guess, activated within the game, but this is very standard. What I'm seeing from Vitality, because there was a big difference, I'm going to go old school for a second, in 1.6 Dust 2, where you would actually hold rifles in short, compared to Source Dust 2, where you would play it very similar to CSGO and CS2 Dust 2. We're talking, 1-1-1 once we're established. One rotator CT spawn, one AWP gamer helper, and one rifle anchoring down long. And so there's some key differences in that, but the AWP on ZywOo, if it's not aggressive middle, if you're not, like I mentioned, challenging lower dark to make these rounds more jarring, you need to have presence against the execute.
Yeah, it's very interesting to note that G2 aren't throwing like a door smoke or an Xbox smoke. They're just quite confident.
They're not afraid. You got to put that fear in them.
Well, maybe this is the round. ZywOo peeking into mid, takes down Nico, repositions, Sphinx can swing out, a lovely bait and switch, and a man advantage for Vitality's defense. ZywOo, he needs to do more. Nexa has the bomb on his back, starts to reposition. Hunter has been constantly present here towards B. He tries to pick his moment, but MOUZ's done very well to repel that swing.
Important kill from MOUZ. Nexa can still come and try and isolate while m0NESY holds the rotations. If Nexa can take down MOUZ, they can plant.
He's got a good idea where he is, but now m0NESY's heard the step as well. He knows what's up. This would have to be one hell of a headshot. Nails it, but lost m0NESY. And so the cavalry's already here. Yeah, he realizes he's going to get run down. Flames limiting his options. And will close the round down. Vitality 2, G2 5. And ZywOo's AWP does take at least one frag there.
Yeah, okay, well, let's see if they start using some of these spawns that they have. Like right now, for example, m0NESY has the best mid-door spawn. I understand that one of your fears against trying to go lower dark is against m0NESY, who's likely to hit those shots. But you can always throw a deeper smoke in towards middle to at least obscure or have the question. And it is quite coin-tossy in how those duels could go about.
Not interested.
Yeah, you wouldn't do it in a round like this. You can see that the purchases coming in from G2. Obviously very light. They're looking for another late long explode. I don't love ZywOo in the pit with the AWP, though. Is he going to anchor long from here? He's expecting it. He's ready for it.
Yeah, you need Flames to do just that. 4 sprayed down through the smoke. They catch nothing. ZywOo, hey, that is a thief of an ace right there.
Come on, mate. Let him. I know it's just an eco bash, but give it to him.
Well, they're smiling. They're smiling. All good in the hood. Okay, 2-round game. T-sided or CT-sided? Have you decided?
Before when I was discussing, I thought I felt that it was CT-sided in the green room, but that comes with what I was saying about harassing a lot more to slow down the Ts and forcing them into the defaults. So I think it's still all over the place.
We get the mid-door smoke this time. They're aware that ZywOo exists.
This is going to be this is B. This has to be B. Bombing upper tunnels. It's just Nico towards green box. 4 players in upper dark right now. Have been mollied back, but that's only 5.5 seconds. m0NESY on the side, Sphinx to assist. And Flamesy calls long clear. Rotation needs to be on the way now.
Yeah, and m0NESY manages to get the smoke up
well
in time. They've played this very well. That sinking feeling in your stomach when the all-in has been called. You know, all that information has now been crawled out by the CTs. The fact that they know nothing long.
Yeah,
got a very good idea.
And G2 aren't aware that Flamesy's pushed that far, which is why they're in a lot of trouble right now.
72K going to be the spearhead of this assault. Trying to make space, doesn't want to be the first to go down though, and you can see there's hesitance from G2. Presence is noted across mid as well by Nico. Util in the air, they are giving it a go, and then a second wave
Here's the problem for G2. When you're in upper tunnels like that, you have to be feeling like, well, this is so obvious now.
Spamming that short smoke is a little sus as well.
It just seems way too obvious at this point in the round. So rerouting, sure. They have enough util to go for a light A execute. We'll probably see the bridge smoke. The bomb staying in tunnels, 30 seconds. It's a fake A pressure and still back to B.
Yeah, let's see if they buy it. Now, there are still 3 CTs there. Stewie's actually going to break his legs as he strafes to try and threaten Spinks. Good one from Monacy. ZywOo's all good for it. This is really important from Mezzi. Doesn't get anything. They've lost the bomb site now, and it's an uncomfortable retake ahead of them. You're smoked off. You're looking for vision. You're looking for info. Nico's not contesting this, so if they run through like this from Flames, nice proactive play. The retake is on.
Kits, but no util for the retake, and well, only a flash to defend, and that's been used.
Here we go. Next up, he's on the hard clear. Flames doesn't check it. He's punished for it immediately. Apex, you can see he's going to back away. They're really just hoping they can bring that up through to the next. And so a 6th round found, and it does really hinge on that port. It's a brutal roll for Mezzi.
Oh, he's going in.
Apex last second arriving on the site, takes them both down. He can get on the defuse. It's not positioned nicely for him. He should be able to go down here. Nico's got his knife out, and just in time, saves them from losing that one. But threatening from Apex makes it costly.
Yeah, good damage. Considering the finances of G2 are not built right now, we're looking at 3.8, 3.650, and 3.9 for the likes of Hunter, Stewie, and Monacy. So Nico can drop 1 AK, Nexica by himself. It depends on how much they need the util and what type of spawns they're looking at. And that's something we need to keep track of is Stewie, yeah, having to at least be a distraction, draws the crosshair of Spinks, gets the information of Spinks' position, a great little trade, and a decent attempt from Apex, who got on the board there with his first 2 kills, kept that pressure applied, and has kept the finances in a real point of contention, as we will see a tactical timeout from G2, their first. Taz on the mic.
Yeah, Apex has made that really interesting. You know, making the most of a bad situation there. He knew the round was lost, didn't want to throw it all away for no reason. And yeah, you had the cash. You actually put more pressure on G2.
I think he just wanted kills.
Yeah, that too. That too. Yeah, they feel good.
He needed to get off the big O. Monacy bought into a scout for a moment's time, but they have been able to bring forward 4 AKs and a Galil in the hands of Hunter. Stewie, as mentioned, is the only one with a long spawn. Not sure they'll send it. Nico to molly mid doors.
Ooh, easy rider. Trying to go for that jump spot.
They're pushing.
They are going to throw some aggression into the mix. Here we go from Spinks. Going to be interested to see how G2 handles this.
Same round. This is the same round as the previous.
With the exception of now lower tunnels, 4 CTs.
As opposed to the long aggress, but Flames is calling nothing long.
Mezzi, what have you got for us? They're coming for you. They're trying to abuse you. A lot of damage from the single HE. Now Spinks starts to activate. He misses his first shot and is punished for it. Good shooting from Hunter despite the Galil. He lives and avoids the nade as well. Now Nico comes a knock-in. Flames gonna be jiggling out on a timing and high precision from him on the A4. Takes down Nico, his 11th frag, so he's definitely pulling his weight and then some.
And Monacy's just risk through middle here. He's made the push.
Oh, Mezzi's let that one go.
That's 2 Mez from Spinks and Mezzi. They've really fumbled some advantages in those duels. Great clear from Stewie. Can't connect onto Apex.
Ooh, now ZywOo's in a lot of trouble. They are pushing him. They are very low. The AWP through the smoke finds Hunter, but a trade from Nexa that does set them up for the plant. An interesting 2v2 with Monacy so low. Nexa half health. And no nades for this retake. It's
gonna
get interesting.
1 bullet left.
He can make that work, and he does. Needs to reload. He's going to be isolated. Flames can come up clutch here. This would be one hell of a round from Flames. Takes the triple. Apex piping up.
Was trying to see if I understood what he said. Yeah, sorry. I took one ear cup off. I couldn't quite hear it.
Oh, Flames, that's a big round.
That's a huge clutch.
Yeah, if you're Mezzi, you know how it feels when you think you've goofed the round and your teammate saves it. You're like, thanks, man. Appreciate you.
We're saying that the 1 bullet's enough. Well,
it wasn't.
Not.
Nope.
It's not at all.
I think he was fumbling. He found like an AK and swung, but Flames was just too quick.
What you trying, mate?
Yeah.
You're not simple, mate.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Wow. Hey, I guess he assumes that Monacy's toying with him. Monacy's just looking for a gun with some ammo there. So regardless, we'll see how it sticks. As this has just become a 2-round game. As the second now called from Vitality. Xtaz has initiated this. Now, with the loss bonus going into the next only 1900, there will be enough for G2 to get a purchase. But the last few rounds have been awfully close. Only one player surviving in back-to-back. Obviously, by virtue of that Apex last-ditch attempt on the clutch.
Yeah.
Well, Stewie's brought in with a Scout, Alex, and they have a Deagle and a couple of P250s. So, the ever-optimist in me, and I'm not talking about Mr. Prime, if Stewie gets a couple tags,
I can see it.
Maybe we can have a conversation.
And the CT smoke for the cross, you know, may not feel too relevant in your games, but when you're playing against the pros, you need to obscure that cross if you're feeling confident of actually getting to the B-bomb site. So they're just going to kind of waltz in towards the A site and test ZywOo's AWP.
They've used 4 smokes already within this round. Run boost likely here. There it is being set up. You can see it with X-Ray.
Does ZywOo hit this one? Whoa, unable to track. But it's not going to be too much of a threat. Stewie's Scout misses his opportunity. Not going to get many more of those. What? ZywOo had 6 HP. If that P250 had connected, he would have gone down. And the final round is here for our first half.
Okay, well, again, you can... Well, you can't, but I can. I can tell you that the spawns right now, you've got Stewie with a decent long spawn. m0NESY could try and set him up. m0NESY's actually going to operate with a Scout in this one. So thinking they need the scope rifle to contend with ZywOo, who when we said he needed to get activated, he was sitting at 1 kill. Now he's up to 8, so definitely involved. Flamesy with 14. Leading the server right now after a hot start from m0NESY. I think he had 9 kills within the first, 3 or 4 rounds?
Well, they're getting pushy. They're getting very pushy. Baits it with the jump. m0NESY, a perpetual threat.
Going to be double cleared, or at least he should be. Oh, nice. Beautiful.
Well played by Spinks there. His forward position catches the window of opportunity. And then a very well-placed nade. Utility damage has been sky high for the CTs. Bang. Oh, Hunter and NiKo now wounded. But everyone's been landing some HEs.
Yeah, everybody from Vitality pretty close to the 100 damage mark. And MOUZ chasing down 200. The same for Spinks. Likely Apex as well after this round.
Yeah, MOUZ, 7 kills, but he's rocking 113 ADR.
Yeah, with those HEs that they were prioritizing towards the long doors and a lot of the earlier rounds in this, they've definitely done a lot of damage, but more often than not converted upon. I think right now, as they have multiple members as the walking wounded, G2 can, well, operate in quite a shy manner at the moment. It's difficult for them to be brazen, especially a player down. So likely to see this one tied up 6-6 before we head into the halftime break.
Crisscross, applesauce. They actually missed that one onto the ledge, so there is an opportunity to boost for info. MOUZ to be tested once more. Has support in Spinks, but the pressure from B doors, they are cognizant of the potential. Molly's going to make things awkward for MOUZ. Executed by Nexa. Are G2 turning this around? With NiKo now out. Ooh, wow.
That's a save.
Yeah, that's a big shot from ZywOo, and now it falls to Spinks. They're not going to expect him on the site. Stewie certainly didn't. Now it's double from Spinks to close. Lovely work to close it out. Triple kill from Spinks and a 6-6 half. Let's see where this goes in the second.
One HP. One HP. Nice! What you trying? Nice shot. Nice shot. It was simple thing. Okay.
Copy.
Good.
Call me the
Call the flash. Flash. Flashing.
Let's go B there, baby. We can only one smoke kill here.
I'm in CT. Outside B.
Oh, no smoke.
I'm picking here.
Next time,
Only one B.
Left side.
That's in. Be clear, Be clear, guys.
I'm clearing for one more. Nothing.
I cut rotation fully, guys. I cut rotation fully.
I stay here, Nema. 3v3.
Yeah, I will do the flash next on timing.
Oh, I absolutely love the opportunity to tune into those comms, you know, just to hear the intricacies and the succinct nature of some of those comms, just making sure everyone's on the same page. We got to hear how G2's comms are flowing along there. As it's 6-6 on the half of the first, we've got Dust 2 to look to enjoy with myself and Chad Birchall. Oh. That is Monacy doing what Monacy does best, taking heads as he starts off proceedings with a USP headshot.
Yeah, I heard from Monacy earlier in the day after their victory saying, we need to play our game. That for a team like this with the skilled individuals means taking duels, taking fights, and he's been, well, not run down, but crept upon, and in the back of the head, will get his second for the round. 3v3 as we head towards B. Back of Platts on Stewie 2K.
Oh, Stu. Oh, he needs one hit. It would have been really nice. Now he's just cowering in fear. Low HP already down to Spinks. The bomb is across. An uncomfortable round for Stewie 2K. They flash, they smoke, they push. And already Spinks is hitting some shots. Only Hunter remains. He can't do more than one. And Flames, he's on a hot one right now. 16 frags. And it's just the start of the second half.
I can get scout. Molly, Rocha. You can get scout, Ilya. I will smoke tunnel, guys, and flash you, okay?
I just need to molly and go, yeah? After.
Yes. Nico, is it fine if I'm not by smoke? I need to save her up.
How cool is that? Getting to hear the G2 comms ahead of the second round force. Oh, he's actually pre-aiming the perfect spot for this.
Yeah, so,
timing.
Okay, tag on tag.
Mutual tag, yeah, okay. Spinks is getting run down. That's a rifle on the ground. That's 2 rifles on the ground. Hunter's just popped off. And now the Arsenal gets a whole lot better.
Okay, well, what's the pivot? Is it going to be up Cat swiftly? Well, ZywOo trying to do that. Not holding that W key. Actually taking it quite slowly. They're in a bunch of hot water right now. Vitality with Apex low. It's going to really turn to ZywOo with the AK-47 to try and crack things open. And he has the bomb, acknowledges that, drops it on Cat. Now, we have Apex just trying to kick up a bit of a fuss right now over towards B with a lurk smoke. I'm not sure if that was deep enough. Regardless, it's Stewie back a plat. Now, are they going to try a mid to B? Regardless, they have to search for something. And speaking of searching, Nexa for information. Great push.
Yeah, awareness from Flames. He's trying to check it. He was, but now the plan has changed, and now the flank is fast. Apex has done well to find Stewie on B. They can go for a bit of a mid to B split, but that's if they can get past Nexa. He has drawn the line in the sand. They're trapped. They're in trouble. And no, Nico blocking Hunter. Didn't want to pull the trigger. Instead, Flames gets 2 on the Mac.
And he's away with the bomb.
Yeah, they're getting in now. Stewie's lost sight. Apex going to be very proud of himself for the scout shot he's hit despite that early tag. Getting themselves across is the next step. Nexa doesn't manage to connect with the AK. Bomb to be planted, Apex to provide cover. They aren't going to push in unison just yet. They need to overwhelm.
Too high.
Apex's vision. Apex has a headshot. He is popping off with the scout. Low HP. Crossfire. Nexa, a chance. How do you get past them both, though? He's going to surely get taken down by Flames, and that is the case. 19 frags for Flames and Apex. How did they dig themselves out of that round, Chad?
It's a miscomm on that mid-door play, right? So the fact that they've overlooked the second individual. Nexa, I'm not sure exactly what he saw from top mid, but Nico's thought he's already gotten away towards lower. Now, I don't know if it landed, but I think Nexa was trying to throw a molly towards mid doors or lower dark.
Right.
So that's just a bit of a mare from G2 who have, in your face, yeah, who have decided to force buy again.
I love Apex's trash talk. It's just something about it gives it like playground energy, you know, in your face.
The same long control util from G2 again. They've gone with the door smoke and the blue bin molly and then the flashes and swing as opposed to the double molly. So trying to be a little bit more...
economical?
Yeah, I suppose.
That Deagle hasn't changed his whole career. Nico's still got that Deagle Blaze. Looking to do some damage with it.
Hey, this is definitely pug mindset as well with this G2 Force. I understand that only one player stayed alive in the previous, so you're really trying to capitalize on the finances.
Chad, Andy said in your face. You want to
true.
Put it in their face.
Well, let's see. There's a flash at the ready. Flames is going to get completely blind and down. AK
lower
back and number advantage for G2, but we've been here before.
Yes, we have. I don't know if Apex has got another one of those in him, though.
If they go towards A, we had Monacy's scout perched. It could be very problematic. And Spinks, this is tough. There's a lot of corners to clear and multiple bodies ready. Gets the goose through the door. Stays alive for now, but the nade, the molly, the flames, that'll do it.
Okay, interesting. 4 versus 3 for the CT side favored. G2's forced by. Oh, it's getting rumbled. They're trying to test Mezzi as well. Zywoo catching Nico.
Oh, he'll get across for free with the bomb. No one's spotting the cross.
Okay, Hunter still B. Nexa and Monacy kind of congregate in mid. Are they looking for upgrades?
It's a tough retake now. We're talking no defuse kit. It has to be a save, surely.
Despite all of that fantastic hard work to get the flash play, the rifle.
They're coming. Hunter's now in spawn. Nexa and Monacy both on cat.
Molly for Goose. Molly for Goose.
Oh!
Laid on his face. And Zywoo, he just goes wide. The molly forces him into an open line of sight, but with a missed scout shot, Nexus going to go down to a one-tap from Zywoo. Very nice play to get the 9th on the board for Vitality. Gosh, opening kills are not translating for G2 right now.
No, and they're doing a good job of manufacturing them. It's just getting swept under the rug. An AK to be saved. Loss bonus of 2,900 going into the next. Have to go for just a light buy around this Hunter AK-47, so maybe some Deagle upgrades. You know you're getting max loss bonus of 3,400 into the next, so you can invest a little bit more. But that hole is starting to get quite deep now. 9-6 in favor of Vitality, who have only lost 2 out of the last 11 rounds of play. I don't know how Spink stayed alive. I guess those doors are thicker than we thought. And confused looking Nico there.
Yeah, just got one tap.
Well, AK's at long.
Hello, Zywoo. He's gotten away with murder there. He was full flashed. 2 players peeking him, but the supportive util sets him up for success. Monacy hanging out with Stewie on B, expecting them to try and punish this site.
Spinks definitely would have heard some pesky footsteps. They were quite noisy. But at the moment, if you take a look for Vitality, as soon as they get short control, they can end the round however they want, right? They have upper tunnels completely. They know they have long house as well. So it's really just short that they need to get control of. And right now they're starting to work on that. The tell was the flash towards Cap for Flamesy, but just hitting pause. G2 are the ones who want to initiate a lot of this, and they're congregated towards middle.
There is that AK. There was that AK there. Flamesy makes light work of it.
Just been trading. Who's picking up the AK? Started with Hunter, went to Nexa, now Stewie's got it.
Ooh, not far off the mark there. Stewie's spam puts Apex on notice, but
bombs out long.
Yeah, they're in hot water here. Just gonna have to accept that this one is gonna be a 10th for Vitality on G2's pick. I mean, we've definitely seen the resilience of Vitality, as Matthew was highlighting in their game against Monty. A real slow start for Vitality, but clawing their way back, and then a flawless OT. On the T side of Nuke, no less.
Yeah, I'm happy that they were able to convert that game, because we've already had one massive upset within this group, and that was MOUZ losing to 9Z.
Didn't get to catch that, what? Was that MOUZ just not kind of being themselves?
They were getting a paddler.
9Z with the paddlers?
Yeah, I think within the first like 7-2 scoreline, I think one of the 2 rounds that MOUZ had was a Brolin 1v3 on the A side. They also won another round a little bit later that I think had Tech 9s in place. So it just wasn't the traditional Counter-Strike that we expect to see from MOUZ. They're continent abusers. They can only do it in Europe, in studios, apparently. So,
come on, mate. This is basically a studio right now.
Yeah, but it's a different.
It's a different. Yeah. The air quality.
Yeah.
Right.
And they went to a basketball game last night.
Oh
so,
dear.
You know, you got to take this game seriously.
Let's go, Mavs. Watched it. It was enjoyable.
Yeah, I don't know. They put the ball in the hoop, and
everyone was hooting and hollering.
It's not as intricate as this, is it?
No. There's less. Pushing and shoving, though. I mean, we do it in a different way, don't we? So they're kind of just taking map control, really.
They got less headshots than we do as well. All right, well, G2, I would classify this... I would classify this as you being under the pump. Now, the Monacy AWP has been brought out, and he did have an absolute banger of a start to this map. The P250, some follow-up rounds after that, but I wouldn't say he's been quiet. I will just say he's got the majority of his kills in the early stages of this map.
Let's see if he can start racking them up with the AWP. Moses was talking about it with the lobby, asking every AWPer if they were excited for Dust 2. And it does seem like the general consensus is it's an exciting map for that AWP to have a whole lot of presence and power.
This smoke here that you've just seen deployed is the one I'm talking about to harass lower tunnels. Hunter used to love doing that, and apparently still does.
Yeah, 2 of them posted like this. With the angle that Monacy's holding as well, it's going to be, oh, I like that. The molly forces him out of the line. Oh, this hangs on by a thread. Hunter gets jumped on. It's going to be ZywOo with 2. Takes down Monacy's AWP. Even if he did catch Sphinx, they leave with a man advantage. That's gone very well for Vitality.
I like that. The molly from top mid.
Yeah, that changed everything, didn't
tunnels, a nice little combo to clear that out. Remove the threat.
And you see that smoke on doors, you're going to anticipate that there's someone occupying lower tunnels.
It's going to be part of your protocols to clear that out, so well handled from Vitality. How do you dig yourself out of this one, G2? It's a 3v4 number disadvantage scenario. You don't have an awful lot of information, and there's so much time on the clock. Not really grouped up as Stewie.
Ooh, where you going, bro?
Just crossing doors and, well, gets to live, I guess.
I mean, I understand the gamble. You're down a man. You want to defend it, and it does seem like he's gambled correctly. I say that. He's still investigating doors. It is just Nexa and Nico. Oh, they have no info.
This feels so uncomfortable.
You're so uncomfortable now. A bit of a fumble from Apex. Flames will trade. Need another headshot from Nexa. It's a dink. It is the headshot.
Does he win this?
Can Stewie get the 2K? Maybe he can. He's pushed the molly. Catches him with a nade in their hands. And it's a little bit wobbly. It's a little bit ugly. It's an 11 for Vitality.
I can't believe he's just walked, this is Apex I'm talking about, just threw that smoke in towards the A side there, into the stack. It didn't go wrong,
no, but he was onto
like it could have.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it from Nico's POV, so concerned about Long.
Great camera work on this. That looks very cinematic, doesn't it? Right out of a movie. And Flamesy continuing his onslaught, 21 for 9.
He's having a good time.
Yeah, well, look.
Oh, ZywOo. I love it. Straight in.
Oh, doors molly missed. If they swing the corner, could be in trouble.
Whoa! Bloody hell.
Drive-by.
He was moving on my screen, says ZywOo. Through the door, headshot found. Nico, hang on. It's a G2 opening kill, Chad. Let's get nervous. This could somehow go wrong still. Flamesy and Spinks are cleared out lower. They call it clear. Apex the bomb. Top of mid.
Mid to B would be a
he's lining someone
fantastic call right now.
Bit of a fake-a-rooney, or are they going to use it? They're going to use it. CT smoke from top mid. Interesting way to do it. I like this. Flamesy calls that CT is not occupied. No one's shooting back.
One pushing a Mezzy.
And that's a big one. That's a big 2 from Mezzy.
Look at how much pressure G2 felt they were under, because their rotating rifler was not in spawn, so it didn't have any information. So your B defenders feel isolated on an island is the terminology we used to use. Now Monacy's turn.
It's a happy holiday for Monacy. Oh god, he has to worry about Mezzy. He has to worry about short. Flames are starting to progress. Head on a swivel. Monacy fires off the shot, expecting the hunt from Mezzy. He's hearing this, and it's a big one.
Great round,
high impact from the Brit. Bomb ticking. 12th round looms, unless Hunter and Stewie can piece together this puzzle, and it's not looking good with Flamesy so sharp today. 22. Stewie 2K going to go down as well. It's 12-6, and this is just, I mean, domination in the second half. We had a 6-6 half. It felt very even. A nice kind of late resurgence from Vitality, and they just haven't dropped the ball.
They want to give some props to Mezzy. This is obviously an impactful round here, but earlier on in that first half, especially with the Deagle, he was one of the key reasons they were able to chip away at G2's economy and then go on that spree, because they bottomed them out. They forced them into a Tech-9 round maybe a little bit earlier than they needed to be. So great impact from Mezzy throughout this map, but obviously Flamesy's the hero with that big clutch. ZywOo contributing, Spinks doing what's necessary. Apex with the calls, and Vitality 6 rounds to the good, as G2 are left with a tactical timeout, a discussion about what does the bottom of the barrel look like.
Yeah, wow. For Stewie, it feels like he's there right now. He's having a real tough day in the office, or at least here on Dust 2.
But this is, I think, the whole conversation was that he would bring a good mood to G2 and the rest of them would function on a higher capacity. I don't think anyone expected Stewie to come in and deliver numbers.
Well, I mean, you're out of practice, aren't you? You haven't been in this realm. You haven't been competing against this caliber of team. And that's a nice setup. Different elevations. Hunter, he profits, but no one's considering the flank back from mid. Oh, dear. Nico, Monacy. Oh, and add another to the naughty list. Stewie's gone. Oh, it's just too comfortable for them. Vitality, they have not dropped a single round on their T side. Flawless to close out G2's map pick.
Anubis up next. We already saw G2 on this earlier in the tournament against Falcons. Context to this series, in case you are just connecting to Twitch TV, winner will lock themselves in for a spot in the IEM Dallas 2024 playoffs. The first team to do so. But we'll just watch this one peter out.
Oh, it's going to Dan out, actually, instead. There we go. Nice work from Vitality. Very convincing stuff on Dust 2. Get to have a little look at what they've been cooking up on the plane on his phone. Apex has got his strats ironed out nicely. Anubis up next.
Flash? Yeah, that's fine. I'll go with flank. I flash above short.
No, one more
DP.
Nice. Watch out, tunnel pushing. Watch out, tunnel pushing. Do it, one city. Nice. Nice, over there. Could be close up. One city, one.
I'm flashing car, flashing behind car.
Yeah. Go back, Yoda. You're good. Nice. Nice. That's one city.
I try and smoke CT. It might be bad.
That's
might be really bad.
It will be good. It will be good. Already close. City, in the smoke. Nice. It was good to kill.
Perfect.
So the dust has settled, and by that I mean we've settled the score on Dust 2. And by that, I also mean that the first map of the series is done and it did not go the way of G2. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. I'm here with Maniac, I'm here with Steel, and we are on the precipice of potentially sending Vitality through in the playoffs. Whew. Got it all out there.
These are big words for you. I'm impressed.
Yeah, well sometimes I put it all together. Speaking of which, 13-6 didn't really come together for G2 on Dust 2, at least.
No, in spite of a very good start as well. You watched the first 7 or 8 rounds, and I think G2 were very good at exploiting Vitality passiveness in the late round situations. They were uncomfortable. There were moments where it would seem like Vitality were having the winning hands, but they were misplaying the late round situations. They were peaking when they had the right reads, and G2 really had them in a corner. And then I'm going to give praises to Flames, because I do think that after this stolen ace from ZywOo, the 4K, it kickstarted Flames half, kickstarted his game. He saves Vitality in the 1 versus 2 round 10, make sure G2 stops, and then from there on is the Vitality show.
But before we got to round 10, Josh,
I went too fast.
But what did you see? Because there was some weird stuff. Like, okay, fair enough.
Well, I think one of the things was like, for example, like round 9. I think we're going to do round 6 first, actually. So maybe Matthew can talk
I
about
wanted
this
to give
one.
some props to G2 and also showcasing again how Vitality misplayed a few situations here. He kicks Flames, with the double kill. And then Nico is going to do something absolutely incredible. The Molotov is great. Apex here, or rather the shots from Spinks through the smoke, he kills him. Well, I would have loved to see Nico kill Apex. Maybe sometimes we don't always get what we want, but this was a Vitality with a double opening kill and turn around immediately by G2. The clutch at the end attempted. It was just hard to see, and this was one of the very slow start I was talking about. 5v3, giving that away. It looked very, very bad here. I got worried for a second.
Did you?
Very worried, in fact.
There was a point in time where when G2 had 5 rounds early in the half, I'm like, oh wow, you know what? This map pool might be looking really good for them, especially if we'd go into Anubis as the second map. But then I'm watching such sloppy things from Vitality as happening where, on round 9, for example, like G2, they have no space, they have no nades left, there's low time. And we see Flames has all of the map control over at Long A, knows exactly where G2 can go. And then there's these Mezzy peeking and dying on the tunnel swing. So I think we're going to see that right here. Yeah, so Stewie drops into the CT spawn. There's 20 seconds left. We've already cleared, Vitality have already cleared everything. But this swing here from Mezzy into tunnels gives the opportunity for G2 to get out, get the bomb planted. They have the 3-on-3. And then I think what's going to happen eventually is Nico's going to close it down to a 1 versus 1. And at this stage in the game, I'm thinking, wow, you know what? G2 might have a real chance. And it got me thinking, wait, if this is what G2's thinking here is hey, if we can make it close against Vitality, they might start putting some unnecessary pressure on themselves in these types of situations where they have the expectation that they can actually win now. Right now, they're playing to win, obviously, but they're kind of keeping it loose. They can't go with the mindset of, we need to win. We got it this close that we can do this, and then they,
Apex goes for his first kills of the map.
And that could have been something crazy, by the way,
almost.
right there. It was about an ninja diffuse as could be. I agree with you. I think Vitality looked a little bit uncomfortable early on. And overall, this is the story of the Dust 2 that we are seeing here in Dallas. We saw it in the Liquid game. We've seen it again. CTs that are being passive fall on the ground like his Apple Pen, just immediately on the ground. CTs can't play passive right now. It's really struggled with the late round situations. It's very complicated. And when you switch over to the second half, Vitality did exactly that to G2. Doesn't matter the trades, doesn't matter if it was a 3v3 or a 4v4. The late round was always in advantage of the T side. People get very uncomfortable with the retake of information. I think we're a little bit rusty in how you're supposed to play the sub 40 seconds, the sub 45 seconds, go for information. CTs don't really do that right now, and it's going to have to be reactivated. Otherwise, it's going to keep being a very T-sided map the way it happened here.
So what I want to know is where Flames got all his information, which obviously led him being into the United States Air Force Aim High player of the map. Isn't that right, Josh?
It sure was. Yeah, I mean, Flamesy, he was doing a lot of, I think it's all of Vitality, really, but Flamesy especially was kind of going on these walkabouts, just trying to find out where he can go, where he can get info, where he can take these fights. And that's what you pointed out earlier, was in the late round on the T sides especially.
He's great.
Okay, look, he's good.
So good that he's
so good.
What a compliment we're paying him right now. That is a great compliment.
It makes sense, he's so good. Normally, he stretches over into another series, I guess.
Vitality were really good in these mid to late rounds, and that's how they were, closing out all the rounds in the first series against Monty as well, was coming down to the clutches, and if not the clutches, then at least the mid rounds where the dust settles a little bit and it gets to these 3 versus 3 situations.
Yeah, and I think, as in the first map, I think ZywOo took a little bit of a nap early on. It took a while for him to warm up, and then we finally started to see him on the T side when you had these moments where it was a little bit unclear where the situation would fall out in the mid-round, late-round situations he activated. But Flames, there's something that has to be said about this player, is that high sensitivity players are very streaky. And whenever you see someone with such a high sensitivity, when he gets the multi-kills early on, that's when he's on. And that's exactly what happened here.
It's when you turn the flames up even.
Exactly.
That's exactly what's happened.
But in the microwave, 800 watts.
800?
That's a lot.
Is it?
I don't know. I
No, I don't know. It sounds like
pretty okay. It's actually okay.
It could be very much.
Dude, that's the one. That's where it all started, and that's where it all ended.
Yeah,
full circle.
I mean, pretty much from this point, not another round from G2, right?
Wasn't it Flames that turned around on the Nexa flank from Long as well at mid doors?
It was.
Yeah. So a lot of these mid round situations was him picking up a couple of kills that just
he dug them out. He dug them out of situations for a long time. Burned them.
Well, let's put ourselves in another situation, and maybe even back into the shoes of G2 and Vitality, where in which we do go to Anubis. The second time we'll see G2 on it today. So there's that, but also both these teams have played already today, right? So
it's correct.
At a certain point on G2, you think it's going to feel a little bit better around the edges?
Well, hopefully Stewie 2K doesn't have 2 Ks. Because that did happen in the first map. No, not too soon. It's very apt.
I'm kidding.
It's very
Relax.
apt.
It's all good.
It's contextual. He played the map already once on Anubis, and he played decently. I'll say it wasn't incredible, but the work he was doing in the cave area wasn't that bad. Caught off guard a couple times. We were talking about in the green room, few fights that were a bit iffy. But in general, let's hope that he can use that first map as an experience to pull through. Because yeah, you're in beating Vitality 4v5. You're just saying.
I also think that Vitality is going to be a bigger threat than Falcons were on Anubis.
How dare you?
Honestly, like,
how dare you?
That's
where
crazy.
is this
I don't know
coming
where
from?
you would have came up with that.
Unhinged. He's unhinged.
But I think, like, straight up, it was a lot of fed fights to MOUZ, just giving him the opportunity to do whatever he wanted. And if Vitality's, I've seen them play Anubis. I know that they're really proactive on their CT side especially, but on their T sides, they're not going to go and do these lackadaisical things where they allow G2 to have an opportunity to get into the game, where they're not going to really let Stewie be able to get the support from Hunter and MOUZ at the same time, for example.
And there was that whole discussion about maps, this, that, or the other, but we're well past that. We're well past vetoes. We're well past all the nonsense of Dust 2. We now find ourselves situated front and center to jump into Anubis, and it's going to be coming up after this break, so make sure you don't go anywhere. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's MOUZ. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
For me, it's Gamescom. It has to be Gamescom, right? July 2015? August? Okay. Then it's the beginning of August, because we had Cologne after. and we won it. And Gamescom 2015, yeah, with Envious. 8.
There's only 6 teams.
6 teams? Yeah. The fuck? I remember we lost only to MOUZ, 16-12, I think, on train, I would say. But only 6. I remember TSM, us, was MOUZ probably, SK, maybe maybe Australians, Renegades? And the last, I don't know, I don't remember. CLG, okay. Ah, yeah, we played them as well, I remember. MOUZ on train, I remember that. Famous talent. Magisk? Ah, talent. Ah, Sponge? I get then? Okay. Ah, talent, yeah, of course. Okay. Carrigan? Yeah. So, Dupree? Killian? Okay. Ah, yeah, Nico? Ah, yeah, he was standing in. Yeah, that's true. He was standing in for SK. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Oh. Yeah, and it was the really beginning of Nico as well, so. Ah, it's easy. Kenyas, Kiyoshima, Happy, and NBK. Happy?
Vitality already locked and loaded, ready to try and make this a 2-0. Taking G2's pick does too with ease, especially in that second half. G2 are just taken to their seats now. You can see Monacy, Nico just getting themselves situated and ready for Anubis. Got Chad Sponge Birchall in the booth. Any sort of expectations for a potential 3-mapper here, or you think we're going to see something similar to that first map?
Similar to the first map, if not more of a drubbing.
Okay, okay.
I wonder how many free clutches G2 will get gifted from Vitality like they did from Falcons earlier in the day. Probably not as many, if any.
Nexus' face when he won, it's very rare for someone to win a clutch like that, and he goes, what are they... Like, he's almost surprised. He's shocked that he's won it.
Yeah, it's a gift. You take
you're
them.
Lined up for me on Ivy. Okay.
Your team flashing? All right, cool.
Sweet.
That's fun.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you definitely take it.
Yeah.
You don't look a gift horse in the mouth, as the saying goes.
As the saying goes.
But yeah, look, G2 just getting the huddle going. I'm sure they had some very important things to discuss.
1, 2, 3,
Allez, allez. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of G2 shows up. It did feel like, you know, Stewie was like holding the B-bomb site with Hunter with some degree of consistency. He was doing something. He was doing something, man. He was there.
Yeah, he was
got
on
a kill or two, actually. More than he did on Dust 2 here.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Dust 2.
Oh, no, sorry. I was talking about the last time I saw them on Anubis.
Sorry. Yeah.
No,
well, he was involved with taking control of Dark in certain rounds. He did have some interesting duels against Dupree to get control of that part of the map. Impact kills, we call them.
Those are the best ones.
Yeah, we take those where we can get them as well. But Vitality, for a team of this caliber, and also needing to wipe away that Pro League loss, that was a best-of-5 mauling.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know much. Vitality starting on the T side, is that really happening?
They have been given that opportunity thanks to G2.
G2 picked CT.
Yeah.
Ooh, this could be brutal. This could really run away from them. I mean, after they didn't drop they haven't lost a T round yet. They haven't lost a T round yet. Vitality, they could just keep this up.
Well, I want to have a quick shout out to Hooksy, who I'm aware is watching.
He's watching.
Home.
What's up?
But I really like when Hooksy's playing. I like G2's CT aggressive maneuvers. I think they're one of the teams who has quite a good handle on it. So I don't expect it to be as easy for them with a stand-in by any means.
We've got 5 sets of Kev for the CT side, and the same for T's. And a bullet straight between the eyes of Spinks. Monacy just stands and delivers. Nice opening kill. Oh, he's going to get run down by Apex now, and yeah, Apex has the bomb, but he's not shy. He is. Chill your beans.
Well,
Nexus full of beans, actually. Gets himself a nice double.
You'll take the bomb dropped in the mid-house, and you'll even call for the cavalry, because you feel like you can probably lock this one down.
Yeah, jobs are good. And that's Flamesy and Mezzy. get up to some of their usual antics. Flamesy was on one, but Nico, he's going to be perfect for it. Takes the double kill on the drive-by. Vitality losing out in their first T round of the series.
Okay, well, I love the double swing there. Not allowing the fight to pick them off one at a time, taking the duel directly into the face on Vitality. Great little opener there from Monashi. Sean Monashi. Why is he mad at his teammates?
I like that.
All right, well, Apex has gone for a scout. The rest of them have ecoed. So a tag or two is what the doctor will order. Hasn't ordered it, but if you were to try the medicine of the scout, that would be one of the necessary requirements for it to work.
Good prescription. Interesting approach from Vitality. It's just Apex on a scout.
Yeah, which, look, you get one tag, you can definitely overrun with Glocks, but it's,
that's nice.
You don't know that you got that tag, however.
Unconfirmed damage, I believe is how the French would say it.
Indeed. All right, well, we can take a bit of a breath in this one because I'm sure it'll be waiting out a bit of the clock, allowing, well, what's left of the CT utility to be lobbed. It's just Hunter with an Incendiary and a HE for good measure. So all these smokes have been used. There's the HE at the ready. Pressure towards A on the tag Nexa. They could get a plan, Alex.
They're going to overlook this? There's no way. Next is going to be cleared. Okay, yeah, they'll get more than a plant, Chad.
He got another tag. Apex got another tag.
And immediately Mezzy combined it with a Glocked headshot.
Two Phalluses.
So now they've got weapons. This is essentially an eco.
And there's no kit.
Oh, God, they all went for the M4. They all prioritized it. This is super uncomfortable. Now, look at the angles you have to clear. They're going to swing off this. Mezzy goes down, but he's going to get overwhelmed by Flamesy. And it started with a scout and 4 Glocks. And it's going to leave with a round. Rifles are plenty. Nico trying to save them. He needs a multi-kill. Lovely shot. Maybe he can do this. Running at Apex. Trying to delay. Spamming the Glock. Running the clock. Has he got time? Has he got time? That's the question. Nico doesn't seem to think so.
Okay, yeah, he needs to get out of there, right? I was thinking to himself, is he trying to pick up a rifle and get on that defuse? But Apex with the impact in that. The last man staying alive. He had 3 tags on the scout. Nico has a smile on his face somehow.
The way Apex was running backwards, spamming his block, just anything to slow him down, right? Anything he could possibly do. Didn't want to be sitting in the corner, an easy clear for Nico. I'm sure there was a couple of seconds in there. What a round. I mean, I'd love to be able to see...
You know, I would love to be able to hear the comms.
Of that, yes.
So if we could get that in a couple rounds
that would be sick. That would be
especially towards the tail end of the round, right? When
would you prefer to hear CT comms on that one? Like as in
CT comms,
yeah,
for
sure.
Right, a big part of the discussion, especially after they get overrun.
Oh la la.
Well, okay.
I
didn't expect the scout to find that many tags.
Let me see.
He had 3 tags in that round.
Yeah, okay.
So the first 2 were on entry, right? Nexa was the one we saw through the smoke, which was unconfirmed, but ZywOo found him. And then as they get that initial kill, Apex with the scout towards Monacy swinging heaven gets the tag and the Glock finish. So it couldn't have gone better, and now Apex has treated himself with a MAC-10.
Yeah.
Why not?
You two are going to try and fight back. That saved FAMAS and Nico given an M4. Thanks to the extra cash on the save. 2 rifles, some threatening 5.7s. But that Apex MAC-10, it could be once again a big space taker.
Yeah, only 2 sets of head armor. Nico and Monacy donning that. Smokes exchanged over towards A main as, HEs for good measure as well. Molly, there was smoke, there was some nades. Now only one of them did any damage. Nexa chipped once more. ZywOo will lob yet another in. So Nexa just catching damage at the moment. Vitality, we discussed during Dust 2 in the early stages how good they were with the nades. They were finding an awful lot of utility damage. Sphinx applying pressure towards middle. Heaven Smoke lines up from Apex. Can just go for an A execute.
Nico starts his spam a little late. Flames will get into the site, takes down that first threat.
Save.
Yeah, has to be. Wonder how many they actually get away with here. Still, Can have a nice fight with Spinks. That puts another rifle into his hands, so they'll save an AK as well if he gets away with it. Not too bad of a haul.
We'll have another crack into the next, so he will be able to drop that 5-7 to Nexa. He can wield that again. Are you hanging around for damage? Or not too aware of what lies through the other side? Yeah, Hunter, you can see him looking a little bit skittish, worried that the B-bomb site has been overrun. It will be the save, it will be the second for Vitality, 2-1. That's a relatively simple round. Harass 8 main, get baskets control, execute on towards the site, flush out Nexa, a single kill, and there you have it. Okay, so again, if you just take the save for G2 right now, next round will be the 2400 as the loss bonus. You will be able to get a buy into the next, and you also have something that's quite deadly right now. So see what you can do with the double dip. You have less smokes in a round like this, so you can't corral them for as long. So you might want to try something a little bit more heads up in their face, taking a few more fights. Trying to set the tone on the CT side. Mollies are coming your way, Stewie. There's the pair of them.
Ahead of that, well ahead. Flamesy splashed in by his teammate. Apex sets him up. Flamesy knocks him down. ZywOo, he's just taken the dark side by force.
Spooned his molly. Yeah, not going to matter.
This is perfect.
Clean
it's
it house.
Flawless right now. Sure, you clear out Flamesy from mid, but the damage is done. The site is lost. And the round number 3 for Vitality.
And if I was Stewie, I know this sounds, you know, oh, I said you could buy next round anyway. I'd probably hold on to the AK because, sure, they're only going to get the loss bonus of 2400 into the next, but you're going to be a little bit lighter on as far as util is concerned. So if you can keep that, and next keep this A1S, will mean an awful lot. Both of them springing to life with a couple of kills, so financial damage done to Vitality as well. In the big picture, may be important. Right now, doesn't really seem so.
And in the big picture, still we getting some early frag contributions. Maybe that's going to incite a little bit more confidence in his crosshair.
True, and important as well for the tournament as a whole, because after this, if they win, they're through to the playoffs. They're going to need to play a seeding game and plenty of more Counter-Strike in the playoffs. And if they lose, well, they have to battle their way through the lower bracket, where he's going to need to try and step it up a little bit more so. So definitely not done. This is just the beginning. Day number 1 of Intel Extreme Masters Dallas.
100 IEMs.
Oh, could be something aggressive. Stewie's just thrown the smoke towards T stairs. Might want to force them off of stairs a little bit wider into Monacy's AWP. Oh, Monacy's not going aggressive. It's Hunter actually leering from dark.
Oh, Messi's already testing A main. Look at the pressure Nexus under. That smoke lands. You've already lost A main. Your smoke is irrelevant. And they're already at doors
middle,
mid.
though. Beautiful, beautiful.
Because Nico's there thinking it's a pacey A. He gives up mid, and now, oh, he's going to get so shocked by this one. Big from Apex. Now the A site's under scrutiny. Nex is only able to pull one across the line. It is flawless from Vitality, just charging through mid, finds the gap, manufactures it with presence towards A main early. What a well-choreographed round.
Yeah, that is beautiful. You can see they're likely aware that G2 are going to start in a 2-3 formation. So mid becomes the hole because... you think about some maps, we can talk about a few of them, right? Vertigo, old meta, we can talk about this. Your B defender and your mid player have to be best buds.
Yes.
Right, a lot of the time you need to start 2B, you need to start 2 mid, then you leave that gap available for your rotator, or your rotator comes and joins your B defender or your mid defender. On a map like Anubis, your A player really lives and dies by the support that he can get of one of your mid defenders, right? Obviously, your AWPer of Monacy's floating here, there, and everywhere, but Nico immediately called over because of that early pressure. Next is saying they're already in, they've already in baskets. He's worried about something fast. Nico has to come over, has to shove the rotation from the B defenders. They're thinking, well, hold up, the round's just started. We don't want to be coming over towards middle. They can't plant in middle. There's the gap. This is beautiful from Apex. That feels great as an in-game leader to manufacture a kill that way and a round to get you to a 4-1 start. And G2 just had their first rifle round, and that one's such a frustrating round to lose in that fashion.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And you see the Nico on the cam for the confirmation of that. Oh, under the pump, G2. Eyes on Monacy perhaps to try and be the playmaker here. And actually, yeah, it's Nico charging middle. They
Full
want to bring the
W.
fight. The flash is good, and the spray is better. Stewie and Nico combine for a double opening kill.
Well, this is the thing. In the previous, the tone was set for them. This time round, they are fed up of that.
How many smokes right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 smokes. Lurk smoke on B. No one behind it. It's actually a mid knock again. They're checking in.
And it's the gap again.
Yeah, Nico's out of there.
Well, you'd think they just fought this area of the map. Surely it's not completely vacated. Oh, on the timing. They're across.
Just looked away.
Zywo's across.
Oh, okay. Warning, warning. Zywo's on the warpath, and he's taken down Nexa. In combination is Mezzy, and now Spinks has brought the bomb through. They can't let this one slip through. You just got a double opening kill. Now a nade on his face, combined with Mezzy's bullets. It puts them into a dire situation.
Frag. Zywo playing ahead of the rotation. That's such an off angle to find yourself in. He found 2 huge timings within this round. Got past Nexa as he was changing and trading who was holding over towards main with Monacy. Swarms into the site, gets them extra territory, deals with that rotation of Stewie, because if there even was a conversation about this retake happening, not on Zywo's watch.
They look good, don't they?
And that started with the mid push just moments ago that I was praising, the tone that was set, and they do this. The crowbar out the window, smashed.
Yeah, you're not clearing that one at that point. The bomb's just gone down on A, and Zywo, who was last seen mid, is already out there ready for you. Looking good, looking very good. Vitality 5, G2 1, and a timeout. Their second used already, just 6 rounds in.
Yeah, probably sitting and going, hey guys, a lot of players on Vitality probably have close to 10k, and you'd be about right. The couple of reinvestments are just coming through now, but Zywo, after, I think he dropped an AK, has 10k to his name. So there's residual buys, at least for a few rounds for Vitality, and they're 5-1 up on the T side already. Money keeps flowing for G2. Obviously, the max loss bonus in play, definitely assisting. But if you can't win a round where you just started with a 2-man advantage, this one could be over quite quickly.
Yeah, it certainly has that air about it.
They made the right adjustment. Right, as far as it's concerned, they made the right adjustment. So now you think, okay, well, where do we try and make a play now?
But what a sick call to immediately go back to middle where you just got pushed. Yeah, expecting that to have been vacated. It's inspired from the Team Vitality squad. Monacy's lining up his aggressive B util, a smoke that will land towards the top of B.
And there's the flashes to follow. He loves this one, even does it in the pugs.
Yes, sir. It's not gone well for them.
Oh, they were ready for that.
Yeah, beats the nade. It's like, oh my god, they're just one step ahead.
Yeah.
They're just one step ahead.
All your little tricks are being read right now.
You pushed mid last round. It's quiet on A main. Guys, I think we should keep an eye on B. Just like that. A nade taking Stewie out of the round. Hunter's even left on 19 as well.
Well, the A main push has a chance. Oh my god.
Bloody hell, Zywo. He just out-AWPs the AWPer with an AK.
Well, they're executing in towards B. Little do they know that coast is clear. The push from A, Nexa and Nico are in the back lines. Zywo will likely respond to this in a moment's time.
Nice from Nico, one back.
You've lost the site, and they still have a smoke to deploy, and that's not even considering the util that's already on the ground. Save?
Both of your options suck. But yeah, that does look like it's going to be the decision made. That's if Nexa, does well to find Flamesy.
Have kits. Hunter's low, Nexa half HP.
The bomb radius not so punishing on Anubis. It's going to be safe pass for the boys towards beach.
Shout out to our observers on this one. We got Jakey taking over the 1s to 0s. And MC alongside for the ride.
Yeah, if the observing is 1s and 0s, what's the context?
Oh, we're getting the comms.
Go. Yeah. Go ahead. I don't have time. The sound was there. Chill,
the
guys.
Sound is...
Well, I didn't hear it. Sorry. It was that relaxing.
All right. I didn't hear it. I had the bug. All right.
I'm just saying. Nice.
I'm just saying.
Bit of tension.
I can understand what's going on there. You know how we just saw it before, where if you start the diffuse just after the sound starts, there is
a conversation that the timer of is wrong. I'm not sure which way it's wrong.
I think
I don't use the music.
No, it's relatively randomized, but they did add an extra beep thing now, so the beeps change sound at 10 seconds. Okay, Nico onto Flamesy Apex trades.
At least G2 have had guns a lot.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Loss bonus is a funny thing.
Yeah, and with the saves that they had earlier, obviously the cheaper Molly, the cheaper A4.
Yeah, there's not been a single round where G2 haven't had someone surviving.
They do have a number advantage again.
Okay.
Surely Apex doesn't get away with the mid gap again. He can't play first.
There's no gap
he
this time.
He can't play first.
It's Nexa.
They're coming to clear him with 3.
It's m0NESY, and he is jiggling into 3. m0NESY will take him down. So, yeah, a 2-man advantage. m0NESY's got the opportunity to lock down A as further. ZywOo and Mezzy heading in his direction.
Problem is, with the information that Apex just got, his players weren't in a position to capitalize on it. They weren't in main yet. So, sure, he saw it. That was a chance.
Not converted this time. m0NESY good for it. That's his second kill of the round. Can't quite tame the spray. So 3 in the round from m0NESY, and it leads to G2 finding their second. Nexa's got some.
Nexa got it. Okay. All right, well, at least they found it. m0NESY was scrambling for that. Should be dropped across. As we discussed, still plenty of cash money for Vitality to reinvest with. This looks very A-heavy. 4 players over towards the right-hand side, at least from the T perspective, and they want to try and apply this pressure onto Nexa again within the early stages of the round. This time not loudly, but definitely trying to target Nexa here.
Most definitely. He's playing a forward position as well with no support. This, I mean, so long as there's a flash, which you can see Apex has got ready. Thank you, Jakey. It's going to be tough. Oh, the nade might do a lot of damage. It does. He's trying to delay them.
They're just coming in.
Yeah, they're not going to stop for anything. m0NESY will at least try and pull up. Great work from Nexa. Oh, a double from Nexa. Under so much scrutiny, he leaves with a triple. Wow. I mean, just a bit miscalculated from Vitality. The cake molly was a little late. Nexa had time to dip in and out for a double, make it a triple on the end.
It's quite a stubborn round. That's essentially, hey, let's go and just bully this guy. We're just going to duel him. That's essentially the call that was just made there. So how much damage can Spinks find? Stewie gets a bit pushy, will be removed. There's plenty more to deal with for Spinks. Player up towards Ruggs is his biggest issue. That will be Nexa. Does he clear this? He'll attempt to, but Nexa stands taller. Great round from him on that A defense. So Taz will be happy with that. His anchor taking care of business, making it just a 3-round game. I do like now the timeout from Xtaz. You've seen them just go, hey, let's just try and bully A, and just like you saw how stubborn that approach was. It was literally let's just swing him and beat him in a fight. That was essentially the entire call.
As he's going through his whole utility belt, just desperately stop, please stop.
So now I think we might see Vitality go into something a little bit more map control heavy, right? Play out the round, because that's where you have all the advantages. You don't really want to play heads up Counter-Strike against G2, who are coming into this environment in a bit more of a pug realm. If anything, right, I think the Veto tells that, because they picked us too. They left Mirage in the pool, which is going to be the third and decider in this one, when they've been banning Mirage with Hooksy in recent times. Which, I'll be honest, when you have Nico and you have m0NESY in your team, I feel that you have to be playing Mirage. Yeah. It's a conversation that Yanko and I have had ad nauseum at this point.
Chat nauseum.
That's me every day. Sick of myself. And there it is. You can immediately see just a bit more of a pace change, right? Early tells they're trying to apply pressure towards B. They've thrown the lurk smoke. That lurk smoke is really pesky, right? Because you almost feel like you need to have a player dedicated to the left and right-hand sides of that smoke. And then that leaves a gap potentially over towards dark. And then that's why you want to try and play 3 defenders over towards B. So there's a lot of these different pressure points that the Ts are able to apply on a map like this. But just gearing for mid once more. And this time G2 find themselves in a spread, which is 2-1-2, with Nico right now hedging, I was going to say towards B, but the Flames have called him back. You can't even play Molly defense anymore because of how they've muted it.
Just smoked Temple from Ruggs.
A split.
Really limits the contributions of Nico. m0NESY under so much scrutiny. The mollies, the flashes, he has to find a reposition. Tucked into Cake. Solid work from Nexa into the smoke. Another in the smoke. Overlooked. Low HP, Apex, and now the pressure's coming from multiple facets. It's good from Nexa for one, but ZywOo's made it too easy.
Oh, no!
Poor switching. It's fine with a trade from Spinks. It all falls to Stewie 2K. Is he gonna clutch in him? No kit available.
One right there in front of him.
Can work with that. Okay, so knows where ZywOo is. Nade. Oh, a lot of damage. One more bullet will do it. Nice shot onto ZywOo, but it's Spinks again. He was just the cleaner in that round. Sweeps him under the rug with a triple. And it makes it 7-3.
Good job from Nexa again.
He's
right?
doing
there
everything
was a lot
he
of
can.
pressure coming, and they even had a setup that was to deal with that. Obviously, Nico starting to hedge towards B. This is one of the things as well, when you're having to do the in-game leading, and it is the CT side, sure, you feel like, oh, they don't have to call as many shots, but you are a bit more focused on what's happening on the rest of the map traditionally, and Nico actually plays a spot that I think a lot of in-game leaders would like to play on this map, mid. You can get between both sides, playing that rotator role. Fast towards A-man again. See this one before, and Nexa delivers again.
He's having a great half. 12 frags. And they are constantly coming his way. He's just repelled them repeatedly. I feel like we haven't seen many, like, you know, dark B main pincers, if any.
It was the first round where they got away with it, right? Where they pulled off the same maneuver. Nico came over and then it forced that mid gap.
Right.
That one right there was brilliant from Vitality to especially set the tone. But I guess Nex has been told, hey, mate, if they're going to be knocking, you need to be answering. Position from Stewie over towards Jail. Does have a timer on it.
Yeah, if that dark smoke fades, he's going to have a head-to-head with ZywOo and Flamesy.
I don't like that he's still here, to be honest, Alex.
Well, potentially... No, there's no smoke. Okay, yeah, he's kind of trapped here. This is it. It's an all-or-nothing spot from Stewie. Needs to back himself, back his aim.
Blocked for now.
Flashed, and it's going to be a Nexa dead on the push. Oh, Stewie, unable to convert. ZywOo brings him down. Hunter just got so much on his plate here, and he can't even find one, despite the some significant damage dealt. Nico and m0NESY up against the world. Bomb going in.
Oh.
Lots of damage onto m0NESY. The double nade puts him on notice. Nico just begging for a something. Oh, it's so diligent. There's a flash for it. That is beautiful Counter-Strike from Vitality. Up to 8 now on the T side.
Yeah, I think Apex just there, maybe we could catch that. I think he was just saying play together, it's too easy, boys. That's exactly it. Like, if you're flashing for each other on the swings, you're always going to have an easier time if the util's on point. It's great work. Nice catch from Flamesy on the push. And again, like, it's a tough angle. I don't... If it's chaotic and they're splitting at the same time, okay, I feel that position could definitely be a joker.
Nice fucking round, boys. Nice.
Oh, they tried to molly T stairs, but Apex has already managed to win the duel on Nico, so this aggression's been thwarted. Oh, and that angle. Oh, not ready for it. Stewie, caught off by m0NESY, already across. Using that spawn, and profits with the frag. It's already a problem for G2 in this final round of the half. They're operating with just 3.
Got a case of the Kirby's, I think, Stewie, at the moment.
The shakes.
Oh, G2, very tough half. Looking likely for Vitality to walk away with 9 before we head into that break. Also have the B stream going on at the moment if you guys want to tune in and check out what's going on between Falcons and Monty. That's an elimination game for Group A. Oh. Auto-toted m0NESY. So information flows. Hunter noted. Bomb on the back of Apex needs to make it towards B before m0NESY can lock it down.
Yeah, the flash is too good. The smoke obscures.
Push from Nexa.
Trying to get Nexa set up for a push. It looks good. It looked promising, but Spinks has done well. Takes him down with ease. Flames combines as well. m0NESY, you've got nothing to do. 1 free. That's Flamesy giving him up. Puts an AK into his hands, but there's so many nades. Vitality, they are just cooking up trouble. Looking good for a spot in the playoffs ASAP.
can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free.
Yeah,
Double smoke coming. They're coming through A main. I have no util.
Are they going out or?
No, they just took A main. Going out maybe, watch out.
I give you
More,
smoke.
more.
Hunter.
Mid
One
was
more.
clear.
Nice.
I'm Molly, boys, I'm Molly.
Nice, next.
Bad Molly, bad Molly.
Close that head, close that head. A player is close.
That's all.
A player is close, shot. Push him, push him, push him. Maybe Nico here.
Twice.
Maybe Nico exit, watch out. Nice,
shot.
Nico dead. 2 win plans.
One more,
Watch out.
What?
Nice. I'm in a shot.
Getting to hear the intensity of some of that first half of our second map of this best of 3 for a spot in the playoffs. Vitality, they look like they're sitting on a silky cushion right now. 9-3 coming into the CT side.
And another pistol round where all 10 players in the server have Kevlar. Fast middle, straight through the guts, 4 towards B from Vitality.
Oh, but Zywu's here, Chad, so never mind, he's on 1 HP. That's a jumping... Oh, they're running into the stack.
Uh-oh.
They're running into the stack.
Will they go heaven from here?
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Well, Zywu's still on 1 HP.
He is, and it's very confusing for the CTs. Where have they gone? Watch A, mid's clear, here they come. It's Apex who confirms it. Stewie spotted out on the stairs. Zywu's evacuated. He's left the site. He's had enough. And now we've got a 5v5 on the retake in the pistol. This is going to become an interesting game of pistol DM. They're bringing the fight, Cam. They're bringing the fight, trying to win the duels. It's Nico and Monacy successful. Zywoo finally finished off after the Stewie 2K goosh. Nico runs down Apex, clears out mid. Spinks confirmed towards storage. Mezzy at least finding one and taking some space, but he needs a whole lot more. There's 3 left and no time for this one. G2 will find the pistol.
Important that they made that call right there to kind of split the retake by forcing the camera fight. That was well done and an important timing. Mezzy might go down here. He's charging into Nico. And Mezzy's going to grab a third. If he could have stayed alive with the Kevlar, it could have been a silenced M4 in his hands. But that'll be both pistols for G2 in this map. And, well, still, I shouldn't say still, at the moment, 4 rounds to their name. Can very quickly change.
The Glock does feel very strong, doesn't it?
Just keep on moving.
Just don't stop moving.
All right, well, I would say a full eco, but there's a little bit of investment. Spinks, alongside of Mezzy and Apex, have grabbed a pistol of choice, 2 Deagles and a P250, as Applying pressure towards middle, G2 did double mid mollies and are just quite quickly turning their attention towards a B execute. But Mezzi, his deagle was strong on Dust 2. Can he do it again? Back turn, had a moment, and now should be dealt with.
Yeah, 3 MAC-10s. A couple of Galils for those that got the frags. Jail with 2 HP, but still, it's actually not gone.
How?
Oh, God. He nearly took down Monacy as well. Somehow, they've defended the B site with just a couple of sidearm, can I speak? Sidearm upgrades. Now Spinks onto Stewie. It's all fallen apart. Monacy has to save G2. This would be for 10. They didn't even invest. Now Monacy trying to be the hero. He's surely going to get overwhelmed. 20 HP. 1 bullet from Apex, and it's all curtains. He's done well to find another. Spinks, though, a double kill on the dig. 1 bullet would do it. And Monacy has a good idea as to where this fight's coming from. Lets the fight come to him. Spinks dancing around the site, trying to find the angle. Monacy just keeping himself active. Trying to find that overextension. Oh, Spinks. He's got 4 bullets left here, Monacy, and he tries to get away with the bomb. Tries to pull the plug on this one. Spots out Spinks. This is all gone wrong. How have Vitality done that? G2 completely fluffed their lines.
I just have to remind the viewer at home how it went wrong in the second round of the first half. It was an Apex-only invested scout where he got 3 tags in the round and they got the rest of it done with Glocks over towards the A-bomb site.
They can't win a second round. They can't.
It was $1,700 worth of upgraded pistols, 1 P250 and 2 Deagles. G2 executing towards the site. Mezzi had an opportunity pushing out long, got caught, down to 2 HP, didn't go cleared, did a truckload of damage, and Monacy did his best to bail them out with a clutch.
Yeah, he gave it his all there. Oh, brother.
For the 2 second rounds that G2 have lost in this game, they are nightmare fuel rounds. Like, they're not even full invested force spikes. It was literally just a scout from Apex in the first half. I've completely forgot that even happened. I guess the tone was just set early. Well, speaking of scouts, there's Monacy. ZywOo down. Slight mid-control taken. Nico into the M4, just swinging out. Traded by Flamesy, who's been enjoying the A4. It was Mezzi.
Okay. Full white screen, thought he'd gotten away with that, but Monacy in a clutch once more. This time his opponents are even better equipped.
He's losing a little cheeky gap, is he?
He's a geek for it. Flamesy closed door, bomb in front of them. Hoping to be given something for free. It's a bullet between the eyes from Mezzi. Gets himself a double kill in defense of mid. Vitality up to 11. And G2, I mean, when you're not converting the second round of the half
in almost the easiest fashion possible.
Yeah, that's probably enough to confirm that this map is going the way of Vitality, as is the 11 rounds to 4. That's a good indicator
this one's
as well.
Yeah. I don't think anybody would have too many qualms with that. This is
if they'd have converted the pistol, I was up for it. You know, T-side Anubis.
But imagine if they did that on both sides.
Round, yeah,
imagine if they did that on both sides. Like, you have to think it would be a completely different complexion of the first half.
Yeah, not much you can do in the demo review either. Like, what are you going to say? Just
and what's that review? Doing? You've got Nico in-game leading.
Yeah.
Right, you've got Stewie standing in. Let him have the gap. They only have these pesky Glocks. ZywOo, how many do you get?
Oh, the A4 is designed for this. Just churns through them. And it's a quick 12 on the board. Vitality just going to be making mincemeat of G2.
One more round away from the playoffs. First team to be locked in on day 1 for Group A. We do lock in 2 teams. We have 9Z versus Liquid. A matchup I don't think too many people would have thought was likely today.
No.
MOUZ losing their opener. I know SEO put out an interesting stat about that, but we'll cover that off in the next one because it will be Complexity versus MOUZ in the elimination game coming up after this. And this is likely just to be 5 more kills.
Pre-aiming that boost, but just mistimed. ZywOo is getting walked on. Goes down to Nico, so good start for G2's hopes of extending play here. Oh, they're going for an extinguish. They really want to just apply pressure to Apex, and it works out. They catch him with a nade in his hand. Flamesy. They know the A anchor still lives. And they're hunting him down. Will get run down by Stewie 2K.
With all 5 staying alive.
This is nice.
Okay. Well, this would be one of the toughest comebacks. But it's the beginning. Maybe that story. We'll make it 12-5. Do Spinks and Mezzy look for damage, or do they just look for a save? Well, residual cash for the likes of Flamesy, Apex, and Zywo puts them all in buy territory. And even if Mezzy went down, he's got 6.4k to his name, so he could definitely have a look. But G2, they're already starting to hunt. Honestly, he's spread out towards B. He's got Nico on the tail. Another 3 stuck with that C4.
Very mid-centric.
The problem really does become is it feels like one of those matter-of-time games, especially with just such a big lead, and then you also stack up the fact, again, we just have to drive it home. Stewie standing in, so you're dealing with a complete roster of Vitality, one of the best teams in the world, up against G2, who sure have some great individuals, but are missing their in-game leader.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of irreplaceable pieces, you know, in terms of who you're going to field for a standard, I can't see anyone more difficult to replace than your IGL. Actually, well, you're a superstar as well. It'd be pretty tough to replace Nico and Modesty.
Yeah. So
it's no fun.
If it was Nex or a Hunter, you would. I'm not saying that they're not integral pieces, but I think you'd have being able to plug and play, especially with like a side anchor a little bit more. It can be up to his own devices.
Right, and as they said, Stewie is just one-to-one Hooksy's roles to ensure everyone else is as comfortable as possible. Zywo getting tested in mid. This time he's ready for the boost. Modesty goes down, but Nico with an immediate trade. Apex close to the door. It's not going to be cleared here. Stewie punished for that negligence, and it's a double from Apex. Seems this is where Anubis ends. As Spinks confirms it with a frag onto Nico. Just Nexa was trying to contain a main, but his teammates have disappeared in mid. And Vitality looking to secure themselves the most efficient route to those playoffs.
Yeah, it started pretty slow in their opener today.
Yeah, right. It's an impressive turnaround, and the form does look impeccable.
They had to push Monty to overtime to then get it done flawlessly there, but it is good that they're activated. And with 45 seconds left on the clock, the bomb under the boots of Apex and Mezzy in middle. Nexa is trying to solve this one, but you can see just how Apex wants this one to go down. You get anywhere near that bomb, you'll be held at bay by, well, one of your own bottles of flames.
Here he comes. Next up, charges in, does well to isolate the first, but there's a flash, there's a frag, and there is a playoff spot for Vitality, the first team for the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024, locked in to meet the crowd is Team Vitality. And for G2, they came in, I would imagine, with a different set of expectations, but it's not been sunshine and rainbows. Second round conversions, Chad, I think that's my key takeaway. Could have been a very different feeling, Anubis, if those second rounds had been converted.
Definitely, and they weren't ones that were done with Galils in their hands. We're literally talking a scout with Glocks and then a couple of pistol upgrades on the CT side. So those ones really sting, they leave a mark. You just feel a little bit embarrassed about how they unfolded. But for G2, they drop towards that lower bracket. They will have to battle against some big names. MOUZ is already down there. Falcons versus Monty. The winner of that will get to stay alive. So it'll be a tall task for G2 if they do want to see the fans over towards the weekend. But for Vitality, that's locked in, and they have to await an opponent. And we're going to just head on down to the sidelines for an interview. No, we're not.
Desk.
The
boys.
No interview.
Yeah,
it's all right.
So close, but a lot closer than G2 in this series, that's for sure. Anyway, speaking of which, that is a GG, and the side of Vitality coming out swinging, Flames continuing to show exactly what Vitality are made of.
And how quickly things can change over the course of one day, Tris. You're at Vitality, and at some point today, you were 3-9 down on the best of one of the first game versus Mountain, and now you've punched your tickets in the playoff as we have one of the winners, victors.
He's on fire. What can I say? He's
on
Flames.
fire. Yo.
What's up, boys?
What's
How you
up,
doing,
man?
Good, good.
Yeah,
we just won a G2 with the standing, but we're still happy because we made playoffs. So, nevertheless, we're still happy. We're really excited.
So, congratulations, first and foremost. You came through here on what is supposed to be the harder day, and then you made it work. So, how did you do it? Because you were popping off against G2.
Well, Dust, I miss Dust a lot, and I think all Vitality miss Dust. Dan, you know, Vitality was really good on Dust even before
before all the changes, and I specifically really like Dust, so it was a game I've been waiting for, and I was excited when G2 picked it up and we start City and there was many opportunities. But after struggling against Monte, we wanted to show some dominance here, so at least we did it.
Yeah, you mentioned the game against Monty. We couldn't cover it. You guys were on the B stream at the time. Can you fill us in a little bit on what happened? Slow start, coming back into the game, like what went through in the first best of one?
Well, really slow start on our City side. We tried to figure out some stuff, and we didn't really adapt and did something with it. So we adapted, we gave the ideas, they're doing this and this, but we didn't take action. So that got us into a big dip. And then on T side, we had really good calls, really good communication. People woke up, people took initiative. So it was just slow starts. There is always rust at the start of the tournament, even for us. I think we noticed it at Pro League, and we just need to put an eye on it. But for now, at least we came back on the T side.
What did you do between the games? So I just wondering, what did you do between the games? You took a nap between the two games?
Yeah, we went to it. I took a nap. I took another nap because we had a delay. Yeah, because we had a delay. I took another nap. I just woke up, checked the phone. Okay, 15 minutes, another nap, and then I came back.
That's 3 or 2?
No, I took 2 naps.
That's okay, I thought we were...
The nap counter is at 2.
Because only one thing's better than 2 naps would be 3. So, yeah, I feel that.
You might overdo it with 3.
True.
Nah, 3 is too much. 3 is too much. 3 would die.
One of the questions, you were saying that you were taking initiatives, or like the team was taking more initiatives later on, but I felt like it was the initiatives that people took individually early on that got you into the hole to begin with.
You're talking about
like on,
Monte?
For Monty on Nuke, for example, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. You're right, like that we did some initiative, but that's the thing that sometimes that's CS, right? You know, the best that you might do some stuff and it fails, but you still need to keep pushing, and you cannot like stay back and let them do their stuff. Yeah. So you're right, like we did some stuff and it didn't work out, but then we fell back instead of like let's still play our game, right? We have vitality there, Monte. We need to put the game on their like we need to control the face of the game. So. But you're right, yeah.
But I feel like that happens more on the CT side and on the T side. Like I actually have usually high praises for your T side. I feel like even if you have a rough moment, you can still work your way back into it. Your late rounds are pretty good. But on the CT side, like there are moments where it falls apart just a little bit. So is it lack of individual or too much individual freedom? Like how does that work out? Because I really think the T side is looking pretty great right now.
I think we just need to figure out the balance a bit more and dig into stuff more, because we still are missing some stuff in some maps, and some maps are really well balanced, but in this Monte game and some of the games that we just, the first games of a tournament, usually we lack the balance and we lack it drastically. So we might start, as you said, with a lot of individual freedom, which we want. We want to promote players doing their plays and stuff like that, and then we just fall into one round doesn't go well, we lose confidence, and then the players, and then we struggle a bit. But we're trying to promote the culture of like we don't give a fuck, we still push. Sorry guys, sorry for that.
No, I like it. I mean, I have no problem with that.
I don't think I could have said any better. That's great.
I don't want to get fined, so.
Oh.
No, we're cool.
Better you than us. So
that's true.
Before the one of the games, Mezzi was having an interview, and he was saying that you guys were always just bringing constant improvements. And were those improvements specifically about like the game plan and the protocols, or is it something else? Because from the outside looking in, it looks like when you guys are losing rounds, it's more of a mental thing. It's about people are overconfident or just make really bad decisions and lead to kind of like losing a player in a bad situation, and then you have to save, and then you lose the next round, and everything just snowballs from there. What type of improvements was he talking about?
I think
what improvements?
Yes, yeah. I think it's like the big picture in a sense, because you look at 2023, the end with William, we won 2 tournaments. It was pretty good. We don't need to do so much because we just won. And then start of 2024, we lose last place in Katowice. Then slowly we need to look at ourselves. We get like a slap in the face, RMR, major. It goes really fast. So I think the improvement was just like every tournament we sort of like figured out some stuff that we need to, like there is a lot of stuff to fix always for everything, but we need to prioritize and do it well. And I think that was really sharp and good decisions by the coaches, that we need to focus on this, and then we go into this, and the performance coach had a lot of work. But I think it's the big picture. Obviously we do some stuff in the game that I cannot elaborate too much, but it's most likely, seeing that we get semi against on the major, and then slowly he's polling, and then we need to fix this because we played a horrible final against MOUZ Sports. Then we go through that again, and it's just a non-stop loop that we need to, you always improve something, and you need to fix the stuff that you just mastered. So we're slowly trying to figure out many stuff, and there was a bit of time because from Pro League to Dallas, it wasn't like tournament into tournament. So we had some time to fix, review, take a rest, you know. So I think it talks about that mainly, that, you know.
And I mean, you talk about there was a little bit of time between Pro League and Dallas, that's right. And then you're flying to Dallas and then the update comes in. As you're across on the plane.
It doesn't matter.
So yeah, I was going to ask, like, how do you guys feel about this whole situation? Obviously, it's a little bit extraordinary to have a map being revamped. We just had those two come back in. How comfortable and prepared do you feel in like the current patch right now? You ready for it? Because I think a couple of teams out there are a little bit lost with the map pool. How about you?
Well, I don't care. It's just life, you know. It's just
it's life, yeah.
If ESL decides that we're gonna play Vertigo, we're gonna play Vertigo, and whoever is the best at adapting and like gaining knowledge over a map faster is gonna be the best. And I think I know Dan doesn't like it, but
you're cool with the map?
Yeah,
cool with the new one?
I played some phases on it. I was like, yeah, this map is chill, you know. Like there's many angles that you don't know about, but it's still, you know, that's what I like about CS is the freshness of something, like something new when a map changes, when there is update. You come into the game and you don't care because you're just enjoying the you know, you go back into the days that you just hopped up on a map and you just started enjoying, and that's how I feel whenever Vertigo is, you know, there is a wall created in the middle of A side, so I don't care. I'm just happy with it. I know my teammates won't like that I'm saying this, but...
Oh, no, it's just your opinion, bro. You're cool.
Yeah, it's all secret up here. You'll have no idea. No. They're never going to know.
Yeah.
Boku,
no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about
sorry.
It. Just
yeah, because my French, real bad. It's like awful. So I want to ask this, because you guys, you know, you've qualified for the playoffs now. So what are you going to do with this time? You're going to go back to Dust 2? Do you go back to some of these things and you're like, well, play a bit of that catch up?
I think some people are planning to go to the NBA game. I think we're going to go to some steakhouse or something.
Yeah.
We don't really care about CS. We don't care about the maps. We're just going to come to the... yeah, that's too Vertigo.
Watch out, your leader is watching you. Your leader is watching you. It's right there.
You know, you look so crazy. I took my glasses off to not see him. But, but yeah, obviously we're going to review what we can. We're going to try to figure out some stuff that we haven't looked into much because we didn't have the time. But the main thing is to enjoy, you know, 3 Prags are not going to win us the tournament right now. It's all about like what we came before. So
yeah, thanks for that. Kind of jealous you get to go to the game, but also go enjoy it, man.
I'm not going.
Oh, either way, enjoy it. We appreciate having you up here, and honestly, you're welcome to come back up anytime, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, see ya, boys.
That's Daniel Jackson, everybody. He's right here. Let's take a quick look at those brackets and really kind of put a loop here, if we're okay with that. What do you say?
You can do whatever you want, you're the host. Don't worry about it. He wasn't talking to us.
Okay, cool.
He's getting his stuff, man.
Speaking of which, here's that Group A that we promised.
Yeah, well, you love to see it, don't you? Vitality up there. Again, I was talking about how things can change. Started from an overtime game versus Monty, very slow start, but then they go on the pulverized G2 straight into the playoffs. On the other hand, a little bit of a surprise as well. It's 9Z who took the better off of MOUZ. That's going to be versus Liquid as well, winning game. And now the lower bracket is getting hella dicey. You have Complexity, you have MOUZ, you have Falcons, G2. All of these names in that little bit of a mushy situation down there. It's only one coming out. It's only one coming out.
So the MOUZ thing, you know, obviously we'll get into that. That is going to be our next game. But, you know, obviously this is not an ideal scenario for either of the teams right there in that lower bracket.
Hard-hitting analysis.
Hard-hitting analysis. We'll save the journalism for later. Josh, anything you want to round this one out with?
Well, one of the things was like the Vitality G2 thing. Like on paper, even if Hooksy was here, that's kind of like what we expected. What we didn't expect was the Liquid 9Z at the top. What's going on with that?
Don't let Yanko hear you say that, by the way. Like,
sorry,
just make sure that this is on the record.
Good thing he never watches these back, so.
And on that note, thank you so much, Mr. Nassan. We're going to go to a quick break. We come back, we do jump into an elimination game here on day 1, the A stream. We're looking at MOUZ taking on Complexity. Yes, that's right. I said MOUZ taking on Complexity for survival. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas 2024.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's now. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
We're sneaking in, boys.
No way.
We finally got you.
No way.
All right, first question. You look like you're busy. Are you guys winning 3 in a row?
Hell yeah.
That's what I like to see. That's what I like to hear. How about you, Torj? You ready for this shit?
Yeah, I'm just doing my NVIDIA settings. It's really intense settings.
Digital vibrance 81%. Gamma, we're lowering that to 0.96. Now, how much work did it go through to figure out 0.96 versus 0.97?
There was a lot of discussion with my teammates, 87, 89, 96, but I ended up on 90.
96 is the perfect one. You got 55% contrast, 42% brightness. The people want to know those things.
Yeah.
Someone's going to be messing with their settings. You guys down here?
I'm chilling, man.
You chilling?
Yeah, you can talk to my boy here, though.
All right. Jimmy,
What's up?
what's been going on, man? How was Belgrade?
Good. Belgrade was amazing. I enjoyed a lot.
Another nice 3-0 as well?
Clean one.
That felt good?
Definitely.
You're on a bit of a streak right now, you boys.
Yeah, I mean, 2 tournaments in a row and looking for the third one, hopefully.
The three-peat.
Exactly, and it's also, there is a little bit of crowd here, so something we look forward with,
You're looking forward to the crowd, you say?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. We need to overcome it,
You're ready. You're ready to overcome the challenges. What about you? You ready to overcome the challenge?
Yeah, no, man, I'm shaking my boots, man.
Not even at the crowd yet, and you're already scared of it.
Nah, we're ready.
Good, man. I mean, everything seems... I was laughing. You guys got tested like day one with like a Dust 2 right out of the gate.
And we smoked them. And then we smoked the next team. Then we smoked the next team. I mean, we do what we do,
Hell yeah. I like that. Vertigo looking good for you guys too? You like the changes?
I mean, I think the changes are good, but not so fast and sudden with 2. But I think overall it's nice to have changes. It was a very boring map, in my opinion.
I mean, for me, it's not a problem, I'm B anchored.
I'm chilling. Jimmy, can you come in?
Wait, but let me... The B anchor on Vertigo has got to be the worst position of any map as a CT. That has got to be the hardest position to play.
I mean, I really don't like it as well, and I think actually it's really hard, especially if they do like B default, it's really awful to play.
This guy's telling you to rotate to the A bomb site, and you're a B defender. You gotta be ready for an execute. You gotta be ready for a peek. You gotta be ready for a boost. You gotta be ready for an op. You got shit on your hands.
Exactly. I never get help. I'm always alone.
To be honest, I feel bad for him as a mid player, bro. I just play window and I just see him get bombarded. Molly's here, Nate's here. He has nowhere to stand. I'm like, Jimmy, can you play right side for me? Yeah, I can. It's okay. And then he just dies every round, bro.
Well, something's working though, so we got that going for us. Good luck this week, boys.
Thank you.
Go for 3.
Hey guys, how's it going? Long time no see. Any thoughts on the new update?
I mean, it's good that we had exactly 0 days to prepare for it. It's very good, but I think the map looks interesting, and Vertigo was one of our good maps, so we like it.
What about Dust 2 being back, Rimbo? How do you feel about that?
Feeling really good. I mean, it's one of our best maps of all time, and if not the best map. But yeah, we have to show it now. I think some things change also with CS2, so maybe it's not the same anymore. So let's see.
Is it tough to have to deal with jet lag again?
Nah, actually, I slept like a baby in the plane. I'm like a big bear, I went to the plane, I just fell asleep for 8 hours. Didn't notice anything, and I'm pretty fresh, actually.
How is it for you now that you've been a while on Big, talking in German? Obviously, in MOUZ, it was an international team. Is it weird, or is it just way easier?
It became natural now, but it was super weird the first weeks. I was like, I couldn't handle talking German again. I didn't speak it for nearly 3 years of player time, and then it was just... But now you get used to it. Now it's a good vibe again,
We were
very
talking so much, like literally so much. Like the rounds were so hectic, and we couldn't understand each other. So, but now it's a bit better, of course.
All right, I'll let you guys do this thing over here. We're gonna come outside the makeup room. Talk to Thompson a little bit, if that's okay. How you doing, buddy?
Good, thanks. You?
I'm doing fine. Just, on media duty today. I have to ask you, it's a little bit weird not having Gob around?
Definitely it's weird, yeah. But, life goes on.
What are your thoughts on the new update?
To be fair, I think Vertigo looks good. It's some good changes that, for example, the connector is open now. It's more moves to be on the X on X positions. But overall, I think it's quite interesting to play a new update with this less time. But we will see how it goes. And especially Dust 2 is now back. We have now some time to prepare and also to play. We have played just against Astralis a few weeks ago, or like 1 week ago. So we are comfortable on the map, but we will see how it works on LAN.
How about the first matchup against Navi? How are you feeling about that?
Good. There's nothing to lose.
Tell me any plans for some activities while you're here outside of the games? Anything you like to do when you come to the US or Dallas specifically?
Food.
Tex-Mex or what? Barbecue?
Barbecue, Taco Bell, all these, Chick-fil-A, all these kind of things.
Get all the fast food chains. Popeyes spicy chicken sandwich?
Yeah, some maybe, yeah.
All right, man. Good talking to you. Good luck. See you around.
Look at this dork just over here practicing his lines. He's going to record a skit. We're going to bug the shit out of him, make him forget everything. He's going to be a lawyer. You are today? What's the next role? Yeah, after you win the award as Elrond. In my heart, maybe not officially. In my heart, you were a great Elrond. You're a lawyer today.
I am absolutely a lawyer. Am I at discretion to reveal what's happening here, or should we hide that?
No. You can reveal anything. It's going to come out. People will still be surprised.
Great. So I'm finally fulfilling one of my long dream of mine, which is to defend ZywOo of all attacks coming out of the community. Right. I think he's currently being withheld against his own rights, and
we got to be quiet. We got to be quiet. Come over here. They can hear us outside. All right, he's got some sensitive microphones in there.
I get that. Well, as
you're defending ZywOo. Are you prepared for all the attacks that are going to be levied against him?
Yeah, listen, I think it's a pretty open and close case. It's very straightforward. He's obviously innocent of any charges coming against him. I'm very well prepared. I've actually spent all night reading my brief, and I know the inspectors are going to try and play it dirty.
Well, it's Chad and Alex.
Exactly. Yeah, they're always trying to trap him on some complications. I'm here to make sure that his interests are protected.
Okay, that makes sense. What do you think is the number one attack going to be thrown at you? What's the number one thing you got to defend to win this case?
I think some people might say he didn't really play well in the grand final of Pro League.
Can't really defend that one though, can you?
Oh, I have plenty of arguments against that. Don't worry about it. It's going to come in this kit.
No, you don't.
Listen, I got a job to do, okay? I got a job to do.
Hey, guys.
Hello.
How's it going? Your favorite time of the day again?
Yeah, I have to go too.
God damn it! He was my first victim, but now it has to be you, nerds. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Are you jet lagged?
No. I think the adjustment from Europe to America is it's easy, I would say.
All right. Tell me your first thoughts on the update.
I don't know what to say. I think it was good update. I would say about the city side, about the city molly. I don't know if it's good or not. But the Vertigo, I don't know. I feel like the Valve wants Vertigo so. I don't know. I don't understand why. Why is the reason?
Me neither.
I think they should remove it. They're trying so hard to keep them up, and I think the spawns are pretty good about the Vertigo, like city spawn and T spawn. Now it's a bit. I would say comfortable to play city side on Vertigo.
All right. Wait, Nikos, I have to talk to you real quick. Can you how did that conversation look like when someone from Heroic called you and hey, could you play this tournament for us?
The truth? Yeah. It was super nice feeling. I love this organization, all these teammates. I actually like them though, a little bit.
Well, except, maybe nerds, he starts pounding this baseball even harder.
Yeah.
A little bit of
maybe
20 IQ.
Yeah.
Tell them what you're saying to me every time.
What?
That I'm maximum 20 IQ.
But it's true. You're really dumb.
Yeah, man, if you are saying it, it is what it is. Whoa!
But at least you're slightly smarter in game. Sometimes.
Thank you.
All right, man. That's all I wanted to know. I'm not going to bother you. Let's bother someone else. Let's keep it moving. Tessus, you're next. Okay. Favorite thing to do in the US? Outside of winning Counter-Strike games?
Yeah, that was the first thing, of course. No, the food, probably. I think the food is pretty good.
What's your favorite what's your go-to in the US that you can't find in Europe?
Okay, that's hard to answer because it has all the things that normally people have. But last year we tried the Texas barbecue, and the brisket from there was pretty insane. So that was one of my favorites, at least.
Like a little bit of Tex-Mex, maybe?
Tex-Mex?
You don't know what that is?
Like the mix for
Yeah, it's Yeah, it's a Mexican food, but it's like done in a Texas style. No, it's a legit thing. I'm not trolling.
It's because there's like a flavor called Tex-Mex, but no, I haven't tried that.
You should try that for this trip. Any thoughts on the first game against VP?
It's going to be an interesting one. I think both teams have been kind of struggling, and VP, it looks like, at least from the outside, there are some clashes between their play styles and how they want to do it. So I think we just have to do everything we can to do our best against them. And if they are not at their 100%, then we will be there to take it.
How do you feel about the new update?
I think it's pretty interesting. Played a little bit of Vertigo, and it's fun with something new, and at least it's a little bit nicer as CT, it feels like, on A side.
All right, man. Thank you. Good luck in your game. Have fun. Enjoy the Tex-Mex.
Hey, Frozen, can I have you for an interview? Really quick.
This
just,
is all I'm
just
doing?
2 minutes.
This is all I'm doing?
Yeah, this is the lobby. This is our version of interviews.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's what I like to do.
I don't really got any cool questions for you, though. How have you been?
Great, recovering from the jet lag. Had pretty late flight or like arrival, so just hanging in there.
Hanging in there. Did you guys get a chance to look at Vertigo? You ready for it? How many times do you think it's going to be played? What's the over/under?
Probably it's gonna be way lower amount than originally it would have been. Me personally, I just looked at it like for 10 minutes. I just ran around because it was like literally a couple of hours before I was actually leaving to the airport. So not really much time to do anything.
Does it look cool? Are you excited for it? Is it like this is going to be cool when I get some time on it?
It looks different, for sure. Kind of reminds me in a way, like the old. I just got flashback from like the very first Vertigo. You could, just jump down to the T-spawn. Yeah, I mean, it just looks different. I think like a fresh feeling to the map is. I'm not gonna say it's something we needed because a lot of people still hate Vertigo, but I think it's better than nothing. We have at least something fresh.
Cool. All right, cool. I'll let you get out of here. Go rest up. Enjoy yourself. Let's see. Who else from FaZe should I bother? No, no, no. Definite no. Kerrigan, you're my man. Can't talk, huh? How was the Cowboy hat? Did you feel good in it?
Yeah, feels at home.
Yeah. Does it make you feel like a little bit more, I don't know, American?
Yeah, kind of. I don't know. Not really.
All right, I was just talking to Frozen about Vertigo. I want to just talk to you. I don't want to talk about anything specific, but like, have you worked out a way in your head to like play this map? Because there's some changes now, so the approach to the A bomb site is going to be vastly different. Have you come up with some ideas at all? Have you been able to ideate some kind of new tactics, new philosophy?
Didn't really have much time. I think first of all we had practice today, so we can kind of just test the waters. I think the good part about the map is going to be more chaotic, especially doing this event. So that fits me perfectly, especially when I'm entering on T side on Vertigo. So I think it's a good change, but let's see how it goes, because I feel like there's a lot of opportunity now, so different splits, and I actually feel the Orba has even more impact on the map now with the new catwalk and new connector can hold some different angles than the ones you always knew. So yeah, haven't really had much thought, but also I think CTs have better spawn now to kind of take ramp. So I think the depot control is going to be very interesting to see. I think people don't want to play passive on A to begin with because there's too many options for the T's to split.
Yeah, you give up too much space. You guys have had a really interesting experience with Vertigo so far, from like a little secret trap pick at the major, and now all of a sudden it's changed immediately. That's all I got.
Yeah, can't say much, Like, I mean, we made 7 map pool for the major, and obviously some maps are better than others. We are working on constant, especially with Dust 2 came in. Having a 7 map pool didn't hurt us in that way. So we can keep on improving and testing, but I think still we had issues with Vitality on the map. That's the only one we lost to, but I think we look pretty solid on the map, so it just depends on the enemies if you want to play it or not.
All right, just one last question. I was talking to I already forgot what Jackson is, product manager? I think that's right. So this is the 100th IEM tournament. Of all the players here, I think of all the players in the pro scene, you have the most IEM appearances at like something like 32, 33, I think it was. What's your first memory of an IEM event?
I think every time I think about IEM, in some way it's Katowice. I think that was the first event that kind of made repeatedly success with coming back to arena. So for me, when I think about IEM, I think IEM Katowice. I think that's the first one. So yeah, IEM Cologne because of CS. There was always an IEM event in Cologne. So those 2 events are the ones I'm most connected with IEM. And then there's all the stops, but they never really return every year like Katowice and Cologne.
And you played in them in like 1.6 as well, right? The old IEMs. So like you've been there through the whole evolution of just like those crappy tables.
Yeah, table that could be adjusted, sitting somewhere, somebody opening door, windows just coming through the hall, microphone around the necks and sitting and breathing in the mic. I've been through it all.
I've been through it all, baby. All right, well, good luck this time around.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
Hi, guys.
Hello. Hey.
How's it going? Hey, look at you. New jersey.
Yeah, right. It looks weird.
Nice digs. Looks weird. You're not used yet?
No. White one. I don't. It's first time I'm wearing it actually. Just received it.
How has it been so far with the team?
Great. 0 practice days, 7 official days, and then travel to here.
And on top of that, the new patch.
Yeah, well, we don't know what's going to happen there, but we're excited to play Vertigo actually.
What are some of your first thoughts on the update?
Couldn't be worse than before, so I'm gonna be happy with any changes. And I like the M4 change as well.
Yeah. And incendiary, all that stuff.
Honestly, is it only CT molly that got changed, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So clearly prepared. But I like it. Honestly, like I'm the guy that welcomes any change, you know? Like I embrace it and I instantly go to server when I can and I try things out and try to see how it's gonna change and impact instead of crying about it on Twitter.
All right, so first game.
First game Vitality.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, we can only preparation is a little bit, but we have enough that we can actually beat them in best of 1, and I truly believe it. So it will depend, you know, like how Mark 12 is. So
favorite things to do in the US outside of obviously winning Counter-Strike games?
We're just discussing NHL game, possibly.
Whoa.
That would be nice. I've never been to one before. So,
does anyone like hockey except for you and your team?
Krasnal, LMBT. Krasnal doesn't know anything about it, but he invited me. Let's go an NHL game. Okay, do you watch NHL? No.
It's only because the tickets for the NBA game are more expensive.
I know you're gonna hate me for it, but NBA is just not for me. You know?
How could I hate you, man? You're
because
a great.
I love it.
You're a great.
You're
yeah, but
every single time on the broadcast. So.
Yeah, well, yes. You know, any team I cheer for starts losing, so you know.
Okay, which one you cheer for now?
Denver.
All right, just
they lost. Now I'm cheering for Dallas. They're probably going to lose too. Okay. But yeah, we're not going to bore people with that. Thank you, Stiko. We'll keep it moving.
Thank you.
We'll talk to Haji here. Haji,
hello guys.
How's it going, man?
Going great. Happy to be in America for the first time.
First time?
Yeah.
What do you want to experience while you're here, if you have the time?
Yeah, as Martin said, maybe NBA match will be cool or whatever, any sports. But yeah, just having fun, go outside a bit of the hotel. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
How did you come to Monty, sort of? How did you end up standing in for them?
So yeah, I got approached by them to stand in. I didn't hesitate. I think it's really great opportunity for me to show myself and help the guys because I've been playing with them a lot in FPL. Like these guys have been like FPL grinders and I am too. And yeah, we kind of made be friends because of that, you know. And yeah, I think it helped me get picked up for the stand-in. Yeah.
All right, how do you feel about going some of your Frenchies in Vitality in the first game?
Yeah, it's a tough first match, but at the same time, we can surprise them. It's a best of 1, so yeah, I'm happy that it's best of 1. The fact that they are French doesn't really matter, to be honest. Like if it was a full French squad, maybe, you know, but now it's only 2 players, right, that are French. So yeah, nothing special, I think.
Are you a screamer at LAN or are you more chill?
Yeah, I scream a lot. Yeah, I tend to scream a lot.
So maybe a little bit of a shouting match with Apex. We'll see.
Yeah, that could be good content. Yeah. I think that could be cool, yeah, but we need to win some round before.
Hopefully, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about the update? Any thoughts?
That Vertigo change is wild. Yeah, it happened only 2 days ago and instantly played it. But it is what it is. You need to embrace the change. Yeah, I think that's very much it. Like the M4, I think it's good that it came back. It's less expensive because everybody was using silencer almost. So it can help that people will buy it more. But yeah, I'm happy with it overall.
All right, man. Thanks. Good luck. Have fun in your first match. I'm going to let you catch up with your team so you don't get lost. And I'll try not to get lost as well.
What are you guys doing right now? What are the observers set up before the matches go live? What's your back end preparation?
So for me, I move my monitors around a little bit, here and there. Other than that, I mostly kind of don't do much. MC over there is working hard. He actually is more of the brains of the two of us. I kind of just sit here, and then every now and then someone will tell me to do stuff. But for the most part, I just sit here, have a demo open, and that's about it.
Could you give me an example of you moving the monitors just so I can get a visual of exactly like what the workflow is like?
Yeah, so one thing, sometimes these are swapped. So I do actually have to do some lifting and stuff like that. But sometimes I'll just like raise and lower it just to find the right angle. This is a little too far away. I think that's good. We're good.
That's not bad. You're like greasing the wheels. And on a real talk, I'm assuming this is more MC's purview. As you said, he's kind of the brains of the operation. But with the new Vertigo, you guys got to figure out new camera pathing or new hotkeys for different areas?
Yes, MC will be working on some of that stuff. We still need to update the radar at the moment because obviously radar needs to be changed to allow for their gap and their little catwalk. So that's an update right now, but it will be updated tomorrow. We have a demo running right now. This is actually on the new one already. For me, because I haven't played it obviously because it came out while I was flying. So I've been trying to figure out what are the angles actually going to be and try to be aware of everything that's going to be different.
All right, so here's the Rushly prediction of the popular angles that will be used in the Pro Play.
Yeah, so obviously, they made that, so the cursor is on the damn screen, man. I can't turn. So basically, there's an angle, give me an hour, I'll turn this around. These angles are going to be wild. There's going to be a lot of cheesy angles here. Also really far back over here to watch people cross.
Angle on the right, surely, right?
Yeah, and people are going to smoke this area, right? And I think this area is going to be HE'd like crazy, honestly, and just try to fight through this. CT's and T's, in my opinion. There's some cheese. This one seems, from the T perspective, this one looks dirty as hell. I'd show you. Oh, wait.
Oh, he's got it.
I kind of got it here, but it looks like as they're coming up ramp, imagine a CT is in between there. That looks pretty dirty, honestly.
Yeah, that is pretty nasty.
That's nasty. So yeah, I think it's gonna be sick though.
Retakes look like they're gonna be fun on this bomb site. Ben, do you have any thoughts you want to add to this? Any questions, concerns, comments, critiques, perhaps?
Yeah, I think that hedge angle or that little gap there, it looked filthy. To be fair, from the T perspective, it's one of those dodgy little slithers.
Well, I'm excited to see how this goes. You guys are probably excited to get a whole new experience of observing. All right, yeah, good talk. All right, yes.
Can they hear us?
Hi, guys. It's not going to be so easy for you to just, ignore me and walk past. I want to keep chasing you. We want to get this over with, now so you can focus on setting up the SSD. Flit, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. You?
I'm doing great, thanks. You like coming to the US?
Of course. Last time we won here. It was ESL Challenger Atlanta.
All right, so good experience, good memories. Tell me some of your first impressions about the update.
Oh, it's some wrong with the economy, but I think it's better now. You can buy Galils with armor if you plant bomb and close round pistol.
All right, let's stop here because the camera guy will kill me.
After what I said, Vertigo, we didn't test it. We will try. We will practice a little bit today and prepare some stuff. But it's some interesting. But they should just change Vertigo.
Yeah, hope so. One can hope. Tell me, it seems like you guys had more officials than practices with electronic.
More official?
Yeah, it feels like you had a lot of official games ever since you joined.
It's hard to prepare. We coming or 2-3 days at home, and we just have not too much practice how we want.
All right, man. I'll let you go set up. We'll bother someone else a little bit. All right, Norbert.
Yeah.
I was just talking to Flit. He was telling me about the update. How do you feel about it?
I feel so bad for Vertigo. I don't know. They keep ruining map. Better to bring back overpass and remove this shit.
I agree. How about the incendiaries, the CT changes, the economy?
I think they still need to fix the incendiaries, CT incendiary, because it's 5 or 6 seconds, not 7 as was before. And economy, I hope we will not lose the second round after we won the pistol. And I don't know, we'll see, but I think they need to fix molly still. And as you see, they didn't fix T-molly, and they fixed only CT, and it got less sprayed. So I hope they will fix it.
All right, man. Thank you. I'll keep it moving. We're going to keep it short with everyone. Dennis, I just wanted to ask you, it feels like you guys had more official games than you had practice games since you joined the team.
Yeah, it's true.
Is that tough?
Very tough. I mean, I want to practice, not just play officials.
Is it how hard it is to get on the same page when you just have to play officials all the time?
I don't know. It's better to ask James.
James?
Yes.
Thoughts? How hard it is to get on the same page with a new guy when you just have so many officials and not that much time to practice?
It's very tough. It's hard to play without any straight, and that's all.
When are you gonna start releasing? When are you gonna make your own sort of website for lessons?
I don't understand.
In Counter-Strike lessons, you have your YouTube. Are you gonna start something like
in CS2?
That's cool.
No, I don't wanna do this because now I'm player, and maybe after my career.
All right. Thoughts about the Heroic game?
It's very good opponent. We will prepare, and we will try to enjoy our game.
All right. Thanks. Good luck, guys. We'll leave you to it. Godspeed.
Maybe you want to ask something? For Fame?
For who?
Nothing. Ask Fame something.
Ask Fame something. Okay. But what Norbert says, I have to do. Fame, favorite fast food in the US?
Chick-fil-A.
Oh, that's a good choice. Fleet reminded me you guys won last time you were in the US.
Yeah, but actually I didn't try In-N-Out. I wanna try it. Maybe it's better.
It's overrated.
Yeah? I like Chick-fil-A a lot. It's very good.
That's good, man. Norbert, you happy? Yeah. He's happy. I'm happy. We're all happy. Everyone's having a great time. Thank you, VP.
Are you excited about the map changes?
I mean, not really. We don't play Vertigo, so.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
I mean, the Molotov is the incendiary is like, it's a big change.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's gonna be neat.
Oh, he's getting props.
Especially Inferno.
Yeah, the Inferno one not having the one molly that's.
Yeah, it's a game changer for sure.
Yeah. Dust 2, you excited?
Oh yeah, Dust 2 is. I like the map.
You guys had who'd you beat? You just had a pretty big win on the Astralis.
Yeah.
That you smashed on it. Yeah, that had to be cool.
Yeah, it was cool. We prepped like good in the map, and the practice we had was pretty like consistent and good for us. So yeah, it's a good map.
Nice. All right, cool. Let's see what Twist is doing. Giving a Canadian a non-fedora cowboy hat.
That's right. That's probably the first time.
You wearing one of these? Here, take this one.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, just pop that bad boy on. Wow. Yes. Wilton pulls it off. That should actually be a permanent style.
Yeah, I think you could. But you go from like... You remember me, right? Shotguns, golf carts. I got this. I'm down. And that was good.
Honestly, I'm going to try and go back this year if you're still around.
Felipe doesn't believe that's real. He thinks we're trolling.
Oh, I got the videos. I'll show you. It's sweet.
Yeah. You went with him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, skeet shooting, baby. It was sweet.
I got 50 out of 100 on my first try.
How hard is it?
Taco got 12.
Taco wasn't great at it. Yeah, well, so is Taco at one time. Now he's apparently a boxer. So.
This is what he actually pretty.
Yeah, what's Taco up to?
He's boxing, he's playing, streaming. I think that's it.
Okay,
I think that's about it.
We all miss Taco. What's up, Taco? Hey.
Go take your pictures.
Get in there. Yep. How'd you like the cowboy hat, Twist? Is it going to become a staple of your wardrobe from now on?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Well, good talk, I guess.
Oh my God, I pull it off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You look great.
Irish?
Yeah, you're like...
if you had like
A potato farmer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Irish or
Idaho. Idaho.
Idaho.
Idaho.
Problems tonight. Take another
it's so hard to let go. Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings, let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you find out if you crash and burn and straight to the ground, faster than a speeding bullet, don't make a sound. I can do this all on my own, but it's always better when you have somebody to hold. Keep this between us, ain't nobody have to know.
Notorious Vertigo lover Alexi B with me right now to discuss the new update. Alexi, obviously Navi don't play it. You've played it a little bit in your history as having an account. I think it's 34 or 35 times you played, some with G2, some with NIP. How do you feel about this, them opening up Elevator Room?
I mean, just to go backwards one sentence, it's like I feel like it's the worst map, but as I told you previously, I have 30-something games on this, and actually I think half of them, we picked it with NIP.
Okay.
So I don't mean that sometimes I dislike a map, but it doesn't mean that I don't want to play it.
Okay.
Like if I feel like our team is performing, like I have my own opinion, but I can play it, you know, it's not a problem to me. Obviously right now with Navi, we haven't played it on officials, and I think it could be, like Vertigo is a map that you could make it better than it is with changes, and now we see some changes. So the thing is, I'm not sure if these changes are gonna be enough to change what it is, because I think it's gonna be like a ramp retake simulator again. So the thing is that the CT is gonna be roughly around this area, like around this area with the best spawn, when the T with the best spawn can peak this area. So you can imagine that the CTs are favored in terms of taking ramp fast, and that was the meta back in CSGO, for example. CTs would always smoke here or here pretty fast, and the Ts kept throwing a smoke after smoke and retaking it. And I think it's going to be the same thing, because in CS2, when they changed the spawns, that Ts would spawn closer, like the past 3 months or so, this map was played that Ts are going to immediately have ramp control, where it's really easy to contest, especially with flashes behind them.
You get off the gap molly as well.
Yes, exactly. So now, what I think is going to happen is that it's going to be very risky for the Ts to do it fast, because if the CTs want to start 3 here, and one is already close here, and they can manage to get here pretty fast because this guy kind of like has the vision. Again, I just don't want it to be a map that the Ts are throwing a smoke after smoke and retaking this area. It was kind of nice to see a bit of a dynamic change when the Ts, like, they're fighting in 50, like already, and we don't need to wait every round for them to fight for this area. So I don't know. Would be nice to see what the pro players will bring.
All right. Well, thank you for your thoughts on the Vertigo update. That's with Alexi B.
Thank you.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
We have arrived at the very last series of the day, but this one constitutes some big stuff on the other side. That means one of these teams is going home. It's just the easiest way to put this. MOUZ versus Complexity. Somebody is out.
And I'm upset about it, Trace.
As you
I'm
should
upset.
be. Why?
Right out the gate, I'm actually kind of mad about this whole situation. I'll just put it bluntly. On one hand, complexity, hometown heroes here. Nobody wants to see them out immediately. We'd love to imagine them maybe just walking into the hall, thousands of people screaming, "Ah, USA, USA." That's one hand. The other one, MOUZ, so dramatic here in Dallas. Winning finals, championship on championship. But you can do it on the stage. You can't do it. Psych, we're just going to lose in group stage. Never make it to the stage. Now, how much of a blue bowling is that? I would be extremely upset, and I already am.
Yeah, and I can tell that. But I'm glad you're here with us, and we're glad to have you as well. Josh, do you have that same sort of sentiment here?
You know,
all right, man?
I feel the same way in terms of like on paper, but I don't think I have that same emotion range.
That's because you're still in Valorant.
Yeah, maybe I got like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, so maybe that's why. It is one of those things where it's like you look at how MOUZ has been, you look at kind of like the trajectory they've been having all the way, you know, kind of scratch out that major stage rush incident thing, and it's been really good performances from these guys. You would never expect them to be down here at this stage in the tournament, facing off against a team that there's a world, could beat them here as well.
It's possible. Now, I'm not going to say it's impossible, because it's definitely possible. The percentages will tell you that. But also putting complexity in the Pro League playoffs. Who did that?
Themselves.
Well, obviously, but who
allegedly.
did out of us? Like, we're not talking to them, I'm talking about you guys. They can hear us, which makes it even more awkward. So.
No, I mean, honestly, I do think that it was a very welcome breath of fresh air for Complexity to find some success at Pro League. We see some of the results they've just had, beating Heroic, beating Navi as well. The 2-0 versus VP was very, very commending. Unfortunately, they were stopped in their tracks, but still, I think it was enough of people to take interest once again in Complexity, and refreshing to see them perform like that. And again, I feel like it would just take all of that hype away if they were to just crash down last place in Dallas. That I would be upset. Upset, I tell you.
They do have really good results just through and through, and it's only like the elite teams. MOUZ is one of them that takes out Complexity. The last like 3 events they've been at, it's MOUZ, it's Vitality, and FaZe types of things. So it sucks that we're kind of seeing them down here, like the pick with Dust 2 against Liquid. What's going on there? Is that something that you like shoot yourself in the foot a little bit, and now you have to sit here in the lowers versus MOUZ?
Yeah.
And also, there's supposed to be clarity now with the roster. Right? I mean, it's supposed to be clarified.
Supposedly.
We are not privy to that information. Apparently, we're just not, we don't have...
Let me head on right over here. No, I'm kidding.
Maybe your cable is long enough.
My cable is definitely long enough. That's very nice of you.
Clarification in the camp of Complexity. So hopefully it's supposed to take something away from your shoulder, like a weight when you know where you're going, what's going to be your roster for the next few months and whatever. It should play in their favor.
But meanwhile, we talked a little bit about you started down the path of MOUZ performance and where they've lifted trophies, what they've been up to here recently. The success is speaking for itself. These guys are playing fast, robust Counter-Strike. They're getting good trades in there, and they're making it look good for the most part.
I feel like their team play is really good, on point, where they're waiting for their timings. They're not kind of doing these things where they're getting ahead of themselves. In a few instances here or there, especially if they're winning the game, maybe one player will push ahead when they got like a 2K entry. But a lot of the thing that I see from MOUZ is a lot of good setups and a lot of good teamwork. They're making sure that they're fighting together. They wait until they're grouped before they do their executes. And then obviously on top of that, all of them are individually skilled. Obviously Exertion been performing really well, a little bit ahead of the rest of the team, but a team effort.
I mean, they're the hottest team in the moment. It's just the way it is. Like power ranking, #1. It's very hard to argue against that from a grand final.
ranking, #1.
They're in there as well for the first time, I think, for the organization when it comes to CSGO, CS2.
#1 Spirit Kryptonite as well.
Yeah, well, they definitely
do put them down like 5 maps in a row now.
And they proved that in Belgrade just this past week. But before we get there, one of the key parts of that, I'm talking about the coach over on the side of MOUZ. It's Cyclone. What do you have to tell us before we got on the server?
Opening day for MOUZ Sports, and they're already facing elimination. I've got Cyclone with me here, and it certainly has been tough. But I want to focus on more positives, which is the tournament wins before you came into this. But I want to see, did it add some more pressure to you guys when you come into an event like this? Did anything change in that regard?
Maybe in terms of the preparation we could have for this tournament. Going that deep 2 tournaments in a row, you don't have a lot of time to practice. And I think this adds some pressure. Sure, we want to do well here. Yeah.
What was it that managed to get you so caught off guard when it came to this 9Z game, though?
I wouldn't say we were cut off, so to say. I think they played pretty good. Okay. We lost both pistols, and if you look at our team right now, definitely there's some hangover a little bit from the 2 tournaments we played, right? And I wouldn't use it as an excuse because we also have a lot of confidence going our way right now.
And in terms of that confidence, you're going up against Complexity, which you've had some great games against. You've obviously been on top of many times for this. Does that confidence carry enough through here? Do you feel like you guys are ready for the challenge with 2 games in one day?
Yeah.
That was a slow answer.
Yeah, I was thinking about it a little bit. It's a team we played a lot recently. We also played them at the EPL. They had more time to prepare for this than we did. I know they probably want to do well here in Dallas. We do as well, of course. I think their playstyle suits as well. They like these small little gimmick plays. I think it's also a good preparation team. There's a lot of mind games going on there, and the last times we met them, we've had the upper hand.
So it'll continue that way?
Yeah, it will.
It will, he says. Confidence in his eyes. Let's see if that happens on the server.
Well, they've proved they could do it before, right? We just talked about them and how they can get things done in a problem-solving manner and doing it efficiently, right? When they find themselves back against the wall. I look at a guy like Shuhei, too.
Yeah, huge talking point for many, many reasons. First of all, incredible in-game leading skills he's displayed, very much hyped as an IGL on the tracks of Kerrigan and the likes. But what I wanted to talk about personally is his performance individually and what it means for the rest of the team. And I'm not going to take anything away from him and his deserving his praises, his flowers. But for an IGL to perform the way he's doing, so many things must go well in a team. And I think they've been very open about it in interviews as well when we talk to them. Great communications, good decision making for the rest of the teams, understanding in hardcore situations, because Shui cannot possibly micromanage and make all of the decisions and at the same time put up incredible performances. The leaders that can do that are leaders put in a healthy environment where everybody's sharing the load, they're making decisions, they're having great calls. That's what's happening. Map 1 here didn't really exist. I didn't see the game, so I'm going to be careful. But the Shuhei that was rocking everybody's world at Pro League was one that could individually sort of flourish in an environment that helped him do that, and he delivered massively.
So as an IGL or ex-IGL, that
once upon a time, yeah.
Not too long ago. Hey, it is directly linked. Like the more, and this is the conversation about like Nico having an IGL as well instead of, because Hooksie's not here. You have these IGLs that the more load that they have, because they have to think for other people, make decisions for other people, especially if they're on the other side of the map, if they're not getting relayed information, that makes their job so much harder. So if they have all that heavy lifting done and like anything they call, it's working because all the players are buying in, they're executing everything really well, it makes your job easier, and then you don't have to focus on all this other peripheral stuff. You get to focus only on your game stuff. And I think there might also be a link between his personal individual performance and the team performance. So like when they lost earlier, he had a bad performance. Could that be tied to, if he's having a bad performance, is that also tied to him not being able to get a clear picture of the game plan?
Yeah, and there's a lot of different things that happen in that moment, right? We're also, just quickly we can touch on the point that exertion and what he's providing to the table.
Yeah, I mean, he's part of that conversation too, right? I think he's a playmaker, he's a space taker as well. He creates a whole lot, and I think he helps Shui a whole lot with that. I think as an IGL, right, when you have someone within your ranks that can just take initiatives, but they can also organize plays around what he's seeing, what he's doing. That's a skill that's super rare in Counter-Strike, to being able to be amidst the chaos and at the same time call what you're doing, help maybe teammates around you know what's going to happen. His evolution as a player has been wonderful to see. I think there's a caveat that still in the latest of the latest step, in the biggest of stages, maybe he isn't really able to put up the Counter-Strike he wants to, but I think he's one of the most exciting players to watch out there. Like, he truly turns Counter-Strike into the art that it is supposed to be, and I love that.
Well, you know what's exciting too? Like the most exciting thing we could probably grab on the backside of this? What maps we're playing? We already know, we're not even going to BS you guys. We know what the map is, the first map. And it's exciting. Why, Josh?
It's exciting because it's changed. It's
changed? Did they change the map?
Okay, yes, it is Vertigo. Yes, there was
come on,
there were some changes. Okay, yeah.
You're forcing me to say it.
I mean, we could say it. It's
Why'd you put him in
okay.
that position now?
No, I just thought it was obvious where we were going with this. Yes, Vertigo will be the first map of the series.
Now that
That's
you've said
exciting.
it, Vertigo's going to be interesting because that's the map that the last time that these guys played, Complexity actually was able to take a map off of MOUZ. So how is that dynamic going to change with that whole A site situation?
I don't think anything that we've seen on the map before applies now. Like, this is completely different.
Well, let's take a look at it, right?
Yeah, we can. I believe someone is maybe going to be flying around.
Yeah,
and
that's
we get
the
to
plan.
talk about it. There we go. Obviously, Vertigo has had a buttload of changes out there. This little bit mini situation we see here as well. That connector now has been closed. It would have been way too CT-sided. That's the heaven now. We have the catwalk that's behind you as well. That's pretty cool. Here, that's not a door. But here to your left-hand side, brand new area on the map as well. We can see maybe some little finicky angle. He was trying to do. Oh,
okay.
no, he fell down.
No clip.
No, it's
oh
okay.
my God.
He's immortal. It's fine.
He's like,
you know,
Bruce Almighty out there.
What this adds to the game. Okay, is there a quick way to describe that?
Yes.
The way I would say it is...
Please, what word did you want to use?
Yes.
Well, I don't think we're going to see that back catwalk that much, but I think when we see that side hall opening towards elevator, I think that's going to complement a lot of these mid splits through like middle to A. It's going to assist with a lot of lurkers. So if you lurk up A, you get to side hall, you get to control the rotations and call people back. So we're going to see a lot more action towards middle, and then that's going to help you access the A and the B sites from those lurk positions and middle positions.
I agree. I think it was going to put a whole lot of pressure on the CT side to probably fight more aggressively. Because now I feel like it's going to get really uncomfortable for CTs to be executed onto the A side and to have to deal with basically pathways that you don't even know, splits you don't even know. That obviously, that part of the map, mini right there, that can be abused. We're going to see probably new ways to smoke the A side and approach it. So I do wonder if CTs aren't just going to say, you know what, screw this. Like, we don't want to have to deal with this. We're just going to commit into the fight. We're going to send all the bodies we need into the A ramp. We're going to fight immediately. That's what Alexi B was talking about with Chad as well.
Yep.
I don't know that the defenses today are going to be equipped to deal with like A splits through mini, or maybe an actual B split sending the mid lion's share of your attack right there. I don't know if the defenses are going to be able to handle it.
But I'm pretty sure we heard Alexi talking a little bit too about that pathing. You know, you're coming out of CT spawn, and like now you have this just straight run through over here to the scaffold side.
It might change the way that CTs play with a rotator position, because normally you'd have like one guy set up with like a smoke or a flash for the couple of ramp players, and then they would instantly peel off. So now it just creates a weird dynamic of like which angles you can actually hold everything from and how the retakes are going to work.
Yeah.
It's going to put a lot of stress on the A site holds, and I really don't know which direction it's going to go in with where people are going to position themselves, because if coming through side hall to that elevator, you have that big open line to that headshot angle on the back of the site. That's where all the CTs traditionally play, and if you can't sit back there and throw the nades, it's going to change it from like, you know, just smoke, run up, plant, maybe CTs throw
I think
nades
that's
at
over.
you.
I think we're done with
completely
that.
gone. So
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
going to see people having to actually work for the round and develop it out more than just get 5v5 post-plant retake situations.
Because now from this mini as well, you have the angle onto crossing side. So you cannot just do like the left-right smoke that was used to do before and then go in there, which is what I hated about this map. Like the whole, wall of smoke simulator, spray through smoke. It's like, cool. Like I've had enough of that. I saw it twice, didn't want to see anymore. I don't think it's going to happen again.
I'm going to go on a limb here, right?
Sure.
You know how when they had added Nuke, they added that catwalk around the outside. I get the same vibes by adding a catwalk here.
This was a great time.
It's not the same thing. That
I'm just
catwalk on
saying
Nuke is very
You could jump
disruptive
onto
for the
mini. Oh, that was great.
That was crazy.
From there.
Wild. It's gone now, of course, but...
I think we'll see the ROP style mid lurks on T sides. We're going to see a lot more of that stuff. He was doing like the solo pressure, but like really, you only really send people out middle if you're going to do like a B split, usually on old Vertigo. So now you can definitely send people out middle, and you can go either way.
So we get Vertigo, we get Ancient, we get Nuke. We're going to get those bands ran up right in front of you right here.
Yeah, you just ruined the whole experience.
I mean, I thought it was obvious, but I think it's absolutely necessary to show this. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Let's talk about where this series goes, because again, with MOUZ and the new map, I mean, there's just a lot of different things to take into consideration, man.
I mean, I do respect that Vertigo pick from Complexity. I really do. I think it takes a whole lot of gusto to go out there and put it up. The problem is they could just absolutely eat the dirt on that first one, and then you go into Ancient, which is a very fort hole for MOUZ. So I'm getting worried a little bit. I do think MOUZ are the favorite. No, actually, I don't think they are the favorite.
Absolutely.
Yeah, screw that jazz. They're the favorites.
MOUZ are the favorites, but I mean, it's the same maps that we saw them play in their last head-to-head. Complexity taking Vertigo there, new changes here, and then it's Complexity has the advantage of being able to go study how did MOUZ beat us, what can we fix, how can we change these things, and then Complexity could use that as an advantage to, you know, get a few more rounds out.
But the real advantage here is winning this series and staying alive in Dallas.
It's pretty important.
You know, for an elimination game, it's hard to put both of these teams in that position. Meanwhile, that's exactly where they find themselves, man.
You're correct. To be fair, for one team, it would be a bit more of a catastrophe than for the other. MOUZ, can you imagine showing up here? Back-to-back champions, supposedly having an opportunity to put 3 notch on the Intel Grand Slam belt here in Dallas, rocking up in Cologne, being able to maybe put your hands on $1 million. Eliminated here, last place in Dallas.
Yeah, there's a chance for him to get that mignon. I'm talking about that filet mignon. Now, not here and not now. It's just about staying alive within this bracket on day 1 of the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas. So let's go ahead and do it. Vertigo, Ancient, Nuke, and I do believe our commentators are ready to go. Alex, Chad, let's get it.
Thanks very much, fellas. Yeah, fighting for survival indeed. It is a strange set of circumstances. The scene has been set. It's MOUZ versus Complexity, and one of them going home with their head in their hands and packing your bags. Almost feels like you've only just started your adventures here at IEM Dallas, and it's going to end for one of them today.
Well, you have. It's day 1.
Yeah.
It's literally
like you've
day
just
1.
unpacked your suitcase and you're going to be packing it up tonight.
Your Complexity, you lost the best of 1 to Liquid. 13-6 on Dust 2. For MOUZ, you lost to 9Z.
Check this out, Chad. That's a very util-heavy pistol.
Maybe that's what their luggage is for. So pack themselves 3 smokes and a fast A play. They're up with aggression.
Yeah, you molly sandbags, and now you've got yourself 2 smokes and 2 flashes to get up into the site. No one occupying any of the new funky angles.
Well, maybe it'd be a funky execute. They're going to wait for this block smoke over towards Gap for now.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here on Vertigo just to see how it plays in the professionals game. It's a lot of damage, still no lethality. Torji unloads a full clip. Bomb's going down. And it doesn't go down. Actually, the last second on the plant, Exertion spams him away. Impact good onto Elige. It should be good for Exertion, but hang on, a flurry of frags back. Halzerk and Floppy, and it's Halzerk to close. Quad kill from the Norwegian.
Well, what the hell just happened there?
No idea.
They had 3 smokes, but they just went with a standard execute. They just essentially put up a smoke wall for the new elevator entrance.
Sure.
Smoke backside, but had the 3rd smoke they didn't use. Then the bomb got denied, and it turned into an aim map. So maybe we can catch some of that in the replay.
Here we go.
So bomb denied, so Exertion from the elevator angle through the smoke, and then the kills just kept on coming.
It's really funny they planted there, because in the content piece they did with Elige, Dinko was talking to Elige about Vertigo, he's like, oh, no one's going to plant in default anymore because it's so easy to die
But
from that
that's what I mean, because
angle.
they had 3 smokes, but they went for an execute that didn't use 3 smokes.
Yeah, very funny.
I don't quite understand.
Ooh, this is going to feel good for JT. How many more? I'd reload the Mag 10, mate. Get yourself some bucks. Never mind, it's Halzerk to find himself a nice strong start.
Okay.
But yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of that, I think. Some peculiarities,
But that's great. Chaos is the word that everybody is using, and that's what we're hoping ensues here in Buckets and Spades.
I think it's chaos the way in which they're announcing Halzerk's contract. What the bloody hell was that interview?
It's Graham Pitt just keeping everybody on their toes. You know?
I guess.
Likes to be tricky, does old Graham.
The ALPing position has been filled. Announcement soon. Halzerk's future has been determined. You can work it out for yourselves what that means.
It's a riddle.
Yeah. Oh, hello. That's a fantastic opening. Alicia's just holding W straight up the ramp. Roland's already dead. Pressure on the sandbag player. Molly seems a bit irrelevant.
Run. Oh, hang around.
The smoke. If he gets anything here, Torji's done very well. Slips away. What are we calling this little catwalk?
Runway?
I like runway. Write that one down.
All right, done.
Okay. Wow. Chad. Well, they're not going to run away.
They're reaggressing. Crane as well, 2 of them.
Yeah, they're coming in for a press. There's a whole team here. Good work from Shu. He gets 1. Torji empty-handed. But Exertion has slipped past Elige. They're not going to be ready for this. Does he have any trigger discipline in him, or does he just take the 1? He just takes the 1. Swing comes through. He'll make 2. It's a 1-on-2 for Jimmy. Slipping, Jimmy. Slipping through the smoke. If he can isolate this first fight, he does get the opportunity onto Floppy, but they're side by side. Can't transfer. Elige too good, too quick, and it's a triple kill from Elige to get the first gunny under their belt.
Well, that was a classic opener, right? You see the flashes, we see Eternal Fire. They made those quite popular. It's Magic throwing them from the T-stairs position, help enable you to push up. But something that's not standard, I guess, is the amount of harass utility they're throwing up towards the swing from Gap. So they are throwing the Molotov, but also pairing it with a nade, and that could have something to do with the spawn changes. So the CT spawns, and and we can't demonstrate it right now because we are in a bit of a timeout, but they have been dropped all the way back, right? They're very, very deep, and I'll be interested to see how that affects fights over towards B, but so far it's been one-way traffic towards A.
Right.
And for the Ts, they used to have these spawns that would be further back themselves, closer towards, I'm not sure what we would call the technical term, but it's like the elevator outside the building that would have been used to, you see this one here?
This thing, yeah.
Yeah, they had spawns closer to that. Now all of the spawns are actually further forward. So that will change the timings of these ramp duels, but also have effects on other... There it is. Well highlighted. Thank you very much, MC.
So I'm watching Elige. He had the best spawn.
Okay.
And let's see where the contact point is made. So they actually paused on gap. 3 starting 8 for MOUZ on just this partial investment. Some Deagles in the mix. Brolin having another go, and yeah, might have the same fate, same outcome. Halzak's pulled out a Krieg. It's always exciting to see the AWPers with their... I can only name 2. I know Hades and Halzak. They both opt for the
With the Craig Levine.
Yep.
Everyone's favorite. But there's other questions of, are the CTs still just going to defend? As we've seen in this round here, they've gone for the yellow smoke, the deep yellow smoke. It's much easier now to throw the standard ramp smoke because you don't have to line it up through the windows anymore. You're able to just be able to throw it as you get close towards the new elevator opening.
But you're not tall bullish on Kriegs, are you?
Well, it's a 3-dimensional discussion, Alex.
Oh, come on! Well, those are some 3-dimensional headshots. Spherical. What the fuck am I?
Oh dear.
See you later, Chewie. Who was the folklore lady that lived in a shoe?
Oh,
not that it's relevant. I'm just intrigued. Was it Mother Hubbard?
I'm not sure. I think she lived in a cupboard.
Oh, you might be onto something there. What about Mother Chewie? Who lived in the shoe? Anyway, we have, of course, got a Counter-Strike game to commentate.
And it's new Vertigo!
It's new Virgo. It just says she was an old woman. Great.
Well,
Mother Goose.
The old woman who lived in the shoe, of course. Okay, B pressure, exertion, drop it down in the face in the first fight. JT stalled, but low HP for exertion. Pressured by Jimmy's nade.
It's cool. Got the frag anyway. Bit orky, but JT might have had him anyway.
Well, they do have a number advantage, MOUZ, so landing this one.
Look at that crosshair placement. It was for the stand on the box. Does put Jimmy low. 40 HP for him, and now the default molly limits his option. Supportive util from the mid player slows down Elige's crawl. A smoke from Jimmy. It's just kind of tussling for some sort of presence and pressure on the B stairs as Halzak continues to stare at smokes.
Yeah, let us simmer into a mid round. If Brolin goes down or relinquishes this control, we might see the new area of the map starting to get a little bit of action, but Brolin could get caught. Will be fights from either side of the forklift room, and oh dear, he is in a bit of trouble. Molly deep, already in his face, needs to back off now.
Oh, he's just not quite. Halzak runs him down.
Now the map opens up.
Yeah, and that angle from Torji, fresh off the presses into Halzak. Elige's done well to find Chewie, anticipating the swing, knows Torji's there, and he's looking clean with it as Elige. Makes it all onto Jimmy once more. From heaven, fake and another clean headshot. Cole looking sharp to start off this best of 3 elimination up for debate.
Well, the best complexity that we saw in CS2 was back at IEM in Sydney of last year when, well, CS2 was just hitting our shores. And they made it all the way to the grand final against FaZe, and one of the keys there was chaos, in your face, quite heavy hitting Counter-Strike, and we're getting a lot of that right now, as demonstrated in this highlight that HE from Jimmy. Didn't think it would come back to haunt them. It is Elige holding the elevator.
Yeah, I mean, they're fresh angles for him, but he makes it look like he's been playing them for years. Really nice from Elige.
It's just so brawly.
Rim's handled exertion, who is just not stopping with these aggresses. Something he likes to do an awful lot of is that mid push on the best spawn. Spawns have changed, and that's a nade. 80 damage essentially inflicted.
4 here.
Yeah, and they're actually going to re-aggress here, trying to take gap. Grim and JT trying to bail themselves out. Halzak empty-handed. It's Chewie, stubborn! Rounds the corner, a double dink. Torji doesn't have the health for a 1v2. He doesn't have the health for a 1v1, but neither does Grim. That's the healthier member of the two, and thinks twice about the repeat on 6 HP, just an MP9.
Both teams have been quite stubborn, right? Think about all the heads-up fights we've had. There has been real no nuance to this. It's just been hold W, get in the jewels, and hope you convert them. Bomb picked up for Grim, Floppy to lead the charge. Still plenty of util to work with, and Torji has read this one wrong, thinking they've gone looking elsewhere. He's rotated over towards the B bomb site. Crim Grim's going to be able to press forward.
wait.
They've overthought this. Yeah. But does Torji keep pushing because he... Okay.
But surely you didn't see anything
Well,
on A.
what this is telling me, though, is that they think they've circumnavigated him on A.
They think he was, like,
but
gap?
Depends on how wide Grim goes here. They still should clear him.
Smoke as well.
Got a Torji's POV. Let me get the Torji's. He's heard him.
Yeah, safe from the molly.
Oh, they're not ready for
They
this.
could overlook this completely. Oh, good job from Floppy. Just raw reaction. But yeah, this is chaos. 6-0. I'm loving the attempts from Exertion. Every round he's just tried something, but very all in. I don't think now on the full guns with a full belt of util we're going to see the same.
Well,
but regardless.
And this is as we head into the second tactical timeout for MOUZ. Obviously, some big conversations of how to not only deal with a team potentially just going through the normal paces of Vertigo, like standard openings with lurk smokes or B lobby aggressors that we've seen, but also ways of, hey, how are we going to deal with some of these new problems that are arising as TC, the smiling doctor, big grin on his face. Things couldn't be going better for the hometown heroes. So what solutions is Cyclone able to find? And is this fatigue for MOUZ?
Yeah, I mean, that did seem to be the key takeaway from the Cyclone interview, that fatigue is plaguing MOUZ at this point. Player break is on the horizon, but...
not a lot of time to practice because of your success. Oh, boo-hoo.
Yeah, suffering from success. Torji's going for an Aggie or peak. We might get to see his AWP post, and not quite on the money. Brolin peeking over his new turquoise incendiary. A little bit of chip damage from the HE. Oh, wow. Nice lineup. Brolin's just found one through the smoke. Trying to track Torji's AWP. Was aware it was around. Full yellow control seized with a smoke and incendiary pairing. They call ramp clear. Defense of B about to be tested. Jimmy on his own as it stands.
Shui's floating back to pick up middle. It allows Exertion now to cheat over and help Jimmy. He still has a smoke to block, does Exertion. That would be a key piece of utility in this B gambit from Cole.
Floppy's further ahead than Jimmy may anticipate. The flashes are good. They know where he is. Can Exertion delay them? Or can Jimmy hold his nerve? He's managed to find JT. Swinging on white box still looks good for MOUZ. Locking them out. Complexity. They hit a brick wall. A blue brick. As Grim finds himself one on the mid player, Brolin, the last on A. He's got a good idea as to where those CTs would have moved off to, and he's got time to work with, but yeah, it's too much to ask. Torji closes it down, and MOUZ take their first round.
Okay, well, how many are they going to be able to put in their back pockets for this CT side? Finances on the complexity attack are still able to get out another buy, but it will be just one more before they say bye-bye to that cash money. Job from Jimmy and the rotation. And with quite a few individuals staying alive, this is what MOUZ need to build a CT bank in the late stages of this first half.
It's Exertion cooking. Okay, just on the box.
Well, we're going to fight with Grim in a moment's time. No, Grim's backed off. So, exchange of util over towards ramp, quite standard. This was something that Alexi was talking about. Okay, well, Jimmy's just found a liege.
It's a big opening. They're going for the boost. Jimmy, a well-versed Bianca, should be able to anticipate this, play safe from it. Oh, but the jump up from Floppy, that's going to cost them. They are now operating at a two-man disadvantage. All at the hands of the Finn. Oh, and a dink onto JT. He's done more than enough, one would assume. Bogdan's law continues to be pertinent in 2024. Flash high, Halzuk with the bomb, and, well, a lot to do. Trying to reassemble the boost, and Shui wasn't ready for it. Halzuk will punish his cross. Exertion tucked in now. Can they really rectify this? Early disadvantage. The answer is a resounding no, as Exertion and Brolin combine to put it all onto Grim with 1 point of health. Should be very little opportunity here for Grim. Doing everything in his power to make things interesting. I do like the double smoke, but bomb retrieval still a priority, and he's going to get swung on. Brolin gets him. It's a second for MOUZ in consecutive order.
Okay, well, finding some energy there. Shui making some noise, trying to fire up the boys. And that's enough to put a dent in the finances of Cole. Just looking at about 3.3 on the high end for individuals like Elige. On the low, just 2K for Floppy. And that was the opening from Jimmy. A fantastic B defense, finding 2.
Yeah, just the premonition he had on that boost there to get Elige through the boards.
Probably feels like he should have done even more there, even though he mauled them. So Jimmy always a critic as Torji. Oh, can't hang around for too long, can ya? Burnt on down to 30 points of health, but did find the opener.
Roland exposed by the HE, clear on the smoke, still doesn't stop him from controlling the spray and taking down 2 members of Complexity, trying to do something pacey and poppy.
That blood splatter on the back wall looks like a starfish.
Yeah, a little bit of modern art.
Look at it.
It does have a star-like quality. Look at that. Patrick Star by Torji.
Beautiful. We'll put that one up in the museum. All right, 5 staying alive. Mauling them now, Exertion. Do you upgrade away from that MP9? You've got cash to do so. But you could make the MP9 work for sure. AKs will be equipped on the other side of the server. No scope for Halzerk. So a flying start for Cole has now been stunted by 3 on the trot. We might go 6-6, and that'll be with MOUZ having the momentum. The wind blowing in their sails for halftime.
Starting 2B for the CTs. Grim with that ramp flash. Roland pretty damn stubborn. Trying to hold on to this ramp. Torchy sandbags tested. Very early death for Floppy. He got far up, but it's just frags on frags. Everyone just wants to have a biff, have a brawl. They know where Torchy is from the trajectory. Anticipating a punish. And it's good from Halzerk. His support network's gone. They're hunting the orb. Torchy slipping away, trying to use that smoke to get away. 3 versus 3. We're going to have an interesting mid-round here. Jimmy pivots towards his teammates.
The thing is, Jimmy's locked the bomb from going back. Even though Grim has space in middle, if they try and rotate back at all to either group up with him or go towards B, they can't. Jimmy's going to lock that. So the question is, will Grim play first, or do Complexity with JT and Halzerk over towards A make the opening incision?
Very nice awareness to donate the sandbags there. 50 damage dealt. Torchy's on the clear. New angle for it. Oh, hello. And goodbye. Finding that sandbags player.
Here comes Grim.
Yeah, Grim's activating now, and we'll have 1 on his screen. Doesn't hesitate to pull the trigger. The orb, however, does react to it. Torchy's done a lot of work there. JT in the clutch. Not ready for Jimmy up the ramp. Another one for MOUZ. That is 4 in consecutive fashion. The closest Cole have come in the last 4.
Well, that's the first real round where elevator being open has played in such a drastic way. We've seen a couple of different fights from there with different angles, but I think there you saw just how vastly open it was, the split potential, and good work from Torji. I think AWP players will be a little bit happier with these changes on this map. It was something that felt quite restrictive at times. I am still curious, especially with the conversation I had with Alexi regarding the timings. Now, that wasn't something that I had investigated, and we haven't seen the CTs barreling too far down gap in a lot of these duels anyway, but we do see them getting ramp control in a standard fashion. So it'd be interesting to see how those duels evolve, and if it is the same where the CTs can just negate any real early ramp pressure, then I feel you're going to have to, of course, try more mid, more B to draw that rotator earlier. But still, you can jump spot for info. You can set a player up towards the scaffolding or Zywoo. So interesting to see the development of the updated Vertigo. There's an angle that Torji just found success through. As, well, shooting for the moon now, MOUZ. 5. Feels like it should be theirs. Gosh. But the timing, like, I don't look at what spawn he had, but they're already posted as he's scoping around that gap. So yeah, interesting, but Torji grabs another. See how many more he can get.
He's having fun.
I think if you're MOUZ as well, and the way that Complexity started this game, it's like, do these guys know who we are? They just started so like brawly and in your face with just duels. For me, if I was MOUZ, I'd feel somewhat insulted by that at the moment.
But second, you know we are individually very sound. You want to play us at our own game,
and that's played into a lot of their victories lately. Is their confidence in taking so many fights. I did like the bit more in-depth conversation regarding Shui, and it is true, like for the in-game leaders, once you have everything ironed out and your teammates don't need so much micromanaging or babysitting would be another way to potentially frame it, you do get to focus on your own game. Your crosshair, you can find more impact, you're not having to micromanage everybody, and you can have a lot more trust. And if things are flowing and people are making the right calls, the team is looking hot, then yeah, you can take your hands off the wheel, and that comes down to building the structure over time, obviously having a strong support network with the coach. You've obviously got Zipex, who's been in the team as well, so I'm sure that's added some strength to that side of things. Last round, first half, elimination series.
It'd be one hell of a polarizing half to trade 6 on the trot both ways. Ooh, thinking twice after making those ramp steps. It's floppy onto exertion that may have been instigating that. Takes him down, knows it's not Jimmy, knows the Bianca's still there, maybe lighter numbers towards the A ramp now. Calzo firing off a warning shot towards Zywoo.
I still don't love the options for Cole right now. I'd probably just wait out these smokes and then test your luck over towards A. Dip your toe in the water, because the AWP of Torji locks down middle, and Jimmy is a nuisance. He's just blocked over towards B.
It's the last of his...
Oh, no, that didn't land.
No, he has not. This is a nice boost to clear out quad side. Roland has found a liege after the frag onto Shui.
Really, all on Jimmy.
Oh, wow. That's a good shot from Halzerk. It's opened up the B-bomb site. Gorgie do everything he can. Molly will delay. Oh, no, not able to hit the flick. Gave it a good go. Floppy puts him down. Up to Brolan. Final round of this half. He's aware of Grim and that mid-lurk. Pre-aim's good, but it costs him a great deal. Another upgrade to the... Okay.
I'm reading you. Look, he's going to BM him, sure. This retake is very difficult, but he had the read on you, Grim.
Who knows? Yeah, I mean, this is everything he can do in this situation with 18 HP. Wishes he had found that one cleanly, but Cole, they will leave with the lead in the first map of this elimination series. It's all up for debate and at stake. Stay tuned.
Just anyone, I'm not just anyone. I'd rather keep my hood up, walk the world alone, and make it on my own. Then you claim that you're the reason that I got where I'm going, and I'm not interested in settling for the hell of it. All these people want convenience, I want more. The wolf is howling at the door, and now it's up to the clock before the last lock hits the floor. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take your seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. From the time I wake up till I go to sleep, I give all of me, yeah. All fight, never flee, no flights ever free, yeah. I'm in my corner and I'm ringside, handing me hands are on my shoulders, got the belt, crown myself the winner. It's just the way you keep on talking about yours while I'ma make mine. And I'm the first one in the morning.
Get up there on sandbag.
Suka.
He doesn't. Go tag them. Running. You're outside. Okay, just don't answer. Smoking. I'm all too. Empty. Flash. Smoke miss. Peek a mini. That's fine. I'm holding empty right now.
Let's go,
I'm gonna try planning, John. Plenty default.
I'm going all the way around. Give some plant though.
Oh, nice!
I don't see Ivy. I'm marking behind ramp.
Event middle, yeah.
Middle. I'm fast ramp.
Sandbags.
Nice!
Good job.
One hell of a first half here on New Vertigo. Our first look at an official here at IEM Dallas on the changed Vertigo. They didn't get much time to prepare, and it has perhaps been shown. We've got a lot of chaos in our first half. Chatty B's been breaking it down for me, and we're ready to get into that second half. It's Cold now on the defense, MOUZ on the attack, and this boxing match, one of them is going to be knocked out. Of the tournament, that is. Fighting for ramp. It's a bit of a 3v3. Now 2. Grim onto exertion, removes an integral piece, and Rollins mid-space is removed, but there's 2 of them there, and it's Jimmy. Good for the pair.
The round opens up. They don't need to hustle towards B, but it looks like they are.
Oh, he's just drawn a line in the sand. He's actually going to lock it down. Disappears now.
Shui's U2 integral smoke, and the molly yet to be used. So 20 seconds plus of the gray screen to deal with if you're Complexity.
Yeah, they're going to have Guardian at least a bit of a sight line, but they're safe from it. Jimmy holding left side from his perspective.
I feel like the molly's done it, Alex. If Shui just plays this right, he's spotting flank. There's no smoke for the side.
Oh, Jimmy's got himself another. It's all onto Halzak. Torchy closes, and MOUZ, they continue their run. It was, what was it? It was
5 in a row from MOUZ.
5 in a row. And now they've found themselves the pistol. Split the pistols down the middle.
Huge from Jimmy. More impact from the young Finn.
Don't stop moving and don't stop clicking. That's the Glock motto.
Well, a few upgrades. One being a Deagle for a Liege, the other being a CZ for Halzak, and the flash that was used to initiate this fight. But JT will offer himself up as the rest of them come out of the clown car that is short. Giddy up, let's get into the gun round, shall we? No messing about here. Complexity have come. They must have a hot date tonight or something to get to, because they have been playing with a real pace about them.
I think that was more than happy to accommodate.
Yes, it's fight us. Let's go. Torji definitely with a lot to say, and this is the thing. It has to be done by committee.
Yeah,
it's something that's a little bit fresher like this. So keep those ideas bubbling.
Well, also, you know, if perhaps some of the normal sources of energy
that smoke's off the map.
Lagging. Ooh, that's not ideal. Okay. Fighting for ramp control early, and JT's the one to bring down Exertion's rush on the Mac 10. Oh, through the smoke. Torji beautifully placed. He was caught a little whiff of JT, but he does very well to find it. After JT's frag. Cole only operating with 3 players now, and got Brolan working mid at his own pace, starting to clear as they set up for B. Poor Floppy's responsible for middle and B simultaneously, so he's not really on the job right now. He's
just
jiggling.
a sentry. Yeah. At this point, you don't really want to commit to too many fights, and now that you've been pushed out of your little perch, you might have to. A Liege mopped up. Floppy gets something done around the flames. Floppy with the double, eventually traded Grim. A 2v1. Bomb planted now.
Interesting. Wow, wow, wow. That leaves a mark. Grim gets curtailed by the Shui dink through that wall.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for investigating.
See you later.
Get out of here.
Just through that thickness.
Well, MOUZ are in the lead for the first time this map. I think either way you split it, and the desk was touching on this a little bit earlier, is the storyline will end for one of these two teams here, and it's sad either way. One, we would love to see MOUZ try and contend their #1 spot and in front of a crowd, which is where they essentially are getting called out, right? Being studio merchants. We would love to see if they're able to do it, especially now that we have Spirit at this event alongside a Vitality. FaZe are here as well. If they get to play FaZe in an arena game with a crowd and beat their big brother who's normally giving them swirlies, that could be what unlocks this team as far as arenas go.
But that feels like that conversation is miles away right now.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, goodness.
And then you have the other side of this, which is Complexity, who are the hometown heroes. I know they're no longer... Well, I don't think they have anything to do with the Dallas Cowboys anymore, but...
oh, yeah.
Either way. America. That's all you have to really say around here. That gets you away with anything.
Yeah.
Like my grandma used to say, oh, I'm old, I can do whatever I want. It's kind of that attitude.
Yeah. USA. Well, this boost is not going to find anything, but it does confirm that JT doesn't need to do too much. They are starting to probe mid, so Elijah's got his work cut out for him with nothing but a 5-7 to his name.
Well, Exertion is definitely aware of the boost potential, but JT will topple in with the 5-7. An opportunity for Cole.
Kicking up a bit of a hullabaloo in the middle. Brolin and Molly to divide and prepares to conquer, trying to isolate Floppy here, but off angle, not ready for it. 2 5-7 frags now. They've spotted the bomb, but now it's up to Shui to get the multi. He's down, Floppy's found another. It's all onto Jimmy. 1v5 overwhelmed, and they find it with just a bit of Kevlar, just a pistol. They'll leave with 2 AKs, an M4, and an AWP for good measure.
That didn't even come with the saved rifle, right? So that right there is a nice one for Cole to tie things up 8-8. A bit of life in them. Felt like they did all their hard work within the opening stages of this map, but showed that they still have some punch. And this was the JT opener, which didn't feel like a lot of the time, especially because they were pipping the gap through middle, and it felt the util was good. But Brolin going down to Floppy and then just swarmed by the movement. And finished off. So that one is going to leave a bit of a mark as MOUZ bite back in with a buy. A boost.
They didn't see it.
I suppose. No race for MOUZ are taking their time about it. Now, this is a little bit different. MOUZ were fighting for standard ramp control on the CT side. They were dueling, they were spamming through the smokes. We saw Brolin doing it time and time again. Complexity aren't. Complexity are going with the boost and now starting to transition back. They might be the ones caught.
Oh, they've spotted him. Incendiary, extinguish, and a return to the Xbox does cost him his life. JT, good for it. Double kill from the IGL. Alzerg is primed and ready if you dare challenge. However, walking up is Jimmy. Trying to be a part of the pack. Brolin out mid. Elige, just getting caught on the transition. He will adjust and puts both of them on rather red HP.
You see how they're trying to at least apply the theory of that mid-lurk smoke?
Dude, the one we were talking about on the way over here.
Yeah, it's going to either force your B rotator to be in CT spawn or your A defender to come back and worry about it either way. So somebody has to worry about it.
Ooh, Elige's going to experiment with the runway. Will they overlook it? Yes, they will. Finds Torji, punished on the...
It's a long way back.
Yeah, it is. And Jimmy gets it eventually. Brolin with a nice bit of bowling finds another. And Jimmy, poor guy, getting that bomb down has cost him all of his health. And here we go indeed. He walks the runway round. Floppy's already seems to have worked this one out. Fake. Jimmy calls the bluff. And into Floppy, a messy one. One bullet would do it, Flop. Holding. Spotted. Missed off shot. There was a little world where that goes wrong for Cole, but they'll take 9. Ooh, feels exciting when you get to see how some of those new dynamics are going to be playing out.
Yeah, and the type of angles as well. I know Mac released a video detailing a few of the different boosts that people are going to be able to use. We haven't seen any of that really just yet, but I'm curious to see when they do have a time and a place. But speaking of time and a place, it's time for a third tactical timeout from MOUZ, and because they were so under the pump in the early stages of that first half, they've only had one left. So Cyclone has called that, and it's with the finances, well, it was 1,900 cash injected with the plant, but the defuse.
Yeah, money.
Yeah, right. So obviously, this is one of the discussion topics that is going to be had a little bit. It's a little detail, right? It's mainly going to have ramifications as far as pistol rounds are concerned. But regardless, they will have to operate with something that isn't a full buy. 2,400 into the next. So if everybody leaves in about 2K, 2.4K, that'd be sitting pretty. Tech 9s, some flashes, a smoke, and a HE. Well, Exertion looks like he wants to flash them through likely the ramp lurk smoke.
Alzog's going to cop a bit of damage from that HE, but there's a better one from JT. Double nade. A little bit of extra onto Jimmy there with the third, and this one's not going nowhere fast for MOUZ.
That one there is just shove and hope that you get a timing, catch a player off guard, that the flashes are good and you're able to snowball with the Tech 9s, but they're not able to get anything done until Torji on 18 kills kicks up a little bit of concern. Grim felled for now. An audacious move from Torji, but JT will push complexity to 10 on their map choice, and the smiles now starting to creep back on the faces.
Yeah, a lot of teams seem to have come to the conclusion that a HE gap is the go.
Oof, you're giving up a lot now, aren't you, MOUZ? You don't have Cyclone able to chip in at all unless TC is feeling generous. So the problem solving will have to be done by the 5 in the server.
See what they go for into this one. A lot at stake for MOUZ. $0 dues in the reserve.
So not an immediate fight over towards B. You can see the flash at the ready. Perfect! Hauzerg destroyed.
Well, that's already going to get your Feckles up for the CT side. Floppy falls back after throwing out solid little chip damage nade.
But that's great news, because you know that the AWP's removed, so some of these longer sightlines over towards A, if you want to go after the util, has fallen. MOUZ will have some advantages in those fights. The AKs... Oh, well, there goes their number advantage, given over quite quickly.
And in the same way Jimmy was finding Floppy in that first half. And nice from Elige, the elevated angle works out.
That's so individual.
Every time.
I understand the first one was a boost, he goes down there, but Brolin looks for a gap in towards middle and just gives it over. JT, you can't fall, you're the only one here at the moment.
Yeah, it is hanging on by a thread here. That's some supportive util. He might, don't go ahead of it. Isolates, oh, Exertion just got the better gun there. Dink exchange. 14 HP in Elige. He confirms it's clear. Investigating the ramp timing is everything here. Does he spot them? Oh no, he really misread the situation. Exertion gets a freebie.
And also, why?
Good question. Valid question.
Oh, they missed the smoke.
They did. It's a new lineup.
Yeah, we'll give them that.
Yeah.
But this one will land.
That's the one.
That's Deep Ellie.
Grim on Heaven's side. Angle to be cleared. Shui adjusts to Floppy. Felt like Floppy could have had an opportunity there. Instead, ooh, Grim. A chance at the clutch, but MOUZ will convert.
Nice story. Good job. Nice and from BGM.
Hyping up Exertion there.
Managing the money as well. Shui. Finances aren't still there for a complexity buy. Just a little bit odd with the lead. I guess he's just searching for information, but this also just plays into the type of game we've seen, just so in your face, just constantly looking for fights and gets caught off by the timing.
Yeah, it has definitely got that kind of more puggy air about it.
I'll win this one, MOUZ. You take control of the economy.
Elige was considering a little bit of a touch of aggression, thinks twice about it.
Especially after our last round went.
Yeah, one-round game.
Oh, didn't land where it was meant to, did it? But still, the kill. Floppy forced out into the fight. Shui over towards B with Jimmy, and Jimmy straight through the boards. Elige is just having one of those days.
Oh man, what a sly little devil. A geeky little lurk smoke thrown out by Jimmy that's already going to get Grim investigating. In fact, 2 of them pulled over to the wrong side of the map. Jimmy is not only through frags, but through big brain. He's going to keep Colt far away from the main assault. It's just going to be JT spotting, and yeah, Grim, now maybe it will start to click.
Again, same smoke lineup. You can see Shui just making sure as this one fades, he can get it deep in towards the elevator room. This is a fight for exertion. JT with a nade in his hand, but isn't caught.
Okay, we can make it 3v3. Now it's even better with Cole. Have Halzerk to get another. Oh, spotted on the cross. Good from one. Torji in the clutch. Tries the transfer. Nearly found the head in the one and done. Grim secures an 11th for Cole. Yeah,
3v5.
Jimmy did so much for them there, and it's all for nothing.
He gets the information. Grim's on the side. They're setting up that execute. JT, how does he get that kill?
This is a round MOUZ lost.
It's the JT frag there that really sticks out, right? Because it looked like they had the better. Yeah, this one here onto exertion.
Yep.
That one keeps them in it, keeps the angles open. And I said if MOUZ win this, they're financially in control. Well, right now, they're in squalor. If that's the round, if the 3v5 is what gets Cole across the line.
I think it might be. I mean, look at what they're working with here, Chad. It's bleak and it's getting worse. Exertion concedes an opening death to the AWP. Jimmy, one of the two Galils in the mix. A lurk smoke drop ramp to hopefully buy time for Jimmy to start searching.
This is a tough round for Shui to have to mid-round with such limited resources and space.
You can do both smokes. Ollie destined for quad, floppy. He's going to go for a disruptive one, but the second flash caught him, but they were doing the dance as well. They don't even know it. He's about him. He's managed to find one. Elijah as well, looking solid, locking them out, sends them back to spawn. 12 in the bag for Complexity here on the first map of the series.
And the buy will look quite similar as it just did, probably even lacking more rifles. It's going to have to be Tech9's Mac 10s once more and an all-in shove. We are just one round away from Ancient, the map pick of MOUZ. This one looks like it has the story of a 3-mapper. Still brought up a good point as well. He said that it's the same map pool, and Cole will be able to prepare. And today, MOUZ only know what defeat feels like.
Roland spots the cross. Elige noted, but going for something quite aggressive and disruptive.
But not held.
Not currently.
Not at all.
Hang on. I mean, I know he spotted him, and I know he communicated it. I saw his mouth moving. Here's Brolan. He'll do it himself. Jigger's up, Elige's out. Playing a little mini game against Brolan here. Gonna get the CT comms a bit hectic. Oh, Floppy, feeling the pressure now. Util arrives. Torty trying to get the drive by, but Elige's there in time. Provides the support. And now aggressing. Floppy, messy spray. His teammates should pick up the pieces, but hold on. Brolan's just had 3 with the Desert Eagle. We'll have to see that from his POV. Halzerk misses a sitter.
Oh, the ace!
Oh my God, it's Brolan, baby. He saves MOUZ in their time of need, and we will see another round of play.
What? The last 2 kills straight through the smoke?
Just had a deagle.
And he was the one playing silly games with a leash. And he almost got off the leash, we thought.
And then Elise shows up on Guardian to save Floppy under pressure, and Brolan just says no. No siree. What an incredible round from the Swede. I needed to see exactly how he managed to find that multi. It was 3 out of what seemingly nowhere. So he'd already found Floppy, nails Grim, and then finds a third, never mind a fourth and a fifth through the smoke.
Hell. Okay, Brolan. He's not done just yet. Well, the seesaw continues back and forth with the finances. Now it's Cole. Well, both teams struggling. Galils are plenty for MOUZ. We're seeing 5-7s, but that's been quite successful for Cole so far in this CT side.
He's feeling himself now. Look how quickly he's progressing his angles. Flash through, and down goes Grim. That's enough. Mission accomplished. He's going to force a rotation. Never mind 2, actually, holding middle now. Halzerk and JT worried about it. Okay, so this is dream scenario for MOUZ. You get the early man advantage, and now you just have to find the finish.
Cole lose this without anything saved. It's 1900 loss bonus going into the last round, and then we go to OT.
So he heard the flash. He heard the steps of the double clear. Now he's hearing the loud retreat as the util arrives on A. He might still have a flank. He might still have contributions.
Bomb.
Elige finds Shui ahead of the Heaven Smoke landing. Now that flank from Brolan. This mid lurk could be beautiful. Holds, nails, takes down Floppy. It's clean as they wipe the floor with Cole. And it looks like overtime could very well be looming. As you've highlighted, their finances are a bust.
We have to be headed there. How could we not? What type of round of Complexity going to pull off with what we're talking, Deagles, head armor, there'll be some 5.7s, very light utility. And, well, I said there wouldn't be any more timeouts unless TC opted for one. Well, if we go to OT, there'll be another opportunity, sure, but TC wants to close things down right here, right now, but has to do so in the most difficult of fashion. Brolin arriving right in the nick of time. 2 huge rounds back-to-back from Brolin. That Deagle, triple, M4 double, the ace, insane.
Wow.
Adam, I want us to double molly Ivy, or double nade Ivy.
So they're worried about aggression.
Yeah, which is understandable. Should we pull in the strings directly and how they want to approach this one to ensure that that overtime is theirs after all of Brolin's hard work? Torji the same. He's definitely been providing. Edging the smoke, exertion.
Well, they did miss their molly, but it's not going to cost them. Exertion's been on the receiving end of a lot of opening deaths, Alex. 3 and 6 in that department.
Ooh, yikes, going for a jump there from Grim. Ambitious. Nade looks great. And that's... Oh, what's going on? Grim's looking at the floorboards. He was trying to set up a boost, didn't expect the push. Now, okay, chaos ensues. This one should only go MOUZ's way. Overtime's coming. Elige and Floppy with just their pistols, doing what they can. Okay, straight through the smoke. Elige has taken down Exertion. Torji's got one on his plate, just needs to finish off Floppy, but he's making a bit of a meal of it. Elige doesn't clear out Brolin. And so Floppy's 5-7. Here's the last piece of the puzzle for that OT. There it goes. Brolin, of course, to close. And Cyclone very happy with that one. I think you could see on his face during that last couple of rounds, he thought this was cooked. As did we. Did we.
Yeah. Ah, well, that was an insane type of round that MOUZ pulled through. Brolin's ace, right?
Yeah.
We have to.
It's all Brolin's
Impact's got impact written all over it. That was Exertion just leering out of the smoke straight into the hands of Elige. And that's going to feel very frustrating for Complexity. You started very strong in the first half. You had quite the lead to close this out. And MOUZ battled back in. Clearing out towards B. That is going to maroon Floppy. No way back for now. Jimmy will get the fight. Very diligent on the clears. The jiggle out, but caught. Halzerg also finds Shui.
Yeah, but it's also going to nameplate Elige. They know both of them were shooting onto Jimmy. But with the absence of players, it's not easy. MOUZ already in a bit of a problem. Prime retrieves the bomb, looking to join the pack. Exertion and Torji, they do have top round.
Okay, well that smoke gives Torji the opportunity to try and get across towards Sandbag.
Yeah, but I think Halzerg's already going to be on high alert. Spots him, misses his shot. Torji gets an opportunity.
What about JT?
Oh, not far off. JT finds that new angle, uses it well. It's lovely from Grim, finding the double on the spray.
That turns into a bit of a blender position, doesn't it? Right, especially if you have a player on the runway, and then you have 180 degree. Wow, it's not 180, but we're getting close.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah, angle's never my strong suit. There's that timeout. Once we do get into the OTs, each set of OT, each team will accrue a timeout, and those only get to be used throughout that OT itself. So if you don't use it, you lose it. This one here. Surprised to see Halzerg missing that, but maybe just caught the slightest of whiffs. Regardless, no harm, no foul.
Well, that's a bit of a remedy to the tilt, isn't it? Coming into OT, you didn't feel like you were supposed to be here. Cold thought they had it in regulation, but to win the first round, it's going to certainly have you feeling a little bit better. Grim even getting to equip an AK-47 into our second round of this overtime.
It is quite interesting to see the contrast of holds. Like we were talking about before, it hasn't been something that's all in for the likes of Cole. They're not just contesting constantly for the ramp control. Here's Halzerg, repositioned now over towards middle. Has Elige here as a bit of a safety net in case they do get overrun. And Brolin has been somewhat of a nuisance. Pressure towards B applied. More util flooding in.
3 molly. 4. This time an incendiary to delay, and oh, Halzug's missed his shot. Forced to get away.
Now will the safety net of Elige left him. Had to respond towards the pressure they felt towards B. Now, that has opened up some potential gaps over towards the A side, but not populated currently from MOUZ.
Yeah, these are those uncomfortable rounds where your first stab hasn't really landed.
They're going.
Here they come. Jimmy can have an opportunity onto quad. The slight delay doesn't lead to anything for Elige. It's good from Brollan. Floppy standing his ground. Does well to keep it level. Needs to reload. He's just trying to get away. Does so. Nice control from Exertion. The molly puts him on 5 HP. And the nade's not going to find him if he stays gen. That's the bomb, though. Chip damage. Nice find. Floppy. He's done an awful lot in this round. Double kill so far. 2 on 2. And oh, Halzug's not going to go down to that cursory shot. Exertion will get that bomb down. His patience rewarded despite the low HP. Now it could fall to Torji, but he's been legged. 15 HP between them. It doesn't matter. Exertion's found 1. And now it's an AWP v AWP duel. All to play for. Torji and Halzug both have been pulling their weight. But a high impact clutch for one of them. Torji steps into the line of fire. No eye on the scope for Halzug. And we tie things up 13 each.
Damn, what a brawl that was on that B bomb site. Floppy, yeah, you said he did well. The fact he's able to get ahead of that smoke and get that second kill and then still get away. Decent effort. Torji, he's been having a bit of a map. 25 kills. I guess they didn't know that they got the leg shot. Oh, given the look down the camera there, Torji really coming into his own as of late.
Yeah, it's cool to see. I mean, confidence is key. And Torji's most definitely an embodiment of that right now. 25 frags and counting. He's taking these fights, taking these pot shots. Exertion up to his usual antics. Trying to apply early pressure towards this scaffolding position. Halzug misses an opportunity there. Caught a player. Nade in hand, just unable to track. And now Exertion kind of just left on his own.
Yeah, but they're heading back to B. It's just Floppy on the side. There's complexity. They don't exactly know where the fight's coming from right now. They're so worried about A.
Floppy, can he do anything here? Contact walking into his bomb site. He does manage to remove the AWP. And some damage onto Shui. Elysian here in time. Perfect surprise for Shui. He does find the double. Just that mechanics on display here from Elige. Exertion trying to find that gap. Halzug's considering it and profits. A 2-1 scoreline. Complexity have the edge as we swap sides.
Okay. Yeah, the thing is, throughout the map, it's felt like Complexity... they were playing, they like the word Matt's used on the desk, like gusto with the map pick, but they're also playing with that in the way they're taking a lot of these brawls. But now on the CT side, theirs looks, I would say, more considered than that of MOUZ, who was just more standard like ramp control and going for a bit more old meta, which is the thing. We have to wait and see how this all settles in. But the deeper we go, I wonder if the ideas get more ironed out or less.
Yeah.
Back and forth, Exertion shows himself and gets away.
They've got B flashes cocked on 2 players. Grim's lining up the flash for default. Jimmy will be full white screen. And as he returns, they're already knocking on the door. They're out white box. They're swinging into the B site. This is such an all-in from Cole, straight to the B bomb site. Uncomfortable for Jimmy. Now up to Exertion. He can't escape the flames. It was an odd position for it. Grim could end the round right there on the spray, but Brollan too quick with it. Does he anticipate the walk through the smoke? I think Halzug may have gamed him here. Oh, he does nail it. Into 15 for Complexity. 1 away from taking this map pick.
Well, they've been here before. They were up 12-9 in regulation. Now we're at 15-13. So they get 2 more opportunities to try and get it done. If not, we do double OT and we go all again. So look, they're in at least a scenario where they're safe. As far as not losing the game goes. Whereas MOUZ are the ones who are trying to hang on. Oh, need to move when Jimmy says it's B.
So, it's a good point. Halzug. It's a very quick Peek out of Shui. Oh, and they're fighting for ramp. Elige the first to fall, but look how much space they got in mid. Jimmy trying to check on it. Does well to find one, considering the surprise. To an advantage for MOUZ. Cole, they just need one in this elimination match. And, well, there it is. They find it. Thanks to Halzak. Exertion's locked the door. You are not leaving.
Oh,
All right,
you are now.
Yep, you are, Floppy. The awareness. That's a huge frag to post. It changes the dynamic entirely. And now Shui has to go looking for answers. He needs to know if he needs to leave.
Well, Brolin floating in middle, aware that the B bomb site has been open. You can see there's problems on all fronts. Shui calling A clear. Brolin batting down the hatches.
He has a smoke, but he's going to just have a little dry peek. And oh, Brolin. That is naughty. Gets the double kill now all on to Halzak. He'll play for the retake with his teammate. Nade, not quite, not quite. Brolin, this triple kill, and now he's on the warpath. He's walking in on you. That smoke, you think it's for you? It's for me, says Brolin as he maneuvers closer and closer to the AWP. Halzak's not considered this. Brolin's behind you. It's like a pantomime. He's behind you. Halzak surely down. And MOUZ will see another round. Big work from Brolin. 4 kills. He has repeatedly saved their asses here on the first map.
And now he's top of the server as far as kills are concerned. Brolin in this late stage, as far as regulation was going, and now here in OT number 1. Pop it off.
I see you say OT number 1. Is that an implication of...
Well, look, you know, anything's possible. The fact he gets 2 kills in that situation as well. I thought for a moment that he was considering getting away after he was spotted default, but just commits in and gets a double.
Don't let Brolin's 4K distract you from Floppy's clear on Exertion.
Yeah, that was true.
Crazy.
Yeah, flick to the head of Exertion, who we thought probably had the winning maneuver. Well, this is Complexity's time to have a talk. Listen, lads, we tried in regulation. We had 4 opportunities to do so. Couldn't get it done. 3 opportunities to do so, maths is hard.
Yeah, you hit B and it worked. Do you threaten a B? Try and manipulate some of the CT rotations?
Yeah.
Do you knock on? Do you investigate mid more? You know, as everyone's been alluding that mid is going to be more prominent. There's a lot going on from the other stream there.
Yes, there is. If Liquid lose this, I think they had like a 9-3 first half or something along those lines. I might be a little bit off. I haven't been focusing on that game. I've been focusing on this game. But regardless, both games in overtime.
Damn, 9C. They came to play. 9C, of course, the reason we have MOUZ here.
And Liquid, the reason we have Complexity here.
Thank you. It's a bit quiet for Brolin. Nothing happening towards the ramp side. A 2-man investigation. Some of North America's finest. Partner up, hip to hip. Working their way through middle. Oh, it actually swings off of that. And it leads to his demise. Yeah, it certainly could be. However, Jimmy's humbled after the first. Exertion overlooked. Big frag. He needs to live. He needs to delay. They are hunting him down from every angle, and the dink is insufficient. Look at their health, though.
2 high flyers, Torji and Brolin, putting up numbers. Their chance in a 2v3.
Maybe they can do something here. It's not comfortable. Especially
nade! Oh!
Smoke, the nade not far off the mark onto Grim. He's got util, and an overextension from Elige, perhaps.
Give him one back.
He has. Brolin will take it.
18 points of health combined.
Oh, they're in trouble. Especially if you just adjust one to the body. MOUZ to force a second overtime. Just need to get past Halzak, and they've got util. He's got an AWP. It doesn't line up. It's not comfortable. Torji knows what's up. Firing off shots, and they will force another. Can you believe we go again?
What, Elige there. Overtaking the fight deep, wanting to close it, wanting to get it done.
Because, I mean, I understand you get that kill, it is probably done. If you don't, it's not. And we are here at 15 each. Here we go again. Hey, look, at least we're getting as many reps of this map as we possibly could out one.
No, fair enough. This one here.
What are you doing?
Oh, dearie me.
And that low HP. Like you saw it there from Torji's POV, how comfortable those fights were, and Shui hyping the boys up. Gotta feel good, the fact that you're still in it. Can't quite believe it, but you're still here. Torji, he got another one in him, spots JT on the retreat.
Jeez, Floppy's grabbed Exertion elsewhere. Did he push? He
I wouldn't be surprised.
Look at the X, he's he's gone real aggressive.
Also could get caught off by this. Never mind, he's actually perfectly aiming out to the Shui aggress.
Oh, there it is. So yeah, very aggressive on that B bomb site. One, I have to keep waiting because the fights keep coming.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I want to talk about Complexity squandering what 5 map points.
Yeah.
So over OT number 1 and regulation. So, but I was just curious if that's where the mental game for them would start to crumble, because we know that they don't necessarily have the best mental game, but they're about to start OT number 2 with round number 1. Lots of numbers. 2+2 is window.
This can't go wrong unless Elige dies with the bomb, and that's not going to happen. Floppy, good for it. Actually pushing the smoke, finds that elevated angle for vision, and removes the orb threat. So Cole will start off. It's not been starting that's been the problem.
No, it's finishing.
Yeah. Never had that much problem myself.
No, me either.
I love this off angle. The shadow advantage usually sets you up for success. Not on Brolin's case this time. Grim, as we discussed, a sharp shooter in his own right. The kill spread from Cole is incredibly narrow.
Yes, Hauser at the tippy top 27, and then, well, JT at the bottom with 20. So 7 kill differential from top to bottom. MOUZ, well, a slight difference. Shui having a tougher time, but that's one of the things, having a problem solve live. It has been huge impact rounds for the likes of Torji and especially Brolin. And I think Jimmy's also had his fair share of good multis or even just openers from Jimmy.
Damn. Looking good. Interesting to see that top crane smoke still being sought after from the T side. Starting that 2B test. Oh, it's not the crane smoke.
Gap
Excuse me, that was
smoke.
gap.
Yeah, so a bit more old school.
Does give access to 51 for Shui, and he's going to profit with some damage onto Hauser. Lucky to get away.
Jimmy still has quite early info over towards B right now with these jiggles, so as soon as he takes any form of contact, he can drop the incendiary unless he gets caught on a spam. Well, that molly of theirs is quite telling, isn't it? But it also means they can't just run up the stairs. So now he can deploy his, staying forward. Is there a flash? No, just a peek, just a wild peek as Exertion and Jimmy in combination remove Floppy.
Can't believe he's able to sit comfortably with the balls on this guy. Jumping up, clears it.
I guess the expectation, I'm molly just below me. They can't see me from main. It's unlikely if there's a guy understairs he's looking here, because why would anybody be jumping up
You're
like
going to
this
be looking
brazenly?
at the you're going to be looking at the floor. Okay. Yeah, but it looks crazy, and so does this. Look how
Flank is
quickly
on.
Exertion is flanking.
And the noose as well. The CTs know exactly what's happening. Well played around from MOUZ. They're around to lose.
Look at their setup. They're actually going to go for the Ellie boost. Here we go. That's not something you're ready for. Down goes Torji. Oh, man. Okay. Exertion found Hauser. He does find the trade. Shui's going to tuck onto the default box. He's made a bit of a meal of that spray, and now it's still Brolin up to 30 as he does damage to JT, but JT is on the warpath already, finding the multi-kill. Can't track the bow. Too many on his screen. A double kill from Jimmy and Exertion, respectively, 16 each.
Yeah, that would have been a tough one to lose with all the information that MOUZ had. Great to see the boost coming into play, sure.
I think this is going to be the never-ending game of Counter-Strike. I'm signing up for this, Chad, just so you're aware. We're about to break records.
All right.
Yeah.
I do like records. Keeping them not so much, but the Guinness book, of course.
It's funny that Guinness are the guys that keep the records.
They do,
and it's
beer
funny that
and records.
The tire maker Michelin is responsible for restaurants.
How many stars are you giving this game?
The many curiosities of life. This one is at least 1 Michelin star. It's worth a detour, you know? And that's a detour from Grim. Catches Exertion's ladder push. The man is a menace, just constantly trying to poke and prod and find these gaps against professional Counter-Strike teams, and when it works, it is beautiful. When it doesn't, it can be difficult, and that's an angle, isn't it? Torji's found one. Everyone's taking notes at home, I hope.
And then it opens up more. Well, maybe not if you smoked off.
Yeah, this is the new 1 smoke you're going to need to use. Oh, given the extra spots you need to smoke. How do you get yourself out of this one, Torji? Oh, we heard the dismount. And yeah, walking through a smoke only ends one way.
You don't get yourself out of anything, you get yourself into it if you're Torji.
That looked nice. Real quick flick. Baits the AWP shot. It's just too much on his screen. Yeah, he's going to get caught swapping to the nades. Team effort there. Floppy, the only one not to contribute, was a double from JT, looking very sharp with it.
Oh, there was a sacred timeout. Looks like that could be the case. So, as mentioned earlier, each set of overtime you get a timeout. I want to make sure I'm giving that information because you'd be like, well, hold up.
This is their fifth
they've
timeout.
Had so many timeouts.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I think it makes a little bit more sense with the way that they're distributed at the moment.
I agree.
Back in my day, you used to get 1 2-minute timeout.
How funny is that?
1 2-minute timeout.
You have to really pick wisely.
Yeah. What are we going to talk about for 2 minutes, guys?
Yeah, I don't know. So, guys, last night I watched Shogun. Let me tell you about episode 5. 17 to 16. I just want to, you know what? I'm just going to have my POV on my PC. I'm just going to be watching it.
Who do you want to watch?
Well, actually, no, it's on T-side now. Damn, a 9-0.
Going
loud.
Nuts. I know what that means,
The
actually.
The energy is mad here.
Well, they didn't qualify.
All right. Look at Floppy. Go on. He's isolated Jimmy, but he has a bit of a support network behind him. Can he get away with this 9 bullets, that A4? He's still deadly, but so is Torji. But Elige right there for the backup. Even trades, so we're onto a very early 3-on-3. Bronwyn lining up for those flashes and to support what could be an early commitment. Exertion joins Shui. Util sails through, and they are just going to waltz in. It is only Grim here. He has to play this well. It's all about the timing. They're considering it. Wow, despite the flash, he finds the head, takes Shui out. Exertion hopes to be overlooked. The molly will arrive, but the frag from Grim is sensational. Puts it onto Brolin, but I wouldn't write him out. Halzuk does, though. And 18 is found. MOUZ have to do it again. Complexity, another handful of map points.
Well, this is exactly what happened.
Where are we at now?
Yeah, so what was it? 3 in regulation, 2 in OT number 1. Now they have 2 in OT number 2.
Okay, so this is 6 and 7.
6 and 7, yes.
Opportunities. Here we go.
Maybe both the teams had an agreement that they were going to play for as long as possible to get reps in.
Yeah.
Hold up, double AWPs. Elige is offering something different.
Well, they haven't done that before.
That's
Hang
true.
on a second. Maybe this is the deviation that they needed. Oh, the flash timed with JT's aggression and a nade on the smoke, and it's already looking like it's curtains to this game. Sorry, to this map. Felt like a whole game at this point. Just the first of our best of 3 elimination series on day 1 of IEM Dallas. To have these two locking horns, it's been a bizarre turn of events. Just ask 9Z and ask Liquid. Jimmy and Brolin for survival up against 5. Make no mistake, they'll do everything in their power to try and manufacture some way back in, but JT's playing this very safe. Has the incendiary ready to go. And that's all he needed. Spots him out, throws out the smoke instead.
Challenge them side. We'll have to wrap around Crane. Time's starting to become a bit of an issue. Deep Ellie smoke going to be deployed from Jimmy. Molly as well as part of this combination to try and flush them into more favorable fights. 30 seconds now.
Clears the smoke and walks on through. He has to take a gamble. There's so many bodies here, though. It's a great first shot. And yeah, Elige, immediate trade. It's looking good. Complexity, with a sigh of relief more than anything, will convert. And Vertigo, finally, is theirs. The first in this eliminations match. They are up. MOUZ looking to secure Ancient to take us the distance in this best of 3.
We can't get mid smoke.
We can't help you. We can't help you.
Flash default. Default 1. Window. Default 2.
Window dead.
Default, I think.
Close, wait.
Dead.
Nice.
Good flash. I have up.
Nice, good ult.
I smoke. I will
flash
follow.
hop it and I go in.
I'm mollo.
Flashing
Going
hop it.
I'm going camel.
I don't
Can
see
be
con.
hop it in smoke.
Get up clear.
Let's have con dead. Nice.
Heaven.
Sniper.
Sound, I'm walking.
He's still peeking heaven.
I'm kinda under him.
Nice.
Guys.
I'm only Ivy.
Or neds.
Dead
Ivy. Coming up ramp. Tabson. One more.
I have peek and arch.
Tabson. Both. One more crane.
Crane.
Default.
Nice.
Good job.
What's up, ladder? You just swung ladder. I'm just gonna go towards mid.
They're doing G2.
G2 nays mid. G2 nays mid. I have mid.
2B.
One mid. Peek mid.
now.
Dead mid.
First.
Flashing over again. Turn around. Pop. I'm here.
I'm chilling. I'm so
holding it.
Bomb sandwich.
Holding it first.
Carry alert, guys.
I'm holding.
Nice. Good job, guys.
I have Ivy.
2. Come back.
Play again, Luda. Go. 2 right now.
2.
1 Ivy. Ivy dead.
One more.
I'm bad.
I'm out.
I'm bad.
1 HP.
Ramp.
10 seconds. Nice.
Good job, boys.
So let me tell you guys this story all about how MOUZ Complexity came to Vertigo and things got turned upside down. By that I mean we are playing on a brand new look map and what is a lifeline for both of these teams. Complexity picking up the first map in this series. And by the way, it's an elimination game. That's right, MOUZ found themselves here pretty quickly. And I want to welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters. Alongside of me is Maniac and then Steel to his left in a 1916 scoreline on map 1.
Correcto mundo. That is going to be Complexity taking out Vertigo. And I got to say, I don't think we witnessed the highest level Vertigo, maybe the one that we were hoping to see, but that might be just the reality of the matter now. Teams aren't exactly ready to play it to the fullest extent. I think Complexity were cleaner. MOUZ had multiple rounds where they missed the smoke and Molotov util towards elevator. That's just going to happen. We're going to have to be patient to see that.
If you show me a majority of the rounds from that match, I wouldn't be able to tell you if it's the new Vertigo or the old one, honestly. Like, it wasn't until, round 7, we saw Jimmy on the rafter in a post plant. In round 19, they had a 3-on-2 where they threw an A exec, where they threw the smoke and the molly to use that new position. Everything else, especially in that entire first half from Complexity, we only saw all the fights at A main, like around ramp, and that's where the round was decided. It didn't even get to the bomb site. And then same thing at B. It was like you would go up B stairs, get the exec off, and that's not even changed at all. So no, not using the new areas of the map, elevator, the opened up area by side hall.
All the new little toys and bells and whistles we have on Vertigo. Some people say we just get rid of the map, but that's not for here, and that's not for now.
Oh, is that what we're doing now?
This isn't a Vertigo bash session. But what it is, we really probably easily could. But what I want to say, what it really is for Complexity coming through here and putting MOUZ down a foot in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that it was an absolute necessity for them to win Vertigo. I had a talk with the manager after that, just say, hey, y'all better win 2-0. And he said, I don't really know. Maybe the 5th time is the good one. So I really think Vertigo was the moment to get the W here.
You said 2-0, and that's kind of what I'm looking for. That's round 20. We can pick it up right there. That's you, right?
Yes, let's talk about round 20, and let's talk about sort of the shortcomings that MOUZ had on this map. A little bit uncharacteristic, if you ask me. This starts pretty well. You can see the 5v3, but from now on, they play very disjointed. Jimpat's trying to find a timing on the B side that doesn't really exist. He falls against the opponent, the pick of Grim. And then here, again, some utilities being a little bit missed. That smoke is very, very deep. Xerxon, that's the kill, by the way. This is the kill that decides the round. Here, obviously, the no utility for Halter. And this was a 5 versus 3 that looked very, very pedestrian and easy for Complexity to come back in. That's round number 11 they put on the board, down 3-5. And again, MOUZ surprisingly not together, surprisingly 1-by-1, and a little dry in the utility used to close the round.
In the pre-show, I was talking about how MOUZ usually look to wait until they're in the positions and they go together. And this was an example, a rare example of how, they didn't do it. it fell apart for them, but that's very uncharacteristic.
It is.
So the question mark is, why is it that they're going for these types of plays? Is there some sort of internal, like, are they unsure of themselves because they're in the lower bracket and they're going this deep into the map against complexity, or is it like a deeper issue, or is it actually not that deep after all, and it's just like, oh yeah, just a simple slip up?
It's not that deep, bro.
It's not that deep. Apparently
not that deep, bro. So I looked at this in a multitude of different facets even. Wow. Brand new word I've just made here in Dallas, and they're known for that too. But I'm looking at a player like in Halzer, for example, and what some of this complexity lineup was doing to just kind of bring this one and then keep this one where they wanted it.
Yeah, he had an excellent. Now, if you ask me, we got the numbers right here. Of course, our aim high with the rifle a lot at the very beginning of the game, and he was able to put some pace into his playstyle. I think that was very needed. He had a couple of moments where he just chased MOUZ players, just running away from the A ramp. He had the Krieg a couple times, and when he warmed up into the game, he picked up the AWP. I still don't feel like he's the safest pair of hands when it comes to the sniper, but it didn't really matter too much here. When he moved on to the AWP, he was pretty warmed up. We see the scoreline here. That's pretty deep into the game, and that was a stellar performance from him.
I think the way that MOUZ is also playing and approaching, especially their CT side, Halzer gets to just sit at the bottom of a lobby just waiting for these opportunities over the next like 40, 50, 60 seconds in a round, just waiting for MOUZ to one by one just eventually peek into him. So that gave him a lot of opportunities for him to just be able to use the op in its probably best position on this map.
So let's do this. If we can put Vertigo, we've kind of compartmentalized this series in a way that we put Vertigo away for a second, right? All the hype, all the fun about watching the new map get played. Let's move into Ancient, and then let's also kind of theorize that prospect as to maybe this does go to all three.
Yeah, I think Ancient is one of Complexity's best maps, but the last few times they've played it, they've looked really bad on it. I mean, historically speaking, from the start of CS2, like IEM Sydney, going into the grand finals against FaZe there even, they have looked really good on it, and it's always one of the maps that are played in every one of their series. So looking at like past form recently from the last, like, I guess, a few weeks or a couple of events, yeah, they look really bad on it, but historically, like, they should be decent on it. And having lost to MOUZ on it last time, maybe they were able to fix something in the last week or two, maybe, hopefully.
So now you're telling me they're moving on to Ancient. They're 1-0 up against MOUZ, who might be jet lagged just a little bit.
Oh, jet lag, yeah, jet lag, yeah,
we have to use it, right? I mean, at least once a day. I mean,
once
Jason,
a day? Okay.
Jason isn't here.
I didn't know that was the quota, but yeah, it's not bad.
It's my personal. I'm trying to say between once or twice.
But for a MOUZ, we do kind of guess around that idea of being a little bit fatigued, right? I mean, we're talking about people, the same kind of conversation that we've gotten with FaZe in the past about, hey, you found success, you kept finding success, and now how do you keep it there?
Well, honestly, we have some of these nice play-by-play segments by Kadia, right? And we get to hear the comms a little bit. I cannot really tell you whether or not the comms are lower, but what I know is that some of the playmakers we were talking about, Zershin, for example, or Shuihan, having the same kind of success that we saw at EPL or the tournament previous. So it makes everything a little bit harder, because sometimes they would create that kill, they would create that advantageous position to play from, and things would just look easier and smoother. That's not happening for now. We haven't really seen that full version. Shuhi has been having a really tough time in Dallas. So you would hope for other people maybe to step up and alleviate some of that pressure, because this just isn't happening currently.
I think with Ancient, it's going to be interesting to see kind of like what version of MOUZ we're getting, because even in that last match on Vertigo, it didn't look like they had a lot of control over everything. It looked like they were forcing continuously the fights, and that might play in their favor a little bit on Ancient, because, you know, as long as they don't miss the utility towards that B highway area, that would be really good. It would be a good start. So seeing kind of like, if they are going to try to force all these fights, maybe they'll have a little bit more success on Ancient, but it feels like they're kind of just grasping at the straws to make anything work, which is weird from the position that they're actually in.
Yeah, in the position that we're in.
That'll be all your honor.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate it, guys. No, you're right. We've got Vertigo done. Now we go to Ancient. And if Complexity can put MOUZ away on Ancient, they also send MOUZ back to the airport in which they came from. That's right. This is an elimination game, and you are most certainly watching the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas in 2024.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
What's been going on, man? How was Belgrade?
Good. Belgrade was amazing. I enjoyed a lot.
Another nice 3-0 as well.
Clean one.
That felt good.
Definitely.
You're on a bit of a streak right now, you boys.
Yeah, I mean, 2 tournaments in a row and looking for the third one, hopefully.
The three-peat.
Exactly, and it's also, there is a little bit of crowd here, so something we look forward with, you know.
You're looking forward to the crowd, you say?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. We need to overcome it, you know.
You ready? You ready to overcome the challenges? What about you? You ready to overcome the challenge?
Yeah, no, man, I'm shaking my boots, man.
Not even at the crowd yet, and you're already scared of it.
Nah, we're ready.
Good, man. I mean, everything seems... You know, I was laughing. You guys got tested like day one with like a Dust 2 right out of the gate.
And we smoked them. And then we smoked the next team. Then we smoked the next team. I mean, we do what we do, you know?
Hell yeah. I like that. Vertigo looking good for you guys too? You like the changes?
I mean, I think the changes are good, but not so fast and sudden with 2. But I think overall it's nice to have changes. It was a very boring map, in my opinion.
I mean, for me, it's not a problem, you know, I'm B-anchor.
I'm chilling. Jimmy, can you come in?
Wait, but let me, the B anchor on Vertigo has got to be the worst position of any map as a CT. That has got to be the hardest position to play.
I mean, I really don't like it as well, and I think actually it's really hard, especially if they do like B default, it's really awful to play.
This guy's telling you to rotate to the A bomb site, and you're a B defender. You gotta be ready for an execute. You gotta be ready for a peek. You gotta be ready for a boost. You gotta be ready for an op. You got shit on your hands.
Exactly. I never get help. You know, I'm always alone.
To be honest, like I feel bad for him as a mid player, bro. I just play window and I just see him get bombarded. Molly's here, Nate's here. He has nowhere to stand. I'm like, Jimmy, can you play right side for me? Yeah, I can. It's okay. And then he just dies every round, bro.
Well, you know, something's working though, so we got that going for us. Good luck this week, boys.
Thank you.
Go for 3. We're in Dallas. How you like Dallas?
I love Dallas. Yeah. America's great.
You're my favorite.
That's spoken from a man who would love a new visa.
Yeah, probably. It's like, please, I do love your country. Let me in. Does it feel like a home event for you boys?
I mean, for me, not really. I mean, not gonna lie. That's fair. But I think for everybody else, and I know for the organization, it's very important. So.
Yeah, they're right down the road. Yeah. JT. Really quick, we have the new Vertigo in. Have you guys had a chance to check it out? And because we saw the video was of I think it was Halzerga. It might have been Grim or someone saying we just got like really good on Vertigo. We felt really comfortable. Now it's changed.
Yeah, we played a few games on it already the last few days, but yeah, we just have to see how the matches go because no one really knows like how people are going to play on it, and yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Have you come up with I mean, Falcons is in here, so don't say it too loud. But have you come up with like a philosophy on how you want to approach things on the new Vertigo?
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Yeah. What about Dust 2? Thoughts on Dust 2?
I love Dust 2, so I'm happy it's in the pool, personally.
Opper, Dust 2?
I mean, it's the upper paradise.
Fuck yeah. We're going to get some good Dust 2 games. I love this map pool. I mean, you guys have to be a little bit annoyed by maybe some changes coming to the event, but for the rest of us, it's sweet. Being like, everything's new. We could just see a bunch of random stuff.
I mean, I'm not really annoyed about it. I actually like it when there's new stuff to play and stuff like that. I mean, I wish it was like, we got given like a week, maybe. Yeah. But 3 days, it's fine. We'll just play some Vertigo games and we'll see how it goes.
Spoken like a true North American. Well done.
After one hell of a slog on Vertigo, we prepare ourselves for Ancient. You just got to hear from MOUZ talking about the three-peat. Well, it could be a day one exit.
MOUZ detractors on high alert right now. Fraud watch at an all-time high. It's like this thunderstorm alert, Alex. The bells and whistles, it's all popping off.
Baseball-sized hail. I've never seen an alert on my phone that says baseball-sized hail.
Get indoors, everybody.
Yeah, hope everyone's staying safe and tuning in to the games. as we got ourselves situated and ready to get our second map underway. Well, Vertigo, they said they had their plan. JT confident in it, and, well, justifiably so. They converted it in the end, despite, I think it was on the sixth map points. They got it. They got it across the line. But now this fight for survival is over to MOUZ's turf. And I can already tell, Chad, you're expecting Luke.
No, I'm not. Complexity are going to 2-0. JT taking advantage of this cheaper incendiary, able to drop dual Berettas and buy an incendiary. Isn't that nice, Alex?
Indubitably.
Yeah, now we need to keep eyes. Snappy made an interesting tweet, so let's see how this pistol unfolds. We can talk a little bit more about that later.
Yes, you're right. Oh, that's nice. Liege down after one. Long-range blocking.
Okay, so leering towards red. The molly, the step, is telling a different story. Pop through donut towards Hauzerk and Floppy's domain. Bomb should go down.
Should, being the operative, as Hauzerk takes down Jimmy. Nice work on the P2K. Actually gives them a nice numbers advantage, only for a second. Brolin with the drive-by. Torji got a lot on his plate, and they're trapped. The incendiary stops the retreat. They've isolated the fight. Now Grim can do the drive-by with the Julies. Up to Brolin and Shuey. Brolin's already found himself a double. Has he got anything more in him? No armor for Shuey. Needs a quick headshot on that CT player. And he's done it! He finds the frag. Now it's interesting. The crossfire favors MOUZ. It's uncomfortable for Grim. It's uncomfortable for JT. And it's complex for complexity. MOUZ will take it. Pistol is theirs.
Damn, okay. That one was looking destined to be a complexity retake on the site until Shuey happened. Heads up, Jewel taken towards CT spawn. You don't think anybody's home. The smoke's starting to fade. Is somebody really around that side of the bomb box? And that is what caught complexity off guard. That'll be round number 1 in their favor. And, well, round number 2 will be followed up with a complexity force by Scout for Hauzerk. He was hitting an awful lot on Vertigo. Let's see if he can... Elige hasn't looked happy this series, has he?
No, not yet.
Oh, missed red smoke. You don't see that every day of the week.
You need to play more games with me, mate.
How are they missing the red smoke?
Well, touch too much of the W key. I don't know.
Well, get the bind. What are you talking about?
I don't have the bind. I need the bind.
Get the bind.
Yeah, man. My run-throw bind just makes me run forwards. It doesn't do anything.
What?
I don't know. I just got off the internet, man.
I'll send you one.
Could you please, actually?
What are we doing?
I don't know.
What are we doing?
I'm doing it old school.
You're doing it
like
something.
8 out of 10 times, it's there. It's good.
Yeah, I'm all about 100%.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I go Jason Moses O'Toole when I'm using my utility.
Yeah, fair play. Fair play. And the innovator of the Brolly Molly, as I've started calling it.
The Brolly Molly.
Recommend the Brolly Molly.
Yeah, the Brolly Molly. Well, B is under the reign of MOUZ.
Oh, bro, Brolin is actually one of my favorite players to watch on Ancient because of the way in which he just so aggressively will take cave. Most players, you know, they don't want to be investing so heavily into an all or nothing 50-50 duel, but Brolin, he manages to make it more of a 60-40. He's very capable of making that cave player work on the CT side.
You're getting a demonstration from Brolin as well that the MP9 over or greater than or better than Mac 10.
Yes, most definitely.
In case you were questioning that.
I don't think I ever have.
No, but maybe other people at home were.
It's more expensive for a reason. As Brolin and the rest of the squad elope the site at a 2-0. They'll get a second bite at the cherry here, Cole, with their investments. It seems that Elige's UMP experimentation has now spread. The rest of the Cowboys are now drinking the UMP Kool-Aid. Yeah. It all started by that pesky James fella.
Just want Elige to be happy, man.
Well, I think he'd be happy if he survived the first day of IEM Dallas.
Yeah, I guess there is a lot.
There's a lot of, yeah, it's a bit high stakes, isn't it? Especially when, as we just were reminded, that your organization's HQ is down the road.
Well, when you put it like that, exertion.
Elige's nade finds exertion. Jimmy, however, finds JT. Shuey, if you go down, it's uncomfortable. If you don't, it's a frag onto Floppy and an open runway to B. So long as that scout doesn't hit too many shots. Hauzerk does not. And just like that, very convincing opening to MOUZ's map pick.
Okay, well, Brolin was able to upgrade the MP9 into the AK-47 that was ripped out of the hands of Exertion. So fantastic start for MOUZ. A clean 3-0. They deal with all of the threats quite easily, mind you. And now Torji can bring out his AWP, the same he said for Hauser, because Complexity do get into the full buys. Now, what will be the initial gun round from MOUZ? Where do they want to pressure? Well, Torji heading over towards middle. If it's double mollies, which
yeah, but look at the visibility changes. He had much more vision. The pillar, not so much of an issue. And my goodness, I can't quite believe he's sticking around with just 2 HP and Exertion's allowed to just make a run for it. Look at it go. A flash, a deep molly. That's a lot of pressure created by one man with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, that now means there needs to be a red tender, which is Elige. As Exertion just continues to push the issues. So through the smoke into Donut, so much space.
Ah, that'll stop him.
Well, for now, he still applied the pressure. Still. Oh.
Yo, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Jiggle again, baby. Well, he hard cleared JT here last time.
Yeah, but Hauser's coming in for the trouble. I'm telling you. Brollan, he's an absolute beast. Takes a triple. Everyone's just jumping their heads into his crosshair. Too quick with it. Collar in trouble. Brollan's having a day. Having a game. And in spite of all of his heroics, yeah. Well, he might not even get to do anything with it. If Shui keeps spamming the smoke like that, what's going on? Smoko Vision, Shui gets it 4-0. Brollan,
smile, Brollan.
Menace.
Smile, come on, please. If you do that, you have to smile.
You were mapped down on an elimination match.
Alex, he just absolutely destroyed them.
He actually owned them.
It's brat, brat, and brat.
Ooh. That's what I think I'm going to do when I'm peeking into those angles. Yeah. Gosh, that was magnificent.
So, about that third map you asked me about.
Yeah, I'm not...
Maybe we do go to nuke.
I'm not worried about it. Yeah, it would be cool. Exertion's toe is a flame.
Fire boots.
Yeah, it's a cool little change.
A-main pushing to Jim Bob here.
Jim Bob slays.
Stop using the Zoomer language.
Well, slays is not as... That's more queer adjacent than it is youth adjacent.
Is it?
Slay, queen!
I saw something...
RuPaul's Drag Race, bro. Tune in.
I saw something on the reels.
Yeah.
Because I, as like an adult, should watch their TikTok content on Instagram.
So you get it like
reels.
6 months later. Yeah. Same.
But there was something they were talking to, this lady was talking to her daughter, and she said the new fashion trend is this new thing.
Yeah, go on.
And it's called Y2K. It's this new term.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, this is, I mean, there's many things that are making me feel old, but actually living through a full cycle of fashion, where the things that I was wearing, like the kids are wearing the chunky,
come back.
Yeah, dude, but they are, and the chunky skater shoes we all wore, like the DCs, they're back.
Damn.
And the whatever they're called, Jimco jeans, you know, those big baggy mother truckers.
Can't quite believe it, really.
Yep.
The belt, the belt.
Did you have that super chunky?
Where it hang down?
Yeah. Oh, you mean like the canvas ones?
Yeah, and they would.
Why did we do that? Oh, God. Low-rise jeans are back.
Okay. Wow.
And 5-0. MOUZ are back. Oh, and so are we. Here we go.
Think about it. They had a force buy they saved. Then they had the force buy weapons they got owned. Then they had a gun round and Brollan happened even after they got the opener. Then they were in eco, and now we're back into full gun round number 2. And we're 6 rounds deep.
Can we just watch Brollan? Is that cool? No, never mind. Hauser doesn't want us to as he locks down ramp. He gets put on to just 10 HP, but finding the double, that will slow them down. The bomb's in
so much
front
trouble.
of him.
Come back, Torji. Come on.
Oh, dear. Look at that. Full control. They have everything.
He stole that one.
Yeah. Yoinked it. Well, this is a change.
Yeah, first round for Complexity. So they didn't allow MOUZ to go on a 6-round spree.
Yeah.
That's why they were able to do Complexity on map number 1.
But they got oodles of cash from their successes. Look at Jimmy. Like a Finnish oil baron. I don't know if there's any oil in Finland. But
there is in Norway.
Yeah, that's the thing. What's going on here?
I don't know.
What?
Is it... Wait.
Yeah.
Hold up a second.
That doesn't seem cool.
That doesn't seem right at all. Jimmy, go back.
Jimmy,
what's going on there?
We need to investigate. Sherlock. Who would you say is a Sherlock Holmes of Counter-Strike? Dan M. Got it. Don't worry.
could be you with how quick you worked that one out.
Wow, yeah.
Jimmy,
Maybe
go
he's
back.
Watson.
Jimmy, go do that again.
Yeah, that was weird, wasn't it?
Well, I wanted the bomb to get defused on pistol so we could investigate what Snappy was talking about.
Could you want to share with the class what Snappy's been
Well, not
talking
really,
about?
because I want to investigate properly while we're not casting.
I agree.
And it's not that I don't believe Snappy.
Yeah.
Snappy's one of the men I do believe.
There I am, taking patch notes as gospel.
Yeah, who would have thought?
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is a bit of a slower round, isn't it, MOUZ? You're not getting into any argy-bargy early. You're allowing them to take the map control.
And can you perhaps get on your soapbox
Hey,
about...
hey, there it is.
Look at him. He's actually baffled.
Well, I'm baffled
is it
as well.
only Jimmy that it's happening to? Can someone else go walk through the water, please? I know you're playing a match and everything.
What's going on?
I don't know. Oh my god, I can actually just hear Shuey.
Yeah,
Has he got the loudest voice in the world?
Yeah, it's booming at the moment. All right, guys, you're just going to come up
Oh,
ramp.
hello.
I'm going to smoke. What are you going to smoke, Shuey? You said you were going to smoke something. Now you've been caught.
Well, that's actually beautiful from Elige.
Well, Elige can rotate towards B now. JT, Floppy, and Elige to lock down
But he might
B.
overlook exertion. He might have considered Shuey being alone in his endeavours.
Oh.
No, because the smoke came from a different trajectory. He's considering it, and JT and Floppy have had no issues on B. Now the jig is up on exertion. Still controls the spray on the repeat from Elige. If he finds another, which he won't, thanks to Grim. Precise with the headshot. As Cole look to find 2 consecutive, this will start to put some pressure onto the MOUZ economy eventually. Jimmy 11k down to 3.
Oh, Torji, first kill. Can he make it a second? Yes, he can. Bomb can go down. Molly can constrict the rotation. They can't thrust through that. They don't have a smoke to deal with it. Torji, this would be a clutch and a half.
It certainly would be, Chad. He's got enough bullets, and he's hearing all of this. They'll see the plant location. That will indicate perhaps more of a potential slip behind them. Now they're considering that. Torji's going to check it. Oh, he's ready for one. Isolating these jewels one by one. Torji looking to come up clutch, but it's Grim to deny. Close, but absolutely not on Grim's watch. 2 high-impact kills to secure the second round for Cole.
But he's really just kept Cole in the touch-and-go position there, hasn't he, Torji? There's going to be enough cash for them to get the buyback in, but he's really limited the finances. They could have had 4 players staying alive. So, Torji, could that impact have echoes as we turn our attention to the next round of play? A very solid defense. At least it felt like from Complexity. They dealt with that one.
And they weren't flustered. You know, they did that kind of early B door smoke. And they just chilled, waited it out, and contacted up. It did get shut down by Floppy, and Complexity survived the night. 2 in the row.
Well, MOUZ with a tactical timeout. Cyclone on the mic. I think he would have been happy with the damage that Torji just did, but what adjustments? We saw them go for quite a slow round in the previous. Again, just waiting, biding their time. Going for the finish over towards B. Slightly disjointed with Shuey getting caught in middle. So what's the adjustment?
Torji throws out the red smoke. And a smoke towards heaven. Going for the extinguished. Bolland, he tries his luck at this.
Grim might get
finds, yeah, he's trying to find mid. And ooh, just in the nick of time, they get himself tucked into Donut. JT, that's a huge find on the wall bang. Takes down that imminent threat. Grim will smoke himself Donut. But now you're going to have to be ready in mid. Halzak is the perfect weapon for this kind of engagement. As Elige finds Torji off screen. Pushing the B ramp smoke has gone nowhere for sure. He had to go for something in the absence of his teammates, but it doesn't work out for him. Which puts Jimmy into an impossible scenario. For the teammates, Grim would need to find it, but everyone has contributed bar Grim.
I'll go back and spawn with the water, Jimmy.
Yeah,
Let's do more of that. Let's do more of that silly business. Come on, Jimmy.
So when he's... I mean, it is weird that you...
Come on, young Jim.
These water sound cues.
Here we go. Jimmy! Get back in there.
It looks so pretty.
What if now you have to buy, like, galoshes or something?
Galoshes? Yeah. $200.
Yeah, to not make any noise.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the T equivalent of a kit.
I like it. And it's only on Ancient.
Yeah.
Map-specific item loadouts.
Wait, hold up, he's going.
is going on? I want to know if a CT can hear it.
Well, I would load into my own server right now, but I don't have any audio, so it would be pointless.
Yeah. Maybe Jimmy's just got really big feet.
Oh, we can hear it in third person, says MC. So
it's real.
So it is real.
But it feels like it's just a Jimmy-specific bug. Why is only one guy getting
Well,
this?
I guess we've only really been focusing on Jimmy.
Yeah, that's true too. Maybe he's, Smoke G2. Go on, Chad, have a guess. What could G2... What's a G2 smoke on Ancient? Nice wallback.
Especially from the CT
yeah,
side.
I'm very intrigued. Is it the Lurk smoke, maybe? Oh, wait, CT's. Wait, what?
It's CT side. And the Alicia's starting... Okay, so Alicia's...
He's taken the
Why is he...
double
Yeah,
AWP.
but what? Is he having that hard of a time he's decided he's an AWPer now?
Maybe he just wants to kind of mix it up if he thinks MOUZ have got... No, I know where I'm going with this. Where am I going?
We'll have to ask him in the interview if they win.
I mean, this is a very tough angle to get past if you're not doing it with a nice flash. Jimmy does have one of those, but he's not quite nailed that.
He's got water in his boots.
That's right. Forgot his galoshes. Never said that word out loud in my life, Chad. His Wellington boots.
I think I had the technical term.
Yeah.
All right, well, very limited utility for MOUZ to go for a round finisher, and you have to. So if JT overstays his welcome with this cave spam...
I'm nervous for him.
Oh, a little tickle in there for a moment.
You'll love tap.
So Elige has A main locked. Grim on the jiggle from Donut currently sees nobody's crossing red. He's about to get some pressure. We'll have to give it up now. That will force one of the B defenders to drop back and cover red. Okay.
4 Donut. Shui just trying to hold any potential cave reaggresses. No flash for Halzerk, so he's just going to pull in. Shui, lovely work. Immediate trade, but that's info. They know there's only potentially 2 here. 3 max. Grim, good for the frag off the boost. Elige missing his AWP shot, and he hasn't got nothing. He's empty-handed on the A site. With 10 seconds to spare, the bomb goes down. Unable to control that there. Bronham feels that maybe he should have done more with that, because this is on. This is on. Like Donkey Kong, Torji holds. Halzerk going to be caught off by this off angle. Beautifully played and positioned by Torji, and now a 1v2. Floppy's got no chance. There's a 6th round secured by MOUZ. And an interesting state of affairs for the CT side there.
I felt that setup should have been good.
Yeah.
It did look like it should have been a good setup, but yeah, Elige missing with the AWP. I think he gets caught there because Grim is calling A main pressure and Elige is kind of flicking between, but had a chance on 2 shots, missing both. Now, not the end of the world because Complexity can buy again, but MOUZ already making sure they're going to walk away with at least 50% in this first half of play. They're going to be happy with that. Is there a pace change again? Because as mentioned, the last few from MOUZ have definitely been lacking that. And they're going straight towards A, where there's currently a huge gap. 3 players from Complexity tending with middle. Look at this void over towards A. They can just waltz in. Shui just leading the charge, being game leader 1. Rollins up to a double kill.
Sheesh.
Hi.
Can he get another one here? Halzerk, oh, not far getting his eye to the scope, but it's all falling apart here for Colt. Floppy's a dead man walking. Yeah, or not. Bronlund unable to quite find the head there.
Possession's already here, so close though.
Yeah, not going to be ready for that one for a 7th MOUZ round. This is one hell of a T side now. One hell of a haul.
So Nuke.
This could be 7-5. Call you Jets. You don't know what a Deagle can do.
Come on now.
You don't know what a Deagle can do, man. It's a very sad way for this gun round to end, isn't it? In a whimper.
Especially when that's not even the target.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that wasn't English.
No, but I reckon I know what it meant. Oh, bother. Oh, he's having the best time, it's Torji.
1 spray, 3 kills, round.
Go on. Oh, that would have been cool. He could have gotten... Oh, there were 6 and 1.
Oh dear.
Why do I feel like I'm actually sitting next to them? It's so,
I
crazy.
think the position that we have in this room with the acoustics, obviously, as we've designed this position.
Yes.
So obviously they're bouncing and the refraction
it's
of
cool.
the,
Refraction. I think it was the power of osmosis as well.
That is the one, yeah.
Through the semi-permeable membrane.
That's the one, which
of
is
the
our
ear.
brains.
Yes, yes. Exertion's going to try his mid antics. He's quite persistent. Yeah, persistent is the word I'd use.
Oh, they still get mid control.
Thank you, Brolan.
Jimmy's out as well, so applying this pressure, which we've seen time and time again, tends to force the hand of complexity into more of a passive stance or something aggressive and reactive. You kind of need 4 on the half if you're Cole and you wanted to have any chance in this map.
The T's have 1 smoke remaining for this finish, which I imagine complicates things.
What's this boost? Oh, it just got dismounted. I guess they were looking over the top into cave. Sure, he's going to smoke short and molly long.
On that close angle, but Brolan is too good. And JT's better. Lovely double. Shots down the aggress before it can really take shape. And a transfer from Floppy to end out the half with a 4th. Is that enough for complexity to close in 2, or a MOUZ taking us to nuke? Stay tuned to find out.
Looks unfair in the side.
You can go house. I have it though. I have it.
Flash me. Be pop.
I'm leaving house.
They're China. One more flash. I flash up ramp.
House. House kill me.
I'm wood now. I don't see him.
Dead house.
Box up, big box.
Dead.
3v2. I'm planting. Wood plant.
Time.
City 1. 2 city. Boss city, safe call. Boss city.
I'm holding off
Both. Can you hold it, Dory? As back from town?
I'll pick on you.
Okay, that's good.
I have Rocky, but they go city probably.
Top city. That should be nice.
I have you.
Nice!
Yeah, big box, bro.
Man, that's some tight comms from MOUZ, and it's put them in the lead on the second map of this elimination series. One of these two teams is going home day one of Dallas. It's brutal out there. You lose one, and you're suddenly locking horns with another Titan. You got MOUZ, you got Cole, and I'd love to see 3. MOUZ would too, as they look to battle for survival here. And it's Brollan, who's been having a fantastic day in the office, nearly saving them on map 1. With an ace on a Deagle round. Now we find a Halzuk with so many nades. 4 nades. He's going to throw one of them out. Still got a decoy in his back pocket as well.
Yeah. Well,
that's it. What's up?
Hi, everybody. Complexity wanted to go towards B and execute. However, MOUZ had different plans. They took the fight before they could establish B lane control, and now they find themselves likely not even getting the bomb down, I'd say.
Which is a shame.
Yeah, and Striker made a tweet saying that him and, I think, Scoobster?
Scoobster.
They found more cases where the bonus was 800, same as before, both in pistol and later rounds. And he said latter rounds. So, Striker, you're a journalist, mate. You should have said later rounds, not latter rounds. Come on.
Unless he was doing some sort of crazy list.
Maybe.
The latter round. And there he goes. Brollan. Verts his gaze. Cutting noise has worked out wonderfully to make a 2v4 into 2v3. And now they're trying to isolate this A player. Torji is running to the hills.
Walking.
Strolling.
Sauntering.
And it's worked wonderfully.
Look at that 360.
Halzuk's down. For Complexity, things get increasingly uncomfortable. Conceding the pistol.
They just don't look like... MOUZ are having fun.
Yeah.
Complexity, I understand that they're losing this map, but they did win the first map. They're not having... There's no joy. There's no joy in the hearts of Complexity.
Yeah, does this Counter-Strike map spark joy?
No.
No. Marie Kondo would tell you to throw it in the bin.
Look at Exertion, farm and ego.
5 Glocks,
He wants to
walk
farm
up
these
a
egos.
ramp.
Give him to Brollan. Brollan deserves them.
He does.
Should he? No.
Well, he has the SMG. Oh, actually, you get a
wait, hold on. Let's do the maths right now. So they have to defuse. So
Who's got an
they should
easy
only get
number?
6. So JT 7. Who planted though? Oh, we'll use JT 1700. So it should only be plus 600.
Yeah,
so it should be 2300. No wait, obviously it's the lost bonus as well. God damn it, Chad, you idiot.
The words ran out of my mouth.
I had to fact. God damn it. Wait, what was the lost bonus for that round? The lost bonus for that round was 2400. And what did I say? At 1700.
17.
So 24 plus 600. You can do that. That's 3k.
Yeah.
So it should have been 4700. How much money did JT have? He had
49.
4900.
Aha!
So it is wrong.
Eureka!
We got there.
Okay.
But I did scroll the original map. Sorry, everybody.
We're commentators, not mathematicians.
Mr. Bremner sucked. No, wait, he was my media teacher.
Who taught you math?
Don't know.
God, who taught me?
Look at Shu, he's just hiding in plain sight.
This is a cheeky one, and it's not gone well for him. Floppy, too quick on the trigger. That nade looks good. Not quite. Bit of damage onto Grim. Good wallbang from Brollan. He's got so much lingering damage on his adversaries. Any wallbang is good. Torji's already pushed A. Yeah, they're in a box right now. This is really uncomfortable for Cole, despite finding that opening.
Well, they do say it's hip to be square.
And, yep, they don't care. Into K for the double. JT and Floppy forced to watch as it looks like an 11th looms. Reaggressing into cave as well. Poor Grim's got no idea. The pressure is all around him. From behind, Jimmy strikes. Receives himself a nice Kalashnikov. 4, to be specific.
Jimmy's doing elbow. Torji's doing doors.
Oh, yeah. The insta-doors is a strong weapon in the CT arsenal.
Now, Jimmy, your elbow missed, mate.
They've used almost all of their smokes, but it doesn't matter if you can get into the site. Shui empty-handed as well. It's an Elige double, walking up the ramp on the warpath. And sometimes rounds can be as simple as that.
It was a full investment as well from Complexity. They didn't want to allow MOUZ to get to 12, and they have at least secured it for a moment longer. Jimmy and Exertion are going to do their best to fight for their right to survive. Cash is a little bit skimp as far as Shui's concerned, so holding on to these is going to... Here we go. Wait, but he was... Now he's not.
Walking, yeah.
Someone else head over there. Someone else get their toes wet. Go hang out with
Jimmy's
Jimmy.
just cursed, man.
Wait, was Floppy in the water? Yeah, he's in the water.
He's not going to walk anymore, is he? Walk a little more. I think Jimmy would have made noise on that jiggle. Okay. Weird. Actually, super weird. I think I'm losing my mind. I'm sure Jimmy is too. How is that not throwing you off your game?
Jimmy's going to go to sleep tonight and all he's going to hear is... Well, surprisingly a Complexity round, and it just came through brute force.
Yeah, just send Elige in. Go kill.
Now they have a lot of nades. Watch this one not work for them whatsoever.
Keeping it simple. 4 straight towards B lane. They are clearing. Oh, and Elige, good for it onto Exertion.
You can't be missing the elbow smoke. Well, you can, but you shouldn't. Or you don't want to. They're just going to contact up B ramp. They have a lot of utility for this. They don't even have to contact. They can smoke long, short, but they're not throwing anything. They are literally contacting.
Brollan playing quite an audacious just for info. And now Floppy's going to bring the fight to him. Cooks him.
Save? Should be a save. Unless Shui can do something from cave. All that utility that they didn't use executing, they now get to use because of the contact, and it constricts them at deeper lines. So this is a real positive for Cole. Jimmy's already looking for a way out. Torji will join him, and Shui, his presence in cave, well, he can be cut off at the pass by JT. JT a bit worrisome about another Jimmy push, so I think Shui gets away as well. So 3 rifles retained. Jimmy will be able to drop a rifle into the next. Exertion will be able to buy himself. Shui's looking for damage. Shui's looking for something.
Off chance he could get one on the way out. Kablamo.
Okay, so Exertion buys himself. Brollan gets a drop. And away they go. So off to the races, MOUZ again. Elbow smoke again. This one has landed perfectly. Molly, however, doesn't do its job. Elige's coming through. JT's chipped down. The flash is good. Elige only gets 1 for his troubles.
Yeah, there was potential for trade there. Grim just not quite with vision. Couldn't finish off that second. Elige gave it a good go.
JT and Exertion both extremely low for a minute and 25 seconds.
And here's the solution to people contacting up ramp. You put your AWP there. You try that again, you're going to meet Torji. You smoke on red. Brollan none the wiser to the walkout of Grim. Smoked him off. Ooh, Shui should go down. Does so. Grim's wallbang to chase him down, keeps him slow. 3v3 now as the bomb goes down. Lots of damage dealt to the planter, but Halzak gets it in all the same.
Flash long, no space taken. HE around the corner. A light lick. Exertion low. Does he even want to play?
I think he's just waiting to see if Torji can put anything on down range. Oh,
timing.
Oh, the sound cues. They heard too long, and it was enough to turn and avert your gaze, but it doesn't matter when Floppy's hitting shots like that. Double on the long side, and Exertion's just getting out of there.
Okay, well, it's still a bit early for the comeback conversation to seem real, but 11-7. Money for MOUZ, 2,400 loss into the bank balance. A save them 4. Likely to see a half buy And then Guns coming out into the next. So 11-8, a real possibility for Complexity. If they win that next one, we're looking 11-9 with another half-by territory, obviously depending on how the saves go for MOUZ. So they get past this lighter investment of MOUZ that's coming up after this Synchron tactical timeout, probably to talk... Okay, hold up. They're buying. Never mind, don't worry about a half buy. We're talking about a full buy. We're talking about an all-in. We're talking about a round that's going to be lacking incendiaries for map control. I only have one currently invested by Jimmy. Nobody else with the finances to do so. Everybody with a smoke, sure. So what is the CT opener going to look like? Traditionally on this map, we're talking elbow smoke, doors, smoke. We're getting multiple mollies towards B lane, a molly towards middle to block. It's on exertion, so that's going to be used towards middle to block. Over towards B, they won't be able to do the same.
Yeah, they just did an insta long smoke from T-Sport. Look at that from Elige. Just pedal to the metal. He's in donut with a double.
Oh.
And he's Molotoved himself.
And he knew that Jimmy was red as well because he killed Grim with the spam through. But Jimmy now has actually been able to get in towards Demple.
Oh, that was the bomb there. And the bomb's being lost. Jimmy, proactive play. Finds them both. Committing towards this A site. Bomb noted. Double kill found. And now uncomfortable for Cole despite Elige's strong start. Halzerg's AWP good for one. What about another? Brolin strafes in, expecting the AWP to be in the transition. Instead, it puts it all onto Shui, disconnected on the wrong side of the map.
All right, well, the comeback conversation is on. I didn't expect the buy there from MOUZ. And it started wonderfully for Cole. I thought it almost fell apart with that Jimmy double. Elige mollying himself off, couldn't get that site control, and that almost really cost them. But Halzerg bows them out with a double of his own. And Shui, well, he's coming over to give things a glance. He has a smoke. If he had a kid, he'd have the perfect package to contend.
Yeah, he's probably asked if there is one lying around. There's just no way you can get in on this.
They have a HE for the smoke too.
I mean,
there's no way.
They're just going to knife him.
Or
they're just going to knife him? No! Holy moly.
Yeah, TC was a little bit stressed out there as well.
There's some very weird voodoo on those smoke diffusers sometimes. Gets a bit freaky deaky. Good grief.
Well, now it will have to be just a partial investment. Next round with max loss bonus at 3,400, MOUZ will be able to full buy.
I hadn't noticed initially, but Brolin's shadow was spotted as he took that first shot, so he was well aware of the repeat.
Team Liquid squander another big lead.
Yeah.
Okay, so just a 3-round game. Complexity. Not done yet. We're in quite the hole. Especially with both pistols going in the favor of MOUZ on this map, but battling back 4 in a row.
These are the rounds you just can't trip over your own shoelaces. You've got everything you could possibly desire up against a team who does not.
And you'd love to, for being down the home stretch, to build a little bit more of a bank, keep as many players alive as possible in a round like this. So it's not just about converting it, sure, that's the necessity, but the luxury is keeping as many players with these AKs equipped as possible.
So we got long, we got short. Not in a hurry. There's a smoke on ramp, might slow their crawl. Not if you throw a nice nade like that, clears out your path, and you find a close player in Brolan. He goes down empty-handed this time. It's Elige. First man in.
Grim might have a double here.
Now that's one. And that's two.
More on the plate. There's plenty of bodies coming his way. Torji and Shui, they're offering themselves up. It's JT to grab one of the two, and whoa, Shui!
Whoa. It's not too shabby, is it?
That was crispy. Well, can't give away another kill, or you really don't want to. And they won't. Elige shuts the door, the push around red. So 2 casualties, sure, but 3 players staying alive. Starting to build that bank balance. This would be insane. If MOUZ end up dropping this map and thus be eliminated from IEM does, yeah, Syren's feeling the heat. He's just called the 3rd tactical timeout. They had a great lead. This was a huge lead, and now it's being brought back. And yeah, I've been converted to believing this. You know, I'm not saying one way or another which way it's going, but it's definitely possible. Complexity have made a game of this. Scoreline 11-4 at one point. Now 11-9. So the hard work being done by Complexity.
I mean, the bar was set so high, an 8-4. Could have very well been more. That last round going the way of Complexity and the damage control, making it 4. But now they're coming into this T side with a bit of a vengeance.
So here's the thing. Do MOUZ want to continue to try and play this confident Counter-Strike that we've seen take them to such heights in recent time, right? They would always just have the door smoke, the elbow smoke. They would surge forward. They would take a lot of space. They'd be in your face. They'd be constantly dueling. But to do it at this point in the game, it starts to get a little bit more risky. Liege edging. Halzerk AWPing, and between the wickets.
Yeah, that's a tough one there. Yeah, he went for the Aggie peak.
That might be the difference maker.
Managed to find the opener. And then overlooking Brollan, however.
Who's been great, 20 kills.
Yeah, just couldn't track Floppy there. And that's one hell of an equalizing frag to post, Brollan.
Oh, careful, JT.
Frustrated, Chewy, motivated to find more. Grim onto Exertion, makes it a 2-on-2. Look at the Liege.
Lurk?
There's no way you're considering this. A pathing through A.
Grim is literally in a 1-on-2.
Yeah, not for much longer, because Torchy's been shot in the back of the head, and Jimmy's asked to clutch. He's got everything he needs, especially knowing where they isolate the jewels. It's Grim on the site! Oh my god! TC, it's a stressful job, is coaching, because he's just got to watch through his fingers as those rounds transpire.
What the flippin' hell were the comms there for a Liege to be launching from spawn, flashing towards long? Are they calling 100% long? What information did they have that was the case?
I don't know, but thank God Grim gets it.
Like, this is insane.
Really bizarre.
Wow, okay, just a one-round game. Again, another brittle broken by from MOUZ.
Off the timeout from MOUZ, you know.
And that was with the missed opener from Halzerk.
Yeah.
Great trade work. Alicia's flank did play in. Again, these are prickly rounds, difficult to get by on the boost. Shui not caught. If he swings back into this line of sight, Halzerk has him dead to rights.
Yeah, sure, you're 3B, but they've already got Jag. And a missed shot from Halzerk. He's lost Floppy.
Jesus. Pressure on, 2 absolute misses.
Is this the round you let it go? Or not? A clear of the smoke and a Liege spray. Brollan and Shui down, but Exertion long range on the 5-7, asking a lot of him. A triple kill from Liege to rectify an early double death. Jimmy, the paddler.
May as well run now.
He's going to come through V doors. One on heaven. Wow, that's a long-range MP9 headshot. 3 dinks in quick succession. Dorji does clear his corners. Now JT goes down. Liege has to be the ace. Ace clutch to save Complexity from conceding what was just a partial buy. He knows where they both are. He isolates these jewels. 5 bullets. It's all on Jimmy.
It's going to be tight. MOUZ think they have it.
MOUZ think they have it. They're already celebrating.
They definitely got it.
Oh, and a Liege after all of that heavy lifting, all of that hard work. It's a 12th for MOUZ.
Oh my god.
How is it going down like that? Jimmy leaves with an AWP, leaves with a round.
Oh, okay.
And the Liege is notifying the admin. Okay, hold on.
Of something.
Hold on.
Okay, well, we are into a technical. What a comeback from Cole it's been, but that's the type of round that they're dropping.
This
multiple misses from Halzerk. Like the K fight he took in the previous, sure, that's a bit rough. This one I thought he would have at least had one of the 2 dead to rights. Great clear, great transfer from Liege, continues to deal damage, and then everybody else just capitulates. The fight in towards Cave with the 5-7, Torji winning that duel. You think, how's he even done that? He should have been dead to rights. It was a difficult clear, and they pulled this one out of their ass. MOUZ find 12.
Mad, actually mad. Even if, JT's just tucked in the corner there, tight left or tight right, it's a very different fight for Torji.
Still should have been his
you're
duel.
Right, you're right.
Torji didn't even have armor of any variety.
And he was surprised. Like, it wasn't like a full pre-aim clear. It was I'm coming cave, oh, there you are.
Yeah.
That's a technical term for it, yeah. Okay, what the tech pause, looks like the dialogue is continuing. Referee might have his work cut out. Sounds like having some issues as well. Last 2 rounds, there's been some difficult shots for him.
Okay. Well, if we can make
maybe
it a technical issue.
Could you just check his PC as well? Yeah. See if it's all cool over there.
It's his mouse plugged in.
God.
I can't believe
Well, this
they
is
lost that
honestly,
round.
I've had a lot of fun with this game. So
I can't believe they lost that round.
Oh, that's crazy. I'm sure they're
Out
not
of
having
all
fun.
the rounds.
Yeah. On this incredible comeback. What was it?
6 in a row.
Yeah, 6 on the run.
Oh, dear.
And especially after conceding 2, to have your superstar start heating up. Get 4. Madness. Okay. I'm just trying to judge the body language of the ref.
I just want to know what's being fixed at 12:10. What was wrong?
He's just tapping into TeamSpeak and he's unmuting the mic. He's like, there you go, boys, problem solved.
No, but what could it possibly be?
Aha. Okay. Well, I've learned what it is, and it's not very exciting. And I'm gonna not tell anyone. So you all just say, yeah. You just have to guess.
Man.
Just have to guess. All I'm saying is ESL definitely activate all of their windows all the time.
Okay, all right, well.
You listening, Microsoft?
Fair enough. Windows, Windowns.
Each wants us all to play on Linux or Linux or however you're supposed to say it.
I don't know.
I think the guy's name is Linus. Linux.
Adam has a stick.
Oh.
Let's take it. Like it. You have it, no?
I have
Yes, you have it. Nice, guys! Sick, man!
What a mild celebration for a really important round.
Really important round. I don't think they were perhaps confident that they did have it, but you start your celebrations regardless. Still, let's get into it. This is a big round, just the same. As Complexity now need to string together 2 consecutive. They did 6. What's 2? Measly rounds, that's all you need, and Alicia's already got a lot of a space in mid. No one's fighting him.
Yeah, due to unforced errors. Again, a missed elbow, and then the incendiary lands in the smoke that didn't land properly, so you get the room. But Torji's Orbs and Donut, Alex, if they pick this without a flash, they'll be dead meat. Are they going to try multiple elevations?
They are.
Oh, no, they're not.
Shadow. Alicia's
Torji?
shadow is very apparent. Wow.
He's so lucky he didn't get swung.
That's crazy.
Unless he thinks the top player would swing.
What is going on? Elige with a railgun.
No, but
Torji knew he was there the whole time.
At least
the whole time.
Okay.
Unless he kind of like enough time passed. He's like a velociraptor, you know,
Okay.
vision based on movement.
Great shot from Elige.
That's what we should be saying.
That's what we are saying.
Yeah.
All right, well, the cave boost is the bastion of hope for MOUZ's B defenses. Exertion has had to cheat over to deal with red. Jimmy, who's always somehow behind. Oh, Shui, info play, in-game leader, and info plays. If they try and chase him down, they will have to deal with this Brolin boost.
A lot of util just starting to sail in towards the B bomb side, knowing that there's at least one towards the cave position. Floppy getting caught by the spam. So many on his screen for Shui. Elysia another onto Brolan. Exertion not able to push the smoke due to the Halzard cover. It makes it very uncomfortable now for Jimpat.
Well, let's do some quick math, shall we? Jimmy needs to save. Next round, 2,900 is the loss bonus. Torji's going to be able to buy. Jimmy, if he stays alive, can drop 1. He's going to be getting himself 5K, essentially.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, he could even drop something else if he doesn't want to be... Oh, I actually might get hunted here.
I think
don't worry about the
spotted
drops.
his shadow.
Yeah, they're right behind him. So Jimmy pants, and that means, well, he can buy himself, sure. So Torji will have an AWP. Jimmy will be into a rifle. Might be MP9s for the other 3, Shui, Exertion, and Brolin alike. But that is enough to work with. I cannot believe we have gone the distance. After, I remind everybody, we had 11-4 scoreline at one point in this game in the favor of MOUZ. Complexity could have actually won this in regulation if they didn't fumble the previous.
Yeah.
Shit.
If.
Overtime on map 3, Alex.
Yeah, it's all up for a conversation in this round alone. Round 24. Is it the last round of Ancient? Do we see Nuke or did Cole take us to OT? Back-to-back maps. Flash off the cave jiggler.
And AWP noted as well, so good information. That would spring me into action towards A, knowing that the AWP currently isn't on that site.
Jimmy's got a decision to make ahead of the smoke or behind it, and he's gonna, get 2, standing and delivering. Torji on CT, that's a perfect sightline for an AWP. He's flashed himself in, looking good. MOUZ to do it. Cobbled together by JT disconnected from the pack. They have the bomb, they have the round, they have the map. JT with a nice first in the 1v4, but Still so much to be done. Definitely has to push through this smoke. He's being loud about it, making no secret of it. And this 60-second 1v3 begins. Oh, leg shot just completely ruins his chances. MOUZ will take it in regulation. Complexity putting up one hell of a fight in the second half. Their T-side something to be proud of, bar 1 or 2 rounds, and now we prepare ourselves for the deciding map. We will not be able to separate these two in two. MOUZ Complexity continues on Nuke after this.
It might be a glow up for the case hardened skeleton knife, but a little bit of a glow down here at the very end for at least Complexity. You held on, they fought all the way through, tooth and nail, but then it's MOUZ at the end of this second map that pushes us into that third of Nuke. But don't you worry, we've got some words to share with you before we get there. That's right, you tuned into the Intel Extreme Masters at a very crucial time in an elimination game, where in which one map will then send one of these teams home.
And a little bit of cruelty from the side of MOUZ, just allowing Complexity to dream about this comeback. Elige turning into Ultra Instinct mode, finding opening kills left, right, and center, multi-kills on top of multi-kills. You really thought it was enough, and it's going to be regret on that clutch situation, I think. Elige against Jimpat with the MP9. The fact that I think they had the numbers and the positions to close it. That would have been, what, 11-11 at the time? That was rough to watch.
Was that really MOUZ, though, giving it to Complexity, or was that Complexity taking it? Because all of those times where they were grouped up on their T sides, moving together as a pack, getting those double opening entry kills, especially with Elige leading the pack, and a lot crazy. He would walk out mid, find the entries. If there was no entries out middle to find, they would group towards B, do that full execute, and it came all the way down to that last round. I thought it was going to be a little bit of a fake comeback myself, you know, as I'm watching it, and it kind of looked like it. It looked like a real comeback. That last round, though, they come out, they're lined up, and they can't get that entry on the donut player, and then everything unravels. That's the end of Ancient for them.
And how many times did they hold on to the B site after they got in there? And you're like, okay, well, here comes one of those MOUZ players through a smoke. Surely this is it. Right. No, they prevailed through that.
Exactly, and I think Complexity were really, really good at keeping tracks of players and dangers throughout this comeback, because MOUZ were trying everything they could to be disruptive. About this last round, I gotta say, I think the idea is great. Like, considering the game plan and how we've gotten to that point, hitting the A side fast is pretty good. Strategically, I think they put MOUZ in the win, but there's two issues. One is the pathing you mentioned. Jimpat gets a double,
yeah.
And then no smoke towards CT spawn. Now, I think that considering how the rounds were close. They might have not seen the AWP coming from Torji, and maybe they tried to take that bluff and say, listen, we're just going to swing hard on CT spawn, we're going to be fine. But then as soon as he finds the kill with the AWP on top of the double kill, Jim, that's about it. And unfortunately, the end of the comeback.
And so what is Complexity doing right at this moment? Because obviously, yes, they got really competitive and really close here on the second map of the series, but I'm looking at you, Josh, and I'm wondering, what are they doing right? What's working for them here?
I think their T sites are actually really strong. They're not rushing into anything too fast. It usually looks like they are waiting a lot of the time, especially like if we look back to the first map, Vertigo as well, and use that as the context, is that they're waiting for MOUZ to kind of let something up, and then on top of that they'll move into the next phase, and then the next phase. So here on Ancient, for example, it was, let's do our like default, let's take towards like bottom B control, let's take middle control, we'll nade open the smokes if we need to, then we'll extend by smoking into Red Room or Donut, and then we can go to the next phase, and then from there, okay, if we still have no openings, now we'll group and do the next thing. So they're kind of going step by step, and they're doing like little bite-sized things instead of trying to like scarf the whole thing down at once.
Which is appropriate, I think, is the way you're supposed to approach those things.
You should always chew.
Yeah, with your
I
food.
think it's healthier for you, for your gut as well.
Yeah. Which is what Brolin did for the duration of this map.
He chewed him up, mostly on the T side. And if you're giving a whole lot of compliments to Complexity with their T side, I think it's worth. But on the CT side, like the amount of time they gave this guy in this position, kills after kills after kills. Like it's not. True. He isn't. I'm gonna try to phrase it correctly. I want to say he isn't doing anything incredible. That's wrong. His reflex and cross placement are stellar, but how was he allowed so many times to turn situations on their heads just by being in that cave position, just punishing any time of curiosity that was coming out of Complexity? I think he had it a little too easy, but damn, he was sharp.
Well, that's another point to make about Complexity's CT sides, is that I feel like they only give those opportunities to a player like Brolin because they don't have the space, they don't have the map control. And I think part of it came down to kind of how Ancients played now with all of these mollies and then like the smokes to deny it over at the highway area. I think most players are going to refer to as like heaven or
interstate,
interstate, freeway,
Route 66.
Highway,
yeah, of course. No, that's how we call it actually. Yeah,
all lines. So let's do this then. Obviously, with Ancient put away, both these teams are they're awake now, aren't they? There's really no.
Really?
I think they are. I think they are. I mean,
looking at MOUZ, I see a couple of eyes just slowly shutting
Complexity
down.
might be good.
Yeah, Complexity are fine right now.
Yeah,
they got him where they want him.
So yeah,
it's all they're playing the long game. That's all they're doing. They didn't want to win the second map. They just wanted to drag it out, just make sure the best of 3 gets as long as possible.
And they're doing that for everybody.
Oh, absolutely.
It's about the entertainment product here, which is exactly what brings us to Nuke. And thoughts, questions, comments, or concerns where that might lead us, Josh?
Well, I mean, if you're looking at a MOUZ Sports that's on point and they're all playing really well, high level, not tired or, jet lag excuse.
There it is.
Then, yeah, well, I mean, we brought it out earlier.
That's 2 times in one day, guys.
Is it over the quota now? Is that like
you're good. But,
we're good?
But be careful from
okay,
that one.
one more, and it's a strike or something? Okay. Yeah. Normally, we would be looking at a team that is really strong and could just wipe the floor with Complexity.
Favorite on Nuke should be.
And it's not to say that Complexity is bad or anything. And, Elige is like a main point to talk about when it comes to Complexity, when it comes to their success on any of their strong maps. It's Elige is kind of taking the point. Overpass used to be one of those maps. That's out. Whatever map that he gets to kind of move around a lot, kind of dictate and read and go for these individual fights, that's where he's going to excel a lot. He had a good map in Ancient, but a really rough start on Vertigo. So it's all going to come down to him, I think, to see kind of where that goes. I think they're going to knife for sides to figure out who starts CT side.
The matchup is going to be interesting versus Zershan. I think there's going to be a buttload of these Elige versus Zershan outside. Who takes the best out of who takes the risk, who takes the peak. I think it's going to dictate whoever ends up getting the W here in Dallas. And I do favor... Actually, now that I realize, individually, I might favor Elige right now.
Yeah, Exertion didn't have a good map last map, right? Or series even.
I think he's probably tired.
Yeah, well, we knew we were going to go back there at some point. Yeah, I think you're right. We saw glimpses of Elige being at the right place at the right time across.
Just a glimpse. That's all you could see,
just
actually.
Just a glimpse.
Just like 0.2 seconds.
Yeah, nailed it. On paper, this looks like MOUZ, right? But it is the witching hour. It is the later hour, Josh. So where do you lay your hat?
Man, it's tough to say because normally I would give it to MOUZ, but with how Complexity is kind of playing the endurance game right now, it could go in the favor. I'm just gonna say Complexity just to go against the grain.
Yeah,
just to go against the grain.
You got it where you wanted it.
You got it out of me.
It worked out.
But if Complexity wins, then I look like a genius. So
you do.
Yeah. I can't really lose here either. Like if Complexity loses, it's like what? I took a gamble.
Yeah, just tweet the opposite thing, and then you can never be wrong, right?
True.
So
I could do that too.
One of two. Maniac,
I
how you feeling?
misspoke on the stream. Yeah.
Exactly.
No. I'll still side with Reason. I'll go with MOUZ. I think baseline they just have a better playbook on Nuke. Overall, it's a very, very, very strong map for them. Extremely strong. A whole lot of diversity in what they can put together. And I think they survived the scare now on Ancient. They got the adrenaline popped up. You know, the BPM is high up now. We're ready. They probably went outside a little bit, got that humidity going on. A little bit of sweat on their forehead. They're just ready to go.
Yeah, it is, how do I say this, wet if you walk around outside because humidity is there to stick to you. We're going to go to a quick break. We can come back. We can settle the score here and define and decide, really, who is going to be going home. This is an elimination game. It is Complexity taking on MOUZ.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's MOUZ. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Hey Future Pros, on Nuke and this time with the classic outside smoke wall. For this outside take, you will need 3 Future Pros, 3 smokes, 3 flashes, a molly and a HE. Future Pro number 1, you will throw the first smoke, along with an early flash, HE and the secret molly. To throw your smoke while exiting T-spawn, run next to this fence. Aim between these 2 fence posts and above this wire. Then running through the smoke. Next, pull out your flash and throw it in this general area so it bounces over the box at T-red. You can also throw a HE towards red just in case a CT makes it close. Finally, pull out your molly and throw it towards secret. If you can't do this on the fly just like Rain, just give it a few attempts offline and I'm sure you'll get the feeling of it. Future Pro number 2, you will throw the second smoke and it's all you have to do, so don't mess it up. To throw the smoke, stand at the left point at the back of the truck. Aim between these 2 windows along this imaginary line, then jump throw the smoke. Finally, Future Pro number 3, you will throw the third smoke along with a couple of supporting flashes. to throw your smoke, get yourself in line with this lamppost. Aim at the middle point of this grey section on the storage crate. Then jump throw the smoke. Lastly, use your 2 flashes to flash behind your teammates as they are taking space outside. These flashes will blind anyone trying to play ahead of the smokes. And that's it! This outside take is a classic on Nuke. There are many options to take outside as a T, but sometimes the original take can be the best take.
One of these teams is going home, folks, and it's time to find out whom it is. Complexity versus MOUZ Map 3. We've already had a lot of fun. A lot of really good fun, actually. Chad, I've really enjoyed this series. I'm not sure the teams have, considering just how chaotic it's been.
Well, MOUZ seem like they've been enjoying themselves.
True.
And as far as the head-to-head goes, they're the ones who come out on top of this one. These two teams met at ESL Pro League Season 19 in the semi-finals on, well, this exact same map pool. And MOUZ walked away with the victory to then go on and lift the trophy for back-to-back EPL titles, but losses in the best of ones. Complexity dropping to Liquid today on Dust 2, and MOUZ to 9Z on this very map is why we do find ourselves staring down the barrel of an elimination best of 3 between 2 big names, one hometown heroes, the other the world #1, looking for vindication as far as stage matches are concerned, because the Stadium boys, well, that's what it's all about. Studio lads need to become stage men. As we have, a knife round in the favor of Complexity. CT side start for them.
And MOUZ were really calming during that knife round, so...
They were tryharding on that.
Yeah, they were. They really were. Cole still get the CT start. And given you've already had a bad nuke today, can you have 2? Oh! Torgy can have 2. That's 2 headshots with his P250. Man, okay, let's go. That's ruined the party very quickly for Cole.
The second was dirty.
Yeah, man.
Filthy.
Like he didn't expose himself to anything more than he needed to. Just a quick second tap.
What's Torch's first name?
Adam.
Oh, Filthy Adam doesn't really have a ring to it, does
No,
it?
Filthy Adam.
Filthy Adam.
What's Brolin's first name?
The babyface killer.
Ludwig. This was my special skill. I think I've got most first names down. You want to test me?
Ludwig.
Yeah, I'm guessing. I think it's Ludwig Brolin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't remember my mother's birthday.
The only Swedish I know is Liten Ugla.
Liten Ugla, does that mean...
Little owl.
Ah, yeah, of course. I remember Socker. Means sugar.
Oh, I thought it was... Here we go. Cut this one again. Give it in slow. I want it in slow-mo.
Oh, it's slow.
I want it slower. Get him out of here. Well,
is that us?
Yeah. Probably was us, yeah.
Told you we're close.
All right, Force Bite from Complexity. Save Kevlar means Famises, Scout, Deagle, UMP. We literally just say things, don't we?
Yeah.
Like that. I just realized
you did great.
We just say things.
All I was thinking about was like, is Fami like Famas is that how English works?
Yeah. Or it's just Famas. It's like moose.
Yeah. Or sheep.
Or. It's a ramp explode. Shu's just getting as much space as he can. He might call them back. He hasn't seen anything just yet. Grim in the heart. Oh, okay. Yep, come on back, boys. The coast is clear.
Oh, it's so well placed. Yeah,
come on, Elish, you're next. Come on, but oh, okay.
Well.
Elish did get exertion, so the Famises had a chance to survive.
Yeah. Note he went for the Galil over the Famas, folks. The cheaper rifle.
Yeah, well, it is superior.
Yeah, in every single way.
Yeah.
I hate the Famas.
Lots of people do.
I had one of my Counter-Strike teammates trying to tell me that the Famas in CS2 is actually sick. Like as if they've changed anything about it. They haven't. Maybe it's just the way it feels.
Sick how?
Like, then it's like, yeah, it feels better than it did in Go.
Well, maybe, but it's still not better than the Galil.
No, that's a different debate.
All right, well, 2-0. Good start for MOUZ. We'll have to contend with the saved Galil and the Famous from Floppy into the next. So still a couple of landmines to roll over. And this is the type of start that MOUZ need. Look, here's what I would really like to see from MOUZ. Kind of, oh my God.
What's up?
They can't just skip straight through the semi-finals anymore.
Nope. That's a good point.
That is a huge point, and that's that's assuming that they make it.
Yeah. What is the path? Like, how brutal is it?
They play G2 if they win this series.
Okay.
And then the rest is still up for debate at the moment, but Falcons is in the mix down there. Okay, well, yeah, SEO, Ben, who's here, he even was part of the lobby for a moment with Jason Profit for a moment. He tweeted later today, 9Z loss is the first MOUZ offline group stage loss since Blast Premier World Finals in 2023.
Sheesh, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, we always describe them as those kind of group stage gods. And yeah, a slip up at the start of the day. Now they're having an intense evening battling with Cole for survival. As Floppy gets nothing done with that FAMAS. He had multiple opportunities. You could say the same for that pistol there. Gets just a bit of damage. Grim couldn't finish it off. But yeah.
Yeah, sure, that was quite tight.
Bit stressful.
A few moments where that one could have really gone wrong.
But now we get into the guns. It is a dream for the T side of Nuke to get that pistol in a clean conversion. Puts you into a very comfortable position in multitude of different ways. Look at that cash. Like, the start already a bit of a reservoir growing for the T side, especially if you can get the clean one here with the extra bonus Galil.
So what is the gaps that they're going to be looking for? That's the question, right? What type of openers are MOUZ going to be opting for in the first rifle round? I think it'd be quite a standard defense from Complexity. They have the AWP. Okay, so lurk smoke out Squeaky. You need to be aware of players getting down that vent, and if you are worried about it.
Smokes simultaneously, so that's a very heavy investment of utility for an opener.
That is the top hop.
Yeah, it must be. Xertion's heard a lot, but he's not going to clear that angle. Lovely work from JT on the hut, delivers a double. No ammo. Wow, that must have been the last bullet of the M4. Finds it for a triple kill out of JT in the one magazine. Torgy ahead of the smoke, and he might overlook this. Never mind. Halzuk up the vent on the ladder. Gets himself a no-scope to close, and TC gives him a pat on the back.
Through the smoke? What smoke?
There was no smoke. Was there a smoke? I don't know, man. Today's been a fever dream. I don't understand. First we had the Jimmy steps.
Then we got the money that hasn't been set properly.
Weird money. Brolin's Deagle Ace that I couldn't quite see.
Yeah, that was wild. Okay, so opener from MOUZ, as we were discussing, wall towards yard to suggest secret presence, Squeaky lurk smoke to suggest potential for Squeaky lurks or vent drops. Now, with that reservoir of cash you were talking about, they tapped into it. They've been able to bring... Okay, this was JT, top of the heart. Easy as your life for him. No qualms whatsoever.
Yeah, Grim did his leader a favor by pushing through that smoke. Kept Jimmy busy for JT to adjust into the multi.
Nobody appreciates that except you.
Well, I don't know how many people would have saw it, Halzuk.
Got himself a nice one. Little no scope. And yeah, as you said, the gun's back out.
Orp on orp.
More aggressive orping, and he's actually hit it. Puts Halzuk on 29. Grim actually handles Jimmy with a poise there, collects, and there's already an adjustment being made by the CTs. With an early pick, they send one of their players down the vents early. It's a Liege dispatched to attend to the potential for a drop. Halzuk thinking twice. His teammate throws the nade for him instead. A second as well. They haven't crossed on this, so they're going to go for a second wave. They've got two smokes. Exertion and Shui throw him out.
Couldn't work better. 2 HEs expended for absolutely nothing. Careful, JT. You can be dropped on. Batman in the building.
Huge from Brolan. And Matorji finding another onto Halzuk as well. This has been rectified and then some. Alicia's at least reporting that it's not lower. It does mean that your work's cut out for Floppy here. The ramp player has to start stepping up, investigating hell. Brolan's already gotten himself into heaven. Grim's safe from his peak, tucked into hut. Oh, actually, no, he's above it. And Floppy, distraction just as before he went for the peak.
Brolin. They're hyper aware of heaven.
Yeah. Certainly the possibility. That's a great shot from Shu. He had the bomb as well. Round would have been very different had that gone Floppy's way. 25, Elish does need to get into a position to contribute. He's flirting with the idea of ascending up the ladder.
Grim can say tucked for most of this.
Yeah, as Torchy goes first, it's just the layering. Who goes first? They're already out hell. And hello, Grim at dink onto Brolan. Ooh, 1v1. 8 seconds, he's going to have to plant. He has to just punch in the code and hope for a headshot. Elish, 1 bullet will do it. Can Brolan do anything? How has he won that? How does he do that? A triple kill in the round, but Brolan 1v1 with no HP to spare still wins the duel, and body shots no less.
Yeah, you feel like Elish should have him.
I was convinced that would have to be a heady.
Damn. Elish unable to secure that one. Grim with the dink as well.
I wonder if it was because Brolan planted a little more close towards Hut, so the timing of Brolan's immediate swing was a little out of the expectations of Elish, but
it felt like he had the crosshair in the somewhat right place. Yeah, is all it would have needed, and now we'll see a tactical timeout from MOUZ.
Do you think during this timeout we could try and see that 1v1 again, just to see how far off Elish's bullets were? I'm intrigued to see that. Oh, we might even get it here. We'll see. So this was that reload punish.
So JT for his petulance.
Yeah, that was a great one from Shuey. Here's Brolan's POV. Just a nice little slide out and crouch.
So maybe Elish was moved. I guess he could be moving as it happened.
Yeah, you can't quite believe it.
Let's go, Lude! Hit 1 bullet. Why is he not hitting 1 bullet, bro? Because you're fucking better.
Yeah,
why is he not hitting 1 bullet?
Exactly. That's what we're asking the same question, Brolan. Because you're better was the answer.
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
Yeah, watch what you say. Watch your mouth. Elish might start piping up. Early ramp take from the CTs. Oh, wow, this is a full lobby crunch. Look at this. They're playing the fade of the squeaky smoke. Elish has got his work cut out for him. Exertion's gone very diligent clears.
Great.
Clean headshot. JT lazy about his. Gets caught just trying to ascend the ladder. Well, now they call lobby clear, but it's a race to the lower site. Probably going for a ramp flank, potentially?
They need to pause for a moment, it feels like, MOUZ.
They're very loud.
Yeah, they don't have much util. Just swing it in.
Doesn't matter, it works beautifully. Torgy onto Floppy and the save. Yeah, you can see the shake of the head, and you ain't saving.
Oh!
Yes, you are. Actually, I've changed my mind. No, you're not. I've changed my mind again.
And again.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think you're cool.
For now.
5 T rounds already. Come on, complexity. They need that AWP and AK into the next to defend their honor.
And to think as well, the way that it started was them allowing Dust 2 to be the map against Liquid. It was something that they had shown some pizzazz on when they played during CCT. They had a couple of cool little innovations regarding smokes that Twist was throwing on like a B-pop round. They beat Astralis on the map.
Yeah.
So there was some, at least I guess they were thinking there was tape, and Cole thought maybe they could use that to their advantage, but it didn't go down that way whatsoever. They got absolutely drubbed. And now they could be eliminated on day 1. Stico made a tweet about their venture, right? Monty come over, they travel for a day, they come here, they play 7 hours of Counter-Strike, and they're eliminated on the first day of the tournament.
It's cutthroat out here.
I suppose for complexity, it's not as far to go home.
Still far from the goal, far from the objective. Now you're playing against, world rank number 1 on day 1 to survive. MOUZ's T-side's been looking fantastic. Let's see if complexity can find a solution. They start the AWP on inner. MOUZ looks far enough shots. Oh, it's not him.
We're just having a quick look. I think this is the last event of the season for MOUZ, where it's not the same case for Cole. They've got the Yalla Compass. There we go. Nice one, Elish.
Good work.
Not the opening death this time round. And I think they have Jönköping is in there as well, complexity, if I was reading it right.
Jönköping.
Yeah, that's the one.
Ah, yeah.
Jönköping.
Jönköping.
Going to Jönköping in Sweden.
I'm going to have myself a charcuterie board in Europe.
Oh, Alicia's screwed, I think. Yep. Okay, well, give him one back. 54 seconds. Ooh. JT springs to life, but again, the trades.
Really laying on thick. JT wanted more. Maybe overlooking the presence of Jimmy.
Bomb needs to be picked up. 40 seconds.
It's really hanging into these individual jewels. Floppy as he starts to move. Oh, the timing on that. Up the ladder again. Grim gets him. Maybe he can clutch up. Go on. Spots the leg. Cheeky bit of ankle. He's going to get double peaked though. Oh, what a shot! Oh man, that should have, could have, would have been his. That was really onto something beautiful.
Holy shit.
Like robotic, like full freaky on that shot, like lizard brain.
He got a kill on the ladder.
Yeah, no, went down the ladder perfectly timed, came back up the ladder, got the kill.
But he was on the ladder,
on the
when,
ladder
he was
when he
shooting.
got it, yeah.
That's a Liege giving the kill back after the opener. Jimmy with a good trade. Jimmy shot into Floppy was what? Bloody hell, man.
Oh. Lude, that's what they call him. That's
so another Brolin clutch.
Yeah, how many are we at now?
A lot.
Yeah.
I think is the official
I
total.
think so. I think you're right.
Cole. What can you say about that one?
I think, you know, when you've had one bad nuke,
you can't have two bad nukes.
It's like lightning, it just doesn't happen twice.
I think 6 is already enough on the T side.
Yeah.
And that's a shame because the first 2 maps were very competitive. We needed another classic comeback.
Winning a round like this, though, that would be one way to certainly start it.
But look, how are you going to win this round? They're going to go through ramp. Nobody's home. You're going to get the ramp control. You have a smoke on.
How about a Liege finishes him off or yard and gets the AK?
Okay, well, a gun's possible. Torji has the... Okay, getting a bit sketchy now. There you go. Hold on.
JT, you horn dog.
I don't think there's a Disneyland here in Dallas, but there is a Six Flags. Ask Trace about the Catwoman whip.
It's the 3v3. No kit, rifles, and if you... Ooh, spots the tip of the head. Hard shots to hit. Very, very hard shots to hit. Audible into the vents. Oh, you're in 2 minds here. And Alzak landing a scout tag. They will have continue to investigate. If he can clear up Roland too many targets. Elish, he's managed to make it a 1v1.
There's no time for this.
Yeah, there's no time for this at all. He'd have to find him immediately. Hiding out behind the clock, and it's going to be a 7-1 the score, ladies and gentlemen. Complexity's defense, it's just been rumbled. It can't seem to step a foot right. Certainly has been, you know, close in some of the rounds. In fact, 3 of the last 4 rounds have come down to 1v1s. Just haven't been able to break through.
And now it's a bit late to break through. Now it's just about recovery. So even 5 for Complexity would be a victory at this point. Second tactical timeout. I guess the last-ditched attempt to try and rally the troops as it is getting late here in Dallas. We're up to 10:15. Now that would only really be affecting, I would imagine, the Europeans.
Yes, I imagine the North Americans are probably
all good with it. Yeah, and Chewy was up early this morning. I caught him at breakfast at about 7:30.
Okay, that is
a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he said he missed it the day before, so he wanted to get up early to have it. I hope he enjoyed it. I didn't hang around to see what he was eating.
Recovery. Not just a mediocre album from Eminem, but what's required from Complexity.
So should we smoke in something? Can somebody on MOUZ is playing into the smoke? I can literally hear Shui just all...
Oh, that's nice. That's some individual heroics. Halzak goes and takes the fight, removes exertion. Quick, clean. And a gap for Shui to try and just catch Floppy off guard. He immediately dips. Saves himself. A missed shot from Halzak. That was an opportunity to make this a 3 versus 5. Now they're really applying pressure into Floppy. He's done well. Crosshair place right on the button. Can't convert onto Torji. A dink's good. Ooh, JT, did he catch a whiff? No, I don't think so, but aware of the possibility. Torji down. Should be trying to fight with Halzak. This could still go wrong.
Well, he's been able to get the bomb. Oh my god!
Sheesh.
And now it's a 1v2.
Oh shit. Tacky mushrooms.
Wait, hold up. Going vent to top.
Wait. Oh, it's not far off. Wow, he's feeling energetic actually, despite the 7 a.m.
Well,
start.
it was the breakfast.
Yeah. He's had a good breakfast burrito.
He's been
perhaps?
fueled all day. even when it looks like Complexity should win the round, like Floppy did a really good job. You can see him loving the A4 action. That's great from Shui, but it's this next kill. There was an absolute rip snorter. Well, not that one.
Yeah.
It was the one on the backside player.
Oh, Counter-Strike, it's a cruel, cruel mistress, is it not? Feels so good.
But we love you so.
To win. And so terrible to lose. More at 11. It's already tilted when you're online, but when you hear your opponents hooting and hollering just across the hall, that would also make things even more frustrating. Trying to keep your head in the game, you're trying to just, you know, how many times have you said, let's get this one, boys? And it's just not happened.
So they're doing the smoke wall and then going out ramp.
Okay. Well, Floppy's going to be trying to uncrouch on a timing on how's that.
Oh, I can't quite believe
the timing on that is unbelievable. Just as he looks away, worried about Yard, Exertion's trying to rat it. They've actually managed to find a Legion. Yard, it's actually, oh, I'm tilted for them. Halturg has to swivel around. Jimmy's coming up. Ramp, this is cruel. This is inhumane.
Ah, for Filthy Adam's sake.
Filthy Adam. Can't stick. I refuse. 11-5 though. Filthy Adam's been having a good one. It's so ridiculous. Filthy Adam. 9-1. That is filthy. Oh, Cole. I mean, this is T-side nuke, and it's just it's the inverse of every expectation we've ever had on the map. CTs with inherent advantages. And MOUZ so ready to invest so many smokes early, but it just works. It's just working.
Okay, so this is the storyline. MOUZ battle their way back through the lower bracket. They come third in Group A, which puts them in a quarterfinal to be played on Friday of this week. FaZe comes second in their group, losing to Spirit. FaZe versus MOUZ as a quarterfinal.
Chef's kiss, Chatty Bird.
MOUZ overcome their bigger brother.
Mini MOUZ beat... Wait, can I try again?
Yeah.
Mini FaZe beat FaZe. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, and that's normally the ones that get bullied by. If 9Z beat Liquid, Vince Leader, Shu.
Chocolate one, mind you.
All right, they're going to try and target over towards Hell. Do they clear warehouse? Well, they do now. Oh my god. Felt like he had it. It's just they're brawling. They are just getting everything they want and more, MOUZ. 2v2.
Okay, Floppy and JT. It's... What is...
That was a trust fall into Jimmy.
I'm just going to punch something. It's so unfair. I mean, it's not. It is. It's fair. It's definitely fair. Oh, JT did not expect him to be so far up on the side. Okay. I need to calm down. Floppy and Torji. They're in a 1v1. Torji with the responsibility to plant. Floppy is relocating to main, but it's an AWP. Oh, he's fired a shot. He's let him know. The jig is up now. Torji's missing shots. It's 21 HP. One more bullet from the FAMAS. One more bullet from the AWP. And this is all hanging in the balance here, folks. Strap in. No one knows how this one's going to go. Floppy just running at him. That's the play. That's the round. Cole have won a round.
A second round, mind you. So 3 available still. But this is, as Kassad puts it, a David versus Goliath battle.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
With the Goliath being MOUZ.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, that can't be David.
David won.
Ah, shit, he did,
didn't he?
too. Well,
and MOUZ are sharpening the stones in their slingshot.
What if we're saying it's an uphill battle?
That's fine too, because we all know
that what goes up must come down.
You need the higher ground, Anakin. I think. I haven't really watched the movie, but that's a meme. There we go. Roland, onto Elige. He just tried anything he could. And this is so fast. It's 1 minute 35, and Exertion's already holding the vent rotate. Halzerk. A hard shot to the tip of the head, hiding behind the vent. Top of red is Torji. Topples Halzerk. I think I heard an audible Norwegian F-bomb there.
Yeah.
Jimmy onto Floppy.
It's just bombed out of this round.
Yeah. Where were you when Cole got 2 CT rounds to survive? This is an integral third. It's not going to be happening. Torji's going to find another. And JT. Not feeling too confident about this one. A 10-2 scoreline. MOUZ put themselves just 3 rounds away.
Should we spam and Glocks and AKs? JT will take 2. Come on, JT.
One of them's nowhere near the site. Doesn't have a kit. They're a little nervous now, 10-2 the score. MOUZ 3 rounds away from knocking Complexity out. Day 1 of the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. TC's face says it all. We'll be right back.
Flashes, more flashes. There's a fake. Cut there.
Oh no! Door!
Tetris there.
China dead. What was throwing nades? Let's go throwing nades. I'm many.
I need to reload, John.
I smoked door.
I don't see HUD.
Door. Oh my god.
Nice.
Oh, I hit that in the ladder.
Oh god.
Radio dead.
Nice,
get all pot steal. Tell him, I'm walking out heaven now. I'm walking insta heaven. Heaven 1. How does he secret there? Heaven out. Go down. 3, 2, 1, begin. I'm down. I'm not. Nice!
I baited him into the open.
It's not been too fun on the third of this series. Complexity have had a true waking nightmare. Quite the opposite for MOUZ. It was stressful, it's been intense, there's been overtimes, and now here on the third, it's been a nice light jog through the park. They're just having a great time. You know, a theme park, perhaps. Halzerk's he's decided it's his PC's fault. He's gonna restart it.
Normally when the game's going like this for me, I pull the plug and don't come back to the pug. You know, you just...
rip the Ethernet.
The internet went out, guys. But I think Halzerk has to rejoin. So 1916 on Vertigo. The first time we got the updated map here at Dallas, followed by Ancient, a 13-11 victory for MOUZ, but a very valiant attempt as far as the comeback was concerned for Complexity. I think the round that was really their undoing was Jimmy with the MP9 and the 5-7 to Torji. It could have been a real chance to get it done in two for Complexity. And now, getting bamboozled, blown out, destroyed, expunged from the tournament. The North American hopefuls will likely not be donning the stage.
Yeah.
And maybe they could play in a show match.
Might have to. We want to see the boys in front of their home crowd, and it doesn't look like they'll be getting there the old-fashioned way, given the mammoth haul they managed to find on their T-side. MOUZ 10-2. They got their hands at 10-2, and they're driving to the next round of the lower bracket.
Against G2.
G2 with Stewie 2K, who did actually get 2 kills today.
He got just
more.
for everybody playing at home, he did get more than 2 kills, but in one map
he did have 2 kills.
He did have exactly 2 kills.
I wish I noticed it at the time.
I will also like to let everybody know there is another match that is currently ongoing. It is Team Lulquid, I think is their official name, versus 9Z, and the winner of that game will be locked in for the playoffs and a seeding match against Team Vitality on Wednesday. The loser will drop down to play Falcons, who sent Monty home as the first team to be eliminated just a little bit earlier today. In 2-0 fashion, mind you.
Okay.
So that's the lay of the land.
Legit? What's going on here? They've beaten MOUZ and have pushed Liquid so far.
I only want to talk about the first-hand knowledge, Alex, and I didn't get to watch their games firsthand.
Okay.
So I don't want to be giving information.
Let's see what the internet says.
Oh, they're always a trustworthy bunch.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, if those are interested, we do have FaZe Clan taking on Virtus Pro. Winner of that series will be locked in for the arena, and Spirit versus Navi with the same on the line. So there are a couple of exciting games. We also have M80 taking on Heroic, who are unable to get Dexter here. They will be using Nikodos, and FlyQuest against Big, who recently voted God B off of the Island Survivor-esque style. One of the greatest reality TV shows ever created.
You know, you may have worked with the makeup artist who used to do Face It events, Cass.
Yeah,
she was on Survivor.
Really?
Yeah.
Did she win?
I don't remember. I think she's very popular contestant on it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool. They're rushing top with Glocks. Let's see how this goes. Not well for the first. Floppy down and out. Elise kicking up a bit of a fuss. Nice shots from him. The P250, close range. An interesting choice. Did he forget to buy? Wait, what's going on? Ouch. That leaves a mark. Halzerk's taken down Jimpat. I'm just dumb. You get money for kills, Alex. And Elige, who's not going to get another. Torji in the 1v3. Has he got any more in him? Yes, he has. This is going to be one hell of a clutch if Torji pulls this off. Grim doesn't hit the first shot. Oh, this would have broken their hearts and just about pulled across the line. It's Grim to save them. A start to the Complexity comeback we'll be talking about for years. Chad.
I think it's a delay to the journey home. Just a few extra rounds of Counter-Strike, as they very well likely could lose this force buy from MOUZ, which is currently taking shape. Torji buying in with a Scout, a couple of MP9s in the mix, a Deagle for Exertion, a 5-7 for Brolin. Now Torji has kept some residual cash for an AWP later down the track, and let's find out if that's necessary, as we have a diagonal smoke wall, a HE to break it, and well, they're already around red. Great tag and the follow-up finish.
Halzerk couldn't quite wait until that smoke had cleared, or return from the clear. JT's gotten across, but it is a nice opening kill from the Torji scout. He's definitely in form.
They want to work around hell. There's a smoke that's about to, land.
Great awareness from JT that Brolin would activate upon the bloom. Torji, one bullet would do it, but we know that hasn't always gone to plan for calling the pass.
Okay, to take lobby space, they already have it though. Shui so far forward. So I don't know if you really need to fortify that area of the map. Shui will have the support of Jimmy. Torji going to be able to scope up through lobby towards the main leak. And that just leaves one man, Exertion, down towards B with that prized possession Deagle in his hands to do some dastardly dynamic dynamite dilution of the
Defense.
enemy.
Yeah, okay. 2 AKs in go. Why does it feel so stressful for Cole? 30 seconds, you've got what should have been a heavy equipment advantage. And yet with 25 left, there's still so much uncertainty. Exertion just the...
Imagine if he just denies the plant.
Yeah, imagine.
Imagine, Alex. Imagine you plant backside.
Okay, heading Astralis, but there's no direct cover.
No cover at all.
Door open. Oh! Oh, he does! He gets the planter dead. It's still awkward. 2v3. JT did find him eventually. Elige and JT, they have to convert this. This has to go their way. And Elige will be revealed. He finds the first. There's two more about to double swing upon him. He's ready for this. He hears it coming. He's ahead of it, and it's Elige with a lovely triple to at least survive the second round force buy. But my God, they've got their work cut out for them now. It's just going to keep being like that. Every round, so much discomfort. The individuals of MOUZ are booming with confidence. And even that one nearly slipped up.
Yeah, they could go for a couple of upgrades into the next MOUZ. They definitely make a dent. By virtue of the loss bonus coming into the next, they can upgrade a couple of pistols, and they will do so. Everybody other than Jimmy has decided to go their pistol of choice. So again, some threats for Complexity to have to worry about. But this is one of the easiest rounds they will have played so far throughout this nuke campaign. Again, that did definitely put up resilience to bring things back on Ancient fall short. I think that smoke has fallen short as well, to be completely honest with you.
It's a well-placed Molotov from Elige. Oh, got caught off guard by the positioning of Exertion. You noticed Elige has broken his no skin rule with the battle-scarred
May as well
Jaguar.
not be a skin.
Yeah.
I think you could pay me to use that.
I think it's got character.
Well, one is all they will get. 5-round difference now. Rifles to be invested. Remember, we noted Torji saving some cash, who's having another banger map. 17 for Filthy Adam. And his sidekick, the Broman, 15. Huge impact for Brolin throughout the series.
They really do just have to match the output that MOUZ found on this T side, and it is going to be an interesting venture. Every call, every time you leave spawn, it has to be perfect, and that is already a bit of a destabilizing frag. Torji finding Floppy through the smoke to start. Cole now limping, and a man discrepancy. Smokes are up.
Oh,
they line
my
up.
God.
He gets a collateral there. Alzerg, little lucky to be alive. JT caught out by Exertion.
I bet he doesn't feel lucky to be alive now.
Oh, that's a lot of bullets. As Elige commits to the spray, lives to fight another day. Your bomb's across with a full belt of util.
He's limping.
Yeah.
There's one leg. 3 fingers left.
You only need one to pull the trigger.
Brolin is lying in wait. 2 for him.
2 frags, please. Thank you very much, Brolin. Cyclone going to be getting out of his chair for that one. Sees 11 on the board.
We get to hear how vocal Torji is throughout a lot of this because we are sitting just above them, and he's calling a lot of his shots, being quite hype. He's definitely been dictating the flow of how he wants to approach things, and come on, mate. Get off the grass.
and Brolin, they're inevitable today. Complexity, last chance to really give it a good go.
Oh, you heard that.
Yeah, with the nade. Floppy comes running, gunning, and down they go into a pit of despair. One back from Grim, can't track him with the Tech 9, and just like that, 12 is found. MOUZ backed up into a corner, nearly conceding it in 2. And now really finding their footing here in the third map. It is a rather somber mood for Complexity. You came with so many, I'm sure, ideas of how this tournament could go, visualizing, walking out in front of a home crowd. Not something you get to do too much as a North American player.
No, the harrowing reality of this, I think, is settling in now from semi-finals of VSL Pro League to eliminated in last place of IEM Dallas with only a few weeks separating them. MOUZ, the world #1, had a bit of a hiccup, but are recovering. And in style.
That's stylish from Elige. Completely takes down Exertion, spotless with the Tech 9. Gives himself a rifle.
Oh, Torji's searching. He's going to fight. Torji will 100% fight.
And Halza greets him.
Well, he's confident. I'll give him that much.
Oh, that's lovely. Not far off either towards main. Hello? Excuse me? Chewy.
Oh, lads.
Pivot and
convert this one.
Threatening. Hang on a second. Oof. Grim gets it. Rolling down as well to JT. Complexity. Just need 6 more in a row.
All right. Well, that was stylish from Hauser, wasn't it, on the scout?
Stunning, yeah.
If you just shoot him in the head, it's probably better than the AWP. Moving a little bit quicker. You got 10 bullets. Bang!
Love that.
That's all right. They have enough for another buy. Kids, nades, Torji with another AWP, and Pace on Cole.
Yeah, actually just going straight across on the smokes. You're going to spot something on the clear. And it's Halzak still good for one. Oh, the smoke arrived just in time, and so does the spam onto JT. They nade for the clear. Should be free fire! Oh, it's a massacre. 3 with the A1S. Just holds down MOUZ 1 through the smoke. And just like that, they go home. Complexity sent back home. It's not far to go for some, but it's MOUZ that survived day 1 of Dallas. A slip up in the best of 1, recovery in the best of 3. Complexity eliminated in last place after finding the semi-finals of Pro League. I am sure that one is going to really sting. That's going to sting.
Pulled out all the stops, had new Vertigo up to bat, and they were confident throughout that map. Just aggression to set the tone. 6 straight rounds. MOUZ working back into it. A double OT affair. Ancient looks like they were going to get blown out. They showed that resilience, but only 2 rounds. CT side nuke. Just not good enough today as Complexity. Just 1 day of Counter-Strike. A best of 1, a best of 3 loss, and it's bye-bye as we wave goodbye to our second team. They'll join Monty in last place. The 2 teams eliminated from Group A from day #1. And look, definitely some moments for Cole, for sure, in terms of what we can take away from Vertigo. Well, it's fresh, it's changed, it's updated, but yeah,
it's Ancient that's living in my head rent-free. If I'm going to bed tonight, there's a couple of rounds on that Ancient where you just, as you always do, if I had done this, if I'd have done that, if I didn't miss that, it's going to be a tough one for Complexity. But we are all wrapped up with this one. Complexity eliminated day 1. Let's go and check in with the winners interview.
Well, we are waiting for them to come in after a long and exhausting game. How are you feeling after that one, mate? That was the full force.
Yeah, no wonder Zipex has almost no hair now after games like this. I'm not surprised.
But you at least have your hair still there, and you still got a chance in this tournament. But did that get closer than you wanted it to get, realistically?
Yes and no. I mean, we expected a very tough game coming into this tournament. We're not playing the best CS from the beginning, but we're getting there, and the third map showed that, so we're really happy about that.
Yeah, and you did seem to kind of warm up into it. I was worried about you guys maybe getting too tired through it out, but did it feel like you kept the energy pretty good?
Yeah, I think the whole team kept the energy really good, especially Torzy. The energy was top level from him, and everyone was performing really well, so that helped a lot during the last map.
So should we have any worries for MOUZ across the rest of the tournament? Do you feel like you can say you're back in form after the first maps and going into this?
I think it was a good warm-up day, and now the MOUZ CS is back for the next few days.
That's what we like to hear. Thank you very much. Let's see what you got to say, Stunner.
Yeah, I'm a little bit speechless, honestly. We had the ups and downs of this series, and then it all comes down to the very last map. And by that, I do mean that we do say goodbye complexity. So, unfortunate, but that is how these things are designed. They're called competitions, Josh.
Yeah, and if you're not good enough, then you go home, obviously. Unlucky for complexity, obviously on home soil, to go out in the first day, not even anywhere else, not even just like the end of the group stage or something. So tough. But honestly, like if we had seen any other result here, MOUZ, like they were the favorites to win the whole event, and if they had gone out, that would have been even more whack.
And for complexity, very obviously there's going to be disappointment tonight. There's no way around it. Regrets on map number 2. I think Alex mentioned it at the cast. They're going to be replaying in their minds a couple of these clutches on Ancient. But I'll be real, I don't really think the issue for them stood from this best of 3. I still do not sit well with the Dust 2 pick or the Dust 2 map against Liquid. I think to me this is what confused me at the time, still confuses me now, because you could see what complexities can put together with Vertigo, for example, a map they've obviously put a lot more work in. I'm still not sitting quite well with that veto or decision, unfortunately for them. When you meet MOUZ, which obviously they have nothing to do with it, it's just a 9Z beating MOUZ, surprising them a little bit, cold best of 1, and then you end up having to play tournament survival against MOUZ in a best of 3. Yeah, it's not an easy position to be in.
So, complexity didn't pick up that first map. Like, what? Now that we've seen the full picture, now that we've got that 2020 hindsight, was there a world where they could have closed this out in 2?
Yeah, on Ancient,
I mean, it was right there,
absolutely,
right? Like, it was right there.
Because like even past times that they played MOUZ on Ancient, it's not like it was a blowout like a 13-4 like we see on Nuke or something like that. We see like 13-9, 13-10. Like that's like one clutch difference, and that could have been like the Elige with 4 bullets left in that clutch situation on A site by the pillar. Like that could have been a little bit of a push that could have made it happen. It's hard to like pinpoint any one moment though, because like, I mean, we saw the ups and downs from both teams throughout the entire series. It's not like we saw one team come in and they had a consistent showing the entire time. It was like, oh, they're looking good. Maybe they can do it. Oh wait, no, they're looking bad. Oh wait, there's a comeback. Oh wait, no. It's just back and forth constantly, and you just never know what you're gonna get.
I'm just happy I'm tall enough to ride.
I see. I get what you're saying. I'm just, that must be how the viewer feels every time, especially in a game like this, right? But then when we got to the third map, it obviously wasn't as, dare I say, as close. It felt like maybe MOUZ had honed in a little bit at this point.
Yeah, 100%. And I do think that throughout this best of 3, the matchup of MOUZ's offense versus complexity's defense was very, very hard to follow for the American side. It's just a fact. On Nuke as well, unfortunately, a map where we talked about it, MOUZ have an incredible diversity in how they can play the rounds. We've seen not only power plays being converted, but 3v5s being turned around with MOUZ, because they have this sort of connaissance of like the timings they can hit and how they can turn around situations, being a little bit finicky. Complexity didn't have a say in that first half, and unfortunately on Ancient it was the same. It was the CT side that struggled. CT side where they allowed a bunch of kills coming out a little bit for free, where MOUZ didn't really have to work for them, and that has to be where work has to be put down for Complexity in the future.
Yeah, and it is kind of painful to say this, but obviously with a unit like Complexity, with an organization like Complexity, having such a deep and prolific history throughout Counter-Strike right here in Dallas, Texas, to hear from them in an exit interview is the unfortunate reality of going forward.
They certainly fought the whole way through, and there were chances in this game, but Complexity will now be eliminated here at Dallas. And Grim, first of all, this series was intense. There was chances. You fought from the beginning. I'm going to touch on the Vertigo. We're going way back onto that. You guys definitely seemed very prepared for it. You had the lineups, you had the smokes down, you did get the win on it, but it seemed to take a lot from you guys. Just talk me through that whole first map.
Yeah, obviously MOUZ is really good, so it's hard to guess. Like, you gotta take what you can get against them, but we put a lot of work into Vertigo. Even with the new changes, we needed EU teams to probably be struggling on it early because they literally knew they were playing new Vertigo when they're on a play, and they only had like half a day to learn it before the actual matches. So we were using Saturday and Sunday to really go hard on Vertigo, make a bunch of new setups, protocols, stuff like that. And I'm really happy with how our Vertigo went. I think it could have been cleaner for sure, but I'm definitely glad we came out on top for Vertigo with how much work we put in on the new changes.
Yeah, and it definitely came to show. And on Ancient, oh, it was so close. I looked and I was like, okay, this had the chance to be a 2-0 in there. And then it was the fourth round, Yimfact coming in and getting that 1v2 from behind you guys. It kind of seemed to upset the balance a little bit. Did you feel like that one was one you should have had?
I definitely think it slipped out of our hands. I know we had a rough start to that game, but we were coming in strong on the T side, and there was like 11-10 one round where Jim Fat was flanking with MP9, and I feel stupid because I was looking at my radar when he peeked me, and I just died for free. But yeah, Johnny also lost a fight that he should have won, and you know that's what it comes down to at the end of the day against the top teams is these little small margins. So we just have to be better and more focused in those situations. But overall, I felt like we were gonna win that map. We were having a great comeback. Comms were great. We were calling good stuff, good mid rounds, everything. So to see it fall through like that is really unfortunate for us.
And for Nuke, you go down 10-2, right? And it looks then like it's hard to dig yourself out of it. But why did you suffer so much in the first half?
I'd say it came down to the clutch situations because I checked tab once at the almost the end of the half, and there was like 5 rounds in a row where they had one alive, and if we win one of those rounds, like the round I flicked the vent guy and almost killed the mini guy, like that's a big swing round, their money's broke, we can grab momentum, but we weren't able to get any of the clutches going. And I think it was a similar situation in the Pro League where they just kept winning all the clutches, so they definitely have the clutch factor on us right now, and I think that eventually came down to it. We were having some good T rounds, but yeah, it just fell through. We didn't have enough rounds to really play off of, and we had our backs against the wall the whole game, and it's hard to play like that. So, yeah, so we tried our best, but definitely if we won a few of those clutches, that the game would be a little different.
And for a team now that has been making deep runs and a complexity that's been looking good, how disappointing is this early exit, especially the fact that it's in Dallas for you guys?
I'd say it's very, very disappointing. Like, we wanted to make the playoffs, especially in front of NA crowd. You know, we played Liquid in a best-of-1 on Dust 2, which it's our first match on Dust 2. So there's stuff going on that, you know, we are not going to be able to see in practice. We were actually having really good practice on it, but we only had NA scrims, so we didn't really have any EU prac on Dust 2. So we didn't really, it's hard to punish our mistakes in a way. And losing both pistols definitely doesn't help. We also lost a few clutches that could have gone our way, so it was a tough draw there. And then having to play MOUZ in a lower bracket game is definitely unfortunate because they just, you know, they won the last 2 events and they're looking really good right now. So to be down playing them in the lower bracket is definitely a tough task.
If everyone at home can't hear it, that is, I think, 9Z winning and going absolutely crazy, which is why we're laughing, not laughing at anything else in this very somber moment for it. But Grim, anything else you want to say to the fans out there just to end this?
Thank you for supporting to NA fans, and hopefully you can still come by to we're gonna have a signing most likely in the venue, so hopefully you can come by, take some pictures and get some stuff signed. We'd love to see you, and thanks for all the support so far, and I'm sorry we did bad here, but hopefully we can step it up for the next event.
One last time, we'll go back to the desk.
He did say that word we were looking for out of the complexity camp, which is signing, which is something they have actually been kind of teasing and not teasing at the same time regarding Halzark. However, that doesn't matter now.
Oh, I thought you had like some truth nugget you were gonna drop.
That was it.
Like some exclusive something.
It's really not, but I have some real truths for you right now. Check out this winning moment. This is 9Z going to the playoffs. Check this out. And Josh has to commentate it.
Live, play by play.
Well, I don't know.
What, you don't know the context? Come on,
I don't know the context. I don't know how did we even get here right now? 2 versus 4. What's going on? It's a retake. Wow, look at that. Oh, you're dead.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good casting right there.
These guys are hyped and obviously
historical.
So. Yeah, this is
absolutely historical for them to make playoffs here. 9Z, would you imagine it? The core of that team as well. Max, DGT being together for so long. Martinez joining in as well, taking a chance, and now they make playoffs at IEM Dallas.
Yeah, good for them. You know, and it's been a long time coming for some of these guys, because some of those names, they've been around for a minute.
Yeah, they have. Like I said, like Max, DGT, for example, we've hushed their name for quite a while in Counter-Strike, and it's the first time that they amount to such a result that they find this kind of success in an S-tier event. Like, you got to say that the field of teams here in Dallas is not unlike Katowice or Cologne. It's a mega event right now. All the best teams are here, and they've guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. That is pretty sick.
Yeah,
not all of them.
Not all of them, but Josh, it's too soon, man. What were you thinking? It's not too soon, though. to look at the brackets. So we're going to run those up to you here real quick so that you can also understand that the turmoil of today does end for a few of these teams. Your Complexities, your Monties, they are...
Your turmoil is done. You're done. It's over. You can go home now.
Yeah, your plight is done. It's over. But yeah, so for Falcons, they also, they found a dub down there.
I mean, talk about the lower bracket and how stacked that is. Remember,
That's
there's
rough.
only one team that is going to make it to the playoff through that, and that is going to be one of MOUZ, G2, Falcons, and Liquid.
Yeah, if I'm on that part of the bracket, I'm definitely not happy about that. Like, seeing MOUZ down there is kind of crazy. Seeing MOUZ in Complexity is kind of crazy.
G2's hanging around.
He also MOUZ have had G2's numbers figured out, like to best 3 as well.
And they also have a replacement for Hooksy right now, stand-in and Stewie.
There's 2.
That's going to be like really tough. We saw how they struggled against Team Vitality.
Yeah, and we just have to sit back and watch that one play out. Although, on Group B, this is how this starts to take shape. M80 also down in the lower bracket. FlyQuest had I wouldn't say a banger of a burner of a day, but
played a game of Counter-Strike.
They were in the server. That's what we know.
It happened. Counter-Strike was played.
It's true.
And we'll leave it at that.
Yep, and FaZe VP up at the top. So that one will be tomorrow. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I think both the topside matches, the FaZe VP and then the Spirit Navi game, should be pretty good. And, in the lower bracket, Heroic probably the team that should start making their way through there and meeting up with one of the teams that fall down.
But you don't think Big Swish can take down Heroic?
I think there's a way. I think there's a world. I really think so. Yeah, it's a weird situation they're in as well. Heroic bringing in Nikodos, of course. Bit of a... what is it? He tweeted like this, like being on vacation with your ex-girlfriend's family. I was like, bro,
just them.
Well, like, you can get the deposit refunded. You might as well just go through.
I guess we got the room, so
might as well go. We booked this cruise together.
Just put some like rules down, saying like, during this time, if you see the thing on the door, don't come in.
Well, when you say thing on the door, is that like that's not a hat,
just a sock,
right? Like
maybe.
a sock.
Yeah,
there we go. I think that's
sock.
what it was. Oh, wow. All right, cool. Let's get swiftly away from that and, swish our way through what is going to be this group schedules for tomorrow.
Oh, you got it already?
We stay within the confines of group stages. Look at all the names on your screen. Right. Maniac, which one's your favorite name?
My favorite name?
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of matchup or in general?
I mean, however you want to take it, man.
In life?
That's on you to determine in this
I kind of like the word pineapple. Just in general.
If you hang that from your door, that's a totally different story, isn't it? So, yeah, we got a whole bunch of games coming up for you tomorrow.
G2 MOUZ, I think, packs a punch for sure. The FaZe VP, low-key is interesting. VP have been in a bit of a turmoil situation. We don't exactly know what's happening in the camp right there. I'll be keeping my eye open for that one. But it's not all the games now, is it? Are these all the games? These are all the games.
For tomorrow?
Yeah, these are all the games.
On a Tuesday.
I was wanting more Counter-Strike.
You know what they say about Tuesdays?
You're going to tell us? Mondays, or?
It's Taco Tuesday! That's tomorrow. Sorry, Mr. Audio Man. Didn't really mean to blow your ears out over there. But I think that that pretty much has us done for the day. Josh, you have anything nice to say to these people that are watching?
Yeah, thanks for watching. What's up, Twitch chat, and all the fun things that happen with esports.
Yeah, that. What that guy
esports.
said. Be like Josh, or be like us, and go to bed. Because tomorrow, we start again. We run it again. We go again at the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas. See you there.
Started, finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on the money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling, the clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Gang time check, hang time, we up. Gotta stay up, way up. It's cut a dub, want a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey. Started, Finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on the money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling. The clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Game time check, game time we. Game time check, game time we up. Gotta stay up, way up. Let's cut it up on a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey, it's the beginning, we just got started. It's the beginning, we just got started. It's the beginning, we just got started.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to tap out.
And it's all done. And Trollocs win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game?